610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where was Shannon Sharp when we needed him right there? We are live. We are live sitting on the 50-yard line at Texans training camp. It is great to be with you. Comfy out here now. It's going to get a little sunny outside here at about 8 o'clock. Practice starts at 9 o'clock this morning. Man, it is here. We have been waiting for this for weeks, for months now, and Texans training camp is finally here. It's good to be with you. Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne.
Don't worry about it. If Sean sounds confused, it's not because he's hungover. Even though he is hungover, but that's not why he's.
I'm not hungover actually today.
I just can't hear you in my headphones. I'm sitting right next to you, which is fine, but I can't hear you. So we're good. On-site engineer Aaron Brable.
Yeah.
We're good. As long as you talk loud.
I'll talk loud.
This is, you know what? It's actually kind of pleasant out here right now. It's not too hot. There's more. I've never been bitten by a mosquito out here, but I was bit 3 times this morning.
The mosquitoes come out now. They're like, oh, it's under 90 degrees.
Well, it's feral though too. This is historically bad.
Oh, okay.
Mosquito stuff right now.
Yeah.
So, but Aaron also had mosquito spray.
He's got bug spray, man. That's good.
When he was supposed to be getting my headphones working, I had actually sent
That's
him
all
out
right.
to CVS to give me bug
That's
spray.
all right. You're prioritizing the right things.
I am way more amped up than I've been for a long time for a training camp. And look, it's not cool enough that I'd actually want to be out there practicing, but this is the most excitement coupled with the least controversy that we've had. There you are in my headset. Thank you.
Same here. We're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay.
So this is the most excitement I think that we felt from the fan base and in a long time. You know, going back to 2020 when we had all those weird moves in the offseason and Deshaun Watson and Bill O'Brien ends up getting fired a few games into the season.
Well, that was the COVID training camp. There was only 10 people even allowed.
That's
out
right.
here.
Yeah, we weren't at training camp. Yeah, but as far as for people listening who don't go to training camp, I guess the level of excitement was that was more. That was a little bit of people talking themselves into being excited, I think. And there was a lot of controversy and arguing over whether or not this guy or that guy should have been traded and everything else. And even last year, even though people were excited over DeMeco, there was still a lot of skepticism over Nick Caserio. There were a lot of holes on the roster. There were a lot of free agents whose names you hadn't heard of often, whereas this year is the exact opposite. I think people are as high on Nick Caserio as they've ever been. They have an appreciation for the relationship he and DeMeco Ryans have, and then they went out and they signed free agents who you've seen on television before.
Yeah, exactly. Names that we know, like big names that we know. And there's not even there's dramatic storyline swirling around a player out here. Like you look at a lot of the good teams right now, Seth. I was looking at that top 10 wide receiver list that you and I went through yesterday on ESPN, and you go down that list, and Stephon Diggs is 9th on that list. Stephon Diggs is like the least dramatic of all those wide receivers that are on that list.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Like, that's a really good point.
You know,
on the diva scale?
On the diva scale, but on the
contract
the
scale.
training camp drama scale. Like even Jordan Jefferson, who got his contract done, he's got baby mama drama going on right now.
Yeah, there's all kinds of guys on the Vikings right now, including Jordan Jefferson, who have like these squabbling little legal issues and stuff. Nothing that's going to get him suspended or anything.
Yeah. You know, and then there are the contracts. There's Brandon Ayuk. There's CeeDee Lamb. There's Jamar Chase. The Texans, there'll come a training camp in the future because they've got a lot of young players that are going to have big contracts that may not get done by July, whatever the start date is, and in future years. This is not that year. The Texans have queued this thing up perfectly to where they've gone out, made the big moves, the big appropriate moves, taking advantage of the rookie contract that C.J. Stroud has. And with Nico Collins' extension done, there's not even a contract discussion on anybody right now. Like, they are set to play ball today.
The only contract discussion I saw was in Jonathan Alexander's preview of training camp. He put in as a bullet point, will Derek Stingley play well enough this season that he gets a contract extension next year?
That's the only thing that's remotely close to a topic like that.
So it's certainly not a controversy and just something to think about. But so everything is lined up really well. Which if you watch enough movies about maritime disasters, be careful when the waters are calm and everything's going well, Sean.
Yeah, don't get complacent. That's
true. Especially
if
you just got married and your wife is just seems like the dream woman and everything.
Right.
Keep an eye on that boat, that deckhand, okay? Keep an eye on that deckhand with a tattoo on his face.
That's good that you're keeping people kind of heads up on this whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, you got to watch out.
You got to always be always be vigilant.
What are you most excited about today?
Today, the wide receivers and defensive backs.
Yeah.
Because that's where, with no pads for these first couple days, that's where you get the most realistic. These guys are going as fast as they would in a game, or with full pads on, and we can see Kamari Lassiter versus Stephon Diggs versus Nico Collins versus Tank Dell, all of that.
What's the WrestleMania main event of wide receivers versus cornerbacks? Is it obviously it's Stingley on the cornerback side?
Yeah.
Which wide receiver are you most looking forward to seeing Derek Stingley go?
I think it's that Stingley versus Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Because that's just athleticism versus athleticism.
Yeah, that's cool.
Nico. This is one thing that happens in camp. The guys who aren't incredibly fast, like freaky fast, and rely on physicality, sometimes they don't shine as much in camp because you can't really tell.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nico broke more tackles after the reception than any other receiver in the NFL last year.
Yeah, we won't see that.
But you don't get to see that. Everybody breaks tackles out here.
Yeah.
That's why the running back all looking. He's getting 10 yards every time he runs the ball.
He took it to the house every time because he just kept running.
I've seen a lot of people say they're excited to watch the kickoff return stuff, which I'm intrigued. I'm not excited because my God.
Intrigued is a good way to put it.
Yeah, intrigued is a good way to put it.
If I were a fan coming next Tuesday, I wouldn't be counting down the days so I can watch the new kickoff.
But it's interesting because it's a different format.
Yeah.
And if you've watched it in the UFL or XFL, you have a good idea for it, but you've never seen it with NFL athletes and how exactly they're going to handle it.
Is there a radio-friendly way to explain the new kickoff rules in 15 seconds to people who have just been unplugged?
That's a really good – I would say the simplest way without going into all the detail is that the kickoff coverage team, instead of lining up – at the midfield,
where the ball's kicked,
they're already up at where the offensive players are, and they're all lined up on the 35-yard line.
It's something like that.
And then they can't. The play doesn't start until the receiver catches the ball.
That's the big thing. Yeah, that's the big thing.
So there's not. Guys aren't running 40 yards downfield, anticipating a huge collision or anything. So it ends up looking a little bit more like an actual offensive running play from scrimmage almost.
If you had to pick, independent of, I don't want to put a regular starter out there because it's special teams, let's pretend that that's not a thing. You're just putting your best guys out there. Who would you have return kicks on the Houston Texans if you were DeMeco Ryans?
Tank Dell.
I would too.
Yeah.
I would too.
Well, except I think because it might end up being more like an actual running play, it is one of those things where, okay, you might want to go with your running back that's got them if you're looking for touchdowns, but then they might also start looking at it like you would a normal running play from scrimmage. Okay, yeah, if we can get 10 or 15 yards more than normal on average, then or get a few of those in a game, that helps with field position a lot.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see who they put out there for that. What the does the body composition of guys out there on that kickoff return look any different?
That might be one where Jawar Jordan, the 6th-round draft pick, might be a dark horse favorite.
Yeah,
for
maybe
that.
he gets in the mix for that.
He's a shiftier, speedier guy.
Yeah.
He's tinier, but he is a running back and he's got the vision for it.
Yep.
And he doesn't. He's got build-up speed where he's really, really fast, but it's not like he's shot out of a cannon. But that potential for a breakaway might be there with him.
C.J. Stroud, year 2. This is going to feel very different at training camp than last year when he was coming in as a rookie. What are we expecting to see, or what are you expecting to see, from the outset with C.J.
Okay,
Stroud
so
out here?
C.J. at training camp last year, it was hard when people would ask me about him because I think it was almost impossible not to perceive it like I was talking about it negatively, or that I was trying to put a good face on it, I suppose, but I was actually thinking something negative, because what he was in camp last year was just steadily progressing. It wasn't electric, but you could see improvement from day to day. And the one big thing I noticed from him last year was over the first few days of camp, it looked like he'd figured out the difference in how quickly windows close in the NFL. So especially in that spot over the middle, behind ahead of the safeties. He threw some scary potential interceptions early in camp, and then he kind of just figured it out of like exactly how precise he had to be with the placement. And that's what you get is not necessarily a lot of highlight stuff. I think they're not going to be look. They're not trying to hide from any teams or anything that they're going to throw deep a lot because that's what they were really good at last year. Yeah. So I think we're going to see a lot of deep balls. You know, you'll see the Bobby Slowick offense. They're going to be working on running the ball, and they're going to use that to set up a lot of deep shots.
It's going to be fun, man. Now, fans will not be out here till next Tuesday, so we've got practices through the weekend. We're going to be your eyes and ears out here for that. We're going to be out here as a station, going to be out here until 2 o'clock every day during the first couple weeks of training camp. You and I will be on the first couple hours. Texans Training Camp Live gets started this week, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, they will be literally sitting right at the 50-yard line as practice is going on. So we're sitting here now, but nobody's out here.
Yeah, and John gets to watch everything and give you his expert opinion or expert view of what's going on.
Yep.
Which is really, really good. That's where John being able to watch the defensive backs and receivers when they're on this field right in front of us is a treat for him, I know.
Play-by-play,
And a treat for our listeners.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then In the Loop will be out here from 10 to 2, and they'll get players coming off the field, things like that. If you're wondering, if you're a regular YouTube and Twitch watcher, then you've probably already found out that we are on YouTube and Twitch out here at training camp. So you can still, if that's your way of plugging in with the show, watching it on the stream. If not watched it on the stream, you want to give it a go this morning, you can watch Seth and I out here live at Texans training camp. So
not sweating all that much right
no,
this moment.
Not too bad. And
it's a cloudy day.
It's a cloudy day, and last year they moved us over here, so the sun comes up behind us now, and we don't get it right in our face. And people are like, well, why would I care about that? Because I'm telling you right now, when that sun comes up at like 7 o'clock, it affects the show.
Yeah,
when
Sean
we're sitting
sucks
over there.
when it's like that. I'm typically miserable at any given moment, so it doesn't affect me as much. But Sean's got a sunny disposition.
Yeah.
And you don't want to lose that.
I don't. That's my
all of a sudden you're Amy.
Major weapon.
You're like, oh, our listeners get to feel like what it's like to be Amy.
That's right. That's right.
It's the only person in the world he's mean to. Not in a like legal repercussions type of way or anything.
No. Just in a he's a jerk sometimes kind of way. Yeah. All right. So Payne and Pendergast. So we are out here live at training camp. We got you covered all season long, if we're being honest about it. All right. So let's talk a little more C.J. Stroud. What could are there any possible red flags we should be watching for in year 2 with C.J. Stroud? And we're tallying it up. I believe the lists are complete now of top 10 players around the league from ESPN. The last one today that's supposed to drop is cornerback. This is one that is of great interest to Texan fans, I think. To your point, you mentioned Jonathan Alexander's preview piece talking about Derek Stingley Jr. Did he land in the top 10? I think that list has dropped, so we'll take a look at that as well. We're live at Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Stay there before you don't go anywhere, because before you hit any sort of button, baby. West Point, Lincoln.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It is fantastic to have football back. Texans training camp getting started a little earlier than usual. Hall of Fame game on August 1st. The reason for that, it'll be the Texans and the Bears in the Hall of Fame game. Texans getting training camp kicked off for the league here. First practice coming up in a little over 2 hours here at the Methodist Training Center. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We just got done talking about C.J. Stroud at the end of the previous segment. It's really hard to find somebody these days that's not super bullish on C.J. Stroud in 2024, especially given all the things that the team has done around him to ensure his success in year two. If we got eyes on things out here at training camp, fans will be out here starting next Tuesday for several of the practices. So let's just take the flip side here for a second with C.J. Stroud. And I don't even know if there's an answer to this, but especially given that Bobby Slowick is back and Gerard Johnson is back, there's really nothing that happened with the Texans offensively this offseason for C.J. Stroud. Are there any possible red flags we could see early on in camp?
Oh, yeah. Now, and this is the thing, not with C.J. Stroud himself individually, but the things that affect C.J. Stroud. Because if you think about the things that normally can create a sophomore slump for a quarterback, okay, our defense is going to figure out a way to throttle him down in the run game as a runner himself. God already did it. His genetics are not ones. He's not a super athletic quarterback.
Thanks a lot, God.
He's not Lamar Jackson, so that's not an issue whatsoever. Last year, was he forcing the ball to one specific guy all the time? No, I think Nico was heavily targeted, but when he had a full complement of receivers out there, I think he did a pretty good job of spreading it around and throwing it where it was supposed to go, and that's why teams weren't able to intercept him. You know, he broke a record for rookies consecutive games without an interception. You know, even last year, a lot of the adjustments that you're hoping for a quarterback to make in that regard, in terms of, all right, not forcing the ball, knowing where to go with it, all of those things, defense's game planning for what you really like to do, he adjusted to that through the course of the season last year, and I don't think you have to worry about whether he can, get over that obstacle like some quarterbacks in their second and third year, because he's already done it. Remember when really around to the Bengals game around then, you could see that teams were anticipating those outs, which he had gotten really good at Nico and throwing a tank on those outs. And defensive backs started jumping him, the Panthers game especially. Yeah. So they started hitting him with double moves. So I don't think that CJ himself is really poised for anything other than the normal challenges that a quarterback goes into the season with. What I do worry a lot about, the two huge things that teams can start game planning for when they've got a full 6 months is, hey, the Texans could not run the ball at all last year. They were really – well, I take that back. They showed a lot of improvement in the second half of the season. They did improve,
yeah.
But they were not a good running football team.
Generally speaking. Yeah.
So, if you don't have to worry as much about the run game and you don't respect the run game, they can do some things prepping their players for it and with a game plan to take the passing game out of it. And then, just the huge issue is center and left guard. What do we have? Who wins those spots, and what do we have in them? Probably about four guys that are in the main conversation: Kenyon Green, Kendrick Green, Patterson, and Juice Scruggs. Yeah. So Juice Scruggs, Patterson, I think he can play center or guard, and I think the way it looks right now is that Juice Scruggs is going to get every opportunity to earn the starting center spot, but we just don't know. And that was a huge issue for the Texans last year. Going back to the Baltimore game, I think about that Baltimore game a lot, and I also think about CJ getting concussed in the Jets game, where look, if you think Quinnen Williams was dirty on that play, I disagree with you. He actually got pushed into CJ by the guy he had just destroyed at left guard.
That was a Juice issue, not a Quinnen issue.
Yeah, that was Juice Scruggs playing out of position as left guard. Mm-hmm. So center and left guard are probably the biggest obstacles that CJ's facing this year. So CJ does have some control over that and getting more advanced in helping out the offensive line, being more involved in pass protection, being more involved in the run game. Those offensive linemen flat out have to get better, but CJ can be part of that process as well.
Yeah, it's I can't wait to see it, man. Can't wait to see that progression in year 2. The ESPN, are we frozen like that on the stream?
Just you.
Because I look scary.
You look disgusting.
Yeah.
No, just you. I was frozen during the last segment.
You look disgusting.
Yeah.
I do. It's true. If you want to see me looking disgusting, go to the stream right now.
You look like you just got hit by a cannonball in slow motion. Where it's just like where it catches it, or like when a baseball bat gets freeze framed, or a baseball, as a baseball is getting hit, and it's kind of squished.
That's what my head looks
like.
They
did, yeah. They did. They used a super high-speed camera to capture you at the worst possible moment.
Yeah. I'm not like high-definition friendly, really. So,
no. It has nothing. It's not. It's just it's just the moment that it caught you.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
It happens. So ESPN set the final top 10 positional list.
I'm frozen now. Okay.
The final top 10 positional list came out just a few minutes ago. The ESPN's been doing. They pulled 8 coaches, scouts, front office people, various people across the league, had them fill out their top 10 at each position, and they've been releasing the tabulations daily here at each position. The last position just dropped, and it's cornerback. And you and I talked about this at the end of the show yesterday. Where did we think Derek Stingley Jr. would land on this list?
I think that there are a lot of people that think that he will be top 5 at the end of the season, so the people being quizzed for this. But he just hasn't played enough NFL football yet because of injuries. So no matter how well he played when he played last year, I think that he's going to be 8th.
He's 10th.
Okay.
He's 10th. The end of the show yesterday, you and I talked about this, and I thought this is where I thought he would wind up, sort of at the back end of the top 10. I think talent-wise, he's a top 3 or 4 cornerback in the league, but the body of work has been so marred by injury, to your point, that guys are going to be hesitant. But one of the things I did say is I thought Derek Stingley Jr. would have the widest gap of what the really, really high evaluations are of him and what the low evaluations are. I thought his highest ranking from somebody would be about 3, and that the lowest ranking would be he didn't even crack the top 10. Highest ranking, 2. So somebody has Derek Stingley, or one or more people, as a top 2 running back. Lowest ranking, unranked. So there were, I would imagine, several people, finished 10th. So I'd imagine there's several people that just left him off their top 10 altogether. Here are some of the anonymous quotes from scouts and executives on Derek Stingley Jr. Let's see what you think about that. Quote, so smooth and athletic, no physical limitations, really strong with good ball skills.
Yeah, and I think the physical limitations part there is his only physical limitation is when his physical abilities are unavailable. His availability is the huge question mark.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a fully healthy season since 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
that's the thing about that. If you were, let's say he's 30 years. If you were 31 years old and a free agent, and he's playing the way he does right now, but he hadn't had a healthy season in the previous 4 seasons, he would be drastically reduced in his demand.
You know who he'd be? A guy who was on the Texans the last couple of years. He'd be Jason Verrett. Remember Jason Verrett?
Yeah.
The cornerback who came into the league really good early on, and then he just couldn't stay healthy. He was on the Texans within the last couple of years on like a 1 year, to your point, like a 1 year, $3 million deal.
Yeah.
Like elite level traits, but he just can't stay healthy. And that, okay. Derek Stingley Jr. is not on the cusp of something like that. Like Stingley is, if he can stay healthy, is going to have an argument to get a big extension next season.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes guys get knocked as injury prone and it's just bad luck. Frank Gore is the extreme example of that.
Right.
Frank Gore had, if I recall properly, an ACL in college, then an ACL early in his career.
Yeah.
And, a running back with 2 ACLs, 1 in each knee.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Good luck with that. 2-year career at best. He ended up being one of the most durable running backs of all time.
He played forever.
People point that out as pretty Giants talking to Frank Gore at the East-West game telling Frank Gore all of his theories about why he would never sign a 27-year-old running back. Which is true. In a way, it's perfect because Frank Gore was the extreme example of a guy that played probably until he was 37 or 38.
Like walking up to Warren Buffett and explaining why magic beans are a good investment.
Why the stock market is a scam. Yeah. You'll never make money in the market, kid.
Yeah. What's your name again?
Stupid old man. Little Schadenfreude?
Yeah.
Okay. Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
I don't know if this could be called Schadenfreude for saying, he's ranked third on this list behind Pat Surtain and Denzel Ward.
Yeah.
So, but one of the quotes, one of the most overrated players in the league, you could call holding on him every play. I do wonder about that with Sauce Gardner if the NFL goes through this in cycles where they decide to crack down on defensive holding. And it was when the Legion of Boom was really good and they were incredibly handsy. And they were also getting penalized, but not nearly as much as they should have been. And they decided to crack down on them. The Patriots back in the day when the whole McNair family seemingly took a caravan up to New York to complain about the way defensive backs were holding, and they ended up cracking down on it. If they crack down on defensive holding, Sauce Gardner will take a hit.
That's a tricky thing. Well, and look, Sauce is on the cusp of the same debate or discussion that we were just having about Stingley. He's actually got a better case to get a contract extension after next season, or after this season, I should say, than Stingley because he's been healthy. And he's been a first. That's a tricky thing, man. When you got a player and you got to get ready to pay him, but he has a game or a style that's very rules contingent.
Yeah.
Because Stingley, I would feel more like I don't know that there's rules they can make that negatively affect that target Derek Stingley. You know what I mean? Like
you know how you can tell Sauce Gardner is really, really good. He only had 2 interceptions his rookie year and 0 interceptions last year.
Yeah,
people just don't target him.
They don't throw it.
Yeah, and he's got a good defense. It's not like it's not like he's playing on a bad defense where they can find people to pick on all over the place.
Well, it was funny too. I mean, Stingley had 5 interceptions last year. They were all right when he came back from injury.
Yeah.
I think eventually teams started doing some of that.
Yeah,
too
it's the general trend you always see with the really good cornerbacks is they get a bunch of interceptions the first couple years and then very few after that because they just stop getting tested. But Sauce, right from the get-go, they weren't testing him. So Stingley also, a couple of them, they did a really good job basically using Jalen Petre's over-aggressive tendencies to sometimes make it look like Jalen Petre is being overly aggressive and duping teams into it.
Yeah.
So there's another one. I'm telling you, it would be really good if Stingley has fewer interceptions this year because it means he's not getting targeted and teams aren't expecting Jalen Petre to be overly aggressive.
Jump everything.
So they can't, right. Yeah, teams aren't duping themselves by anticipating that Jalen Petre is going to be overly aggressive.
Texans, if you're looking for some sort of barometer as to them being a more talented roster, they landed 6 players in the top exercise. God, I got sunscreen in my eye. Man, it's killing me right now.
Laramie Tunsil was 3rd.
Yep.
Daniil Hunter was 7th.
Yep.
Dalton Schultz 10th.
10th at tight end. CJ was 7th at quarterback.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs 9th at wide receiver. And as we just mentioned, Derek Stingley Jr. cracks the top 10 at 10th at cornerback. And some honorable mentions, too. So this is fun, man. They're building a nice thing here.
Now, the fun thing about rankings like this is that although those names that we just mentioned that were on the Texans last year, they wouldn't be on the Texans this year. They wouldn't be on this list this year because of just if they wouldn't have been on this list last year.
Right.
That were, like the same players, whatever. But between the scheme, the team success, C.J. Stroud, everything else like that, it ramps everything up.
The spotlight is bigger, and you get on more lists like this when you're on a much better football team. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live at Texans training camp. We are sitting right here at the 50-yard line. Players are going to start coming out here in a little practice starts in about 2 hours, 2 hours and change. Keep it tuned here all day long on Sports Radio 610. Am I still frozen over there?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, that is not a good shot of me either, man. It's a bad angle. I gotta do something about this. All right, headlines coming up next. First, I'm going to tell you about Crash Champions. I look in that picture like somebody crashed into my face.
Broadway in Pearland. Together, let's drive.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, big headline today. We're live at Texans training camp. Texans get started on the 2024 season today, 9 o'clock. The first practice is scheduled. I just got a text from a buddy, John, who said, hey, be careful. Storms rolling in around 8 a.m. today. And I just looked at my weather app, and we are scheduled to get possibly some rain right about the time practice is set to start.
Practice starts at 9 to get out. A lot of guys that get out super early, too, to go do drills and everything. So we might be in the bubble?
Maybe.
Bubblicious.
Maybe.
Nice.
We'll see.
They let us in. We'll see. I'm curious about, with the Texans being the only team practicing today, I wonder if there's going to be a lot of extra national media around just because it's the only thing to cover in the NFL.
Maybe.
And everything's – you gotta pay these people to do something, so they might as well send them here.
Yeah, headline-wise, this is the slowest day of the year. The day after the dead day of the Major League Baseball All-Star Week.
Yeah. As far as actual headlines.
Actual headlines.
Yeah. Unless if there's somebody doesn't show up. There might be a. I don't know if the Bears could start practice today, but I don't know if they do or not.
Yeah.
So Caleb Williams, by the way. That's I guess one of the news items is that he did sign his contract.
Did he sign it eventually? There were mixed reports
I thought,
yesterday.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So he wanted a few. He was trying to do a bunch of exotic things in terms of how he got paid. He wanted to have the payment treated like it was the team giving him a loan, which could be then relieved when they were trying to skirt the tax laws, basically. Which maybe there was a way that you could do it. And it is legally, and it's a loophole and everything, but NFL teams do not want any part of looking like they're shirking their taxes. Back when the NFL used to be officially considered tax exempt, even though it didn't really affect them because it's complicated, they stopped doing that just because there were too many people saying like, oh, and they don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
So they don't want anything to...
As people may know, does not have an agent. He has a lawyer who is looking at his contract, and evidently, according to Mike Florio, this lawyer is not somebody who's done NFL contracts before.
Yeah, and it's his dad, though, too.
His
dad's a real estate professional, and he's been heavily involved in a lot of the advising of just trying to wanting to know if he can buy ownership and have ownership in the team.
That's where I was going with this, is that he's got the lawyer's not his dad. The lawyer looking over his contract is a regular lawyer, but apparently he's not really in tune with all the nuances of an NFL contract, so he's asking for things like, I don't want you to be able to franchise tag him.
Yeah.
And the Bears are like, get the hell out of here. Like, that's not a precedent that's going to get set by a team. That's a collectively bargained thing that teams do. So, I mean, the lawyer's just doing his job, but apparently that's been kind of gumming up the works. Is it, all right, this guy, it's not so seamless when you get a lawyer doing lawyer things.
There's a part of Caleb Williams that's rubbed me the wrong way a lot in that it's the guy that wants to reinvent the process before he's actually established himself as a player.
Correct. Yeah. Perfect.
In theory and on paper, some of the things that have been floated out there that he allegedly wanted ownership in the team and all of that, like, yes, they can make sense on paper. But in terms of being on a team sport and going in and just proving yourself first, a lot of that kind of rubs me the wrong way, man. Yeah, and this is just one more in that. It's not like it means that he's going to be a bad player or anything, but it's a fuchsia flag. It's not a red flag, but it's a fuchsia.
Are you excited for the home opener with Caleb Williams coming here? I'm very excited for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like DeMeco, if we were to ask DeMeco or Nick or anybody about it, they'd be like, well, we're focused on the Colts, and that's what they should say. Week one, the Colts. But we're allowed to do stuff like this. We're media guys. That Sunday night football game, especially if they both win in their week one, because the Bears play the Titans in week one. Very winnable game for them.
Yeah.
And if the Texans are coming off a big win against the Colts in Indianapolis, man, the atmosphere for that game with Caleb Williams coming to town, and then you unleash the hounds of Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and DeMeco Ryans on Caleb Williams.
It's got the potential to be a really high sack total game.
Yeah.
Because I think, look, he last year had to run around a lot behind an offensive line that wasn't as good as it had been. And he's got the athletic ability to do it, but he's also got the arm to try to make some pretty spectacular throws.
Yeah.
It really could be his welcome to the NFL moment.
That's what I'm hoping.
And that wouldn't mean that he's a bad quarterback or anything, but he might need to learn what he can and can't get away with in the NFL.
That's going to be fun.
So it might end up also being a good breakout Kamari Lassiter game.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Speaking of Georgia, Kamari Lassiter's alma mater, Nick Saban picked Georgia and Texas for the SEC title game. I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday. Those are the two teams that Nick Saban, who's now in the media, picked for the SEC title game. One of his former players at Alabama fired back at Nick Saban about this. Tyler Booker, who is a guard at former head. We got a couple cuts on this one here. Here's the first salvo fired by Tyler Booker at his former head coach Nick Saban.
Well, something that Coach Saban taught us whenever we speak to the media is to not concern ourselves with external factors. And he doesn't work in a facility anymore. He works in a stadium, so he's considered as an external factor. So I'm not really paying attention to him.
Okay. A little laughter at the end.
It does. It's a classic one that looks a lot worse on paper than you do when you hear it, but it is true. Like, he is following Saban's advice, ironically enough.
Yeah. You want one more from Tyler Booker?
It to me.
Here's one more.
There's I don't know if you guys at home can hear the leaf blower behind us. In a place that's bereft of leaves.
There's no leaves.
Yeah, there's nothing. The guy's doing his job.
Yeah.
They told him to go. They told him to go sweep the area.
I know. So, Talk me off the ledge. Here's Tyler Booker.
He would get mad at me if I felt the way about what he said, because he always used to say, "Don't let some guy that lives in the house, live in their mom's basement, determine how you feel." So I'm not gonna let a guy who played golf all day determine how I feel.
Okay, so this is where I was disappointed in Tyler Booker.
Yeah.
Is that he didn't stick with the living in your mom's basement thing.
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
He had Nick Saban on the first tee instead of in his mom's basement. Nick Saban's mom may not be with us anymore, but somebody's mom's
Saban's out playing on a public course somewhere because he was bad with his money.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
He's got to rent a golf
Hackers
cart.
course. Yeah.
I wonder if I think that Saban appreciates this. Appreciate this. It's kind of like in a movie when somebody kills his former protege because it's his duty. It's like, well, this is your duty. You have to do it. Go ahead and.
It's like every Star Wars movie.
Kill me with dignity.
That's it, man. That's it.
Is that every Star Wars?
It feels like it. Like the pupil kills the mentor kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. That happens a lot in there.
Who kills Darth Vader? Does Luke?
No, Darth Vader. No.
Chris is saying Luke.
The Emperor killed him because he shot him with lightning, didn't he? He fried him. I thought Luke. Am I right, Chris? Yeah. The Emperor fried Darth Vader with lightning, and then that was it for old Darthy. Became Anakin Skywalker again.
Does Darth didn't have the ability to shoot lightning, did he?
He didn't. No. The Emperor had that special. But hey, man, not everybody's created equal. You know?
Yeah.
God in that galaxy works in weird ways. Gave lightning to one of the most diabolical people of all time, Emperor Palpatine.
When did that happen? Like episode 17A?
Episode 6, Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
At the end of Return of the Jedi.
Headlines.
Yeah. WNBA media rights.
Sorry about any spoilers, everybody.
WNBA 1983.
Yeah.
WNBA media rights, $2.2 billion over 11 years. The ladies just quadrupled the revenue for media rights for their league.
$2.3 billion.
$2.2 billion over 11 years.
No, I thought it was 2.3.
2
about that.
I know. Sorry about that. But the Caitlin Clark effect, man, I think that's a big part of it.
Who's the biggest spender in that?
They didn't say. It's the same group of broadcast entities that are in on the NBA contract. Okay. So it's NBC, it's Amazon, and I'm missing one. ESPN, Disney.
Caitlin Clark has been a part of this. I think the battle of this Darth Vader versus Luke Skywalker, however you want to frame it. Right. That's good for business. That's good for business.
Evidently it is, man. Evidently it is. So good for the ladies. Now maybe they don't need second jobs in the off season. So good for them. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you live at Texans training camp.
You heard it here. Sean's telling the ladies to stay at home.
That's not
nice, Sean. Freaking nice.
I didn't say that.
It's 2024.
I said
all right?
the exact opposite. I said I hope you. I said
you
wish
said
them well.
The ladies won't be working. That's it, and that's the way it should be.
I said they're going to be working and making way more money at one job, so they'll have more free time for their families. How's that?
Rosie the Riveter
they can be
died
better
for
moms.
nothing.
They can be better moms.
Okay.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Top questions for Texans training camp. big questions. We're live at Texans training camp. We got the biggest questions that we're going to be seeking answers to over the next few weeks coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, if you're thinking about building your dream home, be sure it's your actual dream home. Don't
610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Get excited, people. Football season is here. Texans Training Camp. We are live, sitting on the 50-yard line out at the Methodist Training Center outside. Weather coming in, so we'll see what happens with outdoor practices today. But the Texans will be on a field practicing football today. And big questions, a lot of big questions. Cody Stutes, his Houston football website, houfootball.com. Cody does a nice job covering the team, sends out emails every day. He's going to have really good coverage on the team for sure. He's got a bunch of questions, 24 questions. You and I cherry-picked a few of these for our own usage.
Yeah, and I think some of them are the classic questions that we've been all asking, but then a couple of them are also ones that we've probably maybe under-discussed. So, I mean, the first one that's one of my biggest question marks that Cody lists. He's not breaking news with this or anything, but who's going to start at left guard, and how good will he be? Because, there's two parts to the Kenyon Green dynamic. One, it's that he's been injured all the time. He reinvented his body in the offseason. He's completely healthy as far as we know. But he also, when he did play, he was still very much. I think that his rookie year, he showed a lot of promise in moments. And in a couple of the games, like the Bears game, I thought he was actually pretty solid. But he was still a young player. So the challenge is twofold. All right, A, can he stay healthy? And B, what's he look like as a player? And he'll be competing with Patterson and Kendrick Green. Ladarius Henderson was released yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I saw that.
Last year's draft pick.
Yep, yeah, seventh-round pick out of Michigan.
So is Feldarius Payne.
I know, you okay? He may be back, practice squad or something.
He's had some injury issues, and he's very undersized. He's an intriguing prospect, so I don't know when they signed that defensive end Malik the other day. That probably squeezed him out.
Yeah, man, I know it's a seventh-round pick, Ladarius Henderson, so it's, he's not – he was a long shot to have any sort of NFL career or whatever. It is strange he gets released before training camp even starts. I can't remember a draft pick getting cut before there's even a practice.
Hey, Sean, welcome to Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
Well,
in a team that's got, they don't need to keep seventh-round picks around on his team.
He wants as much competition as possible.
Yeah.
I'll piggyback off the left guard question with defensive tackle, which is another one that Cody lists. I'm growing more and more bullish about the defensive tackle position in general because, A, you do have guys that are very good at defensive ends that rush well on the inside for passing situations, but they genuinely are loaded with dudes who are viable NFL players at defensive tackle. It's just a different situation than in previous years where you might just be hoping and praying that maybe Kurt Hinish works out. Now Kurt Hinish is one of 6 guys who are all viable players, and that if they get released will probably get picked up somewhere else.
Without a doubt.
And I think just through the competition and just that what they are as guys, they don't have to be blue chippers or anything like that. I feel better about that, so I'm way more intrigued by left guard. And then, again, Patterson and Juice Scruggs competing at center. How does that center position look?
So Kendrick Green was the left guard at the beginning of the season last year, and he got hurt in the Pittsburgh game, ironically, because that's who the Texans got him from.
Well, Pittsburgh was the first game he played in.
Was it? Okay. So he had not played left guard before that.
Yeah.
That kind of nullifies my question then. Because Kendrick Green did some decent things, I thought, at left guard, like during training camp when they got him in here.
They brought him in, and he hadn't. He was signed kind of as like that emergency signing.
Yeah.
He looked a lot better as a guard than I thought he would.
Yeah.
And because when he was a center in Pittsburgh, he was just awful his rookie year. They didn't even play him his second year. I'm sorry, you're right. He did start at Baltimore.
Okay.
I apologize, Sean. My blame. Pittsburgh was his last game.
It was his last game. That's what I was saying. He got hurt in the Pittsburgh game, and that was it for him. Was the version of Kendrick? This was going to be my question for you. Was the version of Kendrick Green that the Texans got last year in his brief stint as left guard? If that's what you get, is that good enough at left guard?
Not for my liking, but it was way better than I thought it would be, and it was his first time playing left guard.
Okay.
It's neither here nor there.
He got out on the field.
He got heavy usage in 3 of those first 4 games.
Yeah.
And so I'm intrigued by him because he really looked bad as a center in Pittsburgh. Didn't play at all his second year, not because of injury. They just didn't want him on the field. And then he went out and looked way better at left guard than he ever had at center. He's very, very athletic, but also very undersized. And that's where I was really skeptical of him at left guard for a guy that couldn't play center well. He's got tiny little arms. He's 6'3", maybe. I think he's 6'2", and yet he played adequately. So, yeah, there's potential there. Kenyon Green, ideally, is the guy you really wanted to work out for him and show all the reasons that he was a first-round pick.
No doubt, no doubt. Now, this next question, and we're cherry-picking a few of these from Cody Stutz. This was the one that caught your eye. Will Bobby Slowick be up for the challenge of this season?
Yeah.
We've not talked much about Bobby Slowick this offseason.
And I think this is the thing. Bobby Slowick did everything that you would have hoped a rookie offensive coordinator would do with a rookie quarterback after week one. Week one, he made the classic mistake that a lot of first-time coordinators do, is he wanted to use all his bells and whistles. Or just not all of them, but more than he should have. We saw it with Vrabel back here with his defense. These guys were swapping personnel and everything his first game out there. They want to try everything, and then they realize, oh, okay, wait, we gotta slow this down a little bit and do it bit by bit, brick by brick, some might say. Mm-hmm. And one thing people got frustrated with him was that he insisted on running the ball, even though the running game wasn't working. I don't have a single issue with that. That is why CJ was such a good deep ball thrower. It was CJ's natural ability coupled with the fact that they set up the play action really, really well. And you don't set up the play action without showing that you're committed to the run. You don't have to run the ball well, but you got to show that you're committed to the run. So this year, the key is, can Bobby Slowick actually put together a good rushing game? You remember he was the passing game coordinator in San Francisco. This, and I would expect that the focus in a lot of ways this offseason was on getting that run game right. In terms of him as an offensive mind and an ability to scheme, I don't have any issues or questions about it at all.
I don't either. Do you?
Really, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, it's okay.
Really, one of those biggest issues with the offense last year, and one of the mistakes they made early on, was them expecting Dameon Pierce to be the same guy that he was the year before.
Yeah, they stuck with that
scheme.
A little too long.
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember, I told you, I was the first that we'd heard that Devin Singletary would be the starting running back.
You were on it, man.
I'm patting myself on the back.
You were on it early.
Yeah.
You should. Man.
It was one of the smartest things said this century.
It was. You were on that. Do people, I think, outside looking in, I think, people looking at the Texans outside of here look at Bobby Slowick and say, okay, one of his biggest challenges is going to be trying to incorporate Stephon Diggs. They saw what happened with him in Buffalo when things shifted, and the shift came with a change at the offensive coordinator. Is that something that's being made too much of if people are worried about that? Are you concerned about that at all, that Bobby Slowick, I know it's C.J. Stroud delivering the football, but it's Bobby Slowick calling the plays.
What I'm optimistically thinking right now is that usually when wide receivers are upset with the targets, it's not just that they're upset that they're not getting the ball. It's that they're not getting the ball on a poorly run offense. So as long as the offense is humming along, I don't think Stephon Diggs is going to be one of these guys that after a victory says, we got to get this right. We got to get those are the guys the receiver that stands at his locker after you win by 21 points and says something like, this isn't going the right way. I think that if it becomes an issue, it's going to be because things aren't going according to plan, which happens with good teams.
Yes, that's right.
That's when the Chiefs last year, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
If the Chiefs in the regular season did not look like the Chiefs of the playoffs.
That's right.
So I think that I'm not worried about it, and I don't think the drop-off last year was based on Stephon Diggs, any kind of a sudden aging or anything like that. It was simply that you can point to it when they changed that offense and when they started using Stephon Diggs differently.
I love this question because it's just a very basic question, but I think there's a lot of nuance to it. What is a successful season for the Houston Texans?
Right, which is, okay, obviously. You got to win the Super Bowl. If you don't win the Super Bowl, it's a fail. All right, that's easy.
Okay,
But I think I probably feel the same way a lot of fans do, is that you've watched some really good Texans teams here through a couple. Just not get past the divisional round.
Right.
And if you think about just what Bill Belichick's philosophy is, or most of the other longtime veteran coaches in the league. It's all about getting to that Final Four.
Yeah.
Like, that's your standard. If you can be a team that's consistently getting to the conference finals, after that it takes a little bit of luck here and there.
It's a one-and-done tournament.
For Kansas City, it took it being really bad weather conditions and a sketchy field goal kicker for that game not to go into overtime in the conference championship game last year.
Yeah, yep.
So I think winning the divisional round is a step forward, and I won't feel like the team underperformed.
Okay,
I do feel like they have conference championship ability, and anything less than that, it'll be a letdown.
The ability to get to the AFC title game.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you
now,
on that.
other than that, listen, everybody, I'm still hardo, old school jerk. Like, nah.
Well,
unless they win the Super Bowl, it's a failure of a season, Sean.
Right. Like, anybody like that is not going to like my follow-up to what you just said, because I'm with you. To me, a successful season without from 30,000 feet, without knowing the details of it, if somebody just told me they get to the conference title game and they lose, I would say that's a successful season. If we dig a little deeper, is there any scenario where they get to the AFC title game and lose where we feel like it was an unsuccessful season? Because I feel like if they have this bang-up regular season, and let's say they get that number one seed in the AFC, that's a possibility, and they host the AFC title game. It's just fraught with mistakes. Happens. CJ turns the ball over a few times uncharacteristically. I think it's still a successful season based on where this franchise has been, based on where they are in the evolution of this core. You're like ahead of schedule right now, but that one will stick with us throughout the offseason if it were to happen that way.
If the Texans go all James Harden versus the Spurs.
Yeah.
If CJ Stroud's launching the ball into the sixth row or something.
Yeah.
Then that would feel like that would be a big disappointment.
I think we'd still be like, it was a successful season because, man, they're at least a year or two ahead of schedule to where this rebuild is. But, man, that's the only scenario I could see where getting to the AFC title game and losing, where it would sting for a few days, obviously, but where like a week later we feel like this wasn't a successful season.
Well, honestly, I've tried to be honest with myself. How would I be feeling about this team if they had lost to the Colts in the last game of the regular season? Would it be quite the same fervor and excitement, because then they would go on to have an emphatic win in the playoffs.
At home against Cleveland.
Yeah.
And a team that destroyed them a month before
when C.J. Stroud wasn't on the field.
That's right.
And everything feels a lot – it might have felt a lot different. Yeah, especially after – even though C.J. wasn't on the field, after getting destroyed in that Browns game.
Yeah.
And then if you lost to the Colts – I don't know if it would have been the same fervor necessarily.
It definitely wouldn't be.
Nationally, that's when people really started paying attention, because you have that Colts game, which was it was the Sunday night game. The whole nation was watching. It felt like a playoff game, and they open up the game with a touchdown on the first play of the game.
Yeah.
And CJ played really well in that game. Goes on. If they played in the divisional game the way they did versus the Ravens this year again, that would be a much bigger bummer.
Major disappointment.
We've kind of glossed over that Ravens game in a lot of ways for a couple reasons. One is that there were injuries affecting them. You know, the wide receiving core was just a mess.
Yep.
And then the offensive line situation. I think you excuse it a little bit because of that, but then you also look at all the additions they made in the offseason, and it helps you forget the Ravens game.
I'll just say this. Back to CJ and getting that playoff game and the buzz and all the shine that came from that playoff game. Without that playoff game, stuff like this is not a factoid here. Schefter tweeted this yesterday. C.J. Stroud became the 8th quarterback since 1950 to win a playoff game as a rookie. 5 of the previous 7 won a playoff game the next season. 2 of them went on to win a Super Bowl in year 2. That would be Ben Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson. And I think the thing that excites me about that is Ben Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson went on to win a Super Bowl the next year, and I think C.J. Stroud in year 2 is better than both those guys were in year 2. They had real strong defenses and running games.
Right, that's the key.
Yeah.
That's the key. I think the defense will be improved. They made a lot of improvement last year, but I think they'll be drastically improved this year. And, it really comes down to the running game. But having said that also, that's why C.J.'s performance his rookie year is a notch above where Russell Wilson and Roethlisberger were, simply because he did not have all that support of the rushing game. National media, I don't think, realized quite how dicey the offensive line situation was at times. And it's weird because in an offseason where you can't find anybody that has a negative opinion about C.J. Stroud, I actually feel like he's still been a little bit underrated because because they didn't live through. Nobody was paying attention to the Texans. They were seeing that C.J. Stroud was putting up impressive performances and everything, but they weren't really watching.
No, their games were all on with 9 other games at noon on Sunday.
Right. Yeah. So I think a lot of people don't really understand the challenges CJ had in the first half of the season.
Yeah, it's a good point. Will this be the most hyped a Texans team has ever been?
Okay, so immediately you think, well, what about 2012?
Yeah.
Because, man, they were the dark horse favorite in a lot of ways. They weren't favored to be a Super Bowl contender by Vegas odds, I don't think necessarily.
No. So you're saying coming off of the 2011 season,
yeah,
where
going into the
injured,
2012 season.
Going into 2012.
I think the biggest difference, and I believe Cody pointed this out in his article, is that there was still a lot of skepticism over Matt Schaub at that time.
Big time,
you know? And I think that right there is the huge difference. And then you and I were talking during the break, and you made a really good point, which is that I don't know if it was possible to have the same level of hype in 2012 over anything because social media was still relatively in its infancy.
Yeah.
And we just consumed sports a little bit differently, where now it feels like it's a constant part of your day. You're getting notifications, and you're watching highlights on your 4 in 2012.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would agree with Cody that this is the most hyped the Texans team
I think it is, too. I think the quarterback has a lot to do with it. Like you said, Stroud versus Schaub, that's really no contest in terms of the star appeal, the Q rating, whatever it is you want to call it. And then just the offseason. Think about the offseason, too, the Texans had, Seth. Like, coming in 2011 – coming into 2012, the Texans were starting to get to that phase where they couldn't pay guys anymore. Like Mario Williams walked that offseason and went to Buffalo. They had to cut Eric Winston that offseason to open up cap space just to extend Arian Foster going into 2012.
They extended Matt Schaub.
They extended Matt Schaub right at the beginning of the season. And so this is a Texans team that has been doing hypeable things, not just coming off of the season they had last year, that unexpected division championship. They've been the equivalent of the Kansas City Chiefs to the offseason. You know what I mean? Like, where they've been making all these big moves.
The one part, I guess, that would be a little bit different in terms of star power.
Mm-hmm.
I think that J.J. Watt had become like a kind of a phenomenon star-wise. Arian Foster was still very much just like people were fascinated by him around the league.
He was 2 years in.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then Andre Johnson was Andre Johnson. So I think maybe you had more total star power in terms of like a fervent excitement over certain players.
Yeah.
But quarterback trumps everything. Quarterback just trumps everything.
Yep.
I mean, there were I don't want to compare Kirk Cousins to Peyton Manning, but in 2012, people were still upset that you had a chance at Peyton Manning and didn't take it to stick with Matt Schaub versus, nobody's making that argument for C.J. Stroud versus any other veteran quarterback that was out there.
No, C.J. is, other than Pat Mahomes, because he wins Super Bowls on the regular, C.J. is probably the most valuable asset in the league when you take contract into consideration with it. C.J. Stroud's getting paid $9 million a year or whatever it is to do what he does.
Well, yeah, we talked about it yesterday. The reason Joe Mixon is on this team isn't because the Bengals all of a sudden thought that Joe Mixon was no good anymore. It's that they've got a quarterback that they've already paid.
Right.
And at that running back position especially, you got to be careful how much you're paying your guys, and they don't have as much room and flexibility to do it. The teams that are willing to pay money for running backs right now or trade for running backs tend to be teams that have a realistic shot at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're looking at it and saying, we'll spend this money because, the running back isn't as important as it used to be by a long shot, but it really can help. It can put you over the top.
Yeah.
And B, they've got a rookie quarterback contract. They don't have all that extra tens of millions of dollars soaking up space on the cap.
Yep, it'll happen someday, but this year is not that year for sure. I threw a couple more of these in here, top questions from Cody Stutz's email, houfootball.com. I thought this was an interesting one. I hadn't thought about this. Can they make it through training camp, the Texans? We remember how injured
COVID?
We remember how injury plagued they were in season last year, but if you recall, remember they were supposed to do joint practices with the Saints.
Yeah.
And the Texans canceled those because they were so banged up in training camp. And DeMeco Ryans conducts, relatively speaking, a physical training camp compared to other teams. And this is a longer training camp now because of the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, so I guess what you hope is that maybe
tweak the way you manage it a little bit.
Injuries are so flukish, but the Texans were the most injured team in the league last year in terms of numbers of games that starters missed or lost, which makes their performance last year that much more impressive.
I agree.
But you always it's always a guessing game. Did their physical style of practice and everything else yield that many injuries? I think that the Chiefs have a hard training camp. They go hard, and people would be surprised by that maybe because Andy Reid doesn't seem like an old school tough guy, but they have really tough training camps, and they've managed to do all right over these last few years. So I'm not overly concerned about it, but it is a question. When this is fresh, when all those injuries happened last year, you're going to be hyper attuned to it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even have put it in there. Not Cody.
Whatever.
No. I wouldn't have put it.
First you were taking on women, and now you're taking on Cody Stoops.
Let me finish my sentence.
I know. I will not stand for it, Sean.
I wouldn't have picked it as one of the top 6 or 7 questions of Cody's 24 if they didn't have this extra week of training camp with the Hall of Fame game.
I don't know what to think about training camp anymore because it's so easy compared to what it used to be.
Yeah.
And I mean that. I genuinely mean like it's easy in terms of just how rarely they practice in full pads and everything. They don't have 2-a-days.
Yeah.
It's way easier than just about every high school football player who's listening right now.
Yeah.
And especially, too, because guys are already in shape. That's the one part that makes it easier, really, is like high school, you show up and most of the kids have been playing video games.
Yeah.
And all
you guys
of a
have been over in the weight room.
Yeah. Well, the good programs, I know they've been doing other stuff.
Yeah.
But, I don't. It's not grueling. I think, if anything, just the tedium and the boredom of it is probably the grueling part of it, but I can't blame training camp for it anymore.
Yeah. The last one that I liked from Cody here that I picked off the pile here, will Danielle Hunter replicate his success that he had in Minnesota?
It's
16.5 sacks last year.
It's interesting because he's going from a team that blitzed the most in the league last year to a team that, as long as DeMeco is the coach, will never blitz all that much. Yeah. The Texans were either the 3rd or 4th fewest blitzing team last year, lowest blitzing team last year. And what it does is it turns it into, in Minnesota, Danielle Hunter had a lot of opportunities where the blitz got him a one-on-one opportunity. Theoretically, he'll get double-teamed more often this year, but instead of a blitz, if you're not a team that blitzes a lot, you've got to be a team that has really good defensive line play. And because you've got multiple threats on the defensive line, you get those one-on-one opportunities. Danielle Hunter playing a team that has a weak right tackle, they're going to slide that protection down to Will Anderson, and Danielle Hunter will get his opportunities. So I would say realistically, the sack production might not be the same, but that doesn't mean he's being less effective.
Yeah,
I think there might be more times where he's soaking up double teams.
It's a little similar to the receiver thing. Like, I think Nico Collins could have a better season than he had last year.
Yeah,
and he goes for 1,100 yards, not 1,300 yards like he did last year.
Right, because there's other opportunities and targets.
He's got more good players on the team, man. It's a good problem to have. Jordan Love, quarterback in Green Bay. This is a contract to watch here, especially for Texan fans, because it's a quarterback that David Mulugheta provides agent services for. He did an appearance of some sort yesterday, and I guess the media there was told that don't ask any questions about his contract.
Yeah.
And if you do, we're shutting down this media session.
Yeah.
Are you skeptical that was the case, that they told them to do that? Did you see this video that we're about to play the audio?
I read the article. I haven't heard the audio.
Okay, here's the audio. So Jordan Love gets asked a question, just a regular football question. So you're going to hear the answer to that. And then one of the media members decides to go ahead and poke the bear and ask a contract question. Here's what it sounded like.
Yeah, it was awesome. I think back, my hometown, Derek Carr and David Carr both had a camp that I went to as a kid. So that was something that, impacted me at a young age. And those two guys that I looked up to and were from my hometown. And I think it was awesome. So that's something I definitely look forward to being able to do now that I'm in the same position.
touching with you before the start of camp. Do you wish to say anything?
Sorry. Nope. All right. News to come. Sorry. That's it. All right.
So there's a lot of chuckling and laughing going on, but there was a guy who looked like he was with
one of the media staff.
Yeah, it looked like whatever. I forget who the sponsor was of this event he was at, but that guy, the guy who stepped in, nope, had on a shirt from that company. And was stepping in with a very serious look on his face. Jordan Love was kind of chuckling about it.
Yeah.
But this person stepped in and kind of like shut things down.
That's if the team were to do this, I would think it was the weakest thing ever, because it wasn't Jordan Love that was shutting it down. If that guy's got to settle the hell down. I'm guessing that was somebody that wanted to be sure that all the athletes that were there at the event had a good time and everything were treated right and everything, and doesn't necessarily understand the way it actually works with these things.
Yeah.
That Jordan Love is a big boy. He can handle it.
Right.
Like he can deflect a question and give a no comment.
Yeah.
It was that's just overly aggressive by whoever that never mind.
Diva marketing guy.
Yeah, and then it makes the athlete look bad. You have these situations sometimes. I can remember as a player where sometimes somebody's watching out for you, but they're so aggressive in doing it that you're worried that it makes you look like the jerk.
Yeah.
You know, it looks like you sent your goons after them.
Yes.
I feel like that's where Jordan. I feel like Jordan Love might feel like, okay, all right, man. Like I could have handled that. I'm an adult.
Right.
I get stuff like this.
Yeah.
You know the other person too? Aaron Rodgers. I was thinking about this the other day. When he just casually at that golf tournament says that, I miss Davante Adams. I look forward to playing with him again. Like, this is where it's so weird with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, whether there is or is not trade discussion going on with Davante Adams, it now, like, Aaron can say whatever he wants about whichever topic or whatever. Like, no big deal. But now you're throwing that onto Davante Adams. You're messing with, now Davante Adams has to answer questions about this or
and
that.
And he's been. His agent has had to pour water on all this stuff.
Not to mention, it's like then all of a sudden, you know, you wonder if his team starts wondering if Davante is actually doing that. Like, it throws the whole – it's like making a joke with some guys. If I were sitting with you and Amy and I just made some joke about you cheating on Amy or something.
Right.
We're like, even though there's no way in hell you are or anything – that's messing with her. Like, you know, if we don't have the right relationship, like why would I?
Why bring it up?
Why would I interject that into your? Into that potential?
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, now I'm messing with Sean for no good reason.
Yeah,
because I just said something weird in a interview at a golf tournament.
Yeah, and I think
these golf tournaments, this is why golf is tearing
golf
apart
tournaments
America.
And athlete podcasts.
Yes,
that's where these guys feel they're most comfortable.
Can I blame the Saudis for all this?
Sure, why not? I don't know if they're behind this tournament, but yeah, why not? But. The other guy I think about with that Aaron Rodgers thing is Garrett Wilson, you know, who's the number one wideout in New York, and now you got Aaron Rodgers who built chemistry with the guys that are in that building, and he's sitting there making comments about Davante Adams coming in.
I wonder. That part of it, I would say. Like, I would just say, well, look at the Texans. You know, they seem to be all happy with just having as many as possible. If I'm Garrett Wilson, realistically, I would just be thinking, yes, please just give me something. Like, let me experience the real NFL.
Yeah.
Can I just? This is what it's like when you're on a bad team in your rookie year.
Yeah.
You just, which I didn't know. I was on a really good team my rookie year. But I always felt bad in those first couple expansion years where some of the rookies. And then in 2005, when we went 2-14, my position coach, my defensive line coach, was actually his first year in the NFL. He'd been a college coach forever. I just kind of would tell him sometimes, like, "Hey, man, it's not always like this. It's actually sometimes it's crazy awesome. All right, the stands are packed, the people are loving you and everything. It's not always quite like this because it doesn't really feel like the NFL when you're on that really bad team and you've never tasted it before.
That's the funny thing to me about draft weekend is when guys get drafted to bad teams.
Yeah.
And they're like, man, they're just happy to be in the NFL. I'm like, this will change in a few months.
CJ the first couple of weeks last year.
The
first couple home games, you know, he's coming from Ohio State where it's psychotic fervor at every home game.
Yeah.
To like, what is this? What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, nobody here. That'll be the interesting thing about week 2, man, with the Bears, that Sunday night football game. It's a lot of confidence the league is showing in that Cleveland Browns playoff game last year. You know, the league likes to make sure those primetime games look good on television. Get in your seats early, people.
I've been thinking about this. I think over the course of the Astros run, it's become it's an early you're arriving.
For the Astros and the Texans, or just everybody?
It's for the Astros.
Okay,
for the Astros, but those are largely a lot of the same fans. The same people. So I think we've always been a team that's a late arriving sports team. Maybe the Astros, just by way of being so good for a damn near decade, have kind of changed some of the habits.
Culturally changed
when
things
you have when you have a good team to watch.
You have a good team. Yeah. Bad team, go tailgate. This is going to be a good team, though, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we just heard from Jordan Love. The contract drama situations that are getting handled right now around the league. Brandon Ayuk wants a trade. Tua is a melting, blubbering mess right now over his contract.
He's very stressed about it all.
Very stressed. Those are my two.
He played for Nick Saban, and somehow he's allowing this to stress.
Those are my two favorite Schadenfreude contract situations right now. I think the Ayuk situation, super hyper drama, and because he demanded a trade this week, and then just watching Tua handle this thing.
Michael Silver said that there's a team out there that would be willing to trade for Davante Adams, which feels like I could say that without a source. Excuse me. Brandon Ayuk.
The one I saw yesterday was people floating Ayuk going to the Raiders and Davante Adams going to the 49ers.
Yeah, Silver kind of framed it almost in a way that, I think that's what he might have been suggesting, but without, actually saying that. But, and I almost actually thought, gosh, I wonder if maybe it could be the Texans.
You want to hear something funny about that? There are odds out on where Brandon Ayuk could end up if he gets traded from the 49ers. The favorite is the Steelers, which he himself has said. The Commanders are fourth on the list. The interesting things about this, the two teams at number 2 and 3 on here are both in this division.
Yeah.
Jacksonville and Indianapolis. The Texans are dead last.
Right, which it should be. I mean, I was joking.
Yeah.
I mean, I did have a thought initially.
Yeah.
I was like, this crazy SOB might actually try to do this.
4 wide. Ayuk, Diggs, Nico, and Tank Dell.
Or, okay, how about this, though? This might actually make sense. Is the Texans have a boatload of cap future – well, not a boatload like they once had, but they've got cap space.
Think about $19 million in cap space, yeah.
Ayuk knows this offense like the back of his hand, the terminology and everything else like that. Stephon, all the 49ers are hoping to do is get one more year out of Brandon Ayuk, but without all the unrest and everything. How about just the Stephon Diggs for Brandon Ayuk trade? And the Texans extend Brandon Ayuk.
Ooh. Boy,
Who says no?
Who
says no?
The Texans, I think.
Why?
The Texans.
Why do you not want them to win?
I'm going to
all
tell
I
you.
want is for this team to win a Super Bowl. And you're sitting here
I'm going to tell you why. Seth's scaring me. He's picking up a chair. When you're a wrestling fan, you see somebody grab a chair, right, Aaron? You react a certain way. I'm like, Seth's going to hit me with this thing.
I sprained my wrist with this relatively lightweight plastic chair.
Seth's going to hit me with a chair. I'm going to answer your question why. Because they extended Nico, and I think they really want to see a healthy Tank Dell this year and make him a big part of this future as well.
I wish you wanted the Texans to win. Does Sean want it bad enough? Does Sean want it bad enough? Nope. I'm just going to stick with what we got. It is Stephon Diggs. But, yeah, anyway, 75-1. If you're up for Seth's plan and you think there's a snowball's chance in hell it could happen, you get 75-1 on Brandon Ayuk being a Houston Texan. So I think and I know people are saying, you can compare Ayuk to Stephon Diggs, whatever. It's the prospect of Brandon Ayuk having a mysterious injury or something because he's because he's unhappy.
Yeah.
That's where it would get really interesting.
Yeah.
So if you think, that's nonsense for this, that, or the other, you heard it here first. The only man in Houston that actually wants the Texans to win.
What? See, listen, media, it's all of you. Seth's the only one that wants it. Which one would scare you more as a Texan fan if Brandon Ayuk went to Jacksonville or Brandon Ayuk went to Indianapolis? Because those are number 2 and 3 on this odds board.
Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I like Shane Steichen as a play caller. I hate him as a person.
Yeah.
I despise him.
You don't like him at all?
I hate him. He's a ugly Nick Foles.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's tough to look
Nick
at.
Foles.
He's uglier than me, frozen on the stream.
Yeah, no, but I do. In all honesty, I think he's really good at what he does. I think he got the absolute best out of Gardner Minshew, and it kind of flew under the radar all season long. They got the AFC South treatment, and I think that with Anthony Richardson, especially if Anthony Richardson stays healthy, that's a headache right there.
Dude. Quarterback on a rookie contract, unlike the Jags, but if you dig into the Trevor Lawrence extension, they still got a lot of flexibility built. They could do a deal like that if they wanted to. Man, Brandon Ayuk in the division.
Joe Flacco.
I don't need that.
Now, if Richardson gets hurt, Joe Flacco is the backup.
Yeah.
And as of what we've seen of Joe Flacco as of late wasn't the best version of Joe Flacco.
No, the Texans turned him back into a pumpkin.
Turned him into old Joe Flacco. Not even old Joe Flacco, like the worst version
Conventional
of old
Joe Flacco.
Because they duped him twice on those picks. They duped him. Like they disguised their coverages and they gave him exactly what he was hoping to see and then pulled the rug out from underneath him.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday, day one of Texans training camp. Very, very excited to see the Texans get out here and do their thing, man. Folks are starting to walk in here. Players are going to start to get out here very, very soon. We've got you covered all day long. We pass the baton to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer from 8 to 10 a.m. We're doing that over the next couple of weeks. And then 10 a.m. In the Loop will be out here. They're getting players when they come off the field. It's going to be great. Keep it tuned here all day long on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of the Texans, we love triplets in the NFL. Quarterback, running back, pass catcher. I think the CBS Sports...
Texans used to have twin receivers. They don't anymore. They cut one of the Yankees.
The Yankee twins, or however you pronounce it, yesterday.
The one that's not here anymore, I call him a Yankee. He's dead to me.
That's right.
But the other Yankee twin's still here.
We love him, yeah. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver. I think where the Texans are at those three areas as 2 years ago, great illustration of the rebuilding of this team. We'll talk about that as we take you to the top of the hour coming up next.
You know, I want the best for you guys, unlike some people. But
Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I guess Andre Johnson got to look at his Hall of Fame jacket yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he wants to put that thing on so bad, dude.
Yep. They just
is the rule you're not allowed to put it on at all? It's got to stay.
Probably, yeah. That's when you're going to put it on for the first time.
First time,
just like that other rule that everybody follows about before you get married. Then you're
can't see your bride or whatever.
Oh, I'm talking about the relations part.
Oh, that part. Oh, okay.
You're not supposed to do that with your future spouse until you get married.
Right,
so nobody does it.
No.
So likewise,
that's right.
I'm sure that Andre never put that
same
jersey
exact
on because
thing.
the rules of society prevent it. Yes.
Same exact thing. Yes, can't have relations with his gold jacket. That was cool. That was cool to see. So Andre Jackson, Texans, of course, will be in the Hall of Fame game 2 weeks from today. So we got first practice today, and we got the first preseason game coming up 2 weeks from today. So
yes.
this is going to be fun. CBSSports.com ranked their triplets in the NFL: the quarterback, running back, and then whoever the top pass catcher is, tight end or wide receiver. Like obviously in Kansas City, it'd be Travis Kelce. Most teams, including the Texans, it would be a wide receiver. They have Stroud, Mixon, and Nico as their representatives in this exercise here, Seth. I think you could swap Nico for Stephon Diggs, and it probably doesn't really change the ranking. I think Tank Dell's going to have a huge season, but for this exercise, it's Nico or Diggs that you would put in there. They put Nico Collins in there. Eighth they are right now, the Texans. They're in the upper quartile of triplets. In the NFL,
I'm offended. I'm Sean. They're in the bottom eighth of the top quartile. That's not good enough.
Bottom quartile of the upper quartile.
Yeah. I do not accept this.
Mixon is the one that's kind of being treated as a drain on their ranking.
This is where, for some reason I thought the Falcons were ranked above the Texans, and I was actually irate about that, but they're actually 14th.
Okay.
Mixon is the one that I guess. Mixon doesn't strike me as a huge chip on the shoulder guy.
I kind of want him to be, though, because there's a lot of material out there for him this year if he is a chip on the shoulder guy.
If he is a chip on the shoulder, there's no shortage of things for him to look at or for people to funnel to him.
Right.
But even then, not a lot of it is as mean-spirited or anything necessarily. Nobody's calling him a bum. David Older.
Yeah.
Remember he did that interview and he was basically painted an image of him and Bill O'Brien proving all the haters wrong.
I remember. It was a long-form article.
Yeah. It was a big one. Guy tried hard to sell us on David Johnson.
Yeah, but in writing, it looked like some tough talk. But then you hear David Johnson speak, and he's so soft-spoken, and this isn't meant as an insult or anything. It's just how he talks. He does not have the demeanor of a chip on the shoulder guy.
You got to have a scowl on your face.
Absolutely, you
like
do.
Brandon Cooks.
Yes,
he's got that permanent chip on his face look.
Chip on his face.
Just has a permanent scowl on his face.
Yeah, man, dude, you want a measurement for?
He's misusing his favorite Bible verses. I'm like, that was my favorite part of it.
You need to go back and check that.
Way
Brandon.
to bring glory to God. Yeah.
The Texans were 30th in this exercise last year with C.J. Stroud, Dameon Pierce, and Nico Collins. So a year ago, their top-tier guys at each of those positions were thought to be 30. And he had no body of work on C.J. yet. He was just a rookie.
The ironic thing is that last year, Dameon Pierce would have been in that trio,
and he was,
right?
Yeah,
and
Stroud, Pierce, and Nico.
And he would have been the one lifting up the other two.
Correct.
So that's where
the flip now.
Yeah, and I mean that remains one of the biggest questions about. I won't even say training camp because you can't tell too much about running backs in training camp. But the early part of the season is Dameon Pierce your backup running back, and B, does it look like he feels comfortable and natural in this offense? And it's as simple as that. He talked with you and Clint last year after the game down about how hard it was because it's such a different style of rushing offense than he's ever played in before. And that does happen. I mean, it is different. When you're running outside zone, there's a lot of decisions that have to be made very quickly with a shifting picture that doesn't happen if you're used to just, hey, I'm running through the A gap, I'm running through the B gap, whatever it might be. And it takes some guys a while to figure that out. I have zero doubt in my mind that Dameon Pierce has worked his butt off at it, but you just don't know until he gets out there. Some guys, there are guys who are really good running backs in one system, but then it's just not the right fit in another system. We just don't know what the situation is with Dameon yet.
So for Dameon, at what point do we get a good feel for how the offseason has how he's handled the offseason? Is it today? Is it in pads? Or is it in the first preseason game?
Honestly, that's a really good question, Sean. And I think what I'm going to be watching for with Dameon is on a lot of these runs, is he just sticking one foot in the ground and then getting upfield? Yeah. Because remember the old Gary Kubiak days, it's one cut and go.
Yeah, he was
pitter-patter and thinking about it. It's the decisiveness. So, we can tell that in camp, whether he's just gotten more decisive and whether he's really grasped the whole one cut and go dynamic. And then beyond that, though, you got to do it in actual games and everything. But that is one thing to watch for today.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that for sure. All right, so we're winding down. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, they're getting ready to set up here and get their thoughts on Texans training camp. Players are going to start coming out here pretty soon. Hopefully the weather holds off and we get out. Outdoor temperatures are beautiful here today, so keep it tuned here all day long.
Yeah, we had gotten a notification there were 30 seconds left, but there's actually 5 minutes left, I think.
No. So we're getting out of 55.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're getting out.
We are?
Yep. We're getting out of 55.
Well, where's Vandermeer?
We're
going to commercial.
We're going to commercial.
Okay.
Seth.
All right.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I'm on it.
Training camp sucks already.
Okay. No.
They're doomed.
Seth,
Texans are doomed. You don't want them to win. I'm screwing
I want them to win. No, I want them to win.
John Harris, you should have heard him and how little he wants the Texans to win. Oh no, we gotta go. We gotta
get out of here.
We gotta go. No, we gotta go.
No, we gotta go.
Goodbye, everybody.
All right, we're out of here. Texans Training Camp Live is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Have a great day, everybody.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's our feel right here, Seth, at the figurative halfway point on the Astros?
You've got to feel great about the last month. They dug themselves out of being 7-19 earlier in the season to where they are right now, one game back with the Mariners. Feel good about all of that. I think feel good about the bats in general. I'm nervous as hell about Blanco. He is just careening towards pitching way more pitches than he's ever pitched. They just flat out have to get starting pitching help.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. That's why I had to force Sean off the air to tell you.
For the 2024 season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
About to get away for the Houston Texans here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Gorgeous day, and it's gorgeous because training camp is here. So some of you are not experiencing gorgeous weather right now. More storms moving in. Depending on where you are, north and west, Johnny. We looked
north
at the
and west, yeah.
radar,
Yep.
yeah, and they're not here yet. They might be. Man, it's funny because I went to two different sites to see how these storms were going to affect what we're doing here today, right at Energy Park.
Yep.
And it was contradictory. AccuWeather
Yes.
had one thing,
Yes.
the Weather Channel map had another. This is a radar map. How could they be different? But they are. But we'll just hope for the best here. They will practice in some way, shape, or form, whether it's out here or in the bubble. They assume it's out here. They still have the cameras out here, but I know they probably have some stationary stuff in the bubble. Who knows? But we are here for Texans training camp. It's finally here. The season is about to get underway, and the way I like to look at it, the season begins today. This is it. Everything they do, you're on the on-ramp to the 2024 campaign, and there is fever pitch excitement in Houston and beyond for the NFL season, and of course for these Houston Texans who are, dare I say it, Johnny, true or false, the Texans are loaded. This team is loaded. I can't remember a team this loaded since going into the 2012 season. I thought 2013 was actually going to be pretty good. It turned out to be a disaster, which shows you everything you need to know about the NFL, and those two seasons right there. But this team is stacked with a lot of talent, maybe more than we've ever seen, but that doesn't really matter. Great players heading into this season, and they're going to work hard to get off to a great start and beyond.
Well, I know that DeMeco wasn't here in 2013. He had already gone off to Philadelphia by 2013.
By
correct?
2012, actually,
2012,
yeah.
right. So he wasn't here in 2013, but that is a great lesson for this team. All of the Pro Bowlers that were on that team, you think about 2013, you got Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame, J.J. Watts, in prime J.J. Wattness.
Arian,
Owen. You've got Arian, Owen, Jonathan Joseph, Kareem Jackson. They're all right in their prime, and they won 2 games.
Yeah.
And
crazy.
It was a crazy season. Adding DeAndre Hopkins as a rookie, I mean,
caught a game winner in week 2,
right?
Your second win.
That's a great lesson for this team, that you can be stacked, you can be loaded, you can the faces and names you can all recognize, and you can go out there and win 2 games. That's the way this league humbles teams, and that to me in 2013 was a humbling moment. And you think about how the universe changes because of that particular season. And were there games that they could have? Yeah, there were so many games. I mean, the Sunday night game against the Colts, Case is on fire. They've got and then of course at halftime we all know what happens to Coach Kubiak and everything.
They played
that goes
some
sideways.
close games. Good lesson.
So many close games.
What they do last year? Played a lot of close games, and they won them.
Yep.
They won the majority of the close games, and games that could have gone either way. We know this, but they had the fortitude to do it. They had what it took, and what it does take, in my opinion, is a lot of things. But obviously, being good, being cumbersome, but also the work you do in the offseason and the togetherness you build as a team. So there's the physical stuff and there's the psychological stuff. And I really think that this culture, the physical and the psychological, it is full. I mean, your cup overfloweth with beautiful culture here with DeMeco Ryans leading the way. So you got to love what you're seeing here in the offseason, and now it's time to put the thing on the field and see how it looks.
Absolutely. And once you take the and I didn't mean to take everybody down that path of 2013 or really starting off that way, but it's just you have to – there's been so much positive talk about this team, and everybody's really, really excited. And I feel like we've – Sean and I talked about this on Tuesday when I was in with him in the morning. Talked about how I went back and I watched that game against the Buccaneers, and one of the things that stood out to me was the difference in the crowd that day versus the crowd against the Browns. The crowd against the Browns – now, the fans that were there in the Buccaneers game made it loud. Yeah. Made it loud. But now there were more fans making it even louder for the Browns game.
Playoff game.
And it was just fans buying back in because of all that had happened. It was a fun team to be around. It was a fun team to watch. So 2024 comes in. And I just got asked this morning. I was doing an interview down in Florida, and they said, well, okay, now you have expectations. And I said, yeah, expectations is a pretty tough opponent on your schedule. So how do you handle it? What do you do with it? And I remember having that conversation with Chris Peterson at Boise State. I asked him that same thing. He said, that's a good way of putting it, John. Expectations on your schedule of what you can do might be more difficult to handle than even some of the teams. As well, they should. But we knew the expectations were going to be high. So they built a team that could withstand those. Danielle Hunter comes in. Azeez Al-Shire comes in. DeMeco Autry comes in. Stephon Diggs comes in. Joe Mixon comes in. Dalton Schultz resigns. They built a team that should be able to withstand the high expectations. And that, I think, is probably that was probably the biggest chore. That's behind us now. Now it's a matter of gelling, coming together early, get the calloused part of your body going because once you put the pads on, then be ready for preseason games to kick off, and then obviously kicking off week 1 at the Indianapolis Colts and being at your prime ready to go in week 1. And a team that's got veterans now, a number of veterans, and guys that have been through the fire with like these second and third year guys. It's an interesting and I think a pretty cool mix of players and leaders and veterans, young guys, a couple of rookies that could end up making a big impact on this team. So this is it. Offseason's over. All that talk about the offseason's done. Now it's a matter of what will you do? And this is the first team to all be in camp, and it's the one team that everybody has wanted to have their eyes on throughout the NFL. How's that going to look? Man, the Houston Texans are really exciting. You know it. You and I go throughout, travel. I go to Vegas. I'm in Vegas at dinner, and I'm with my wife, and bartender comes over, and I've got my Texans polo on, and he wants to talk about the Texans. He's from L.A., lives in Las Vegas. He wants to talk about the Texans. I'm like, there you go. It would have, okay, Texans, cool, whatever. Now it's like, oh, man, how's it going to look? Diggs coming, like, he knew, he could tell he knew ball. And so he wanted to talk about that, and my wife is just rolling her eyes at me.
It's a layering process, isn't it, as you built this team throughout the offseason. Remember day one of free agency, the legal tampering period and the freak out and all of that?
We didn't get a running, we're going to die.
But you're going to have it here, too, because you're going to have some practices where the defense is ahead or some practices where the offense is ahead and guys are going to make plays. This is iron sharpens iron, because – I remember in OTA's minicamp when Stingley picked off a pass intended for Diggs.
Yeah.
And great for Stingley. Wait a minute. Is there something? No, it's just they're competing against each other.
Exactly
you want Stingley to make plays, especially this time of year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against his own team.
Absolutely.
Now, eventually you want the offense to be so good that nobody can touch it. But let's start there because we talk about the environment, the coaching staff, the attitude, the culture, everything. But the quarterback. You want to talk about expectations. Is he used to expectations? Yes, he's absolutely used to expectations in his career. He's also used to being the underdog, too. You talked about that elite camp that he was in, that Gerard Johnson coached, and he was able to rise up because he was sort of a walk-on to that camp and became the MVP of that camp, and just situations like that. But before this, most importantly, Ohio State, everything he did there. Now come here. Have the rookie season, a record-setting rookie season for C.J. Stroud. And he's been hearing it. You want to talk about us here all offseason long. Oh, you guys are going to be great. You guys are going to be great. You guys are going to be great. How's he going to deal with that, Johnny, as he takes the field here? I have a feeling, and I don't think I'm alone in this, he's got the right kind of mentality to deal with this. He's been in similar situations. This is the highest level now. It's another level for him. But he can handle it. He handled it great as a rookie, and now he's got to handle the expectations that he is the hunted. He's the guy everybody wants to take down. Yeah, he's super well liked around the league, but he's still the guy everybody wants to take down. And he and his pass catchers, offensive line, everybody involved in the attack, they're going to have to deal with it.
Absolutely, but when he goes to a fight, and I think about Mike Tyson a lot of times, when Tyson was his greatest, he had Kevin Rooney as his trainer. He had a great team around him. So when Tyson went into a fight, yeah, it was Tyson. But that crew around him, I think, gave Tyson even more confidence that he can go out and just knock out anybody he was going to fight. He had that team around him that was going to be able to help him. Yes, Tyson was the guy, and he was powerful and everything that a fighter and a heavyweight you wanted to see. I kind of look at CJ the same way. He's that heavyweight quarterback that when he goes into a fight, he's bringing his crew with him. He's bringing Bobby. He's bringing Gerard. He's now got Stephon Diggs in the mix with Nico and Tank, along with an offensive line. Hopefully that's going to be even better. So he's not going in alone. He's not fighting this fight one hand tied behind his back. Right. And we've seen that with a quarterback here at times. It felt like he had one hand tied. That I don't think is the case with CJ. But also, what I love about a quarterback, especially our guy, is CJ was not in high school. He was not blown up to be this 5-star guy. He was not put on magazine covers when he was in high school. He had to grind for everything. He got the last invite to Elite 11. He was the 4th quarterback of 4 quarterbacks on his Elite 11 7-on-7 team. And what did he do? He worked to get that Elite 11 invitation. He worked from the 4th quarterback to become the MVP of the camp. Mm-hmm. He gets an offer to Ohio State late. Nobody even really knows who he is. He gets to Ohio State. Now he's sitting behind Justin Fields for a year. He wins the job, but he wins the job at a time when Quinn Ewers comes, and he's this hot shot 5-star from South Lake Carroll. He beats him out. He works through that 2021 season, and now he's starting to kind of build a reputation, but it's like he didn't beat Michigan, so he can't do this, he can't do that. Now he's stuck behind Bryce Young when everybody perceives it. Even in our own town, people in the draft are like, no. We want Bryce. We screwed this up. We want Bryce. And we're going to be stuck with CJ. That dude has dealt with adversity and has gotten through it. And I don't want to say he got to the other side because my hope is, and this is what my belief is, he will never feel like he's gotten to the other side. Yeah. That he is still in it. Well, that he's still proving to everybody that I should have been a number 1 pick. I am that guy. I can be the number 5. I can be a top 5 quarterback, and eventually I'm going to be that number 1 quarterback. And even if he gets to that level, do it again. And what does Tom Brady always say? And Tom Brady is kind of your favorite ring, the next one. I think that's the way CJ thinks too. So have gone through all that adversity to step into a situation in which, in all honesty, there were no expectations last year. There were no expectations. It was just, hey, he's a rookie. Just, whatever happens.
There was hope.
There was hope. But there weren't expectations. Now there's hope and expectations. And because of that, all right, everybody's going to be dialed into what he's doing every single day. But, again, when he goes into that fight, he's not going alone. And I think that's one of the biggest things, and that's one of the things that I think he realizes. This is not all on my shoulders. I got a lot of guys behind me that I trust and I love and that are going to go out there and make plays for me. And I just got to let them. And if I lead them, they're going to take me and us to a different level.
There better not be a Buster Douglas in this Mike Tyson analogy you just made.
No,
because
I hope not.
My mind went there. Well, I don't want Buster Douglas on the schedule.
To that point, let's go all the way with the Tyson thing. Why did Tyson lose to Buster Douglas?
Wait, was Gus gone by then?
His whole team was gone.
Oh.
Tyson was trying to do it with one of his buddies and just didn't take it seriously.
And I'm binging the Rocky movies with my kid right now. I know how important it is to have good people in your corner.
That's right.
And that's what Stroud has here.
That's what Tyson lost.
All right, you hit on a lot of stuff there.
I did.
Because, all right, so last year, I want to be clear on this. I had expectations. I had hope and expectations. My expectations were that he would perform at a certain level. And by certain level, I mean somewhere way below where he eventually performed because he blew that up. He went through that ceiling real quick. It wasn't a ceiling. It was just a level that I had that I wanted to smash through that.
Well, that was a low level,
quickly.
right?
I mean, it wasn't that low. It was, I expect him to be, way better rookie than Mac Jones and Davis Mills, which is something that you can, if you have a good team, you can work with that.
Right.
You can win games.
Absolutely.
If you have a good team. Mac Jones went to the playoffs his rookie year, right? If you have got a good team, good defense, you can win games at that level. Well, he went obviously way beyond that, so that was super cool. And now, look, you're going to face this schedule. You've got so much in front of you, but I'm sure Coach is saying to them, and they met at 7:30 this morning as a team before they come out here to the Houston Methodist Training Center practice field, and I'm sure he said something, at least maybe yesterday or today, about this is just about the next practice. Just keep focusing on that.
That's exactly right.
There's nothing you can do about the Colts right now other than have a good practice today. That's it. And,
that's it.
You know, it's an important life lesson as well. We talk about one game at a time in sports, and it's such a cliche. Cliches are there for a reason very often. You know, sometimes football, you feel like you died and went to Hallmark. There are so many expressions, so many cliches. Yeah. But
wait, time out. Hold on. You what? You died and went to Hallmark?
You died and went to Hallmark.
Did my wife write that one?
No, that's actually 12-step jargon right there for you.
Okay, I hadn't heard that one.
Some people listening are saying, yep, I've heard that one before.
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, because sometimes you're bombarded with expressions and cliches, but they're there for a reason, and they're helpful, right? One game at a time is super helpful. You know, I tell my 11-year-old, I'm coaching his focus on the next thing.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing more important than what's right there in front of you, because you can't beat the Colts today.
Right.
But you can have a great practice today, and that's going to help you beat the Colts. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly right. Be where your feet are.
We're going to have Nick Caserio on. He's going to speak to the media at about 8:30. We're going to have that for you live. We're going to carry that on this temperature-wise, too, by the way. But it's a super cool environment with the lights on, the scoreboard lit up. The fence is totally, I think there's some gaps. I don't know. I think they got everything repaired from any kind of damage they suffered in the hurricane aftermath. Yeah, there might be some things over there, but they'll straighten it out. The stands are all here for the first. There's so much energy here.
It's going to be incredible.
But there's a lot of energy anyway. I mean, come on. It's the 2024 football season. We're all jacked up. And the 23rd training camp in team history. By the way, Johnny and I are on the 610 stream on YouTube. So if you want to check us out on YouTube, often better heard and not seen very often, as I like to say, but it's okay. And we'll have all of this stuff for you, including Nick Caserio. DeMeco Ryans will talk to everybody after practice. Tomorrow, more interviews, more guests. We're going to be loaded here because this camp will have more national media here than we've seen in a long, long time.
Yep. Because we're starting a week early.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a team that everybody wants to talk about. And I mean, I don't mean that in a good or a bad way. It's just aim, and for good reason.
All right, so what do you think? When I see Stroud on that quarterback list, for instance, ESPN, you guys talked about it. We talked about it on Texans All Access. He was, what, 7th in that survey?
That's correct.
The lower the better. Let him see all that.
Yeah.
I like that. The chip. I wanted to talk about the chip on shoulders. Brady, 199. That's his chip, right?
His chip.
It feels like JJ was always coming up with something to motivate him. You know, the great ones find something. Michael Jordan, you disrespected me. What? I didn't do anything. Yes, you did.
The LeBradford Smith story. You know the LeBradford Smith story.
All right, tell me.
So LeBradford Smith.
I've heard it, but
LeBradford Smith from Bay City, one of the greatest Texas high school basketball players there's ever been. Moose. He's incredible. He's one of the first great players I ever saw in high school. He's unbelievable. So he gets in the league. He's playing with the Bullets, and he lights up the Bulls. He ends up with 37 one night at the old Chicago Stadium. And so rumor had it that as they were leaving the floor that night, they were playing a back-to-back with the Bullets, but they were playing one in Chicago, one in Washington. So we're going right for Chicago to play in Washington. The rumor had it that LeBradford said something to Jordan going off the court, and Jordan was like, okay, watch this. He puts up a double nickel on him the next night. And he gives up.
I remember this now.
So LeBradford gets like 4 points. Years later, it was like, hey, did LeBradford ever say that to you? And I was like, no, man, not at all. The great ones create the chips on their shoulder. I mean, JJ, remember the whole Zach Mettenberger selfie?
Yeah.
Like that. And it was like,
this guy's taking a selfie. He's disrespecting us.
I mean,
what?
The great ones create a chip, and then they keep it there.
Yeah.
And then that always drives them. I mean, Brady was always 199. So with CJ, it's a matter of, okay, there were some people that doubted you. They didn't think you were the number one pick. You proved them wrong. Now, how do you go from here? What do you do from here? How do you keep that shoulder? How do you keep that motivation? So, all right, well, people don't think you're a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Right.
You are, but people don't believe it. So you got to show them that.
They want to see the follow-up campaign.
Yep,
He has another campaign like last year, regardless of where the team ends up. Some kind of playoff run.
Yep.
He'll be look how Justin Herbert is regarded. He was ranked higher than him.
Yeah, I know.
And he hasn't done anything.
Yeah, nothing.
He blew a huge playoff lead. That's on his resume, right?
That's
they
on his
lost to the
resume.
Raiders that year in that game where the tie would have gotten them in. Was that 2020 or 21?
21. That was
21.
That was 21.
Yeah,
because they got in
he
at
made
22.
yeah, and then they blew the big lead at Jacksonville.
It's funny you say that. I actually saw somewhere. I think it was YouTube Reels or something like that. A tie was an 80-1 bet. That year in 2021.
In that
tie. Because if they tied, they both went to the playoffs.
Right.
So everybody thought it was going to be a tie. But then the Chargers called a timeout.
How could you think a game's going to be a tie?
I don't know, but 80-1.
Hang on a second.
They like the odds. I don't know.
Well, people are stupid.
They are
because
stupid.
That the Raiders would let the Chargers in. It's like us letting it going to happen. You think we're really going to let the the Colts into the playoffs? You think the Raiders are going to let the Chargers into the playoffs?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I thought too. But it was 80-1, and somebody apparently bet on it for that reason, that they would both get in. And then it's in there, it's 32-32 or 29. I think it was 29-29, whatever it was. And so I'm watching this reel. Yeah, it was like 80-1. He kicks the field goal. It's no longer a time. Like
they wanted Carr to take a knee.
Change.
They wanted Carr to take a knee.
They did.
A lot of people on Twitter like, play for the tie.
But
people
the Chargers took a timeout, and the Raiders got all in their feelings, I guess. And the Raiders like, no. They ran it with Jacobs, got a first down, ran it down to 2 seconds, called timeout, kicked the field goal, and won it.
So, anyway, that's Herbert, who is really good. I'm not going to deny that. A lot of teams, the majority of the teams in the league would love to have Justin Herbert. Don't get me wrong. But
what was
now,
what was the Chargers' issue, though? I should say
games?
issue. I don't know issue is the right thing.
Defense?
They didn't have DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
They had Brandon Staley.
You mean Staley's not as good as DeMeco?
They have Brandon Staley. I mean, when you talk about winning a championship, it's all got to come together. It's got to be good quarterback play. It's got to be offensive line staying healthy. It's got to be a run game that could do some things. Defense coming up. And you got to get a little bit lucky, too.
You know what?
And you got to have the leader, and you do.
I go back to this. Look, I like to draw from the past sometimes, and the Bum Phillips stuff, and having team family barbecues and things, and all the guys talking about, all those old Oilers talk about how when you care for your family more than you would for your coworkers,
right.
And we were a family.
Right.
And look, that's hard to create in today's world, today's NFL world. But I think if you're going to have a guy who could do that, it's this guy.
Yep.
It's number 59, formerly number 59, not Whitney Merciless, although I love Whitney. It's DeMeco Ryans, who coaches this team and has this togetherness going on here that I think can be very powerful at those moments, because we all know it's a fine line. You want to talk about fine line? Look at the end of the Saints game. Look at the end of the
Broncos game.
Oh, my gosh,
Cardinals
the Broncos game. You talked about Tampa Bay. That was on NFL Network a while ago in my office, and I was looking up at that game, and I thought, are we going to pull this out? Wait, I thought we won this one. Baker threw the TD. They go ahead. I'm thinking, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
And, I felt that way at the time, but I've got my seat. We'll call the plays, and bang, C.J. Stroud right down the field, Tank Dell twice at the end, and you end up winning the game. All right, Nick Caserio is going to talk to the media next, and we will have that for you live right here, among many other things. Nick live with us at about 9, so after he speaks with the media, he's going to come over, grab a seat, and we will talk with Nick about what he's looking for in this Texans training camp. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA.
that you're going to face that are really, really good, that are going to have it coming at them from both ends.
Your lunch break is better with In the Loop. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice, way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Right here on the field, Houston Methodist Training Center. Field 1 is not fully painted yet. They just have the hashes in the middle for the kickers to practice, because I think they'll be on field 2 and 3 today, and save 1 for the open practices, Johnny. So you're going to have to go over there to the other field.
Fine.
And when we're off the air, I'll join you. But we'll figure it all out. Who is the first player on the field? As they are not completely out here yet at all, but trickling in is happening.
So Weeksy's on the field.
Okay.
The first player I saw that was actually walking across the field was Jalen Petrie. He was walking across with safeties coach Stephen Adegoke. So they're probably discussing life and new novels that they read over the summer. But I think they went into the bubble.
Absolutely.
I believe. So we'll
New
see.
novels.
But Weeksy's on the field.
Or maybe my book. Oh, book plug. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Actually,
your book.
Go get your dream
We
job
both have books out there
on Amazon. Your book is called, wait a minute, don't tell me, Time's on Our Side.
Yeah, that's right.
See?
That's right.
Nick is making his way over to the media tent, so we're going to carry that for you in just a few moments here. Why is he running now?
Because it's Nick.
Oh, wait, he's running into the bubble for a moment, so a slight delay.
I'm not going
to. See, I was not going to speculate.
That's a bathroom break.
Maybe he just wanted to take a few deep breaths and meditate. I don't know.
I've told you my Nick story. I don't know for fans that know this. So
you have a Nick story?
Yeah. So it's April 3rd. I remember the date distinctly. It's April 3rd, and I had gone up to our film department. My buddy Tommy hooks me up with film, and I was giving the surface to him so he could give me some more film with some college guys, and so I was just chatting with him, and then I went back in to chat about something else. And as I was going out, there's a double door, and I'm probably about 5 feet from walking out, and I see this blur run by me, and I'm like, "What the heck?" I look to my left, and it's Nick running down the hallway.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, dang it! I wish I could have said hey to Nick." Walked down back to the studio, down there for like 20 minutes. The Texans have traded for Stephon Diggs.
Yep.
So whenever I see him running now, that's what I think about. I think about, oh, man, is he going to go trade for somebody? Is he going to trade for Brandon Ayuk and make it a big 4?
Yeah.
No, he's not doing that. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking about the Ayuk thing.
My feeling on Diggs is one of, that really happened?
Yeah, I know.
That really happened? And I might have mentioned this before, but I'll do it right now since we're a morning drive. Justin Jefferson. Remember when the story came out that the Colts were possibly interested in trading for Justin Jefferson?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And it didn't happen. Thank you. Thank you, by the way, for not
pulling
the trigger on that.
with Michael Pittman.
Yeah. Well, that was actually, I think, after the Pittman signing, but who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, my feeling, I never gotten Diggs, and then you later got a story. The Texans were rumored to be in the mix for Diggs. I would think, oh, really, was that going to happen?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on, that doesn't happen. That kind of thing doesn't happen. Yeah, maybe they made a phone call. That doesn't happen. Yet it happened. I'm not saying Diggs is Justin Jefferson, but Diggs is really good, and he's on your team now, and you are freaking loaded at wide receiver.
Yeah. By the way.
9 deep.
By the way, before we get climbing up the bubble.
There is somebody climbing up the bubble. Okay.
That's bizarre.
So
this is weird.
I have never seen this before. They're doing, think about the old Batman shows, some of you who are a little longer in the tooth. He's
Adam
pulling
West.
a Batman with the rope, and he's climbing the side of the bubble, and he's halfway up. But looks like right now he's contemplating, did I make the right decision here, climbing up the bubble? This is a worker who probably is going to fix something on top of the bubble.
Tightening the cables. Man, that's a tough walk. Holy smokes.
So the bubble at some point during the hurricane aftermath deflated. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it definitely deflated. Anybody driving by could see that. And now it's pumped up. All right, let's get to Nick Caserio talking to the media here at the Houston Methodist Training Center.
Morning. Welcome to training camp. Appreciate everybody being here. Excited to get started. Kind of a couple things before we get to football. Certainly want to acknowledge, those dealing with the ramifications of the hurricane. It was a kind of a tough week, so those have been affected or impacted. We probably all were in some way, shape, or form. So, best wishes for a speedy recovery. I think everybody on the since, but I know a lot of people put a lot of time and try to get everything up and running, including ourselves here at the stadium. So, just want to acknowledge that. non-football related, but kind of football related, specific to the Texans organization, just acknowledging the loss of Jacoby Jones. Personally, I know DeMeco has a little bit more of a relationship. I'm sure he'll have some comments later in the day. But I would just say, kind of have a little anecdote with Jacoby, my personal experience. So when Jacoby came out in 2007, I actually went down to Lane College to work him out before the draft. So part of the pre-draft process. So, I mean, literally Lane College, kind of in the middle of nowhere. We were in a little like literally an office like this size. Great attitude, great person, athletic, very gifted. We were probably in a position where we weren't going to draft a receiver that year because that was the spring of 07 where we kind of went haywire and traded for Moss, traded for Welker, signed Stallworth, Kelly Washington. But, I mean, Jacoby was an athletic player, and it's a great example of somebody who kind of came out of nowhere. You know, anybody that gets an opportunity, once you get the opportunity, it's all about what you do with it. And Jacoby was a shining example of that. So, you know, 40 years old, I mean, anytime you lose anybody, it's sad. But to lose somebody, you know, that young, certainly thoughts and prayers to his family. Like I said, DeMeco had a little bit more of a relationship than I did, but no, the organization put a statement out there yesterday, but certainly remiss acknowledge family loss. You know, just one thing to the McNair family, Cal and Hannah, just their support. I think some of you all were in a building there last week, made some changes and modifications, updated the weight room, kind of shifted offices. We kind of flipped the coaching offices into a different area. And it's been tremendous. I mean, I think their support, you know, just financially, obviously that's a big part of it, but just their openness and willingness and to listen. And I think the whole idea behind anything that we do, if we can improve the operation and impact the players and help the players in a positive vein, then that's what we're going to do. But even being in the building here the last, 4 or 5 days, even though it's only been for a short period of time, you can see kind of the difference that the setup is going to make. And hopefully it's to the benefit, the players as well. It wouldn't be start training camp without the Astros being in first place. So I know everybody was losing their mind. So credit to them. So it's fun to follow. It's fun to follow the Astros. Fun to follow Houston sports. And we're excited to get started here at training camp. Hopefully we can kind of get off on the right foot here, put a good foundation in place, and kind of get ready to go for the season, the challenges that are ahead. So with that, take some questions. Sarge, go ahead.
There's a lot of expectations for you all coming into this season. It's something different that's been here in the past. How have you been able to deal with that, and how is the team receptive to that?
Yeah, I think anything that's really discussed outside of the building doesn't really have any relevance to us. So, I think that's honestly all for y'all to have fun with. And for the guys at 6'10" to talk about on the radio, we're not going to spend any time on things that really, quite frankly, don't matter. Players is to come in, have a good attitude, put a good foundation in place, be a great teammate, be resilient, because we're going to face some things as a team, we're going to face some things individually, and put the best version of yourself on the field each day. So, the results will take care of themselves. So what's said outside of the building, it has no impact on anything that we do. Talking never won games, expectations never won games. Good football and good execution win football games. So ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. So the rest of it, honestly, it's a big waste of time for us to spend time on things that don't matter or that we don't control. We're going to focus on the controllables, focus on the things that we can do on a day-to-day basis, focus all of us on being the best versions of ourselves. What can we do to help the team? And as a player, what can you do to be a great teammate and just maximize your performance and put yourself in a position so you have an opportunity to be competitive on the field on Sunday? So that's where our focus is on a day-to-day basis.
Nick, can you enunciate a little bit on the controllables that you can put your hands on this point moving forward for the season?
Sure, just alluded to them. Just our attitude and our effort on a day-to-day basis, our purposeful work that we put in, how intentional we are about our work, how quickly can we move on, how resilient can we be, go out and have a good practice. So if we have a bad practice, how quickly can we take the coaching, how quickly can we move on to the next thing, and just the focus in training camp is really more about the Texans and individual improvement, individual development, and team development. Once we get to the regular season, then it's going to be about the opponent and week to week and some of the challenges that we face, and it's going to be different each. Right now, really on us and try to get off to a good start, try to put a good foundation in place, build on some of the things that we did during the course of the spring. Those are the things that we can control, how we practice, our attitude, our effort, our willingness to put the time in. And anytime you're trying to build something, which we're trying to do here, it always comes back to the work. So if you put in good work, you put in a good day's work, and you stack multiple good days of work on top of one another, those are the things that we can control. We can't control what somebody else thinks, what some ridiculous ranking that doesn't matter thinks or means. So we're going to focus on the Texans. We're going to focus on ourselves. We're going to focus on trying to improve ourselves individually and collectively on a day-to-day basis.
Went into your approach this offseason and spending more events, seeing going after players like Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon, more tougher.
Yeah, every year it's the same thing. Just try to put together the best team that we feel possible, take advantage of our opportunities, and however we allocate the resources, So we think we have a good team, but, I mean, it doesn't really matter. So it's all about action and not about talk. So we're going to go out there and try to work, try to put our head down and try to improve and try to get ourselves ready. Really the focus, we have 21 practices, 4 preseason games to get ready for a huge challenge on the road in the opener against Indianapolis. So that's what we're focused on.
Nick, how much does it help you having the extra game and playing in the Hall of Fame game and starting early?
No, honestly, we're looking forward to it. It's a good opportunity for us to kind of get an extra 7 to 10 days, a few extra practices. So going back to the earlier question, what do we do with those opportunities? So do we come in with the right mindset? Honestly, it's going to give an opportunity to some players wise received. So we're looking forward to it. We're kind of embracing it. So everybody's excited. Everybody's got a good attitude. And I think once we actually get on the field and have a chance to play, I mean, it'll be great for the team. And honestly, it'll be good for us too, because even though it's the preseason and teams are going to do different things, our second opponent is who we're playing in the opener. So there's going to be some players that they may make the team, they may not make the team, but then you can start to learn about them individually, kind of get a basic scheme understanding, and kind of use that information as part of our preparation for week 2 against Chicago here for the home opener. Steph, go ahead, Steph.
Practice squad rules have changed since you first came in the league. With the current practice squad rules, how does that affect your thinking in terms of roster building?
Yeah, I think what the league tried to do is just provide some roster flexibility, and what do you do with those 16 or 17 spots, so really we've always approached it, well, the way we approach it is that's an extension of our team. So we have 53 that 48 that we can allocate, 47, 48 that we can allocate each game, but our depth is off the roster on the practice squad, and those are players that we feel comfortable, and a lot of them you've seen. I think the biggest thing is with a number of veteran players, when they kind of opened that up, made that available to veteran players, it's another chance for them. And the way you utilize the rules, I mean, everybody's bound by the same rules, but you have some flexibility. You get X number of call-ups, so maybe you position your depth off the roster, understand you can bring that player to the game. So some of that is just roster composition and how do you keep as many good people and as many good players around. We try to take advantage of the opportunities with the practice squad, but we're very diligent and purposeful about who we put on the practice squad. It's not just kind of a filler.
With these off-season additions, I'm curious, how much did CJ's breakout last year fuel your aggressiveness in that regard?
No, honestly, like, our responsibility is just try to put together a good team every year. So teams are going to change. We've talked about this previously. There's probably every year 25, 30% turnover across the league, each team. So players are going to leave. You're going to be able to keep players. You're going to sign players. You're going to add players. You're going to draft players. So, I mean, you start from scratch. You put the previous season behind you. You have X number of players that are under contract for that upcoming season. What are our opportunities? What are our financial resources that are available? The draft's the draft. So we'll just try to add good people and good players and bring them into the building however they get here. And our job, my responsibility is try to put together the best team, in conjunction with DeMeco. Our job is try to put together the best team possible.
With that being said, you had a nice base of rookie talent. I'm sorry, second-year players coming in, and also what you did as far as off-season is concerned. What are you looking for from the rookies as far as competing for playing time in a spot?
Sorry, in terms of the players like we drafted this year? No, it's a great opportunity for them. So honestly, we don't care where they come from, how they get here, what their level of experience is. DeMeco has talked about this. I mean, he enjoys coaching the rookies and seeing the rookies grow and develop more than coaching veterans. So we're not opposed to playing anybody. So rookie, 10th-year player, it doesn't really matter who you are.
if you earn the opportunity with your performance, you're going to play. So there's no guardrails. So we go into it, we kind of start from scratch. We'll evaluate how the players perform with their opportunities, and then we'll put the players on the field that have earned that right. So just because they were drafted where they were drafted doesn't really matter. It's all about your performance. But we're not opposed to putting young players on the field as soon as they're ready, and we've shown that. Go ahead, Aaron.
What have you seen from CJ from year 1 to year 2, just in the offseason, how he approaches things to keep trying to get better?
Yeah, he's always had a good attitude. He's always had a good work ethic, highly confident in himself. I think in the offseason, you may experiment with some different techniques or some different things that maybe can help you as a player. So from the day he's walked in the building, he's had a good approach. I mean, he's a talented player. He's a good player. And I think we all understand the challenges in front of us. I mean, regardless of what happened last year, how much success an individual player as a team we had or didn't have, doesn't really matter. You kind of have to start from scratch. You kind of have to reestablish your level of performance, reestablish your foundation, and that's what training camp is about, and it's no different for CJ as it is for any other player.
Derek Stingley's got to go out there and play the game himself, but just knowing the work that the front office put in to put this coach staff together and this roster, what excites you about what's possible? Just know all the work that you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at least going into year 24, so nothing's guaranteed. So I think you have to embrace the opportunity to have in front of you. And in the end, it's about the players. So regardless of how we put the team together or what we think or what we hope to have ultimately determine our performance, because in the end, they're relying on each other on a day-to-day basis, specifically on game days. So we feel we have a good team. We feel we have a lot of great dudes in this building that care about football. I would say that one of the things that DeMeco's talked about is one of the things that we're looking for. Like, do you have competitive enthusiasm and competitive stamina on a day-to-day basis? Do you put the team first? Are you a great teammate? Are you focused on the team and not worried about yourself? So that's our responsibility, to find players that have that mindset and share our collective belief and to bring them in the building. If they don't possess that, then quite frankly, they're not going to be here. So hopefully we've assembled a team with the right attitude, with the right mindset, that are focused on the right things, which is winning and not individual performance, because in the end, it's about how the team does, not about how one person does.
A similar question I wanted to ask before, with the new kickoff rules, how does that change how you approach the roster?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, obviously, everybody's going to have to deal with the same sort of rules and parameters and regulations that are in place. So, I mean, roster composition, roster construction, you're still going to need, I would say, a certain number of skilled players, a certain number of bigger bodies. Ball handlers, I would say, are going to take on a little bit more of a premium, because you're going to have two ball handlers back there, and the way, depending on where the ball hits or depending on, where it lands, you're going to have to handle the ball, and hopefully you can get yards. So, we'll see how it goes. I mean, whether or not we see that much in the preseason, I mean, teams will be pretty close to the vest, but I think the league is shown a willingness or openness to, if we have to make some adjustments or to make sure it's still a good play. I think the intent was to try to keep the kickoff return as a part of the game. And, I'm sure that'll be the case. So I think everybody will be creative. But in the end, it's just about, you're going to have to cover kicks. You're going to have to cover kickoffs. You're going to have to cover punts. So tackling, ball handling, things that go along with the return units, I mean, that'll be at a premium.
Stingley's going into his third NFL season. He's had 4 football seasons in a row where injuries kind of affected his ability to play all the games. Is there anything that you or an organization or maybe he has done different, had a different result this year? And cornerback's a spot where you have a lot of new faces on this roster. What's kind of your thoughts on the players?
Sorry, you're talking about Stingley?
Yeah, Stingley.
Just relative to kind of where he is?
Yeah.
Derek's in a good spot. He's had a really good offseason. He's worked hard. I mean, the reality is, regardless of the player, injuries are part of the game. Like, we don't control when they happen or if they're going to happen. Unfortunately, it's a part of it. I'm sure we're going to have to deal with something somewhere along the line, and really not much we can do about it. So I think the players, the big thing is, are you in condition? Do you have the right mindset? Are you ready to go? And then go out there and try to perform at an optimum level to give yourself the best opportunity to compete on Sunday. So that's where the focus is. Derek's a great kid. He's had a good offseason. He's worked hard. So we'll see how it goes here in training camp.
It seems like these days there are more veteran players who maybe weren't signed with teams at the start of training camp. How do you balance evaluating the players that are out there on the field, but some that might be available for you specifically as defensive back?
No, it's a great question. We're actually looking at that pretty much every day. So there's different groups and categories of players. You probably have some call it some of the best players. That's kind of one category of players. Quite frankly, a lot of those players are kind of waiting for something to happen, whether it's an injury or they're kind of waiting for the season to get a little bit closer, so they have to go through training camp, which is fine. That's their prerogative. And then you kind of have another cohort of players, maybe some younger players who are more about camp depth and camp competition, some younger players. I mean, as an example, Malik Fisher, a kid we signed there the other day who played in the UFL, so had a spring of football. So it's just kind of managing the roster. So Malik Fisher is a different caliber of player than maybe Ngagwe, just to pick a name, right? Somebody like that. So we look at that every day. Most teams do. You kind of have your sort of short list, emergency list sort of ready to go. But you're not going to be knee-jerk with your response. You want to see how your players kind of develop. And then once you get a little bit closer to the season, there's probably a player here that's not here right now that as we get closer to the opener, maybe he ends up on a team like we did with Amendola, a few years ago, whenever that was. So very fluid. There's no cookie-cutter approach on that, but you're certainly aware and cognizant of some of the other players that are out there and that might be available.
How do you and DeMeco go about that process when talking about evaluating players like that and what you need?
Yeah, we talk every day. We go through the team. We talk about individual players. We talk about the position group. How do we feel about it? Do we want to make a change? Do we want to make an adjustment? And you just have to be careful. You don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction or response based on 1 or 2 days of practice. Oh, this player had a bad practice. Let's run him out of here. I mean, it's very fluid. We're talking about it. Are we a little light here? Maybe do we need an extra body here? Or you know what? This really isn't working out. Maybe we move on from this player. Maybe there's a better option. But you're not going to move on from a player unless you feel like you have a better alternative, a better option. So otherwise, you're just shuffling papers. But we talk all the time. We talk about the team. We talk on a regular basis. We talked over the summer about the team. So, I mean, it's something that we're very conscious of. And, I mean, it's very fluid, and it's a very organic process.
Does having a guy like DeMeco make you more likely to retain a player given his player development kind of acumen?
I mean, we're going to give the player the best opportunity, and I guess once you kind of reach that statute of limitations where you feel like, you know what, it's best for everybody involved to maybe go a different direction, then we'll consider that. But, I mean, look, I've said countless times, what I think of DeMeco as a coach. He's one of the best coaches in the league, and I think he embraces the teaching and the developmental component of coaching, which that's what coaching is. Coaching is teaching. That's what it is. It's teaching, it's developing, it's training, it's evolving, and we have no better example than our head coach. So, I mean, that's why, to Sarge's question, when we talk about the team, we have very candid, honest conversations, and we're very fortunate to have him here leading this team. There's no question about it.
What was it about the defensive line that y'all wanted to change or see be different? There's a lot of turnover on the defensive line.
Yeah, some of that was players were free agents, so their contract was expiring. So sometimes you have an opportunity to keep that player. Sometimes that player chooses to go another direction. If you trade a player, you just feel like maybe it's best for everybody to go a different direction. Some players, we signed some new players. We traded for some players. I mean, that's just part of the team building process. So it's a pretty, I would say, hopefully it's a deep group. We probably have a little bit more depth at defensive tackle than maybe we thought we had initially, but some of that will sort itself out here in training camp. So there's always a lot of moving parts this time of year. So we're going to have to deal with some things. More than likely, we're going to have 9 or 10 defensive linemen on a team because everything starts with the front in this defense. So how we end up at that point, so we'll see. But to earlier question, whoever we have on the roster, there's probably going to be some depth off the roster on the practice squad, or maybe they're out in the street somewhere. So
a couple more.
Take it. Yeah, go ahead.
That's it. That's all we
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
More room for the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no timeline put on anything. I think we have open, honest conversations with representatives all the time. Like we'll do deals whenever. Do them in training camp, do them in spring, during the season, doesn't really matter. So if you think that's something that you want to pursue, you open up the dialogue and the conversation with the representative. If they're open to it, great. If they're not, no problem. We understand that too. Have a great relationship with Drew Rosenhaus, one of the best agents in our business. Drew gets deals done. So you just kind of start the conversation. If it's something that you want to do and you feel good about, great. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So, I mean, Nico's earned that. So excited for Nico. But now that's behind us, and now we can kind of focus on football.
First couple of years, you talked about process. was taste all that. Does that mindset go away? Does it change? Is it a thing of the past?
No, that's a good question, Landry. I think you never kind of go away from your process. I mean, I think when you look at most successful teams and organizations and individuals, they're very process-driven and process-oriented. We understand it's a results business. I mean, we're not blind to that, but I think you have to be careful about just focusing so much on the results that you forego your process and some of the things that go into it. So it's about developing routines. It's about being consistent day to day. If you have a good process on a day-to-day basis, the hope and the goal is that leads to good results. Sometimes the process may not lead to the result that you want or hope for. Then you can go back and re-examine your process. But I'd say we're very process-oriented, very process-driven. And I think, I know how I'm that way. So it's all about your beliefs and your philosophy. But you can't have good results without good process. So you want to be consistent, and I think what we try to do across the organization, whether it's in football, whether it's in sports performance, whether other areas, have good processes in place. If they're not working maybe the way that you hope, don't be bashful to pivot and try something else and be flexible and adaptable with your mindset. And that's what we try to do. So this year is going to be different than last year. I mean, that's the reality of it. So, but we're excited about the opportunity in front of us, and hopefully we can take advantage of our opportunities when they present themselves.
We won't have an opportunity to talk to you before Andre's induction, but how important is it to have not only the organization there, but the industry?
Oh, it's tremendous. I mean, it just speaks volumes. And again, it's a reflection on what Andre has done for the organization, what he's meant to the organization, really what he's meant to the city of Houston, the impact that he's had. And he's still around. I mean, there are times where a player's drafted has a successful career and he ends up maybe somewhere else. But, I mean, Andre's here. He's here all the time. His support means a lot to us. And to be able to support him collectively as a group kind of goes back to what we talked about. And all these players have lofty goals and expectations. And then to see somebody, and in DeMeco's case, it's a teammate that you played with that's going to the Hall of Fame to show you that it's attainable. I mean, you're talking about the best of the best in the history of the sport. So to be able to be there for Andre and support him is monumental. And then just for the players to be able to see and experience that. And again, it's not mandatory, but it's an opportunity for everybody to kind of be around and be a part of that. So we're excited about that opportunity for Andre. He's earned it. I'm sure he's looking forward to it. And, there's a football component, but there's also, I would say, a personal growth development component as well. And, hopefully we all take advantage of it. But Canton's, the Hall of Fame is a pretty special, pretty unique place for sure. Thanks, y'all. Yep.
Nick Caserio done. He's coming over to our broadcast position. He is next live right here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
How can we help the body heal itself? At Houston Methodist, we're transplanting a partial liver from a living donor, regenerating 2 healthy livers, and saving a life sooner.
We're also developing a regenerative mesh to heal the most complex bone fractures and ensure lasting strength.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. In other words, it's the best thing to happen to vodka since vodka happened. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
I am your tech-savvy AI assistant.
At Hyundai, all our 2024 models offer tech-savvy features, like available digital key and complimentary BlueLink Plus. It's user-friendly technology.
I'm friendly.
Can you figure out time travel?
Yes.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Get 2.99% APR for 60 months on the Tucson or lease for $269 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end 7/31/24. Call 469-940 fails.
In the loop.
Will Anderson. We know and we expect him to take another step. What if he blows the doors off it? Like just becomes elite, an absolute must game plan for him kind of guy. They got a double-digit sack guy on the other end. Not to mention DeMeco Ryans inside, who's a pass rushing fiend. he's just going to be moved to the inside. All of a sudden, you've got quarterbacks that you're going to face that are really, really good, that are going to have it coming at them from both ends.
Your lunch break is better with In the Loop. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
I'm Michael Souter, managing partner of Wood Tools of Texas, doing business as Woodcraft. I needed a bank that could take care of my needs in an instant. Amity Bank has been wonderful about keeping communications open, and it's important to have a bank that understands your business first so that when you make a decision to do some expansion, they understand what you need and how you're going to do it.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation NA, member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Hey Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Teen Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Teen Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Texans fans, do you know a deserving small business in the Houston area in need of a boost? The Houston Texans and Amity Bank are awarding 4 small businesses with a $5,000 grant, access to event opportunities from Amity Bank, and marketing and promotional support from the Houston Texans. Since 2020, 21 small businesses have received grants totaling $85,000 from this program. Nominations close on October 25th, 2024. Visit HoustonTexans.com/small business boost to nominate your favorite small business. Official rules apply. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back with a front row seat.
Let's have a day.
On Texans Training Camp Live. Presented by Community Coffee.
We are having a day here at Texans Training Camp. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you live fieldside Houston Methodist Training Center with Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, thanks for joining us. It starts. It begins. I want to start at a bit press conference. This is a big organizational effort right here to stage camp, to begin the season, to get everybody ready to go.
No, quite. Good morning. Football season has started. Welcome back. No, a number of people have been involved in this effort, especially kind of on the heels of what happened there last week. I mean, we had some issues with the bubble. We're dealing with some things here with the stadium. But, I mean, it's a collective effort from coaching staff, players, operational staff to put training camp together and to give the fans a great experience when they show up here next week. So, a lot of effort, a lot of work from a lot of people, and it's just kind of reflective of the whole team mindset. Kind of takes everybody. We rely on everybody here organizationally, and it's not about one individual. It's about us trying to put our collective best foot forward as a group, and hopefully we're able to do that here as we get started.
Nick, last night I was watching Hard Knocks, and I can't wait for the Texans to be on Hard Knocks.
Episode. Yeah, sorry.
But they, one of the things that Liv Schreiber said, free agency is over, and I was like, no, it's not. It never ends. Like the player acquisition transaction process never ends. And we get the email this morning that you've added 3 different players to the roster for training camp and what their futures might be. Malik Fisher, Chris Reed, and then Quintez Cephas. What can you tell us about those 3 guys being added to the roster right now?
Yeah, kind of varying levels of experience. Chris is a player, inside player primarily, wasn't drafted, has experience in a cult system with Coach Strausser, so kind of bounce around there a little bit, but really more depth inside more than anything else. Really on the heels of kind of Ladarius Henderson kind of waving him injured, essentially going to IR. Yep. So just Cephas, a player, wasn't highly drafted, but had an impact for the Lions there over the course of 2-3 years. was out of football last year because of his individual situation, but a player that we actually worked out the end of the spring there in May. So younger player, has some level of experience. We kind of shuffled the deck there a little bit at receiver. And then Fisher was a player who had the opportunity to play in the UFL, and I think that's one of the benefits of the spring league, where you get a player that has a chance maybe to get some reps that he otherwise would, kind of similar to Khalil Davis there last year. So I would say really more depth competition with those players. To your point, though, John, the roster building process is very fluid. It's ongoing, so it's not kind of finite, well, just in March that free agency is over. It's kind of continuous, and there will likely be things that take place here between now and the start of the season as well. So, but that's just part of the process that we have to go through on a regular basis.
So you're in the Hall of Fame game, and that's why we have the early start to training camp. How does it affect things having one extra week of camp, and never mind 4 preseason games, but just having that extra week of practice, Nick?
Yeah, no, it moves everything up, and it just gives you a few more opportunities to kind of get on the field. And what it essentially does is extend your ramp-up period to some degree. So the league has rules in place where the first 3-4 days are sort of controlled anyways, certain number of minutes that you can be on the field, but you're able to start that clock a little bit sooner. So kind of once we get through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, players are off Sunday, then next week we'll kind of be able to go more of a regular practice tempo and timing. So we've embraced it. We're honestly looking forward to it. So it's good to get back on Cade spring, where we just kind of flipped it, where we kind of cut a week off, understanding we were going to probably pick it up here in the back end of training camp. So we're excited to be back. Got a good energy, good mindset, a good attitude. So, yeah, we're glad to be here.
Along those lines, Nick, because of the Hall of Fame game and because of our first preseason game, we're staying up in Ohio. You know that place pretty well. And it's really not about that, but what are the advantages of having a situation like that where you play a game but you stay up there? It's not joint practices, but you're on the road all together for a week. What are some of the advantages you get from doing something like that?
Yeah, no, there's a number of them. I think first and foremost, it was based on kind of logistics. So instead of playing a Hall of Fame game, flying back to Houston, and flying back to Pittsburgh, the way it worked, we're playing in Canton, then we're playing the following week in Pittsburgh. So it was, can we maybe find somewhere where we can kind of stay, have our normal football operation, have a normal, I would say, 3-4 days of practice, and then shorten the travel. So, and then when you're kind of removed, it's kind of as if when you go away for a camp.
Yeah,
so, you know, the Texans in the past have gone to the Greenbrier. There's other teams that have used the Greenbrier. The Chiefs go to whatever the school is they go to in Kansas City. But when you're there, it's just you. That's all you have to worry about is the team, football, more time together. It doesn't mean that you enjoy the time away from your family, but it just kind of shifts the focus a little bit. So, you know, hopefully we can take advantage of that week and just have a good week and kind of still normalize the process. But going back to your earlier question, Mark, that entails a lot of legwork of other areas of football. On an opposite team on the logistics front, so trying to get everything organized. So do we have a hotel? Do we have somewhere we can practice? What's the transportation back and forth like? And in the end, try to put the players in the best position so they can perform at their highest level.
Mark will know this one. Don't forget the quarterback's red jerseys.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Remember day one, 2015? Don't forget the quarterback's red
duct
jerseys.
tape on them or something.
Just make sure you stay off the quarterbacks and training camp, that's all.
We're going to see the Texans practice at University High School, and I know you're familiar with that.
Never heard of it.
It's your alma mater, Nick. What is that going to be like? Can we have the Nick Caserio reality tour and just explore the high school, the grounds? How has it changed since you've been there, that kind of thing?
You'll probably see a lot of bad pictures and bad photos of bad haircuts probably
we need to see the hair.
Building.
That's big.
No, it's it really just kind of worked out from a logistics standpoint. So the hotel is probably about 15 minutes away from the high school. And I love my experience here. It's all boys. It's K through 12, but the upper school is 9 through 12. I mean, it's a massive campus. I mean, there's 100 acres or whatever it is. So the school is kind of situated up front, and then you kind of drive around back. And you have the game field, the main game field, which is field turf, and then you have multiple practice fields. So it just kind of suits our needs. So, again, it's more functional more than anything else. So the fact that it's at US and my former high school, I think, is more happenstance more than anything else. But it's just the way it worked out. So haven't been back there in a while, so it'll kind of be cool to go back there, you know, for a period of time. My family's probably more excited than anybody because at least I'll be somewhat around.
So Favorite part of every interview. You know exactly what it is. I wait until about halfway through the interview.
And then you tell Mark to hit the road, and you say, let's talk about the opponent.
And then it's like, okay, we got the Pittsburgh Steelers on deck. All right, give us a scouting report. You give us a pretty thorough scouting report. I'm going to ask you a tough question. Give us a scouting report on the 2024 Texans.
Yes!
Yeah, I mean, mentioned it a little bit earlier. I mean, we feel like we have, we feel like we have a good football team. So what it looks like on the field, but I think we have quality, I would say, players and quality depth at multiple spots. I mean, some positions, there's probably going to be a little more competition than others. But, I mean, I think the front, hopefully, will be a strength of our team. We've invested resources in both areas. I think we have some young skill players on both sides of the ball, whether it's receiver and a secondary that have played good football, and hopefully we have some other players that are going to play good football for us. I think our specialists, I mean, probably a little bit underrated, but like we feel we have three of the better specialists there in the league, which a kicking game is going to take on, I would say, it takes on significance every year in every game, but probably even more so this year. So, we're excited about the group that we assembled, understanding some things could probably change here between now and the start of the regular season. But, hopefully we're in a decent position, at least to give ourselves an opportunity to compete on a weekly basis.
You talked about the D-line in your press conference a bit, and I find it really interesting because you look at adding Danielle Hunter, that's awesome. Obviously, JG's now in Minnesota, but bringing Barnett back and then bringing Jerry Hughes back late in the offseason, and then the guys that tackle, discuss them a little bit.
Yeah, I think you articulated it well, Mark. I think was kind of working backwards with Derek and Jerry. Obviously, year of experience in the system. Jerry's a pro. Jerry keeps himself in great shape. He's got a great attitude. He's great in the locker room. He's a great teammate. He's great to have around. Derek played pretty good football for us here at the end of the year. So we're going to play 4 or 5 defensive ends. We're going to play 4 or 5 defensive tackles who are available. In the spring, it's always hard to kind of evaluate the defensive line because there's no contact involved and the run game is limited. But I mean, Khalil really made some improvements there in the offseason, kind of built on some of the things he did last season. I'd say one guy that's really not talked about that much is Kurt, but from the day he walked in the door, he's just been so steady and so consistent, and he's been out there, and he's produced when he's been given the opportunity. So, Settle's a young player that has some experience in a couple different systems. Sosa, McTelvin again had a really good spring. So, and then Foley has been a pretty good player here, a little bit more of a run player. So we didn't see all those guys all at one time, but kind of excited to see what that looks like here once we get started.
Nick, it kind of goes along with the first question I asked you about transactions. You brought in Malik Fisher. He comes from Villanova, but he was in the UFL. Did Khalil's experience here last year play a role in a sense that, hey, we took a shot on a guy like Khalil Davis. Now, he'd been around the league a little bit, but taking a shot on him, and it seemingly played off. I mean, it's 15 games. He was in that second. He and Kurt would come in a game, and they would do some good things, and then you bring him back. Did that experience with Meek?
Yeah, John, you probably have to be careful to extrapolate kind of one for one. I think it's really more about opportunity. I think the whole idea is anytime you bring a player in the spring or like before the start of training camp, a lot of it is, are they in good condition? Are they ready to go? And when you've played football for multiple months, which in Malik's case he did, and he played well, but it's a different level of competition. So it's not necessarily one for one. You expect Malik to perform as well as Khalil did. Khalil, I mean, nobody thought anything of Khalil. Then he got here and he made a few plays, so we kind of kept him around. And then when he was given the opportunity, he took advantage of it. So that's all you're really doing is presenting an opportunity to the player. So Malik's a good kid, has a good attitude. So give him a chance and kind of see how it goes.
Where do your eyes go in these early practices when you're observing what's going on the field?
You're kind of looking at a little bit of everything. I think when you watch the team, you're just looking at the play call, the script, kind of the scheme, people in the right spot, kind of what goes on, and then some of the individual techniques like where their hand placement was, some of their footwork, some of their technique. That's something you can study a little bit more when you're actually watching the film. So it's really more big picture, kind of bounce around different positions, watch the kicking game, watch some of the drills that are associated there. So just kind of take a big picture perspective, not get too caught up in one player, one individual, and then go back. And if there's something that you want to study a little bit more, you have a chance to do it when we're back in the building.
Nick, rookies going through their first training camp. We talked about this a little bit, but every rookie group is different. I mean, last year, obviously, it's number 2, number 3 overall pick. There's different expectations for them. But when you go into Kamari and Blake and Kalen and those guys?
Yeah, it's still football. Don't make it more than what it is, and just trust your training, trust your coaching, and just go out there and just try to stack days together consecutively one after one. Because ultimately what you're trying to evaluate and judge is the player consistent from one day to the next? Or are there peaks and valleys in their play? Are there ups and downs? Can they self-correct? Can they take a coaching point, make the correction, and then move on to the next thing? Those are some of the things that you're evaluating. So everybody's going to make plays. Everybody's going to give up plays. You're just looking for consistency of performance. And then from a younger player perspective, don't make it more than what it is. It's still football, and just go out there and play football.
Couple more. Mentally, what is the message from you and DeMeco Ryans to this team? As we talked about long camp, high expectations, whatever. I know you got to tune that out and get ready for the season, but what is the message there in general?
No, it's great. It's have a great attitude, be a great teammate, focus on collective improvement, individual improvement, be resilient, because we're going to face some adversity, we're going to face some ups and downs, and just have competitive enthusiasm on an everyday basis. So everything that you're doing, pour as much into it as possible, and just be the best version of who you are that particular day, and just try to continually just devote as much time and resources necessary to put yourself in a position so you have a chance to make this team.
What are your thoughts on Braun Breaker? Because I feel like I've got to ask you a wrestling question because when you're on the radio, I need to
not as familiar with Braun's game as maybe some other folks.
Oh, okay, because I saw him at Big 12 Media Days, and I was like, why is a wrestling guy there?
Well, because they're going to present probably the Undertaker's belt or trophy, whoever wins a Big 12. But
see, I had to get a wrestling question in to make you feel
very
comfortable.
Good, John.
You know, all
well
football
done.
stuff.
Well done.
I don't know anything about wrestling. That's Sean's stuff.
What did you do on the break?
So we go back north, back to John's neck of the woods, but we spend some time on the Cape, and really we just kind of go, we unwind. We've had a place there for a number of years. Our kids really look forward to it, and we kind of put our feet down, and we're just there. It's very low key. It's really about the girls, and it's about the family. Over the course of the break. So I work out each day. Kind of knock out some things early on, do some reading, try to do some individual self-improvement, try to recalibrate. But you're away from football, but you're not away from football. But my wife and I celebrated our 15th wedding anniversary this summer.
Oh, congratulations.
Nice.
So we enjoyed it. Awesome. It went pretty quickly. But we're excited to be back and kind of get started. And, it's training camp.
It's hard for you to unplug, isn't it, Nick? Just be honest.
Yes.
The first few days in particular, because you're just grinding. The first couple days are always hard, aren't they?
Well, you're going, and then it kind of comes to an abrupt halt.
Right.
But I would say, we had some things that we were working on. I would say the first couple weeks of vacation, DeMeco and I were kind of in regular contact. So right around kind of the end of June to that 4th, it was kind of, all right, there wasn't too much football, but you're always kind of have an eye ahead on, all right, what are some of the next things in front of us, and try to work in yourself with some of those prospects. So that's what it's about. So I'm wired a certain way, but try to pick my spots but really keep the focus on the girls in the summer, because that's their opportunity with dad. And there's nothing I enjoy more than being able to do that with them. So I love them a lot, but they know it's football season, and they'll be here at some point, I'm sure.
Excellent. Nick, thanks so much for the time. We'll visit soon. Good luck with camp.
Thank you, fellas. Good to be here.
That's Nick Caserio, Executive Vice President and General Manager of your Texans, who are embarking on day one of training camp 2024, the 23rd training camp in the history of the franchise. My goodness. Johnny and I will set the stage for you next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildren's.org/Texans.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs. Find out how you can make lasting, intentional connections by visiting Houston Texans Lux.
Tex Radio coming up in a moment.
Whataburger's Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back.
Chicken strips.
Chicken strips.
Chicken strips.
Ranch, ranch, ranch.
Ranch! Buffalo! Buffalo! Ranch! Monterey Jack cheese!
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich. For a limited time, a beautiful masterpiece.
If your day sounds like
We need the report ASAP.
you deserve Modelo, if you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more rips, 2 more.
you deserve this ice-cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Coming soon
Y'all deserve to feel special.
to NRG Stadium.
Gotta go!
Stroud throws back of the end zone. Touchdown, Houston!
We find our tails off every day.
Your Texans.
Here we go!
With a schedule for the ages.
Love this team. Love the way you guys play for each other, fight for each other.
Don't miss the Texans as they take on Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit, Miami, the AFC South, and more. Tickets available at HoustonTexans.com.
What a day!
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go!
Presented by Community Coffee, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you, and we're at the Houston Methodist Training Center, day one of training camp. The team activating in the bubble. Johnny, I think they're coming out because they have not sent the media inside yet.
That's correct.
Which leads me to believe that they'll probably come out, but we'll see how they handle everything here as it's cloudy, of course. We see the nasty weather in the distance. Some of you are getting rained on as we speak. Officials are here today, day one. I think that's a little bit of a headline considering you have 7 weeks to go before the season starts. But hey, that's cool.
That's a DeMeco Ryans thing. Every OTA minicamp practice, he's had officials at that practice, no matter what.
Yeah.
So I like that. Now, does it help you cut down on penalties? What? I don't know. I hope it does, but
I think it's good for the fall starts and just the little flinchy plays that might not get called by the coaches. You start to get into some bad habits. Who knows?
I think in the defensive backfield, that's where it helps.
Yeah.
That's where it helps. Like, hey, is that holding? Now the defensive backs don't like it. They fight it. And the receivers, those are the guys I see talking to the officials most often, is that, like, hey, what can I get away with? And that's something that Kamari's got to learn. Kamari's going to have to learn how much can he get away with? And I don't say get away with, but he doesn't play that way. That's
no,
the
say
way
get away with. That's what it is. It's basketball. It's football. It's everything. It's what can you get away with?
What are yeah, exactly. How handsy can I get without penalties being called? All that kind of stuff.
So the email came out from Houston Texans PR about who's on PUP, who's not, that kind of thing. All right, so on the PUP, this is training camp PUP.
Yep.
Andrew Ross, reserve corner, Delshawn Phillips, a reserve linebacker. But Beck is the big one here, if there is a big one to talk about, because we'll see how long it takes him. And is that him working out right over there, John?
That is him.
Yeah, he's working out.
Right.
And Dr. Vandermeer says that it's not going to take that long. All right?
When has Dr. Vandermeer ever been wrong?
Dr. Vandermeer's never wrong because he's Dr. Internet.
Yeah.
All right? I do all my medical research online. Of course, that's just flawless stuff right there. No, I'm just joking around here. I facetiously say that because, of course, whatever. It's total speculation. But, he's up and about. He's working out.
Right.
We'll see how long it takes, but you got 7 weeks to go before you have to play a football game. But Troy Hairston does get the opportunity at fullback along with Dalton Keene, and that's good for Troy, who missed last season with an injury, and maybe he can get his way into the lineup somehow in some of these preseason games, contribute mightily, and make it really interesting at fullback because they're not going to keep two, but Beck knows he's got to get healthy. And I loved seeing Beck obviously return the kickoff for a touchdown last year and catch the TD in the game against the Indianapolis Colts.
He's the only Texan to have scored 3 different ways last year.
Oh, my gosh. Receiving,
rushing, return.
And return.
He's the only guy to have done that last year.
Okay. Wait, how many guys have done that in history?
Ooh, good one.
I wonder if Jacoby Jones, the late Jacoby Jones, so sad. I wonder if he had a rushing touchdown ever because, he had returned TDs and obviously receiving TDs. But
that'd be an interesting one.
If he had an end around or something. Mathis, I don't know if he ever had a receiving touchdown.
Yeah. I don't know.
Definitely had a return or 2 or 3 or 4. Well, how many did he have that year? He made the Pro Bowl in 05, a 2-14 season. That's a name. That could have got on the iceberg. The Drew Doherty or social admin tweet that we put out that we did the show on the other day. Other news that the Texans are putting out here, Dylan Horton, draft choice from last year, second year out of TCU, non-football illness list. You know about his struggles fighting cancer. That's been well documented, so I'm not sure what his situation is health-wise personally, but he's on the non-football illness list, and let's pray for him and hope he gets back to, optimal health as a human, and football is obviously the next thing on the list, but we'd love to see him out here.
Exactly, and I think that's the hard part in some sense. That's always the hard part in our jobs, like talking about, I remember David Quesenberry, Dre Howe, John Mechie, Dylan Horton. You want to be human, and we are humans, and we're praying for their health first and foremost, but we talk about football.
Yeah, it's a football
and
show.
So we want to know exactly, and we'd like to know when we can get Dylan back because I think Dylan in this defense, Dylan was, last year just kind of finding his stride as a rookie. And he was getting reps with that second group and was doing some good things, and then all of a sudden, boom. What is this health issue? We really didn't even know. We didn't know what it was. We just knew it was some sort of health issue and that he was going to be away from the team for a while. And okay.
And then news got out.
And the news got out. And, when we found out in the spring that he was in remission, it was great news. And we just hope that the Doom loves, and that's playing ball. So, and he would help this team. There's no doubt he would help this team at defensive end.
The team is on the field activating, doing some stretching and things like that. I see the 4 quarterbacks warming up, and wind blowing a little bit with the cloud cover and the storms moving into the area, but slowly. Mm-hmm. I'm going to use a word I never use at Texans training camp.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Got a little chilly earlier.
Oh,
Burr.
I swear, at some point this week or next week, it's going to be like 98, and I am going to just.
You're gonna be
furious with
you. All right, Feldarius Payne, Seth's little brother, not really. He got waived.
Yes.
But we talked about him, undrafted rookie, so he's no longer with the team. Ladarius Henderson, guard from Michigan, a rookie, waived, non-football injury. Non-football injury. All right, and the Texans have also waived injured one of the Jackrabbits, Johnny. One of the twins is gone. And, the twins like to be together, so this is weird for them that Jackson Yankee is gone, but his brother remains here.
Yep. And I think Jaden will do a good job. And here's the way that I figured it out, and I'm glad it stayed this way. Jaden is here. He's 83, 3D. Jaden with the D in there. That's how I remembered it. But, hey, Jaden's going to give it a go from making a roster standpoint. That dude can play. 6'1", 210, good size, good hands, does everything right as a wide receiver. Not blazingly fast, but fast enough. Does some things after that wide receiver room is going to be a tough nut to crack. We had a media event last night. I was talking to my buddy Cody Stutes and a couple others talking about what are you going to do with that wide receiver position. And you got the big three. It's like, okay, you're going to carry 6? All right, give me the next 3. And I'm like, I can't. I think the next 3 end up the 3 best receivers that come out of this training camp.
Wait, you gave him 6?
No, they were saying, no, I think they're keeping 6.
Oh, okay. So
That's
the big 3, and it was hard coming up with the next 3. Yes, I think it's really difficult.
I think it's very difficult.
I'm going to talk to Robert Woods today.
To write it in pen.
I have a hard time seeing Robert Woods not making this team.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
And Skoranek, they brought him here for a reason.
That's right.
I think they like Skoranek.
Yeah.
You know, good teammate, blocker. He can catch. He can make plays for you. But do they have the spot for him? What happens with Mechie? You know, we haven't even talked about Sims, who returned a punt for a touchdown in a playoff game, and he's certainly handy. Even if you don't dress him, you have him. Somebody else gets hurt, you feel good about elevating Sims and what he can bring to the table. It goes on. I mean,
have you mentioned Noah Brown yet?
I didn't mention Noah Brown. Wait a minute. He's not on this list, right? He's not on PUP.
No, he's out there. I see him. 85.
Nice.
The receivers
Very
are
nice.
straight across from us on
so
field
there
two.
was that Aaron Wilson tweet. He said Titus and Laramie might ramp it up.
Well, I saw Laramie walking over, so my guess is they'll ramp Laramie up. And again, this is
I don't
what
need to see Laramie for another 3 weeks.
Exactly right. Really don't.
You know,
we're selfish that we want to see the whole thing put together out on the field.
I don't need to,
but we really don't need to. You know where we need it? We need it week 1.
Yeah.
We're all good. We all good. We got everybody. Laramie's here. Titus is here. CJ's here. Defense is what we thought it would be. All right, let's go. That's when it needs to happen.
Stroud's got the red jersey on. No one can touch him. They're not doing joint until the Rams game. You're not going to expose Stroud in the Hall of Fame game in all likelihood.
No.
He might play against Pittsburgh, but I would doubt it. He might. It's hard to, we're speculating here. It's hard to know. It's hard to know.
With the way that DeMeco handled it last year, my guess is we don't see CJ in the first 2 games. We might see him for a drive
in the Giants game. Joint practice against the Rams, and that's it.
Yeah,
he appears in 1 game. I'm fine with that.
It's just serious.
If he wants to just shut him down, I'm fine with it. But we also have examples of teams that don't play anybody, then they struggle, like the Rams did prior to last year. Then last year they decided to play some starters, and they had a better season.
How about the Ravens? We ran into the Ravens week 1. That was not a well-oiled machine.
Oh, yeah, they didn't play anybody.
I mean, they beat us. Don't get me wrong. They beat us.
Yeah.
But Lamar was not clean.
But they can manufacture offense with Lamar. It's a different kind of deal.
That's a different thing, That's a different thing. This offense is a little bit more precision, timing, execution, whereas Lamar can have that whole offense break down, and he can do something to beat you, which he consistently has done to us.
All right,
so hopefully Christmas we have some Scrooge items for him.
Laramie is walking across the field now with a giant medicine ball, and Dr. Vandermeer declares him healthy enough to play if we had to, but he's fine, okay? Yeah. So isn't it good to have the doctor here to straighten everybody out on this stuff?
I like Dr. Vandermeer.
Not bad.
I like Dr. Vandermeer
and it's free.
being around.
It's free medical advice is worth something. Okay, we've made some changes to the Texans preseason TV broadcast crew, and we're going to have one of the members of that crew on next. It is coming up right here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
No matter where I travel, one thing remains the same. Everybody loves Ford here in the Lone Star State.
The best in Texas isn't just about being the best-selling trucks. It's about you and how Ford trucks help you be at your best every day, offering the technology and capability to handle whatever the day brings. And that's why we say,
Ford is the best in Texas.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful scenes and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort. Louisiana's best bet.
Drum roll, please. Pepsi's National Battle of the Bands is back and celebrating 10 years of showcasing top historically black college and university marching bands in the nation. Get ready for the battle and join us on Sunday, August 25th at NRG Stadium for the action, rhythm, and talent of musicians from Prairie View A&M University, Texas Southern University, Ocean of Soul, and more. Plus, this year's event will feature a live performance from Grammy Award-winning artist Lecrae. Get your tickets now at lsse.net. That's lsse.net.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses, because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
How do we solve the world's most complex medical problems? At Houston Methodist, we're leading the way in performing double lung transplants for critically ill patients.
We're also performing advanced heart transplantation for adults with congenital heart disease, giving them new hope.
That's the difference between practicing medicine, leading medicine.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
In the loop.
Will Anderson. We know and we expect him to take another step. What if he blows the doors off it? Like just becomes elite, an absolute must game plan for him kind of guy. They got a double-digit sack guy on the other end. Not to mention DeMeco Ryans inside, who's a pass-rushing fiend. He's just going to be moved to the inside. All of a sudden, you've got quarterbacks that you're going to face that are really, really good, that are going to have it coming at them from both ends.
Your lunch break is better with In the Loop. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
They're running. They're warming up. Still ramping up to practice here. Individual period underway. We got the scoreboard lit here. Lights still on at the Houston Methodist Training Center because cloud cover and nasty clouds in the distance. And it is here. Texans Training Camp 2024 season. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Shout out to Aaron Raybold, our engineer, who travels with us.
It's our dude, man.
He's our year
guy.
Oh my gosh!
A couple of years were a struggle.
It was a little rough, Aaron.
It was tough.
It was a little rough.
Aaron Raybold comes in. It's like member of the family. Here we go.
Your narrator had to bring the equipment on Saturday afternoons to help the engineers we'd hire on the road. Actually, these were pretty good guys we got on the road, but they didn't know us.
Yeah,
they didn't know us.
They're not Aaron Raybold. Let's put it down.
Yeah, they're not. Although we did have a guy who was Paul Harvey's engineer when Harvey would do the show in the winter from Phoenix. Now, some of you know who Paul Harvey is who are listening right now. You're thinking, wow. So I was very impressed by this.
Yes.
And I wanted all the Paul Harvey inside info. Did he do the show in his robe? I mean, what was Paul Harvey like at home in Phoenix when you're engineering his show? And now you know the rest of the story. Anyway, joining us right now, we've mentioned changes to the preseason TV crew. What we're going to do, the man to my right, John Harris, is going in the booth with Andy Kalu and Kevin Kugler. So we got a three-man booth for Texans preseason TV. So, Johnny, you will be not on the sideline for those 3 games.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a plan. I'm going to go over that later because I haven't talked to everybody involved with the plan to replace you. You can't replace you. Can't replace you.
Yes, you can.
But on the sideline is Shelby Coppage.
Yes.
Who Shelby was somewhat host of 360, 2-3 episodes last year, and also hosts a couple of slant interviews last season, and does a whole bunch of volleyball for ESPN, basketball for ESPN, play-by-play for volleyball.
I'm trying to get an Aaron's level with y'all one day, but we're going to start out strong.
Yeah. You've got work to do to get to that level. No, I'm
That's
just kidding.
fair.
You're
That's totally
professionally,
fair.
your work speaks for itself. You're outstanding. So you just got back from China. You were doing volleyball in China. For what entity?
So in China, it was called the Volleyball Nations League, and basically that tournament qualifies countries, including USA, everyone for the Olympics.
Oh, wow.
So it was a really, really big deal. China was there, Brazil, Japan, Thailand. It was crazy calling China in China.
Yeah.
These players are literally 6'7".
Right.
And I have to say their names with emphasis. I'm like, Zhu Ting.
Yeah.
So, it got really fun.
How long did that take, Shelby, to learn how to say the rosters of each team, not just the Chinese team, but all the teams?
International.
They're different. There are little symbols above each of those different letters in different countries. How tough was that?
Well, you both know boards. And so for those listening, when you're in the booth, you have your board in front of you. How I do it, I write their names like how it sounds.
Phonetically, yeah.
So I don't even know how you spell their names. I have no clue. I get with our team beforehand and say it out loud, then just spell it how it sounds. So it wasn't too hard. The China team was definitely the hardest.
Yeah. All right, so you played volleyball in college, right? Where?
Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Okay.
So small D1 school. We are undefeated in football. Still no football team, LOL. But I work for ESPN as a volleyball analyst, and I am surrounded by Olympians or Stanford players, and then there's me. So I really got to step it up, you know?
Yeah, but you played the game, so that's cool. And you've done play-by-play and color. All right, so Shelby Coppage, she'll be on the sideline for Texans preseason TV, and our 3 preseason TV broadcasts are Pittsburgh and the 2 games here, the Giants and the Rams. Those are the ones that we're putting out. The Hall of Fame game is going to be a national game. So anyway, Shelby, tell me the difference to you in doing play-by-play and color.
Play-by-play is you are telling the viewers what you're seeing, and then once it goes to the analyst, you're telling them the how and the why. Once, example, in volleyball, the ball's dead, or in football, when the play's over, that's where the analyst jumps in and really gives you that breakdown. Sometimes you can even say what went wrong. It doesn't have to always be what went right. It's really anything you want to say about it.
Yeah.
So being down on the sidelines for a football game.
Yes.
Now, I treat it differently than some other sideline reporters do. They focus more on the reporter aspect. I'm a little bit more on the analyst side. Yeah. But your thoughts about being down there for a preseason game, how many have you done football games before, and how excited are you to be down there, especially the first game being Pittsburgh, which, by the way, is as cool a stadium as you're going to find.
I'm so excited to be in Pittsburgh with y'all, and I'm really excited because as a reporter, you have to tell the stories that you don't hear. You can't Google or you can't read those stat sheets. So you have to really do your digging. And also for preseason, this is the time to showcase Texans players who don't get that much love during the season and who have awesome stories to tell themselves, whether it's in the community, on the field, in the locker room. Sometimes the biggest leaders really don't get playing time, and people don't even realize things like that.
Yeah, that's well put. And you also do Bally, like high school stat. And let me just tell you something. This is the little secret about broadcasting NFL games. If you've done that, if you've done a lot of high school, you're ready. Because you don't get the information in high school. It's harder to get the information. It's not like they have PR departments just spoon-feeding you lots of stats, facts, and figures like the NFL does or high-level college.
Not only do you not get the information, we talk to the coaches once. So no players, nothing else. Sometimes I'll grab one before the game starts. But during the game, there's, like you said, literally no stats. I'm writing down each play in my own notebook. I'm having to keep track of the stats. So when I talk to the coach or player for interviews, I actually have the correct information. But yes, I do have the reps, the background with Bally Sports as a football reporter. So I'm very excited. You're in good hands, I promise.
Okay. Well, no, we know this. Yeah. So do you have
we weren't scared of that.
Do you have
good.
a favorite?
Not scared of anything, honestly.
Do you have a favorite sideline reporter or two, people that you look up to that you say, oh, that person's just so good at their craft or whatever?
Molly McGrath is great. She works for ESPN, and you can tell that she really knows her stuff. And I think once you're an analyst, you already have the respect because you played. But a lot of times reporters didn't play sports in college. They're fans. And so they really have to know their stuff. You can't just be a pretty face. That's something that's thrown around in the industry a lot. So Molly McGrath really knows her stuff, knows the coaches, the players. I like her cadence. I talk fast personally. I really like watching her and trying to mimic how slow she speaks and things like that. She's great to watch.
Oh, because you tend to speed up and try to get it all out.
I'm doing a lot better now, but
I can't do that.
Yeah.
I need the coffee.
Well, I mean, that's the. I mean, I know with us, like, I know I've got 45 seconds, if that, for the most part. Like, okay, get it in. So I get that point where I'm like, at the last 10 seconds, I'll get back to you, Mark. And so the last probably 3-4 words.
Or I'll throw it to him at the worst possible time. They're going to up to the line of scrimmage. Let's go down to John Harris. And I can just feel him thinking, why did he give it to me right now?
I mean, I always take the ball. It's just a matter of whether it's a quarterback sneak or I got the opportunity to run a zone run. But
that's a great point. And then being a reporter, if a pick happens or a big play happens, I have to make sure I can hand it off to you two in real time rather than talking over a huge play that the fans want to hear about.
Yeah. How can people follow you on social media, Shelby?
At Shelby, SHELBY, Coppage, COPPEDGE, at Shelby Coppage. I really hate to play my last name.
On Instagram or Twitter or
both
all
of them. I'm really not that entertaining on Twitter. I'll just retweet the
You're an
Texans
IG person.
stuff. Yes, but I'm very excited. So
looking forward to it. Looking forward to it indeed. It's going to be at Pittsburgh for our first Texans-produced preseason TV game. It'll be Andy Kalu and Johnny in the booth with Kevin Kugler and Shelby Coppage on the sideline. Thanks so much, Shelby.
Thank you both for having me.
All
I
right,
can't wait.
It'll be fun. Can't wait. Can't wait for the Hall of Fame game. That's first. Johnny, you'll still be on the sideline for radio at the Hall of Fame game.
Absolutely.
Wait, who's doing that game nationally? Is that ESPN?
Wait, no, that's NBC's game, isn't it?
I thought it was NBC.
Or did it go back
it's
to
a
ESPN?
Thursday nighter. It's
It is
ESPN.
ESPN.
Ball crew. The first time we were there in 2002, August 5th, I remember the date. John Madden and Al
the season has started, so what is it?
And Melissa Stark,
ESPN,
who is still working the sideline. My gosh, Melissa Stark.
Oh, man.
She looks exactly the same. She wears sunscreen.
ESPN ABC. So that's Joe and Troy.
That's awesome.
They called Week 18, and then they get us again to start the season.
Those guys do a great job. All right, coming up, what's going on at training camp? Players on the field. We'll let you know what's happening. They're about to do special teams. Will they practice the new kickoff situation in front of our eyes? We'll let you know. And you're thinking, kickoffs, really? Trust us, this is going to be a real league-altering play now. You're going to want to hear about that, among other things, next year on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans debit card exclusively from TDECU. With access to team store discounts, discounted tickets, and other offers and promotions, this card is a must-have for all Texans fans. So whether you're grabbing concessions at the game or buying your lucky t-shirt to wear on game day, spend with spirit all season long. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get yours today. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
I am your tech-savvy AI assistant.
At Hyundai, all our 2024 models offer tech-savvy features, like available digital key and complimentary BlueLink Plus. It's user-friendly technology.
I'm friendly.
Can you figure out time travel?
Yes.
It's your journey. Oh, every mile.
For 60 months on the Tucson, or lease for $269 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end 7/31/24. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
Chevron with Techron has unbeatable engine cleaning power, and it gives you unbeatable mileage for all kinds of unbeatable destinations, like time in the sun at the beach, or time in the sun riding roller coasters, or a day in the sun hiking mountains. Well, probably just one mountain would be enough for a day, but hiking a mountain is still an unbeatable choice for how to spend time. Download the Chevron app now to get unbeatable mileage at locations near you.
In the loop.
Will Anderson, we know and we expect him to take another step. What if he blows the doors off it? Like just becomes elite, an absolute must game plan for him kind of guy. They got a double-digit sack guy on the other end. Not to mention DeMeco Ryans inside, who's a pass-rushing fiend. He's just going to be moved to the inside. All of a sudden, you've got quarterbacks that you're going to face that are really, really good, that are going to have it coming at them from both ends.
Your lunch break is better with In the Loop. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled pickled onions? I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The sweet and spicy bacon burger from Whataburger. Just like you like it.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesar's Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesar's Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesar's Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesar's Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Do you know a Black outstanding leader and doer in the Houston community? Nominate them now for the Houston Texans Bold Awards, presented by Coca-Cola to help us celebrate African Americans who positively influence our city through their contributions in community impact, entrepreneurship, social equity, nonprofits, and more. 5 winners will be selected to receive a $5,000 donation to the nonprofit of their choice and will be honored by the Houston Texans during the 2024 season. Nominate a leader by July 7.com/bold.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, we're live here at Houston Methodist Training Center. Oh, man, that storm's getting closer.
Yeah.
In the Loop is going to be live here right after us, and they might get a little damp doing the show.
We got this far without rain, which is a miracle. I thought for sure.
A miracle.
Looking at the radar before the show at 7:30, I'm like, whoa, we're going to be hitting like 15 minutes, and then it didn't.
This feels like a Greenbrier show today. Yeah. It really does. It just feels festive and cool, and I could have gone with long sleeves. That's amazing. That's never – I don't think I've ever said that at a Houston Texans training camp.
I always wear long sleeves, so I'm always prepared for it, but I'm always sweating.
Yeah, you're one of those guys who wears long sleeves. Like all the coaches – not all, but a lot of the coaches wear long sleeves in the heat.
Yeah.
And they keep the sun off of them. Is that the philosophy?
That's mine. I'll put the sunscreen on my face. I'm okay with that, but I don't like putting it all over my forget that.
If you have the sun on you, you cook. That's the whole thought.
I've always worn long sleeves. When I was coaching, I wore long sleeves, so I just come out here and wear long sleeves.
Give me an offensive alignment you've seen in this group install or individual work whatever.
So the first group that I ended up seeing, they were 21 personnel. So with Andrew Beck dealing with, on the training camp pup, they had Harrison at fullback with Joe. Tight end was Brevin Jordan, and then they had Diggs and Tank, I think, was that group. But they've been mixing and matching with different personnel groups and getting both the backs in there as we're looking across right now. Cases under center. And so you look over there, it looks like there's a Yankee, there's Dalton Keene in motion. Looks like that's who's that? Oh, that's Skoranek out there as well. So you start going through the names on this roster, and there are starts in previous places. There's Super Bowl rings in Ben Skoranek's case as a rookie back in 2021 with the Rams. It's been impressive. When I went through the 90-man roster, I did it by position group, and I was going through, and I would kind of go through like honors. It's like Shaq Mason's got a ring, Skoranek's got a ring, Khalil Davis has got a ring. It's like got some guys around here that have, been in that game and played at a high level even in that game. So hopefully that's something that they are all able to do this year in 2024.
You know how we have Don't Forget About Me Guy?
Yeah.
Don't underestimate me guy is Brevin Jordan. Don't underestimate me. Made plays last year, especially late last year, and I think that this is a player that could be real sneaky hot relative. Look, if they had the offensive personnel they had 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Brevin Jordan's probably, MVP or
he's the number one or number two option.
Really, he's one of them, right? Here on this team with all the names, you don't bring them up much. Not you, but people don't bring them up much.
Yeah.
But maybe they should.
Absolutely.
He's going to make some plays.
You know how I feel about Brev. I had him number 37 in my Harris 100 a few years ago, and I think Brev's kind of had some hiccups with some injury momentum. An injury would, set him down for a few weeks. And it was like that at the beginning of last year. But then he kind of found his stride. And then one thing that Brevin found, maybe the Texans found this about him, but in the game against Tennessee, when Andrew was out, when Beck was out, they wanted to have that fullback in who they were going to use. Well, they used Brev, and Brev played that fullback position. He did a couple of really nice things, couple of really nice blocks, and we talked to him about it after the game, and he was like, yeah, whatever I've got to do for the team, but, yeah, I was pretty comfortable in that role. And, again, it goes back to the different personnel groups you can have, and if you're banged up, like today, Beck's not able to go, but Hairston is, Dalton Keene is. But if those guys are banged up or in a roster situation you don't have those guys, well, you know that Brevin Jordan can do that. He's proven that to you. And that can end up being a really nice spot for Brev. So I think this would be – this obviously is last year of his contract, so it's contract year. I want to keep him around because I think there is something with that guy that if he is healthy all the way through a season, that he's going to give you 45 to 50 catches. He's going to get in the end zone 3 or 4 times. Mm-hmm. And you can tell he's focused. When we had our media days, what was one question I asked him about? Hey, that touchdown run out was pretty cool, right? What did he tell us? You know what, John? Yeah, it was good. He talked about it for 10 seconds. Yeah. He was like, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Yeah. I got to move on to 2024.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, he said straight up to me, sitting next to him,
Kelsey doesn't want to talk about all his great plays. You know? Maybe he does a little bit in the offseason, but then he's done with it.
All right, I like that category. Don't underestimate me, guy.
Don't underestimate me, guy. A guy who hasn't been a Pro Bowler or really, he's flashed.
Right.
Established himself to be the player he wants to be, and he's got an opportunity this year. I know the tight end room, look, you talked about Schultz and obviously Stover and Couturiano trying to make a name for himself as well. Quickly here, kickoff returns, and what we're going to see here in camp, it's going to be notable. We saw a little taste of it, OTA's minicamp, but now you're going to see the real deal out here. And that Hall of Fame game, all eyes will be on that game around the league as they want to see how that kickoff return is going to play out.
Absolutely. I love the fact that Eric Galko was at Big 12 Media Days, and I did not even think about that aspect, and he was huge with the XFL. And so just talking about what teams are doing and how they're approaching it. And people have asked me, well, what do I think? I'm like, I don't really know. I think with that condensed a space, I think Damian ends up being a really good option because I do think it has to be a running back. But
you got two return men, though. You have two return men.
Damian will be one of them. And maybe that's what you do. One's a Damian Pierce type, kind of running back type, and the other one ends up being kind of what you would have thought of as a traditional return type.
It's going to be fun to watch. My prediction is you'll see some explosive plays, no doubt.
Yes,
you'll see a lot of stuffs as well.
Yep.
You're going to get drama. You're going to get this sort of manic results from time to time, and it really is going to bring the excitement back. And a big reason why they did it, obviously, you just don't see the kickoff return anymore. I know the Texans had a couple of returns for a TD last year on a kickoff return. Yep. There were 4 in the league, and the Texans
were 4 in the league. Texans had 2.
They had 2 of them. Now, in the Super Bowl, there were 0 kickoff returns. 0 in the game
here.
Yeah, that's definitely going to change. You're going to see virtually, I don't want to say no touchbacks, but very few because you're punished by taking the touchback. So we're going to see a ton of returns. It's going to be fun. Anyway, that's it for today's show. We'll be back tomorrow at 8. Coming up in the loop, they've got Will Anderson on. Sean and Seth out here at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Texans training camp. Thank you, Chris, for producing. Aaron for engineering. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans and Amegy Bank are proud to call Houston home and believe that small businesses are vital to the strength of our community. We've joined forces to create the Houston Texans.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Hey, you know what I'm bringing today. Let's go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
The wait is over, Lopez. The wait is over. So much of this has been about anticipation. It's been about looking forward. It's been about the future. But today, Lopez, as we sit here on In the Loop at Texans training camp, we get to live in the moment, Lopez. We get to live where our feet are planted, and Texans training camp is underway. We are out here on the field. Not a better feeling, baby.
All right, I got to stand up. I'm standing up if you're not watching us on the live stream. I'll sit down in a minute, but I got to stand up. No, I figure it is.
Want to see all that, man.
Yeah. I figure it is what you think it is. It is what you think it is.
I don't want y'all to see under here.
Don't turn your head, Brandon.
I don't want y'all to see under
here. Don't look over here, Aaron. It is what you think it is.
I don't want y'all to see this.
Is it a book or something out there, man?
Okay, it's not what you think it is, but I got to stand up. I'm excited. All right, look, so let's get right into the 2024 season. By the way, the 2024 season is upon us, okay?
It's beautiful.
It is here.
It is officially. I heard Vandermeer saying this earlier on the Texans training camp show on Texans Radio. The season officially begins today,
sir.
Lopez.
Yes, sir. And as I just said that's C.J. Stroud about 60 yards in front of me, 50 yards in front of me.
Yeah, no more than 60.
Completion to Stephon Diggs. How about that? Right out of the chute on Sports Radio 610.
Turn the camera around, yo.
I think he wants to get us kicked out of here before we even get started. Like it ain't rules out here, man.
Tell him I said it. Tell him I said it, man.
That is true. I think Figgy.
I'm going to have to make some calls, man.
I was going to say, if anybody could get the rules changed, it would be Figgy, low-key.
It is Figgy. All right, so literally as we come on the air, this is happening right in front of us. C.J. Stroud to Stephon Diggs, all kinds of stuff. But here is the point of the day. This is the start of the season, B. Scott. This is the start of the season, Figgy, and we weren't even supposed to be sitting here. We weren't even supposed to be watching this team. The team was not even supposed to be on the field because those storms that are hammering Houston all over the place, God loves the Texans.
I know it's a God somewhere.
God
There's a God
loves
somewhere.
the Texans. Just a little backstory, and then I'll toss it to you because I just can't stop talking right now. I'm so excited. But here's the deal. So we get here, I got here about 8:30, 8:40, something like that. Nick Caserio was talking. We're going to hear from him in just a minute. And first text I see is from our guy Aaron Raybold, who's holding down the fort here, doing a spectacular job. And he goes, hey, man, can you guys come over here? We may have to go back to the studio. That storm is going to hammer this area.
Yeah, Aaron doubles up as a forecaster.
So I looked at my radar, and I was like, yeah, he's right. It's coming right here. It's coming right toward us. I talked to Omar. I talked to Everett. I talked to Lindsay from Texans PR. I was like, yeah, we're going to practice inside. I was like, they're going to practice inside. We're not going to be able to even see it for most, because it's happening as we're speaking. Around to the other side of the fields. Lo and behold.
The Lord spared us.
Dude.
The Lord spared us is what Lopez is trying to tell you. The forecast said that around the time that this show started, we were going to be inside the bubble, or the Texans were going to be inside the bubble, and there was a possibility that in the loop, rather than being live from Texans training camp, rather than being live from the field, would have been live really from the comfort of our own studio.
We would have been like those Olympic shows that broadcast, from the studio in New York, and they act like they're there. Yeah. So I talked to Aaron, even when the storm was coming. I said, man, we can't not be here. I mean, the listeners, the loopholes count on us. So let's move all the tables back. Let's get under as much cover as we can. And I told you, we're probably going to get a little wet, but we ain't leaving.
Maybe.
We ain't going to leave. We ain't leaving.
I mean, it's held up this far. Yeah. And like you said, we got to get the decision reversed from going inside the bubble to being back outside on the field. And we get to see everybody. You know, it's kind of congested in there in the bubble, but they're all spread out over here. We're seeing, like as you mentioned, C.J. Stroud throwing the ball to Stephon Diggs, to Tank Dell, to Nico Collins. We've got over here on the side, we've got Laramie Tunsil working out, taking it kind of easy, kind of a little veteran treatment. Also, had the off-season surgery and injury, but you got all of the excitement of the rookies, Kamari Lassiter's out here. It's just an overall exciting feeling, man, and to be able to be outside on the grass rather than having to pivot and do something different is a good feeling. Man.
Yeah, and nice catch by Tank Dell.
Let me ask you this. What is the thing, and we've been talking about this all week, but now that we're here, now that we're getting to kind of smell the grass and see everybody out here, what is your biggest, and we're going to get into some OG passing thoughts in just a little bit, but what is your biggest, most prevailing thought coming out here? Because I think that I have one that's developed sort of overnight that isn't going to necessarily materialize today, but it is a training camp thought of mine.
My prevailing thought was, let's be honest here. I mean, I had to stand up at the start of the show. It was just excitement. But in terms of the team itself, is just the confidence emanating from everyone. And Nick Caserio said a couple things, even though he was trying to be somewhat conservative in his forecast and answering questions about the team. He said something that's going to be interesting. We're going to get to probably about 10:40 or so. But as we get out here, you see the confidence that we've been talking about the entire offseason. C.J. Stroud, obviously, it starts there. But just every player, it's hard to explain until you see it, and that's why we're so privileged to be here every year. And by the way, I think this is 40 for me, training camps.
Damn, Lopez.
Yeah.
Don't date yourself.
Well, I just did. And you see, you know it when you see it, and down to just how coaches are hopping onto the field. Now, they're always excited, but, just the way this team feels like they've got it.
For me, Lopez, it's that, and you'll notice a lot the outside noise. We're not paying attention to the outside noise or the outside expectations. There was even a reference by Nick Caserio this morning to, hey, a lot of this conjecture, a lot of the conversation is for stuff for them to talk about on Sports Radio 610 or for the fans to have fun with. But the reality, Lopez, is that the expectation is not just outside. It is within. It's not just a confidence, but it's also an expectation. They know, they believe at least, and I think they know that there's a great team somewhere within here. Somewhere over there on that field that we're watching right now is the potential for a great team. And so you'll hear a lot about, hey, not paying attention to the outside noise or the outside expectation, but what stands out to me is how much the outside expectation marries up with the internal expectation, because they believe, whether they tell you or not, or say this explicitly or not, they believe in exactly the things that we're talking about, exactly the narratives that we're building right here on this radio station and elsewhere.
That's an offshoot of what I said. Like I said, I don't think you can necessarily say, because I know I can't, this is why this team just looks different.
Yeah.
It's not something you can reach out and touch, but down to just how they were, even like the simplest things, when they trot out here and the clouds parted and God gave us the Texans for the 2024 season in a great sign for the year, down to just how they trotted out here, even the stretching, the lines, the drills, all that stuff. What I can't tell you what it is, but you can just see it.
Yeah, and really the thing that I'm looking forward to most about being out here, or the thing that I'm excited about, is that we get answers. That's what today really represents to me, Lopez, and I was mentioning this at the top of the show. This is what I was getting at. Like, we've spent so much time in anticipation. We've spent so much time looking forward or projecting or talking about this list or talking about that ranking or listing our top threes or top fives or this and that. And we'll continue to do those things throughout the course of the season, throughout the course of the day, throughout the course of the week, all of that. But today represents a day where we don't have to spend as much time projecting as we can thinking about actually getting answers. We're not going to get all the answers today, obviously, but starting camp, and I know they reported yesterday, but us being out here, to me, represents the moment where we start to get the answers that we're looking for. Who is the left guard for this team? Who, in fact, is the center of this team? Like, have we just taken for granted that Juice Scruggs is going to be the center? Does Kamari Lassiter win that job? opposite Derek Stingley as the starting cornerback? Do they have enough linebackers to be a serious football team? We think that they've got some pretty good ones at the top between Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris, but the depth beyond that is questionable. We get to get the answers to those questions while we're out here at training camp. The defensive line, we'll hear from Nick Caserio. I asked him about this straight up. You know, the depth of the defensive line. We'll figure that out. There are so many questions that we've asked that we will finally, today at least, represents our opportunity to get the answers and just stop
percent right. And beyond that, we're seeing some of the things. Now, they haven't gone 7-on-7 yet. We will let you know. It's going to be a shorter practice today, first day. But we're going to see some matchups that are going to be beginning to tell us that story. Like the big story for me in minicamp, which was so small, a sample size, was how they used, we've talked about it, Kamari Lassiter and some of these other things and where they put players, et cetera. But it's real now. We're going to see it.
Yeah, 100%. Have we mentioned Lopez?
Have we mentioned what?
One Will Anderson.
Anderson.
Have we mentioned one Will Anderson who we do expect to join us here on the show? You want to talk about somebody to be excited about. And I'm going to be up front. I've said this before. When they traded for Will Anderson or in the time leading up to the draft, ahead of that, I was not a guy who needed to have one of those defensive players that was at the top of the draft. Whether it was Wilson or whether it was Will Anderson himself, I was thinking offense. Let's go offense. You got the 2 first-round picks. Draft C.J. Stroud and load up on weapons. Let's go.
Yeah.
But they did trade for Will Anderson. And I don't know if there's, outside of obviously drafting C.J. Stroud, I don't know if there is a thing that they have done, and I'm including everything that they've done this offseason between signing Danielle Hunter, adding Stephon Diggs via trade, adding Joe Mixon via trade. I don't know if there is a single thing that the Texans have done over the past couple of years that I like more, aside from drafting C.J. Stroud, more than the move to go get Will Anderson watch play this year, and I can't wait till we get the opportunity to talk to him a little bit later on. Man.
Yeah, he's joining us right off the practice field, probably about 11 o'clock if you want to. We want you to listen all the time, but if you got something going on, you want to come back and join us, probably about 11 o'clock. But it's fluid, so I highly recommend you do that and hang in with us. But, Will Anderson, you're going to hear my passing thoughts in about 7 minutes, and he's definitely going to make an appearance. And some other players that I'm sure you are very, very interested in hearing from are going to make some appearances too, because first day there are passing thoughts, and Will Anderson in particular, they were, just so we can set the scene for our listeners, if you've ever been out here, you know where the bubble is. We are underneath the bleacher cover on the far east end of the 3 practice fields. So the middle practice field is where we were standing. On the far practice field, closer to, I guess that's Maine, is where the defense was. And so I kind of was, we saw what was in front of us. I was kind of peeking over there, trying to see what they were doing on the defensive side, looking for the DBs. But I saw Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, whatever drill they were doing, kind of come off the field together, and I went, man. Man.
Lopez, I think about, and we've got our questions about the team, right? I laid them out a little bit. What's going to happen opposite Derek Stingley? I mentioned the defense, the interior defensive line, the linebackers not named Azeez or Christian. When you think about the fact that they have an opportunity to have all pro-level players at every level of the defense, and maybe even multiples, save for probably linebacker. We're probably just talking about Christian Harris in terms of having an opportunity to do that. But, like, you could have 2 guys, obviously 3 double-digit sack potential guys with, if you throw DeMeco Autry out there.
Yeah.
But what you've got starting up front with Will Anderson and obviously bringing in Danielle Hunter, and then you go Christian Harris in the middle of that defense, and Azeez Al-Shaair in the middle of that defense. And, oh, by the way, Derek Stingley, executives are saying that this guy's already a top 10 cornerback, and we got all of the questions about Derek Stingley and the health, but he's so damn good when he's out there, Lopez, that he's undeniable. You got to put him on a list like this, even though he hasn't really played a ton. Like, man, I am excited for it. And I was getting at this yesterday about DeMeco and this defense. I'm excited about watching all the hype that we've had about the offense. I'm excited about watching DeMeco Ryans' defense. I'm excited about watching Will Anderson and seeing what Derek Stingley turns into in year 3, man. This is an exciting time, man, and they are right across from us getting to work in right now.
Yeah, they are. And by the way, on the text board, it's pretty a lot of listeners saying it's like Armageddon all around us. Like there's some heavy-duty thunderstorm.
This
is incredible. It's incredible.
The point that you made and the theme of the show could be the theme of the show.
Some light skies to our south.
Hey, look, Lopez, certainly the theme of the first half of the show until we at least talk to Will Anderson.
And then we
and the theme can take over from whatever we learn from Will Anderson.
Yeah.
But for right now, it is God loves the Texans.
Yeah.
God loves us. And this broadcast, because look at us, dry as a powder box, standing over here or sitting over here right now, but all we do or all we can see is the forecast.
Yeah.
But there's not any rain in sight, man. We can't complain.
And I got to tell you, in terms of temperature and breeze, this is very reminiscent of the Greenbrier in West Virginia when the Texans went up there in 2017. It's pleasant. Like one of the things that we've talked about is 9 a.m. practices. I know they have their reasons, but boy, that can be some brutal heat and humidity. This is very reminiscent of the Greenbrier. So yeah, things already are breaking well for the Texans.
You know how we talk about Lopez, how we talk about get off the bus, that get off the bus look.
Yeah.
The group that we had the closest look at early in our time watching practice before we came over here to do the show was the running back group. And I said this going into camp, man. When people come out here and take a look at Joe Mixon in person, if you haven't seen him in person, that's a get off the bus type of dude.
Yeah.
But really as a group, my point, Lopez, as a group, that running back group, man, between Mixon and I know a fan favorite, a Texans Twitter, Reddit favorite, text board favorite, text line favorite is the undrafted rookie British Brooks. I don't know if he's going to be somebody that we ever talk about again after training camp is over with, but he is a get-off-the-bus type of dude, an impressive-looking dude. And Dameon Pierce, to his credit, also. I mean, we've seen plenty of Dameon Pierce. We know what he looks like, but he looks good. We know that it's more of a mental thing, see how he adjusts, but he looks good out there, man. I was impressed by the running back group watching practice earlier today.
All right, so that was one of my passing thoughts.
We'll get to it, and we'll get to it. That's coming up next.
No, I'm glad you brought it up. It's fine. I got a bunch. And that is, I don't know about British Brooks, man. I don't think anybody can say anything definitive about him by any stretch. That dude's thighs. Did you check out his thighs?
He's stacked, man.
Dude looked like Saquon out there.
He's like British Brooks. This just in. Definitely a running back.
He is definitely like all these people say, you should play something other than running back because they never get paid if you're really, really good. That dude has no option but running back. That dude has no other position he could possibly play. Like his thighs, like we've seen the Saquon videos, all the old heads. I'm talking old heads like my age, etc. He's wearing number 44, and you may remember a fella by the name of Robert Newhouse for the Dallas Cowboys,
for sure,
who wore number 44. That dude, I was like, hey, man, Robert Newhouse is out here.
He's John Lopez. I'm B. Scott here on In the Loop. Let's pick this up on the other side. The OGs, it's an annual.
The inaugural.
Yearly tradition to get Lopez's passing thoughts. We'll do that next on In the Loop.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Not a better city of Houston right now than right here off of Kirby Drive at Texans Training Camp. And that's where we're at. In the Loop, Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig holding things down at the studio. And it is time for the inaugural OG Passing Thoughts. I can't wait to hear these, Lopez. What you got, man? I'll react to these.
Right out of the chute, you and Figgy, give me your thoughts, anything you want to add or whatever. So I'm going to go in the timeline of where we are here. So first thing that happened is we got here, and Nick Caserio had his availability in about I would say about 15 minutes. We're gonna hear from him and analyze that. But over the course of the press conference, he mentioned Danny Amendola. He mentioned Danny Amendola over the course, and I'm like, this guy just can't quit Danny Amendola.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
Is Danny the one that they said would be a Texan for life?
Yes, or
was it Rex? It was one of.
I think it was.
No, it was Danny, because Danny. Remember Danny? He retired.
Yeah,
and he
Danny.
that.
How about that? In the muck of all of this,
and here we are looking forward.
That Danny Amendola gets to be a Texan for life. That is a pretty random passing thought. I got to give it to you, OG.
That was random, but it was. We opened the show with this. God loves the Texans. I mean, we walked out here saying, "You're kidding me! You got to be kidding me!" Everybody is, and we are, about training camp, and we're going to have to bail on the first day.
Yeah,
we're going to have, but we didn't. We're watching practice as we speak. It looks like they're going to get the whole practice in out here.
Not to interrupt your passing thoughts, OG, but I will tell you, we've been getting indications that God loved the Texans, Lopez. Right. I was touching on this earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Some of the luck, like sometimes when it's better to be lucky than good.
Yeah.
Think about it, man. God loves the Texans.
God loves the Texans.
How about DeMeco Ryans being the head coach of this team? Yeah. How about them lucking into C.J. Stroud? How about the fact that they were in a position to go out and get a Stephon Diggs and a Danielle Hunter this offseason? You ain't lying, man.
Yeah.
God loves the Texans, and today is just another example of
it. Yeah. All right, so as we're walking around looking at everything, the team was still in the bubble getting whatever pre-practice, preseason thoughts from coaches or whatever they were doing. I'm walking around the facility. I'm saying, anything different around here? You got the big stands. They look a little bigger maybe. I don't know. You got the same stuff on one end zone. You got the family tent in the other end zone. And then I'm looking around at all the signage and everything. Dude, that H-Town logo is everywhere.
It is.
That H-Town logo, Figgy, they are embracing it.
It should be everywhere, man. It's fly.
They are. It's on top of the tents. It's on all the signage that surrounds the field. Of course, the Texans logo is there, but right there next to it, and I've been saying it all along, B. Scott and Figgy, I think eventually, ASAP, that H-Town logo, the home uniform, needs to be the permanent.
Show that blue, man. Show that blue.
They are not downplaying it at all. It is clearly their secondary logo. But what's interesting to me about that logo and seeing it out here at training camp is that it's actually not blue, Figgy.
They have them all.
They got the blue ones.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here looking at they've got them in white. They got them in red. They're just leaning into the new H more than anything. Now, obviously, the blue is the big part of the conversation, and we're going to see a lot of the blue. But that H, to Lopez's point, is very prominent out here, man. Very prominent.
Yeah. All right, let's get on the field. After they get out here, it looks like they're doing some 11 on 11 right now. How about that? With
turn the camera around, man.
11 on 11 has got to be the thing that we're looking most forward to.
Yeah.
100%. Because that's when we'll get the matchups that we're talking about.
So you know where I was looking. They start trickling out. Where's 76? Where's 76? Where's Kenyon Green? Bro, I didn't even talk to you about this deliberately. I was talking to some other folks that were watching practice. Figgy, He looks good, man.
Dude.
He looks good.
How about the fact that, Figgy, I was going to, at some point this week, try to sell Lopez on Kenyon Green because I came into this training camp with a certain level of optimism and hope for Kenyon Green that he could bounce back. He's one of my favorite bounce-back candidates for the Texans this year, and I think they got several of them. But at one point, before this week was over with, I was going to try to sell John Lopez on Kenyon Green just as an idea.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm going to have to do that anymore. I don't know, Figgy, if that's going to be necessary because Lopez laid eyes on one Kenyon Green.
I know.
I think he might already fell in love.
He sound like the hot girl in ninth grade.
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Edna Fitzgerald.
I know, man.
or one of them Guerra girls.
Yeah, one of the Guerras.
Yeah.
Nah, man, and it's not just me. There was quite a collective raised eyebrow. He almost looks thin. No, he's not. It's just because he's big and he's tall. But he almost looks like thin. So he may not play, but he looks good. All right, another passing thought here. Seth Payne was talking about, like, literally he was standing right next to me. And they were doing their warm-ups and everything. They just started. They'd done like three reps of stretching and jogging across the field and all that stuff. He goes, kiddingly, he said, all right, I'm going to find the guy that looks the worst, and I'm just going to torch him tomorrow. Like, they're just kidding around. And as he's saying that, Shaq Mason and Titus Howard skipped the next rep. Mind you, the fourth rep of the year. To go step to the side and grab a bottle of water. And I'm like, okay, there's your guys right there.
And I was standing next to you when you were standing next to Seth when all of this happened. And I thought to myself, hey, Shaq's a guy that can absolutely get himself, be super reliable last year in his position and his role.
Yeah.
Played all the games and started all the snaps at right guard last year. If there's anybody that's earned a drink of water early on in a camp or in a practice, I think it's Shaq Mason. Titus, I don't know. I feel like he should be somebody that's out there trying to get it in a little bit more. Even though I believe in him a little bit more than you do, I think.
Yeah.
That did stand out to me, but I would point you toward their bank accounts, Lopez.
Yeah, that for sure.
Those are two of the richer guys on the team, two of the guys that got paid. So, yeah. They can get those veteran water reps, if you will.
Yeah, and so as that's happening, I immediately turn to, I forget who I was talking with. It might have been you, P. Scott. I said, I think everyone is accounted for, right? Because that's the first thing. That's one of the first things you do.
Attendance.
Like who's here, who's not, who's on the side field. I said, I think everyone's accounted for. That's another good sign. And then I kind of casually turn around and I see Laramie Tunsil on this field throwing a medicine ball. It's like, okay, well, Laramie, I mean, that's a given, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
and there was reporting out there before we got out here that Laramie Tunsil would be eased. I forget the exact phrasing, but it was something like he'd be eased into it, so to speak, which makes sense. He had, an off-season injury, and he's Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. A couple more here for you. You mentioned British Brooks. That dude is a house.
Dude, I did the segment maybe a week or so ago about camp crushes. Maybe it was a couple days ago. Camp crushes or just your British Brooks is a name that just kept coming up in the background.
Yeah.
That is somebody, I say this all the time, if you are knee-deep in the trenches of Texans Twitter, Texans Reddit, Texas forums of any kind online, British Brooks is one of those names that come up. But now that we're here at training camp and got to lay eyes on him, that is a get-off-the-bus type of dude.
That is.
I got to say, he's a get-off-the-bus type.
No doubt. Three more. So a year ago, we're sitting out here, and there's a rookie named Tank Dell, and we're all going, man, his cuts look sharp. He looks good. About a week later, we're like, this dude can play. About 2 weeks after that, we're like, he's going to be a contributor. My thought on this right now, watching Tank Dell, his cuts look even better. Like, he looks crisp, goes into the break hard, comes out of the break hard, impossible to cover. Don't you worry about Tank Dell.
What the hell was Cal talking about whenever they had him at the golf course and he said that Tank was going to have to work his way back?
Yeah.
it was going to take a while for him to work his way back to where he was.
Yeah.
Hey, man, maybe so. But damn it, it looks like he did it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dream with me for a second here, Lopez. Tank Dell deep.
Come on now.
Stephon Diggs over the middle.
Yep.
Nico Collins on the other side, and C.J. Stroud making the decisions. Oh, man. Because it's not just the arm, the accuracy, and the ball placement. The ball. Remember, he talked about being a ball placement specialist last year? Man, it turns out that this dude is like an elite processor and decision maker on Twitter with all of these damn good options.
Yeah.
Man.
Two
Lopez,
more quick ones for you here.
Excited.
This is just an observation. I think we knew this was going to happen, but Azeez Al-Shaair wearing 0 in the middle of that defense.
Yes.
Come on.
I feel that.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
And then the last one, and we might have to dig into this a little bit, if not today, maybe another day. I can't help but pull for Dameon Pierce, man.
Okay.
I'm watching him. He's running hard. I had some conversations with some people here. They feel pretty confident it's going to click again for him. I can't help but pull for that guy, man.
Yeah, I've got bounce-back candidates, and maybe you could even call them somewhat underdogs now based off of how their previous seasons have gone. But Dameon Pierce is one of my favorite ones to talk about. We mentioned Kenyon Green earlier. John Mechie is another name for me that's on the list. That's something we might be able to get into a little bit later on in the show. But I'm absolutely with you there on Dameon Pierce. He looks good out there, like just flat out an observation from camp, from practice today. He looks good physically. We know it's more of a mental thing, more of a reps thing, more of a getting used to the system thing and adjusting. We'll see how that looks throughout camp.
Yeah.
I'm excited and definitely pulling for Dameon Pierce. That's John Lopez. I am Brandon Scott out here at Texans training camp. It looks like they are wrapping up. Coming up next, we will hear from DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, Will Anderson Jr. All of it is coming up next on In the Loop. Don't miss it.
Loken Group right now, guys. Lance and Karina Loken getting your home sold. Getting
Loco.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Texans just wrapped up practice here at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and DeMeco Ryans is speaking to the media live from the.
Oh, how's everybody doing? Excited to be back. I'd like to start first off just extending my sincere condolences to the Jones family, Miss Emily, Jacoby Jr. on the passing of Jacoby. Jacoby was a teammate of mine here for 5 years, and when you talk about a guy who was, fun-spirited, right, loving, caring, right, a great teammate, the dance machine, he was a fun guy to be around. He lit up any room that he walked into just with his great spirit, and he'll be truly missed. I was very saddened to hear the news of him passing. Just truly feel sorry for the family and for all of his teammates, all the lives that he's touched. Kobe, I remember he always did a great job of working camps and working with kids, and he always did an excellent job of doing that, and he'll be missed. My last time seeing him was actually our playoff game. We were with the Ravens, and he was honored as a Ravens legend, so that was a proud moment for me to see him there honored, right? Another organization, Houston, right, and to see him doing that with his son, right, is a very special moment, and just my prayers are with him and praying for God's strength and comfort for the family.
Sorry for your loss. This is year 2 for you in this program. Does it feel any different knowing what you all achieved last year? And what is the message you all?
As we open up our 2024 camp and for this season, everything starts new for us. It's about building a solid foundation, right? If you want to do anything great, it starts with the foundation. You want to build anything great and grand, it starts with the foundation, and that's what camp is about. So I'm truly excited about being able to get started today. It's day 1. As I told our guys, we have a lot of room for improvement, and my expectations and what I expect to see from everyone, all of our guys, just let's get a little bit better each day. Right, if we get a little bit better each day, right, we'll be exactly where we want to be. And that starts with guys, their mindset of just showing up on purpose, showing up with the right attitude, right, being a great teammate, guys being resilient no matter what we face, whether it's weather, right, it's injuries, it's the tough days of camp, whatever we face, you got to be able to overcome it, sustain, and push through. And I just want all of our guys to just show up with a competitive spirit. Right, and that's what, if everybody shows up that way, we'll be just fine.
From a leadership standpoint, what have you seen from CJ this offseason as he heads into year 2?
I think CJ has done a really good job this offseason of as a leader when it comes to working with other guys, right? Knowing that he's not just working by himself, but finding the avenues to get a group together and work together. That's very important, especially when it comes to timing in the passing game for receivers and quarterbacks. They have to be in sync, and it shows that they see how important that was because.
You feel like that you did a great job of instilling the mindset and the mentality in some of your younger players to give back as far as with these rookies, like a lot of them got a chance to work in the offseason with these rookies coming in, and not only that, but just giving back to the community as well?
Yeah, it's really important for us. The community is really important, and that's why we bring the guys in we bring in. The first thing I look for is guys who are good people, right? Good character guys. We can win with good guys, and we're going to win. We're going to do it the right way with the right people, and it starts with the character of the men that we bring in. So that's first thing first. That's non-negotiable, right? And guys have to be great teammates. They have to be great in the community and care about others, and that goes a long way for all of us. It's not about ourselves, right? As we go through life, and it's about what can we do to lend a helping hand to someone else. How can we bless others? That's what life is all about.
How was it to see Titus Howard finally get back out there on the field? If you can, do you have an update to share about Larry Tunsil?
It was good to see Titus back out today. You know, he missed some time there with the surgery, so it's good to see him back healthy and having the opportunity to compete. And when it comes to Laramie, we have guys will be on different schedules throughout camp, so there'll be guys you won't see out, but everybody's on track for the season opener, and that's what this is all about, right? Getting guys ready to go when we kick off our season opener.
Are there other things here in the second year with this team? I know there's new players. Are there other things you can accomplish in this training camp because you had to do so much kind of installing and teaching of the culture? Are there things you can accomplish this year that weren't available to you last year?
This year it starts over truly for me. It's all about you reteach, right? You start with the basics, the fundamentals of teaching the principles, our style of play, right? How we play, how we practice. For me, you never lose sight of just because guys were here last year, they understand it. So we have a ton of new guys on our team. Each team is different. So for me, we're still instilling those principles of how the Houston Texans play football and how can we rep our style. So it'll be a lot of teaching, and we'll continue to teach until it shows up on game day.
You talked a lot about hype, rap boys and all that. Can you remember a point in your career when you were able to actually put that to practice? You talk about not believing the hype, not eating the rap boys and all that. Do you remember a point in your career where you were able to actually do that?
When we talk about expectations for the season and what that means, it all starts internally for each and every guy on the field. Like, what do you expect for yourself? And that's what I asked our guys yesterday. It's not about what people say on the outside. That doesn't change who you are. It's about who you think you are. What do you think you can achieve and accomplish as a player? Right, that's the only thing that matters to me, and the expectations are always driven internally. So if our guys think high of themselves, we'll go high, and that's how I want guys thinking.
DeMeco, what's the key for players in their second year, like a CJ particularly? What's the difference, and what's the key for them to continue on?
Second year is really, it's your first true off season. So it all starts with how you attack that off season the right way. Because guys can make some huge strides in their off season preparation as second year players. They don't have to worry about combine prep. They don't have, they can truly dedicate themselves to football. So I think you'll see guys start pick up where they left off, hopefully, but it's just a matter of those guys. I think for the second year guys, they have so much more confidence because they know what to expect now. They know how practices are going to be. They know the meeting. They know the schedule. So they don't have to, there's not any uncertainty for those guys. So they can truly dial in and lock in and focus on football, and they can become better players, and you see a tremendous growth in that year two, and that's what we're looking for all of our year two guys. CJ, Will,
That is DeMeco Ryans live from the practice field. Will Anderson is about to join us also live here on In the Loop. So we're going to break here and come right back. And your defensive end for the Texans, Will Anderson Jr., Defensive Rookie of the Year, will join us right here on In the Loop next.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports Radio 6. HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott and John Lopez here live from Texans Training Camp. Texans just got off the practice field, and we are happy and proud to be joined by the reigning NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, Houston Texans defensive end, second year, Will Anderson Jr. Will, we got to ask you, man, first of all, how are you doing, and what do you look forward to most at a time? Y'all reported yesterday, but out here practicing, man, what do you look forward to most when you come out here, man?
Yeah, first I just want to say thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Man, I'm feeling blessed and highly favored, man, and, you know, just being back out here with the team, man, and just building that foundation, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, building that team camaraderie, man, that togetherness, that brotherhood, man, so when Sunday get here, we can just go fly around, man, and I think right now is an important time to build those relationships, to get that team chemistry.
Look, man, there's so much hype around this team, and I know Nick, Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, players themselves are like, we got to block that out, we got to block that out. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. So how do you handle it? And I know you guys have expectations too. What are they?
Man, our expectation is just to be us, man. Just to be us, to have fun, man. And like I said, build that foundation and build that building. And everybody come together, everybody putting their head down and working. That's our expectation. And we can't worry about the outside noise.
But how much of it, though, and I was talking to Lopez about this before you got here, it feels like the outside noise, this is just me telling you this, it feels like the outside noise and the the internal expectations should marry up, because this is just logic, Will. The type of season that you had last year, the type of season that CJ had last year, all of the additions that y'all made, how much does it feel like, you know, internally, like the standard has kind of not necessarily changed, but been raised a little bit based off of y'all's success that you've already had?
Yeah, I would put it this way. I would say the standard is the standard. Once the standard is set, there's no change in the standard. Once the expectation is set, there's no change in the expectation. Last year was last year. We know we have to build off of, and we didn't play to the expectation. And the goal this year is to always remain at that standard and remain at that expectation.
Do you guys do what we do? Because we were kidding off the air about how yesterday we were talking. It's like the first day of school, man. Oh, look at so-and-so, look at so. Like, I do it. I saw Kenyon Green looking good. You look like you changed your body a little bit. Do players do that?
Yeah, of course. I think when everybody came back in, it was like, dang, bro, you don't swole it up. You don't got skinny, or you don't lost some weight. But it's just good to see the team, man. It really just shows how hard people were working this offseason and how much it means to them.
Tell me what the difference in an offseason. I know the standard is the standard, but going from, hey, I'm going into my rookie year to now I've at least established myself as a professional. What's the difference in an offseason for already professional Will Anderson versus last year going into rookie season? Like, what did you learn and change about your offseason?
Yeah, I mean, last year I really didn't have an offseason just because, the combine and everything like that. This year I was really fortunate to work with some great guys like Myles Garrett, and he taught me a lot about how to take care of my body. The people that he worked with, they helped me out a lot too. So it was really just finding that great balance between getting rest, taking care of my body, putting the right nutrition in my body, getting the right type of work in around my position. I think that's one thing that I learned is how can I implement workouts that help my position and what I do on the field.
I remember late last year we had you on after the Tennessee game, and I was like, man, where'd that move come from? And you were kidding about you worked on it in practice. All of a sudden you put it on the game. What did Myles Garrett and who else? What are some of the things you picked up? Who else helped you too?
Daniil Hunter's been a great help, man. He loves working with us, man. This offseason he's done a really good job of working on moves and all that type of stuff, and just talking about angles. He does a really good job of using his hands, and I think that's one thing that I've taken away from him is just how useful he is with his hands and how he can change up his pass rush so much and get offensive linemen off guard.
I know you're out here working and focusing on getting better yourself, but when you get a moment, is there anybody out here, a teammate of yours, that you're a fan of, that you just like to watch or key in on when you get a chance to do so?
Yeah, I would say Mario. He is get off everything. I love watching him work. He's a hard worker, man.
Mario Edwards, that is.
Yes, Mario Edwards. Yeah. He's a hard worker, man. I'm really excited to see him and play along with him and go to war with him.
So we're looking at the defense. A lot has been made about all these additions. I'm just looking at the edge. I mean, Daniil, you mentioned. freaking,
Nico.
Jerry Hughes is coming back.
Yeah,
I mean,
Autry, yeah.
I mean, just from the edges, what you guys can do. Forget the goals. I'm saying what you guys can do to an offense.
Yeah, it's crazy because, Coach had asked me what I think the standard was in the room, and I said, man, it's more than a statistic. We can get to the statistic by these three things. And I said, impose your will, don't be denied what you want, and wreak havoc. And those are the three things that we want to live by in the D-line room.
Oh, you mentioned Coach. I'm sorry.
go ahead.
But you mentioned Coach, and it just reminded me. You were coming off a rookie year, albeit rookie of the year, defensive rookie of the year. And DeMeco's running around here saying, hey, if you want to follow somebody, follow that dude right there. That, first of all, that's got to be, feel pretty good. But what is it about you that you're now becoming a leader, you're becoming an example?
Yeah. For me, man, it's just blessed being a servant, and he's blessed me with that trait to be able to lead and be able to help people along the way. And I take pride in that, and I take pride in knowing that I know what's right, and I want to help others get to know what's right and help continue to build this culture and do what's right around the building.
It's kind of going with that, though. And I know y'all don't want to focus on the outside noise and the external pressure. That's stuff that you want to kind of blind yourself to. But there is a buzz and excitement. I think one thing that stood out to me about the way you guys talked last year, and particularly CJ, was how surprising it was for some of you guys to come from high-profile college places to come here and see that the excitement, you didn't necessarily feel it, that first home game against Indianapolis, and then by the end of the year, it's there. You're going into the season with that. Aside from, like, hype necessarily, or they're going to win this many games and all of that, how does it feel to actually have been the guys to have brought that anticipation back to the squad?
Yeah, I think it's a blessing, but I think it's a collective effort. We're not who we are without the people in the building, the players, the staff, everybody. And we just want the city to be back on fire. We talk about, this just as much as this is for us, it's for the city as well. And we want them to be a part of something special, and we want them to be able to talk about the Texans and have fun and talk crap to other teams and stuff like that. So, man, we really want to put on for the city and have that excitement back in Houston.
Speaking of high-profile colleges, what the heck is Nick Saban not picking the Tide for, man?
Rat poison. Rat poison.
Did you see that, man?
Look, he's feeding us rat poison.
He's feeding y'all rat poison. He's feeding the media rat poison, and he's trying to get the guys at Alabama.
That's what I was going to say.
He's trying to get the guys at Alabama to do to get back
Is he coaching them without coaching them?
Most definitely.
You know what I mean? Like doing something to kind of motivate. Because, there's plenty of guys there that play for Nick still. Got relationships still. So to me, there was maybe a little ulterior motive there, a little something behind the science there, man.
Yeah, I most definitely think it was just to keep them going. I most definitely think he's like, I'm not there no more, but I'm going to talk some crap and see how y'all respond. Either y'all can respond the right way or y'all can just do y'all thing.
Okay, but he's doing his job.
He's in media now. That's what he has to.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the other side. Now you got to have the takes.
All right, we got a couple more here. I know you got to go to the podium, but let's talk about your most important thing that happened this offseason. Forget Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
You caught a 6-pound bass?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Lake Conroe.
You went to Lake Conroe.
Shout out to Lake Conroe.
I got up at look. I got up at 3 a.m. I got up at 3 a.m. Me and my sister rode to Lake Conroe around 4. We met our guide there, and he took us out, man. And we probably caught about 20 pounds. That was our
of all the fish.
Yep. So we probably caught 20 pounds, but I hit my PB and hit a 6-pounder.
Dude, what'd you throw?
We was on
only us nerds would care about that.
Carolina rig.
Carolina rig.
Rig.
Worm. All right, and then the other thing is, and this is just some of the noise that they want you to block out. But boy, it gets you thinking. There's a lot of talk about J.J. Watt out there, man. What does it feel like in the locker room when you hear people say, "Well, J.J., he's not denying anything. Oh, J.J., DeMeco says I might make that call." I mean, DeMeco said it.
Yeah.
You were there at the softball.
Yeah,
I mean, how does it register?
Man, it would be crazy to have him back out here, man. But he does a really good job of sticking around and being around to get to know us, to see how we are. And I think it might be a possibility. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, man, you don't have to tell me twice.
Could you imagine, though, like the different kind of sets that y'all could run, like the personnel that y'all could put out there?
Crazy.
If you added him into the mix. Because y'all are dynamic enough already. And that's not just to build you up because you're sitting here.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. But you add that into the mix, man. We're talking about something totally different. Will Anderson joining us here live from the practice field. I want to ask you about competition.
Yeah.
One of the cliches, but it's true, that y'all use a lot is iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
Tell me about that, the competition and how that works. Like, how much back and forth is there? Y'all got some elite players on both sides of the ball at the line, you know, between yourself, Daniil, obviously. You got Laramie, Tunsil, and Titus on the other side. What is that dynamic like? Are y'all the iron sharpening iron? Y'all talking trash? Y'all giving each other pointers? How does it work between y'all?
A little bit of both, man. I think competition it goes with, you know, we talk a little trash here and there, but at the end of practice, we always get together in a group and we talk about what we did or what we seen or how you can beat this and how did I beat you on this rep, and it just makes you better because I honestly think the guys that we have on our offensive line are some of the best guys in the league that we're going to see going into the season. And, you know, iron sharpening iron is just a phrase from the Bible, and we're all big on our faith, and we believe that strong-heartedly. And we know that once we come out here and we compete and we go against the best, then we become the best.
Last thing from me anyway. And the pedigree. We talked about Alabama and all that. A lot of guys on this team have a very good pedigree.
Yeah.
You are facing some really good players on offense.
Yes.
Like what that does for you guys as a defense. Forget what you're doing for yourself. What they're doing for you.
Yeah.
What's that like? What the offense is doing to help the defense.
Yes, most definitely. They do everything. They do everything, and they do a lot of stuff that we're going to see this year. But it's just crazy having to go against somebody like CJ, having to go against somebody like Joe Mixon, having to go against somebody like Diggs, Nico, Tank, Mechie, our O-line, Shaq, Titus, LT. Like, all of the stuff they do is to make us better, and they're phenomenal athletes at what they do. They're the greatest at their position at what they do, man.
Yeah.
And it just gives this defense so many looks to help us to prepare the right way to get ready for Sunday.
How good can Derek Stingley be this year?
To me, he's already there. Like I think the world of Derek Stingley. Like
you preach to the choir.
He makes you laugh.
It's no other cornerback that I would rather have than Derek Stingley, man. He helps us so much, makes my job easier, makes this team job easier, man. I can rave about Derek. He comes in, head down, works hard, and he loves football, and he's the greatest.
So I'm sorry, one just occurred because I'm looking at you. You gave us every indication you were going to change your number. You gave us every indication.
I forgot about this.
You were going to change your number. What happened, man? What went into it? Was there a battle?
No, it was no.
Nah, you a made. I'll tell you what happened. He's a made man now. He's Will Anderson Jr. over here, and 51 look a lot better now than he did when he first got it. And that's what it is. Tell me I'm lying.
We talked to you after the season, and you gave us every indication.
Nah, I played defensive line, so I couldn't go to a number that I wanted.
Okay.
So if I was a linebacker, I could have. But then I was like, dang, I just made 51, so I might as well stick with it. It was the same as college. Like, they gave me 31. I was like, man, what the world? And then I made it.
31 was crazy.
And then I made it. So I was
cool.
like,
so that's that.
Yeah.
Rest of your career.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of numbers.
Yeah.
Lopez mentioned this earlier. Number 0 out there. Azeez Al-Shaair.
Yep.
I need you to tell me about this cat, because everybody ran some raves about him.
Yeah.
You have before. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do it again. What is he going to add to this team specifically?
What we've been missing, man, he's that key piece in the middle of that defense that he has that mentality to take over. He gets everybody lined up. He loves football. He works hard, man, and he cares about his teammates. Like, he makes sure we're all good. He always checks on us, man, and that's the type of people that we have to have on this team, and he sets the example every day by everything that he does in the building, from the time he gets here, from the time he leaves, and I can't say enough good things about him, man. I'm so happy he's here.
That's Will Anderson Jr., the reigning NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, joining
good insight from you
man,
today.
I'm telling you, live on In the Loop, man. Hey, Will, we wish you all the success of the world. Hope y'all achieve it. Whatever your goals are, man, we hoping you achieve them.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all for having me.
Thanks for being here, man. Look, that is Will Anderson joining us here from the practice field. That was pretty good, Lopez. I mean, I don't know if it gets too much better than that to get a star like that live from the practice. And to think, like you said, God loves the Texans. God loves this show, because to think we almost didn't get that, man.
We almost
didn't happen. Almost didn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this right now, just to kind of react to that, and we'll hear from Will Anderson again later on in the show if you missed that, and we'll react to it some more. But I'm gonna give you this right now, Lopez.
Yeah.
That question on Azeez Al-Shaair, he said what we've been missing.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not about to take a shot against anybody that's not here anymore, but just notice that He's saying we didn't have a guy like this before.
Yeah, they
didn't.
made a guy like that.
We figured it out. We had some guys, and we figured it out on defense. We had a team and accomplished some things on defense, but we didn't have a guy like this, a leader in the middle of the defense like this that we have now. I don't think he had to word it like that, and he did it on purpose, man. That is going to be a noticeable difference, at least for me, something I'll be watching out for this defense.
Yeah, and Will Anderson, if you don't know already, you certainly picked it up in that interview. Not only just a different level of player from last year, he's even improved his game off the field. He just looks even more sculpted. He's very candid. He's going to be if not already, he's going to be one of, if not the most liked player on this squad, not named C.J. Stroud.
Did you notice also how, with a childlike grin on his face, he did concede that he thinks the J.J. Watt thing is a possibility?
I already tweeted it.
Dude, there are people that are somewhat annoyed by the conversation because they don't think it's going to happen. I don't know what else we need to do or how many more for y'all to be convinced that this is a possibility. He ain't going to show up and be out here working out at training camp or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But further down the line, put a pin in that, man. Keep your eye out for that. I think that is a very, very real possibility, and he wasn't just joking there.
The quote I tweeted was off the top of my head, so I may edit the tweet, but this was pretty damn close to what he said. I think it could happen. I don't know, but I think it could happen.
That's what I heard. I was sitting right here next to him, even closer to him. That's what I heard. And like I couldn't help myself once he said it to be like, man, I don't know.
Big old smile on his face,
I don't know exactly what JJ has left in the tank, but if you're telling me he's just coming in for a fleeting moment in time, I feel good about that. You telling me I'm not relying on him for a 16, 17 game season or stretch? I'm just relying on him for a spurt or for him to be like a reliever, somebody out of the bullpen, certain passing situations, down and distance situations.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We're focused right now on training camp and the guys that are out there, but that did stand out to me on how he responded to that question.
Yeah, and boy, you thought the wheels were spinning before. When JJ, didn't really, he's tweeting pictures and all that stuff. And best shape I've been in and football training. And then DeMeco has the opportunity to just, shoot it all down. And he goes, I might make that call. And then now Will Anderson, talking about how he's been around. And boy, it's just going to go off the charts now.
I know I didn't bring this up when he was here, but you did, Lopez, actually, when you asked about the moves that he added toward the end of the season. And what did guys like Myles Garrett and Danielle Hunter, who he mentioned, what did they teach him? I don't feel like I can overstate the difference between early Will Anderson, who didn't really have many moves and counters, versus Will Anderson toward the end of the season, who did have some. And the Will Anderson that I'm anticipating and that I'm truly excited about, Lopez, to see what else he has added in addition to what we saw at the end of we started seeing some spin moves. I was like, he didn't have that earlier in his bag.
We asked him about it.
So he will have added that toward the end of the season and added even more in the offseason. I cannot wait to see what that looks like in practice on the field when he gets out there, man.
Let's not downplay this as well, which he said right here on Sports Radio 610 and SportsRadio610.com on YouTube. He's working with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to realize from Myles Garrett's perspective, he's not going to work with someone that he doesn't think is going to be able to play at that level, some chump. He might have him out there, whatever. But working with Myles Garrett, working with Danielle Hunter, a year under his belt, already at the end of last year, we saw him developing a couple of moves that we hadn't seen for the first 8-10 games. I'm very interested to see, what he can do, having kind of been tutored by one of the greatest in history.
Yeah, he's learning from Myles Garrett, and then also the Danielle Hunter influence. The Danielle Hunter influence on Will Anderson Jr. I think is going to be one that's significant. On top of the fact of having him as a player, like the edge rushers. And I actually did want to ask him about the interior defensive line. We only had so much time with him, and we wanted to have fun on top of the football part, and we always want to do that. But I'm very much interested in seeing how these guys work together, what the impact is. I asked Nick Caserio about this earlier in the day in terms of, hey, what were you looking to see change from the defensive line? Because think about it like this.
Yeah.
The only starter that's returning is Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And that was like a no-bleep, obvious returning guy. Like, obviously, Will Anderson's coming back. Yeah. Everybody else is gone.
Which is weird, right?
I mean, I thought that Nick downplayed it a little bit in his answer to me and saying, oh, that's just kind of the nature of the business of how rosters turn around. But I thought it was a conscious decision to not pay Jonathan Grenard the money that they did pay Daniil Hunter for less of, like, Jonathan Grenard got a 4-year contract, Daniil Hunter got a 2-year contract with the same amount of guaranteed money for the most part.
Yeah.
That was a conscious decision by them.
I mean, by definition, it's a conscious decision.
Trading Malik Collins. Trading Malik Collins and deciding that, you know what, whatever combination of Fadakasi and Tim Foley, like all these different guys, Mario Edwards, that was another interesting thing to hear Will Anderson mention Mario Edwards, because that's not a name I don't think at all to hear him talk about him. And I said, who are you a fan of? Who do you like to watch work? Like, I think that the interior is going to be something to really watch, and maybe they got more there. Nick seemed to downplay it a little bit, but one thing he did say is that he thinks they're deeper at that position than they thought. And I also want to see, hey, what's the depth at that position going to look like ultimately? 100%. John Lopez, Figgy Fig at the studio, Brandon Scott with you here on In the Loop as we talk to you live from Texans training camp. Coming up next, you'll hear from all of the main players, man. We heard from Nick Caserio earlier, DeMeco Ryans, Will Anderson. Texans training camp next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's our feel right here, Seth, at the figurative halfway point on the
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
I got to hand it to you, Lopez. I got to hand it to you. You did mention through the build-up to training camp, which, again, by the way, we are live at Texans Training Camp. You did mention that you felt like the Texans weren't finished. The Texans weren't done adding to this team, and they've already been celebrated.
Yeah.
Talk about the rat poison. Talk about the pressure they don't want to allow to be a focus for them. They've done so much already this offseason, but you said you don't think that they're done. You don't think that they're done just yet and that another move might be made. I think you might have been on to something, Lopez.
Well, yeah, part of it is don't give me too much credit. I mean, I'll take it. But part of it is just logic with this squad because of how training camps work and all that. So that's going to happen. The little moves are going to happen. I'm also thinking there might be a bigger move, in play here because once training camp starts, and this was the logic behind me saying that, once we all can talk about it all we want. We can talk to people in that organization, and I have, and they feel the same thing we do. No matter what Nick Caserio you're going to hear from says, no matter what DeMeco says about last year and all that, they know. They know their expectations.
The opportunity that's in front of them.
They know what. But once training camp starts, B. Scott, they start to see, okay, we are that team.
Yeah.
It comes to life right in front of them, what they had projected for themselves. And they also know, boy, if we got this, then we're going to take that major step.
Maybe I'm giving you more credit than you deserve.
I said that.
Because you and I are actually thinking along.
I agree with you.
But that's what it is, though. I'm giving you credit because I agree with you, because you and I are thinking along the same lines. And I think that we're thinking along the same lines as one Texans general manager, Nick, what he had to say when he was asked how he balances what he's watching out there on the field right now at Texans training camp versus what's also available to him out there in the free agency market.
No, it's a great question. We're actually looking at that pretty much every day. So there's different groups and categories of players. You probably have some, call it, more established veterans, some of the better players. That's kind of one category of players. Quite frankly, a lot of those players are kind of wait for something to happen, whether it's an injury or they're kind of waiting for the season to get a little bit closer so they don't have to go through training camp, which is fine. That's their prerogative. And then you kind of have another cohort of players, maybe some younger players who are more about camp depth and camp competition, some younger players. I mean, as an example, Malik Fisher, a kid we signed there the other day who played in the UFL, so had a spring of football. So it's just kind of managing the roster. So Malik Fisher is a different caliber of player than maybe Ngakwe, just to pick a name, right? Somebody like that. So we look at that every day. Most teams do. You kind of have your sort of short list, emergency list sort of ready to go. But you're not going to be knee-jerk with your response. You want to see how your players kind of develop. And then once you get a little bit closer to the season, there's probably a player here that's not here right now that as we get closer to the opener, maybe he ends up on a team like we did with Amendola, a few years ago, whenever that was. So very fluid. There's no cookie-cutter approach on that, but you're certainly aware and cognizant of some of the other players that are out there and it might be available.
All right, so Lopez, I got to put names on it.
We're going to name names
and be very specific of who I have in mind. And this is not intel. I'm not saying that this is the name per se that Nick Caserio has in mind, even though he might, even though he could. But the name that I've got in mind, when he talks about looking at that every day, it being a good question, something that I was standing right there, we were standing right there, how he perked up when he got that question.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Justin Simmons, man. I understand.
You make me stand up
that
again.
The safety position, the starters at safety are back.
Yeah.
Their entire safety position is back, plus one. They drafted one who I actually am really excited about, and Kalen Bullock, somebody who I think can contribute to the team in some form or fashion. I understand that, and safety is not perceived to be a position of weakness for the Texans, but I do understand the opportunity of adding a player like Justin Simmons. It is odd to me that he is not signed, and so he fits along the lines of the type of player that Nick Caserio, with a smile, with a grin, described early on in that comment, early on in that cut that we just played, of a veteran player who maybe is waiting on something to happen, whether it be injury or just simply not wanting to play or to do training camp.
I mean, he said it. That was really the first. He gave the different levels of players that they're looking for.
Yeah.
And one is the obvious one, you know, other players cut from other teams or players still on the street that are sort of lower level.
This is one that's available to him now, though, in Simmons.
Right now.
Yeah.
And safeties have started a little bit to come off the board in terms of the ones that were but he also said evaluate, and that kind of talks about what I'm saying. Like, they are a team that they know the expectations, they have their expectations, and they know how good they can be. Now it's coming to life on these practice fields that are right in front of us. He's going to look out there, and it might be the trigger, so to speak, that makes them pull the trigger on someone like Justin Simmons.
There is something about the Texans being this good that makes me want to play keep away with players like Justin Simmons.
Yeah.
It makes me want to, and I felt this way. I know there was a lot of disagreement on like bringing in Derrick Henry, but he was another one of those players during free agency where I was like, I don't care if you don't necessarily want Derrick Henry. What I don't want is Derrick Henry in Baltimore.
But that means you want him.
You know what I mean?
You think he's good enough.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it's similar to this.
Yeah.
CBS Sports has a list of potential destinations for Justin Simmons. And I got to say, man, just as much as I'd like to see him in a Texans uniform, I'd also like to play keep away from teams like the Baltimore Ravens, who are on this list, pairing him up with Kyle Hamilton. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
And on a Baltimore defense, like, I don't want to see that.
Well,
you know who else is on the list? The Indianapolis Colts. Could you imagine?
Good
He
Lord.
goes to one of your division rivals, and then the Colts at that, the only team that we actually really believe in the division, not named the Texans.
Yeah.
Those are things that I don't want to see, Lopez.
And it just makes sense. I mean, because the Texans have acted from the moment last season ended, they've acted like a team that is all in this year, willing to spend, you know, the whole smart big money thing and all that. You can't have these guys because this is the opportunity for C.J. Stroud. So you're telling me they're looking out there. And this is no disrespect to what Jimmy Ward is and might be. Obviously, Jalen Petre's had some issues, but specifically at the safety position, someone like that. No disrespect, but Justin Simmons is better.
Yeah, well, and this point has been made. We've made this point before, but I think it's worth reiterating that I think that Justin Simmons could play with a Jalen Petre, right? Like, if you swap out, and again, no disrespect to Jimmy Ward, but if you end up swapping out one of those guys for the other, that being Simmons for Ward, you've upgraded at that position.
That's what I'm saying.
Just go look and compare either film, pelts on the wall, the accomplishments. So there's no shame in that.
Yeah.
And then as far as Jalen Petre is concerned, that's somebody that I feel like he can still play with. Jalen Petre's just going into his third year. You got him under contract for another year. There's no reason why bringing in a guy like that has to be an indictment on a player who we do hope bounces back this year.
Everything they're doing is let's win now, let's win big.
So you heard Will Anderson on with us earlier. I asked him about Derek Stingley, and he just kind of laughed like, man, are you serious? Like, this dude is already a dude. Derek Stingley is somebody who we've got to ask others about him because Stingley will talk to us, but he just doesn't have a lot to say. He's not a big talker. So we rely on guys like Will Anderson, his teammates, and guys like Nick Caserio to talk about Derek Stingley. That's one of the players that I feel excited about going into training camp, or as we are now here at training camp. This was Nick Caserio earlier today, which you could have heard right here on Sports Radio 610 when he was asked about the third-year cornerback.
Derek's in a good spot. He's had a really good offseason. He's worked hard. I mean, the reality is, regardless of the player, injuries are part of the game. Like, we don't control when they happen or if they're going to happen. Unfortunately, it's a part of it. I'm sure we're going to have to deal with something somewhere along the line. And really not much we can do about it. So I think the players, the big thing is, are you in condition? Do you have the right mindset? Are you ready to go? And then go out there and try to perform at an optimum level to give yourself the best opportunity to compete on Sunday. So that's where the focus is. Derek's a great kid. He's had a good offseason. He's worked hard. So we'll see how it goes here in training camp.
Man, if Derek Stingley is the shutdown corner that we anticipate that he is, and honestly that we've seen evidence that he can be, that to me is real. That to me is something that the national pundits aren't really talking about enough, because the thing that you will hear them talk about is C.J. Stroud, is Will Anderson, the rookies from last year that are going into their second year now, and then all of the additions that they've made. But to me, the way I look at it, Lopez, is if you get Derek Stingley's first close to full healthy year that he's had since he was a freshman at LSU in 2019, if you get the first of that, that completely changes the dynamic and is a huge, huge, huge storyline for the Texans this year.
If you miss Will Anderson, you're going to hear him at 12:40. But let me just say this. He sat right there in front of us and says another cornerback in the NFL that's better than him.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
That he would take over him.
That he would take.
Which understandable, that's his teammate, but it makes sense.
He is that good.
It passes the smell test.
And it's just health. I mean, it's just a matter of what the health is going to be like for Derek Stingley. But I almost acknowledge or just sort of concede he's going to be that good. I'm with Will Anderson and a lot of people on that. He is that good. Stay healthy.
Yeah, I've been on that ever since they picked him. I was Derek Stingley over Sauce when they picked him. It was looking a little rough there when Sauce is making all pros and Derek Stingley's playing however many games.
Don't disparage Sauce's name, though, man. He's still pretty damn good.
Oh, yeah. No. For me, it's more so about Derek Stingley and less about Sauce.
Yes.
It's about, hey, you had the number 3 overall pick, and this was the right move 100%. So I'm excited about that. I think if Derek Stingley can just, if he could play 14 games, 15 games.
I'll take that.
You know what I mean?
I'll take that.
I will 100%
be ready
take
for
that.
the postseason.
He is John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here from Texans Training Camp. Coming up next, we play the hits on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's the thing you're most excited about?
Squibb, and Pfizer.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Not a bigger hit out here than Texans training camp. In the Loop broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. And you heard from Nick Caserio earlier in the day, heard from him in the previous segment. One of the things that really stood out to me, Lopez, that he said, and we knew this already or know this already about the Texans. Hell, it was evidenced last year by the way they threw C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson out there, had Tank Dell out there balling for him, the rookies. I am anticipating, Lopez, rookie contributions, rookies out here contributing to this team. It is not as heralded a rookie class because there isn't a first-round pick, but we talked a lot about Kamari Lassiter, talked a lot about the opportunity he's got. I'm bullish on Kalen Bullock. We've got Cade Stover out there. So, look, the rookie class is exciting. Nick is exactly about that, the opportunity that the rookies have out here at training camp.
No, it's a great opportunity for them. So, honestly, we don't care where they come from, how they get here, what their level of experience is. DeMeco has talked about this. I mean, he enjoys coaching the rookies and seeing the rookies grow and develop more than coaching veterans. So, we're not opposed to playing anybody. So, rookie, 10th-year player, it doesn't really matter who you are. If you're the best player, if you're the best option, and you've earned the opportunity with your performance, you're going to play. So, there's no guardrails. So, we go into it, we kind of start from scratch. We'll evaluate how the players perform with their opportunities, and then we'll put the players on the field that have earned that right. So just because they were drafted, where they were drafted, doesn't really matter. It's all about your performance. But we're not opposed to putting young players on the field as soon as they're ready, and we've shown that.
I'm looking at Kamari Lassiter and Cade Stover specifically. Kamari Lassiter because of the competition over there opposite Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
And Cade Stover just because I think there is an opportunity for him to get on the field with Dalton Schultz being the main guy. But after that, I mean, why couldn't he necessarily be interchangeable with a Brevin Jordan or just have a different type of role? But I'm also looking at the rest of them guys, Lopez.
Yeah.
Blake Fisher, if things aren't right with, say, Titus Howard, or if there's a snag with Laramie Tunsil, Kalen Bullock I've mentioned before, I could definitely see the rookies playing a big role in this team, man.
Well, they referenced it right there, talking about how DeMeco likes coaching the rookies even possibly more than veterans, et cetera. But, everybody talks that game, hey, it's about confidence. And the reality is that's oftentimes not true. Rookies, especially highly drafted rookies, always have an edge because the general manager drafted them and the head coach signed off on it, and they want that player to succeed. But it is true here. And the reason that you have to believe what Nick Caserio was saying right there is they have too much on the line to start playing all these games about he's a second-round pick and this or that, a first-round pick. Although I know that's not what we're talking about here, but no, they are going to do that. And you talk about Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. Cade Stover has been the most intriguing one to me. I've watched just a little bit of what their 11-on-11, 7-on-7 was at the end. And he was in the mix. I mean, it's up to him now. It's in the mix, but they are not. This is not a team that's just lip service when it comes to that.
100% as we play the hits here on In the Loop. Also, man, when we talked to Will Anderson earlier, y'all can go check that out on the Odyssey app on our YouTube page. Talked to Will Anderson earlier on in the hour. Dude, he mentioned a name that I had not given any thought to.
Oh, yeah.
So two names. One name we've given a lot of thought to. One name is probably the most famous in all of Houston sports in J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
He breathed some life into that in the anticipation that maybe J.J. Watt could come back. So there's the name that we all know. There's the headliner. And then the not so much of a headliner, but to me it's kind of said it, was Mario Edwards. Like, we talk about the interior
we call him
line.
Rio.
Rio around here.
He was calling him Rio.
I was like, when he said Rio, I had to think about that.
Like, who is this cat?
But he kept talking, and then it was evident to me, and I had to you heard me clarify.
Yeah, like, Mario Edwards.
I was like, hey, we're talking about Mario Edwards, by the way, just so you know. Like, Rio, I mean, not Mario Chalmers, or like, I don't know who your face, Super Mario, Mario from R&B back in the mid-2000s. seasons. Like, I don't know what Mario or what Rio we were necessarily thinking of.
Yeah.
But Mario Edwards is somebody who could be like anything more than an afterthought is not something that I had just really considered much until we heard Will Anderson. But that to me is why it's important to talk to the players and hear, hey, who are you a fan? We know who we are watching, the storylines that we're talking about, but who are you a fan of when you're out there watching football?
Look, that kind of set me back a little bit as well.
Rio, huh?
It doesn't mean nothing.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't mean nothing.
Like, maybe he just likes the guy.
Yeah, but he's just talking about the leadership and the things he's doing. And look, they just did the first day of practice, no pads. But the things that they've done to this point and where he fits in. And, hey, man.
They've had OTAs and mini camps. They've been around each other. So it's not like it's his first time seeing them at all. That was interesting to me, man.
So we're sitting here, talking about, obviously, DeMeco Autry, and then Fadakasi's inside. Tim Settles came inside. All of a sudden, he's bringing up Mario Rio. He's bringing up Rio, so that's going to be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, another hit, and this almost goes without saying since we were out here. Hopefully we can hear a little bit of it later on in the show, and if not, man, we got all week to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
But C.J. Stroud talked today, and Lopez, one of the things I feel like all of us were looking forward to was coming out here and seeing what it's like when it's C.J. Stroud's show.
Yeah.
When it's C.J. Stroud's team, it's not like it was last year where it was this hope and anticipation of this rookie quarterback that you just drafted number 2 overall, and you want to see what that's going to look like eventually. No, now you know what it looks like. And not only do we know, obviously the players know, the team knows, and they're out here knowing, hey, this is our leader. This is the guy that we rally behind. Nick Caserio, I thought, downplayed how much C.J. Stroud's success as a rookie last year went into the team-building thought process, but I think that part is pretty obvious as well. Hey, we've got an elite or it's something that looks like an elite quarterback on his rookie deal, and we were able to find that out after year 1. Let's go all in and get expensive players like Danielle Hunter, like Stephon Diggs, and let's pay Nico Collins, and let's freaking go try to win the damn Super Bowl.
Look, he's been the story of the offseason, the biggest story of the offseason. You'll hear him today or very soon. But the big takeaway from him, from what he said, was, some of the things we've talked about. He wants to take more ownership of the offense, which, of course, stands to reason, and you got to love. The other thing he said was all the things that he still wants to work on. And I found it interesting because I'm going to transition that to what we saw on the field today. Like, early on, started with running backs, then went to the receivers. There was a lot of coaching going on, which there always is. I don't mean to be, trite or stupid about that, but like very small technical things, which is something that Nick Caserio referenced as well, with some of the technique that he works on in the offseason and all that. So that's the little thing. The big thing that we saw is Joe Mixon out of the backfield, and the absolute dimes that C.J. Stroud was throwing. And then we got our first hint of all 3 of the receivers with C.J. Stroud. And it was something to watch. No tackling, but it was something to watch. Tank Dell coming out of those breaks, like, I think as good, if not better, than any point last year. We sat down at the start of the show, and he threw just a beautiful ball perfectly to Stephon Diggs. And I'm like, oh, look, C.J. Stroud to Stephon Diggs. I could get used to that. It's the way he's taking leadership. It's the things he still wants to improve on, taking ownership of the offense, and then the things we always see on the field. All of that is going to make C.J. Stroud better.
Lopez, I am stuck on and cannot stop thinking about the conflict that the Texans offense can put opposing defenses in with, just dream with me for a second, the idea of Tank Dell and Nico Collins deep, Stephon Diggs, Dalton Schultz, short and intermediate, Cade Stover and whatever that dynamic pass catcher out of the backfield. And, oh, by the way, C.J. Stroud as the decision maker.
Yeah.
Man, I like to me, so the defense is in conflict because of the weapons. But we trust C.J. Stroud as the decision maker to decide which is the best conflict, which is the best way to attack the defense with all of these nothing but really good options. I mean, I'm praying for health, man, because the only thing that could really derail this Texans season, and I'm not just saying Super Bowl. There are Super Bowl aspirations. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, and I'm not afraid to use that word, to use that term right here at training camp, to be saying, hey, we're talking Super Bowl, a Super Bowl type of contending team. I think that this is. The only thing that I think can ruin that would be injuries. But for me, man, as we talk about C.J. Stroud, just the conflict that they are going to put defenses in with those weapons, and that guy being the decision maker is fascinating to me.
And the
Lopez.
commitment that he has to, like we just talked about, ownership of the offense, which I translate as, being able to do more on the field without cues necessarily from Bobby Slowick or whomever. And I also translate it into, this is a guy that the confidence has never been a problem, but also that hunger to be able to say, to be able to not say, I'm the guy. He still wants to be even better.
So I'm curious if you picked up on this from DeMeco Ryans as we play the hits here In the Loop. And I'm going to shout out the 832 on the text line because they at times. I'm going to bring it up to you now, Lopez, because you are, between the two of us here on the show, the resident Titus Howard skeptic. I'm a little bit more bullish on Titus Howard than you are. But neither of us can deny that this is an important time for him, an important moment. We'll all acknowledge that. From the 832 says, what stood out to me was DeMeco on Titus. He said he's glad to see him out there and healthy, of course, and competing, and didn't say much more than that. Obviously, Laramie Tunsil is out here, but we know he's not competing at all.
Yeah.
He's out here, getting his body right and, just doing his rehab kind of off to the side. But the different ways in which he talked about Laramie Tunsil, who again is not even necessarily in uniform with the group,
medicine ball right now,
versus Titus Howard, who is. That stood out to me to say, hey, who's he competing with? Not competing against, competing against Will Anderson, competing against DeMeco Autry, competing against Daniil Hunter, but more so to me, and he didn't say this, but this is what I read into it, and I think the texter as well, more so competing with whatever's behind him, whether that be Charlie Heck or the rookie Blake Fisher.
This is how I interpreted that. That's a message to Titus.
I think so.
That is a message to Titus. We ain't giving you nothing. We ain't giving you nothing.
You figure he knows that?
He knows
He's got to know that.
But when you go public with it like that, I think it's just everything they say, they know that is going to be out there, and people are going to react to it. Players are going to hear it. That's DeMeco Ryans telling us in a roundabout way, everything you guys said, we've told him. He might have been hurt, had the hand, had the knee, all that stuff. We might have confidence in him. We might even pencil him in. In fact, they will as the starter. But we ain't giving him nothing.
Yeah, we could be reading too much into it, but I think this, going back to your logic point, like some things are just logic. Yeah. They drafted a dude at his position in the second round.
Yeah. We ain't giving him nothing.
And he didn't play his position last year, whether that's the fault of the organization itself for putting him at guard, or maybe, they lost confidence in him at that position, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get some more insight into it and find out more about it as we go on in training camp and see what things look like out here on the field, as we are out here on the field in the loop. More from Texans training camp next on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
Will Anderson. We know and we expect him to take.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
August football season officially began today. Today, as we broadcast live from Texans Training Camp from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Brandon Scott, John Lopez with you. Figgy Fig holding things down at the studio. All is right with the world, Lopez, because we're out here on the field. And as you mentioned earlier in the show, God loves the Texans.
All is right with the world. All is right with the heavens.
Loves the Texans and loves this show because we ain't seen a drop. Maybe 1-2 drops
like
of rain.
Couple of little
maybe.
Tiny. This is
nothing that we couldn't handle though.
This was amazing. This could have been on a personal level, and I know I'm speaking for you on this, the biggest womp that we have had in a long time because we're pumped up for Texans training camp. We get out here, Nick Caserio is talking, everybody's looking at their phones. There are storm clouds coming, directly over the Methodist Training Center here, directly over us. I look at my phone. Our guy Aaron Raybold, who's holding it down here and doing a fantastic job, says, hey, man, you and B. Scott want to come over here? We might have to go back to the station. I'm like, he might be right. We get over here, and I'm like, the hell I'm going to let him be right. The hell I'm going to let him be right. I don't care if we get drenched. Let's move the tables back. Let's get under this cover. We are not going to leave training camp. And then what happens? All of a sudden, all that rain that absolutely destroyed parts of Houston. Here we go, another storm. Hopefully everybody kept their power. Like, basically parted around us. It like parted. And I'm sitting here, we're walking on to do this show. I said, B. Scott, God loves the Texans. Yeah. God loves the Texans. God, there have been a lot of years where God hated Houston, it seemed like, with chokes and bad seasons and expectations that were not fulfilled. Hell, you want a good sign? The very first day of the 2024 season, we were supposed to get a torrential downpour, and we haven't been wet yet.
Man, it had like Moses parting of the Red Sea kind of vibes to it, man, if I'm being honest with you, especially since Lopez, I did a lot of driving yesterday, unfortunately, and we saw how it looked yesterday. Yeah. And, of course, we've been through some things as a community over the last couple of weeks with the weather. And so today, when Aaron mentions that, hey, we've got bad weather, and then I look up at the clouds and I see what it's looking like, I'm kind of like, hey, man, I don't think it's bull, you know what I'm saying? It's not bull corn, and it's not BSing us. I think this is the real deal, man. The weather's just been kind of crappy here lately.
They told us that they were going to practice in the bubble. Like,
that was the plan.
I talked to Houston PR. They said, yeah, they're going to practice in the bubble.
That was the plan.
All of a sudden, here they come. Here they come, coming out.
You know, another thing that Aaron pointed out, and this was just in the last commercial break, but this was pointed out as well earlier with Payne and Pendergast. And I hadn't thought about it until this morning because I'm so locked in on training camp, so locked in on the training camp storylines that we're going to be talking about over the next couple of weeks. But, dog, 2 weeks from today, and it's going to amaze us how quickly this time flies. But 2 weeks from today, they're actually competing, not with each other, not for roster, not just like for roster depth, but competing against other teams, competing against actual competition, NFL competition 2 weeks from today. The first preseason game. I cannot wait.
I mean, I don't see how you could. And what a splash, no pun intended, to come out here, have that happen. You get them on the field, and all of a sudden you start seeing, some of these guys, and I did the passing thoughts earlier, but the highlights to me were Kenyon Green. I don't know what he's going to be. I'm out of that business with Kenyon Green because I was talking about he was such a road
I'm going to have to sell you on Kenyon Green before training camp is over.
No, but it might be easier because, he came into the league, and I saw just about every snap he had when he was at A&M. I'm like, this dude is a road grader, I'm telling you. Well, then, of course, we know what happened. Got a little puffy. Maybe work wasn't what it needed to be, and he just wasn't the guy. He looked – I mean, you tell me. Like, he walked out there, and I'm like, where's 76? Where's 76? I'm like, holy moly.
Yeah, lean.
He practically looked thin.
Tall, lean, and looks like he's ready to play football, Lopez.
Yeah.
Looks like he's ready to play football. So, God loves the Texans. We've established that already. You know who also apparently loves the Texans?
Who's that?
The folks over at FS1. I'm talking about Emmanuel Acho.
Yeah.
And James Jones of, former NFL players, both of them. James Jones, of course, of discussing the Houston Texans and doing like a former player X's and O's breakdown.
Yeah.
We're not going to play you their X's and O's breakdown. Obviously, that requires the video and all of that, and you can go find that yourself. But the first part of it, I think, was what I would call a bold statement, and it'll lead us into a little bit more of what we want to talk about with the Texans. This was Emmanuel Acho and James Jones talking about their expectation for this team here in Houston.
C.J. Stroud, he had one of the most phenomenal seasons we've ever seen by a rookie quarterback. The Texans, I believe they're legit Super Bowl contenders, and James and I are up here to try and show you why. James, I asked you just moments ago, how can you stop the Houston Texans? What'd you respond?
You can't.
Now I said, why?
Because Joe Mixon's the equalizer, and they just got too much.
They got too much.
So you can't stop the Texans. How do you stop the Texans? That's what I really wanted out of that. How do you stop the Texans? A, you can't.
Mm-hmm.
And then why? Because Joe Mixon is the equalizer. Now, you may not expect him, for Joe Mixon's name to be the first one out of his mouth when he tells you why the Texans are unstoppable. Maybe you expect him to say C.J. Stroud. Maybe you expect him to say Stephon Diggs. Maybe you're a Tank Dell guy. Maybe Nico Collins did it for you last year, and that's the guy that you think is the equalizer or the cheat code, if you would.
Yeah.
But he mentions Joe Mixon, and I think it's apropos, if you will.
Well,
because that's the thing that they were missing, I think. Lopez.
Yes, in the context of also Tank Dell, also Dalton Schultz, also Nico Collins, also Stephon Diggs. Because basically, if you didn't see that video, I would just interpret it very simply for you. Pick your poison.
Yeah,
that's what they were saying.
That's a succinct way of putting it.
That's what they were saying. Pick your poison. They laid it all out. They talked about the 11 personnel and what if the defense plays man and what if the defense plays zone and how do you stop this team? And they flat out said you can't.
They got man beaters and they got zone beaters.
Yeah, they said you can't. And that actually ties in with today and why God loves the Texans because I mentioned Kenyon Green. The other thing that I was looking at as we're watching practice here is that came to life right in front of us. Living color, man. I mean, it was in living color because I'm looking over here. I see C.J. Stroud with Stephon Diggs. Over there on the other field, there's an absolute dime, one of those only he could catch it balls to Tank Dell.
Yep.
Then I see Dalton Schultz on another one, catching it from C.J. Stroud. And I'm like, those dudes, we've talked about it, we've seen it, we've expected it, but they were right. I mean, it's a pick your poison kind of approach on this offense.
Dalton Schultz is probably the most important weapon that we talk the least about.
For sure.
I think that your top tight end and specifically Dalton Schultz and the chemistry, I think the chemistry that he has with C.J. Stroud is somewhat underrated. The way that the teammates talk about Dalton Schultz is just kind of a cerebral guy and also like from a leadership standpoint. So will tell you like it is, like doesn't blow smoke, will tell you straight up like it is.
Yeah.
I don't think people necessarily always realize that about Dalton Schultz, but on the field, that's another one, man. Like I was painting the picture earlier of what it'd be like to have these guys going deep to Tank Dell and to Nico Collins with, Stephon Diggs over the middle, but you also got Dalton Schultz as an option there. To me, man, what do you think as we discuss this here? And we just heard from Emmanuel Acho and James Jones on FS1 saying that the Texans are unstoppable and why? Because Joe Mixon is like an equalizer. Let me throw this to you. Your segment here, man. Mm-hmm. Your theme. Would you call that cap or no cap? Are we doing, is the hype doing a lot of work here? Are we doing a little bit too much by saying, hey, we ain't seen them play a game yet, and we're calling the Texans offense unstoppable? Yeah. I feel pretty good about going that far. I used the term Super Bowl in an earlier segment. Like I'm ready for all the hyperbole, but what about you, Lopez?
Well, let's do a little cap or no cap.
Let's start with that one. Is that cap or no cap from one James Jones and Emmanuel Acho?
Figgy, I want you to get in on this as well. I think it's an easy answer. I really do. That's not to say they won't be stopped. That's not to say they won't have bad days. But if they are operating and they have the game plan and they're healthy, I don't see how this offense can consistently be stopped. I just don't. With those guys playing at that level.
Yeah, healthy? Yeah. So go no cap, man. Like I think that and I do think that there's some level of hyperbole here.
Oh, sure.
So I'm grading on that curve. Like, yeah, they can be stopped. They're going to have a 3-and-out at some point.
Yeah.
But, man, I'm very intrigued to see how they start games. You know what I'm really excited about? This could be a football nerdy thing. But they talked about this in the offseason before they started making all these moves, before they traded for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Third downs. This was not a very good team for all of the praise heaped upon them, for all of the recognition, for all of the rightful excitement with this team and all the credit we give them. They were not a very good team on third down.
No.
And they admit that. They acknowledge that in the offseason. And I think that Stephon Diggs' move, in addition to some other things, obviously Stephon Diggs, I think that's got a little bit to do with it, wanting to be better on third down and have a sure-handed and a sure route runner who's going to be exactly where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. But, man, I think that the moves that they've made and the things that they've done have made that a lot easier, made that something that they can absolutely address as being better on third down. I'm going to go no cap on that, man.
Figgy?
I got to go no cap, too. I agree, fellas. I think I think just looking at how C.J. Stroud played last season, it's hard to see him coming down to earth or just having a bad season. And plus, with the weapons that was added, even the weapons on defense, I think, look, man, it's no cap, man. I think these guys are a Super Bowl contender.
All right, I got a couple more for you since we got here to cap on In the Loop. Nick Caserio said that the outside noise doesn't matter. You heard that here on Sports Radio 610. We might revisit some of what he said in a little bit. He said that the outside noise doesn't matter and they don't listen to it. Cap or no cap?
No, that is cap.
That is cap.
I'm sorry. I was going to say that's a lie. That is cap, 100% cap.
Yeah.
They listen to I'll give you this. Maybe it doesn't matter ultimately.
But they do listen to it.
They do listen to, like, I don't think I'm not breaking ground here.
Yeah.
I don't think that what we say here on the radio has any bearing on the actual results and what we see out there. So I would go no cap on that. But in terms of the question here or the point that he was making, do they listen or do they care? I think they absolutely hear it. And I think in terms of how much they care, if they can use it as some kind of fuel, you know, like I don't think that they care.
That might be how to do it.
You know what I mean? Like if they can use anything to give themselves an edge, any kind of competitive edge, or any extra motivation. Oh, they think I'm this, they think I'm that. Look, I've heard Tank Dell, maybe not on this program, but on others over the offseason, talk about hearing people say that he's the third best receiver on the team. And look, you could make a legitimate case that he is.
Yeah.
But you could also make a legitimate case that he ain't.
Yeah.
That he's the best or the second best or the third best. And what you think Tank Dell thinks about his damn self?
You know what he thinks.
Come on now. And where do you think he got that? Out of thin air?
Yeah.
That somebody said I'm the third down his head?
No,
man, that is external noise, external pressure or expectation that obviously they heard because you can't stay off your phone forever.
What do you say, Figgy?
Come on, man.
Hey, is it possible I can say both? It's cap and no cap? Because
come on, man. It's in the loop, baby. Get off the fence, Figgy. Come on, dog.
No, I think it's possible that they do listen to the noise. And like I said, if we were on this radio station saying, man, the Texans ain't going to make the playoffs, they ain't going to be that good, I do think they listening to that, and they probably putting that right on the whiteboard saying, look, man, they don't believe in you, so we gotta show people. But we ain't doing that. We actually talking about Super Bowls and all that stuff, and I can see them saying, hey, don't listen to that outside noise. We got to stay focused. We know what we can do. They going to say whatever they want to say out there, but we got to stay focused.
Yeah, and you know, I got a couple more for you, but just on this point here, they always ultimately tell us that they heard it, because whether it's good news or good whatever promotion, hype or bad hype, what do players say at the end of the season when they win a big game? Hey, a lot of people thought blah blah blah.
They didn't give us a chance.
They said this or that. They didn't respect us. I heard that blah blah blah. They hear it all. Ultimately the Texans are going to tell us, you know, that they heard all this and they listen. All right, I got another one for you. In about I'd say about 20 minutes at the most, you're going to hear from Will Anderson right off the field. You're going to hear one of the best interviews. Boy, talk about God loves us. I mean, an interview like that right out of the chute,
dude. Don't just understand when you're around him why they wanted that dude in the building.
Gravitate toward him.
I'm telling you.
But cap or no cap, it could happen, he said, when it comes to J.J. Watt. Does he know something?
I think he knows more than we do. Yeah, I would say so. So the question is, does he know something, Cap or no cap?
The question is, he said it could happen, cap or no cap.
Okay, so because it could happen, or does he know something or two? I would say no cap on both, though. On either question.
Yeah.
I think no cap on it could happen, and no cap on he knows a little bit more than we do. Because think about it, and I mentioned this when we were talking to him.
Yeah.
We got that news at I was there. I'm the one that got that answer.
He was
remember?
there.
He was there.
Yeah.
I got the answer from JJ in a media capacity.
Yeah.
But what you think those conversations are like with JJ and Will?
He
Anderson?
talked to him.
Man, man, we love to have you back.
Yeah.
We love to have you. And who do you think would be a better recruiter for an edge rusher
That guy.
than Will Anderson?
That guy right there, Figgy.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm going to say no cap for both questions too, man, because like you said, he was there. He was around JJ. And I'm sure JJ is like, man, I want to come back, but I don't know. I'm really thinking about it, and maybe we could get past training camp or something like that, and then I'll step in. But hey, save a roster spot for me, man. I'm gearing up, man. Just be ready when I make that call. Just be ready.
As if the excitement is not already there enough. Can you imagine the energy in this place? If Brandon Scott, Figgy Fig is holding things down for us back at the studio as we broadcast here live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Coming up next, Lunchtime Confessions, baby. We confess our sins right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, D&M Auto Leasing right now. D&M Auto Leasing and that new vehicle you're going to get.
Factor, Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is time for the Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop. It's where we confess our sins and let them hang a little bit lower. The OG, John Lopez, kicks us off.
Watch this.
I guess it's cool that I'm still acting like such a kid around this stuff after 38, 39, however many.
It is cool.
Training camps, I guess. But I caught myself just a bit ago, and I'm like, this is just silly. And my confession is this. I'm already kind of like, hey, British Brooks, huh? hey.
Can I interest you in some British Brooks?
Can I interest you in a British? Maybe this guy's going to make the score. What's wrong with me, man?
We got Lopez Camp Crush.
I know. I'm already saying, I'm admitting it. That's the confession, Figgy. I'm like, dude, what am I doing? They haven't even put on pads, and I'm like, this dude looks like he can flat play, man. If you haven't seen his thighs, whoo. Baby.
Man, you a horn dog right now, man. What's wrong with you, man?
I got to admit, that's my mini confession within a confession. That did sound pretty bad.
Hey, I will say this, though, to the point about British Brooks and what Lopez is saying, there is not a clear third back on this team. Like, you can see the hierarchy and what it looks like if you're out here. And that's obviously Joe Mixon at the top.
Yeah.
Damian Pierce, I think, is safely the number 2 guy for right now. But I don't even know if that's the case by the end of this thing. After Joe Mixon, it's a bunch of dudes that are competing. I think Damian Pierce has the inside edge as the number 2 guy. But who is that third? Who is that second and third back? That remains an unanswered question. And I understand, man. I understand where Lopez is coming from.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was worried that I might be a show curse of some kind. I thought maybe cursing the show based off of the way things were looking earlier on today.
It's me.
And the fact that I had to leave the show abruptly yesterday. I don't know how you guys parlayed this or explained this to the audience yesterday, but what a confession was going to be yesterday and now deserves to be a confession today is that I had a bad parenting moment yesterday, a very, very bad single father moment in forgetting or not understanding exactly what time I was supposed to pick my kids up.
The assignment, as they say.
I did not understand the assignment. I thought I had a window to pick my kids up from summer camp, and apparently there was a hard and fast time that I was supposed to be there. It meant that I had to abruptly leave this show yesterday, which was bad. And I thought today, with me coming back, and then hearing about that rain from Aaron Raybold, and the thought that we were going to have to pack our stuff up and go back to the studio.
It's me.
On the first day of camp, I'm like, oh, hey, it's just got to be me. I must be bad mojo, bad energy for the show and for the station right now. I don't understand why that would be. I give a lot. I give a lot of energy to the station and to the show, but it did feel for a moment.
I get it.
Like I might be bad mojo for everything going on. I am so glad to find out that God loves the Texans and the show, apparently.
All right, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to be honest, guys, man. We played that audio in the previous segment with Emmanuel Acho and James Jones talking about the Texans being Super Bowl contenders. When I heard that coming from them, I got a little nervous.
You think it's too much?
I think so. I feel like that when
the wrong allies, maybe, huh? The wrong allies.
Yeah, I feel like that whenever national people start talking about your team and they start throwing around the word Super Bowl, I'm just like, just shut up, man.
I get it.
We got to stay low and build, man. Like, let us be coming out of nowhere, man. Don't put that on us already before training camp even start. Like, don't throw out the word Super Bowl, man. Like, nah, let us stay low and build. I was kind of nervous when I heard them talk about Super Bowl with the Texans.
Man, hell with that, man. I'm excited, man. Let's get to the Super Bowl, dog. When they traded for Stephon Diggs, when they traded for Joe Mixon, when they brought in Daniil Hunt, I was like, oh, this is a team that is operating and functioning like it believes it can win the Super Bowl. And so if that's how they're going to view themselves, and if they're going to put on tape what they put on for us last year, I don't know why I can't feel that way. Now, I understand your point, Figgy, about maybe the outsiders, maybe the strangers talking like that makes us feel a little bit uneasy. But I'm with the conversation, man. I am here to utter the words Super Bowl. Let's go.
I'm good with it. With it just being us and local folks.
Right.
Man, I don't need the national people talking about Texans and Super Bowl. Let us stay low and build. Don't worry about us. Look
Stay
at
out
the
of our business.
Yeah, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Look at the 49ers. Don't come over here now.
Stay out of our business. All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I just cannot help but pull for Dameon Pierce. I hope he big. I just looking at him again and talking to a couple of people today that have been kind of around this team all off season, and it's just like they're like, I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to click, and I'm like, man, I hope it does. And he's just look, he's not like a friend, but I know him well enough through our profession, and we've talked to him several times. I'm like, he is like, I don't know if I'm pulling for anybody to have that big bounce back year more than Dameon Pierce. He deserves it, man. He's a good dude, good old country guy, great personality. I'm pulling for Dameon Pierce big time.
Love it. I'm right there with you, and that actually is a good segue into my confession because I got somebody that I am also pulling for in a similar way. Let's go.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm going to make this a little bit of a two-parter with the wide receiver room, honestly, because just as you are rooting for one Dameon Pierce, I'm rooting for John Mechie to survive this wide receiver competition.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a stiff one once you get outside of a stiff competition once you get outsid of
I like
the
way
top
you put
four.
That in there real
I was
subtle.
like, wait a minute, I don't think that is exactly the way I wanted to word or phrase that. It's just the way that it kind of came out of me like that. But you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
You know who the top three guys. I feel like Noah Brown is pretty much a lock to be, and he was out there too, by the way, today. So now we're talking about the last couple of guys.
Yeah.
It is no guarantee on who those last two guys are. I think they got some decent options when you're talking about who your fifth and sixth receiver are going to be. And ring about whoever it turns out to be. But I am rooting for John Mechie to be the guy who emerges. I think he's got a good chance to do it. Being another year removed from, something really tough to deal with as cancer. Like I think it's a big time for him, so I'm really rooting for him. But the other part of that confession that has to do with the wide receiver group, so why is the two-parter here? I don't get the Robert Woods thing. Like as much as I respect his career, I respect the role that he has on this team and the way that they view him within that locker. He is revered. Let me be front.
Absolutely.
He is revered in that locker room, Lopez. But after the Stephon Diggs thing and what they've got in terms of younger guys competing for spots, I do not get that. Watching him out there, he looks fine, but I don't get it. I don't get it, Lopez.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Go ahead, Figgy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I think one of the realest commercials in history is that Geico commercial with the squirrel playing with the cars trying to cause an accident.
Oh, yeah.
That happened to me this morning, man. I almost got in an accident. I was driving. I was on my way to the station, and it was a squirrel. I wasn't sure what it was. And as I got closer, it was a gray squirrel, and he did exactly what they did in that commercial, man. He just, rose up, and then last minute I tried to swerve, and another car was on the side of me.
They run back. They go one way and they come back. It's the dumbest thing ever.
It seemed like he did it on purpose, man. He was like, all right, I'm about to get this car right here.
Yeah.
And he stood up, and I seen it last minute, and I tried to swerve to the right, and then he right back on the curb. I'm like, oh, my goodness. A car blew at me, and I'm just like, man, I think that Geico commercial got to be the realest commercial ever, man, because that's exactly what they do, man.
But no problems.
No problems. Everything all good. Little, but everything good, man. But I thought about that commercial. I'm like, man, that's the realest commercial ever, man.
I never told y'all about the time. I guess we didn't know each other at this time. I killed a cat exactly like this.
Oh, yeah,
man.
The way they run back and forth.
Dude, and I'm not even I'm not the biggest, I think we've established this, I'm not even the biggest animal or pet guy. But, man, that bothered me.
Oh, it'll stick with you.
For days.
Yeah.
I thought about that cat. Like, man, cat, why did you – because they had me beat. He had me beat. He was gonna be just fine.
He was good.
But for whatever reason, last second, he decided to go back.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, you're quick as a cat.
Yeah.
You're going to make it across the street. I'm not going to hit you on purpose.
Yeah.
You're going to make it. And then at the last second, man, the cat decided to go back the other way to cross the road again. And I ran his ass.
I don't get
her
that
ass
with
over.
Squirrels are a nemesis.
Yeah.
They're frustrating.
Yeah. Have y'all ever seen like a dog get hit by a car? It's the worst feeling ever, man.
I don't even want to think about that.
I'm going to share a story real quick. So y'all can
don't
think about
share the
this.
story real quick.
Confession's getting morbid.
God, dog, Figgy. My confession is this is completely unnecessary.
Oh, man. Big dog, man.
It's the worst. I feel like this dog was trying to commit suicide. I did the same thing with the squirrel. I dodged out the way, and I looked in the rearview mirror, which I shouldn't have done. It was a big it was a big ass Mack truck that came through.
What are we doing? Why are you sharing?
Let me tell you this.
I got to share it because I had to see it. I saw it, and it scarred me still to this day, man.
I bet.
Hey, look. I'm not going to say never look in the rear view, but the lesson learned from that story is that the rear view sometimes is overrated.
If you pass an animal and it's a near miss, just put those blinders on.
Yeah, man. If you don't rubberneck in the rear view. That is the lesson learned.
That was so bad, man.
Whew, that was rough, Biggie.
That was You know, we need a pick-me-up.
I was going to say, man.
Man, we need a pick-me-up.
You have re-traumatized us, and we wasn't even there. We wasn't even there, Figgy. That is Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next, let's hear from Will Anderson again. We talked to him live out here from Texans training camp. That was a conversation that you are not going to want to miss.
Payne and Pendergast.
What's our feel right here, Seth, at the figurative halfway point on the Astros? You've got
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Brandon Scott and John Lopez here broadcasting live from Texans training camp at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And earlier in the day, we got to talk to Will Anderson Jr. about a number of topics. This is one of the better interviews, one of our favorite interviews on the show. You don't want to miss it. Let's replay that right here, right now with Will Anderson live on In the Loop. First of all, how are you doing? And what do you look forward to most at a time like this? When y'all come out here, I know it's the second day, y'all reported yesterday, but out here practicing, man, what do you look forward to most when you come out here, man?
Yeah, first I just want to say thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Man, I'm feeling blessed and highly favored, man, and, you know, just being back out here with the team, man, and just building that foundation, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, building that team camaraderie, man, that togetherness, that brotherhood, man, so when Sunday get here, we can just go fly around, man, and I think to get team chemistry.
Look, man, there's so much hype around this team, and I know Nick, Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, players themselves are like, we got to block that out. We got to block that out. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. So how do you handle it? And I know you guys have expectations too.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
Man, our expectation is just to be us, man. Just to be us, to have fun, man. And like I said, build that foundation and build that building. And everybody come together, everybody putting their head down and working. That's our expectation. And we can't worry about the outside noise.
But how much of it, though, and I was talking to Lopez about this before you got here, it feels like the outside noise, this is just me telling you this, it feels like the outside noise and the inside, the internal expectations should marry up, because this is just logic, Will. The type of season that you had last year, the type of season that CJ had last year, all of the additions that y'all made, how much does it feel like, you know, internally, like the standard has kind of not necessarily changed, but been raised a little bit based off of y'all's success that you've already had?
Yeah, I would put it this way. I would say the standard is the standard. Once the standard is set, there's no change in the standard. Once the expectation is set, there's no change in the expectation. Last year was last year. We know what we have to build off of. And it was times last year that we didn't play to the standard and we didn't play to the expectation. And the goal this year is to always remain at that standard and remain at that expectation.
Do you guys do what we do? Because we were kidding off the air about how yesterday we were talking. It's like the first day of school, man. Oh, look at so-and-so, look at so. Like, I do it. I saw Kenyon Green looking good. You look like you changed your body a little bit. Do players do that?
Yeah, of course. I think when everybody came back in, it was like, dang, but you don't swing, you lost some weight. But it's just good to see the team, man. It really just shows how hard people were working this offseason and how much it means to them.
Tell me what the difference in an offseason. I know the standard is the standard, but going from, hey, I'm going into my rookie year to now I've at least established myself as a professional. What's the difference in an offseason for already professional Will Anderson versus last year going into rookie season? Like, what did you learn and change about your offseason?
Yeah, I mean, last year I really didn't have an offseason just because, you know, the combine and everything like that. This year I was really fortunate to work with some great guys like Myles Garrett, and he taught me a lot about how to take care of my body. The people that he worked with, they helped me out a lot too. So it was really just finding that great balance between getting rest, taking care of my body, putting the right nutrition in my body, getting the right type of work in around my position. I think that's one thing that I learned is how can I implement workouts that help my position and what I do on the field.
I remember late last year we had you on after the Tennessee game, and I was like, man, where'd that move come from? And you were kidding about it. You worked on it in practice. All of a sudden you put it on the game. What did Myles Garrett and who else? You know, what are some of the things you picked up? Who else helped you too?
Daniil Hunter's been a great help, man. He loves working with us, man. This offseason he's done a really good job of getting with us, man, and working our hands, working our moves, and all that type of stuff, and just talking about angles. He does a really good job of using his hands, and I think that's one thing that I've taken away from him is just how useful he is with his hands and how he can change up his pass rush so much and get offensive linemen off guard.
I know you're out here working and focusing on getting better yourself, but when you get a moment, is there anybody out here, a teammate of yours, that you're key on when you get a chance to do so?
Yeah, I would say Mario. He is get off everything. I love watching him work. He's a hard worker, man.
Mario Edwards, that is.
Yes, Mario Edwards. He's a hard worker, man. I'm really excited to see him and play along with him and go to war with him.
So we're looking at the defense. A lot has been made about all these additions. I'm just looking at the edge. I mean, Daniil, you mentioned. Freaking,
Nico.
Jerry Hughes is coming back. I mean, just from the edges, what you guys can do. Forget the goals. I'm saying what you guys can do to an offense.
Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, Coach had asked me what I think the standard was in the room, and I said, man, it's more than a statistic. We can get to the statistic by these 3 things. And I said, impose your will, don't be denied what you want, and wreak havoc. And those are the 3 things that we want to live by in the D-line room.
Oh, you mentioned Coach. I'm sorry. But you mentioned Coach, and it just reminded me. You were coming off a rookie year, albeit Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year. And DeMeco's running around here saying, hey, if you want to follow somebody, follow that dude right there. That, first of all, that's got to be, feel pretty good. But what is it about you that you're now becoming a leader, you're becoming an example?
For me, man, it's just being who God's called me to be and being a blessing and being a servant. And he's blessed me with that trait to be able to lead and be able to help people along the way. And I take pride in that. And I take pride in knowing that I know what's right, and I want to help others get to know what's right and help continue to build this culture and do what's right around the building.
It's kind of going with that, though. And I know y'all don't want to focus on the outside noise and the external pressure. That's stuff that you want to kind of blind yourself to. I think one thing that stood out to me about the way you guys talked last year, and particularly CJ, was how surprising it was for some of you guys to come from high-profile college places to come here and see that the excitement, you didn't necessarily feel it, that first home game against Indianapolis, and then by the end of the year, it's there. You're going into the season with that. Aside from, like, hype necessarily, or hey, they're going to win this many games and all of that, how does it feel to actually have been the guys to have brought that anticipation back to the squad?
I think it's a blessing, but I think it's a collective effort. We're not who we are without the people in the building, the players, the staff, everybody. And we just want the city to be back on fire. We talk about, this just as much as this is for us, it's for the city as well. And we want them to be a part of something special, and we want them to be able to talk about the Texans and have fun and talk crap to other teams and stuff like that. So, man, we really want to put on for the city and have that excitement back in Houston.
Speaking of high-profile colleges, what the heck is Nick Saban not picking the Tide for, man?
Rat poison. Rat poison.
Did you see that, man?
Look, he's feeding us rat poison.
He's feeding y'all rat poison. He's feeding the media rat poison, and he's trying to get the guys at Alabama.
That's what I was going to say.
He's trying to get the guys at Alabama to keep playing hard and keep doing what they need to do to get back there.
Is he coaching them without coaching them?
Most definitely.
You know what I mean? Like doing something to kind of motivate. Because, there's plenty of guys there that play for Nick still. Got relationships still. So to me, there was maybe a little ulterior motive there, a little something behind the science there, man.
I most definitely think it was just to keep them going. I most definitely think he's like, I'm not there no more, but I'm going to talk some crap and see how y'all respond. Either y'all can respond the right thing.
Okay, but he's doing his job.
He's in media now. He has to.
Hey, welcome to the other side. Now you got to have the takes.
All right, we got a couple more here. I know you got to go to the podium, but let's talk about your most important thing that happened this offseason. Forget Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
You caught a 6-pound bass?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Lake Conroe.
You went to Lake Conroe.
Shout out to Lake Conroe.
I got up at, look, I got up at 3 a.m. I got up at 3 a.m. Me and my sister rode to Lake Conroe around 4. We met our guide there, and he took us out, man, and we probably caught about 20 pounds. That was our
of all the fish.
So we probably caught 20 pounds, but I hit my PB and hit a 6-pounder.
Dude, what'd you throw?
We was on
only us nerds would care about that.
Carolina rig.
Carolina rig. Worm. All right, and then the other thing is, and this is just some of the noise that they want you to block out. But boy, it gets you thinking. There's a lot of talk about J.J. Watt out there, man. What does it feel like in the locker room when you hear people say, "Well, J.J., he's not denying anything. Oh, J.J., DeMeco says I might make that call." I mean, DeMeco said it.
Yeah.
You were there at the softball thing. We were there.
DeMeco said it.
When the headline was made, I mean, how does it register?
Man, it would be crazy to have him back out here, man. But he does a really good job of sticking around and being around to get to know us, to see how we are. And I think it might be a possibility. I don't know.
Hey, man, but you don't have to tell me twice.
Could you imagine, though, like the different kind of sets that y'all could run, like the personnel that y'all could put out there? Because y'all are dynamic enough already, and that's not just to build you up because you're sitting here.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of speaks for itself. But you add that into the mix, man. We're talking about something totally different. Will Anderson joining us here live from the practice. So I want to ask you about competition.
Yeah.
One of the cliches, but it's true, that y'all use a lot is iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
Tell me about that, the competition and how that works. Like, how much back and forth is there? Y'all got some elite players on both sides of the ball. at the line, you know, between yourself, Daniil, obviously, you got Laramie, Tunsil, and Titus on the other side. What is that dynamic like? Are y'all the iron sharpening iron? Y'all talking trash? Y'all giving each other pointers? How does it work between y'all?
A little bit of both, man. I think competition it goes with, you know, we talk a little trash here and there, but at the end of practice, we always get together in a group and we talk about what we did or what we seen or how you can beat this and how did I beat you on this rep, and it just makes you better because I honestly think the guys that we have on our offensive line are some of the best guys in the league that we're going to see going into the season. And, you know, iron sharpen iron is just a phrase from the Bible, and we're all big on our faith, and we believe that strong-heartedly. And we know that once we come out here and we compete and we go against the best, then we become the best.
Last thing from me anyway.
Yeah. I got a couple
and that is you've got the pedigree. We talked about Alabama and all that. A lot of guys on this team have a very good pedigree.
Yeah.
You are facing some really good players on offense.
Yes.
Like what that does for you guys as a defense. Forget what you're doing for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What they're doing for you.
Yeah.
What's that like? What the offense is doing to help?
Oh, yes, most definitely. They do everything. They do everything, and they do a lot of stuff that we're going to see this year. But go against like CJ, having to go against somebody like Joe Mixon, having to go against somebody like Diggs, Nico, Tank, Mechie, our O-line, Shaq, Titus, LT, like all of the stuff they do is to make us better, and they're phenomenal athletes at what they do. They're the greatest at their position at what they do, man.
Yeah.
And it just gives this defense so many looks to help us to prepare the right way to get ready for Sunday.
How good can Derek Stingley be this year?
To me, he's already there. Like I think the world of Derek Stingley. Like
you preach to the choir.
He makes you laugh.
There's no other cornerback that I would rather have than Derek Stingley, man. He helps us so much, makes my job easier, makes his team job easier, man. I can rave about Derek. He comes in, head down, works hard, and he loves football, and he's the greatest.
So I'm sorry, one just occurred because I'm looking at you. You gave us every indication you were going to change your number. You gave us every indication.
I forgot about this.
You were going to change your number. What happened, man? What went into it? Was there a battle?
No, it was no.
I'll tell you what happened. He's a made man now. He's Will Anderson Jr. over here. And 51 look a lot better now than he did when he first got it. And that's what it is. Tell me I'm lying.
We talked to you after the season, and you gave us every indication.
Nah, he's a made man now.
Listen, I played defensive line, so I couldn't go to a number that I wanted.
Okay.
So if I was a linebacker, I could have. But then I was like, dang, I just made 51, so I might as well stick with it. It was the same as college. Like, they gave me 31. I was like, man, what the world? And then I made it.
31 was crazy.
And then I made it. So I was
cool.
like,
so that's that.
Yeah.
Rest of your career.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of numbers.
Yeah.
Lopez, Z's outside.
Yep.
I need you to tell me about this cat, because everybody rants and raves about him.
Yeah.
You have before. I'm going to give you the opportunity to do it again. What is he going to add to this team specifically?
What we've been missing, man, he's that key piece in the middle of that defense that he has that mentality to take over. He gets everybody lined up. He loves football. He works hard, man, and he cares about his teammates. Like, he makes sure we're all good. He always checks on us, man, and that's the type of people that we have to have on this team, and he sets the example every day by everything that he does in the building, from the time he gets here, from the time he leaves, and I can't say enough good things about him, man. I'm so happy he's here.
That's Will Anderson Jr., the reigning NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, joining
good insight from you
man,
today.
I'm telling you, joining live on In the Loop, man. Hey, Will, we wish you all the success in the world. Hope y'all achieve it. Whatever your goals are, man, we hoping you achieve them.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all for having me.
Thanks for being here, man. That was Will Anderson live on In the Loop. Brandon Scott and John Lopez, Figgy Fig. Enjoyed that conversation. And if you missed that or if you want to catch it again, you can also check it out on the Sports Radio 610 YouTube page and on the Odyssey app and podcast page.
If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. We got JJ coming back, maybe, according to him. We got rat poison from Nick Saban. We got all this stuff about Derek Stingley, and he wouldn't take anybody else.
The tutelage from Myles Garrett and Daniil Hunter.
All that.
And not feeding too much
That's
into
one way to get excited for the season now.
Not feeding too much into the expectation, but definitely having the expectation. When they say the standard is the standard, they're not just talking about one game. So exciting stuff from Will Anderson. Yeah. Coming up next around the NFL on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast. Sports Station.
Let's go around the NFL.
It is time for Around the NFL here on In the Loop. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. And Lopez, one thing that was really, really fun out there at Texas training camp was watching one C.J. Stroud do his thing. It's one of the things that we're most excited about, the fact that the Texans got a leader, not just in their head coach in DeMeco Ryans, but in their quarterback, the franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud. And he did talk with the press corps. He did talk with members of the media today, and it was really interesting to hear from the quarterback.
Well, you know what the big story is around the NFL right now, as we do around the NFL?
The Texans.
The Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that's right. It's the team that has reported to camp, and C.J. Stroud was asked about getting the wide receiving group together this offseason, is what he had to say.
It's really important. You know, that's where not only you build just the timing and the chemistry on the field, but also just, just spending time off the field, getting a wide, really just, just having fun with one another. Football is meant to be fun, so that's what we do on those trips. And, and just really, football is the reason why we're here, so we get the work done, but also enjoy it.
Yeah, and C.J. Stroud, the thing about him, aside from being a great quarterback and a great talent, is just this whole collaborative nature of him. Wanting to be around teammates, wanting to be around, just others. And DeMeco Ryans talked about this as well. He's not just out there working on his own game, but working with his own personal quarterback coach, working by himself. He's working with others to get better. And it's one of many endearing qualities about one C.J. Stroud.
And, as much as we were practically giddy out there and being able to see those guys together, he's worked with them. Whether it's individually, off-season stuff, or mini camp or whatever, he's been in the meetings with them. He's been working with them. All that said, that was a little bit special for him too, to get everybody out there. Camp officially starting, and here are my guys.
Yeah, 100%, man, and you love to see it. One thing we talk about with C.J. Stroud that's hard for me to wrap my mind around, or hard for me to really figure out, and he spoke to this, was improvement. How do you improve on a historic rookie season? How do you improve on one of the better touchdown to interception ratios that you can think of? How do you improve on immediately to tackle a lot of the mental aspects of the game?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud seemed to have all of that kind of stuff down immediately, on spot.
There's a ton of things, most of the things, I really can say just owning the offense more, operation, putting more on my plate, with just run checks, protection checks, things like that. And then really just everything inside the field, X's and O's can always be better. You can always have better footwork. I want to definitely attack down the field more this year, and press guys back, and but also take what the defense gives me, and if it's a boring play, just stay with the boring stuff, and just be efficient with that. So those are all things I can get better at, and I hope to do that.
It's cool for me, Lopez, hearing him acknowledge those things. I've heard Seth talk a lot about, and I've talked with Seth about this, Seth Payne, that the run checks and being able to make some of those pre-snap decisions are things that really all quarterbacks can always improve on, but especially a guy going from year one to year two. And then also him alluding there to not being as greedy as maybe he wants to be all the time. If it's a boring play, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a good one.
No, and beyond that, you know what I'm going to go to? I'm going to go to where he's talking about being able to put more on my plate. I really think that's where he's going to be able to take the next step. Being able to command. He also mentioned command the offense. I want to command the offense more. I want to put more on my plate. I want to be able to do, as a quote field general, be the guy that can do stuff. And so I really feel that's where it's going to happen. That's what we're going to see. And we really won't know a lot until they say it and talk about how he was commanding the offense.
C.J. Stroud at Texans training camp today was also asked about the feeling. We talked about this, Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
That feeling, man. We've been on a vibes check all week, anticipating this moment. What about your franchise quarterback? What about Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud and the feeling around this year's Texans training camp?
Yeah, I think for me right now, just the message is keep the main thing the main thing. We want to, of course, we have not only a lot of expectations, we have a lot of big goals on this team, and I mean that's how it should be. The person who always doubts himself probably will never make it to that point. So you got to have confidence and have a goal and a plan and execute that plan. So that's what we're doing, and but you have to be where your feet are. We're in training camp right now. We got to just execute that and make sure that we're taking every day to get better.
It might sound a little bit boring, Lopez, but I do like having that confidence that C.J. Stroud clearly has, but also, even if it feels boring, not getting ahead of yourself. Like, getting ahead of yourself is stuff that you and I can do and that we will do. Super Bowl, what's the record? What games are you looking forward to? Who's going to win this competition and all of that? We're going to do all of that, and I'm having fun doing it. But I do like that and also believe that they're sitting there trying to do what C.J. Stroud just said, and that is be where their feet are.
And I think we have a new catchphrase over at NRG. Sure. I know Will Anderson said it with us. You just heard that. And C.J. Stroud just said that. I think what they're going to rally around this year, and it's not anything new, but you can tell that this message has been hammered at them. Keep the main thing the main thing.
Yeah.
That's an old saying, but like three dudes today have said that. We just got to keep the main thing the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to be distracted by, right? Though?
Yeah.
There's so much to be distracted by. Hey, this particular guy, like the way I interpret that, Lopez, is the main thing is the team. You got a lot of, I think, and well-deserved.
Not getting caught up, too.
Well, and this is what I mean.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of well-deserved, famous people now on this team. Between C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr. himself. We talked about him keeping his number 51.
Yeah.
Like I wonder if he doesn't have as successful of a season last year as Will Anderson Jr. number 51, if maybe he does change the number. But the fact that it worked makes sense. Like, you've got individual excellence, and you need that. But the focus and the main thing to me, Lopez, is focusing on the team and what that represents and the opportunity that is in front of the team, man. I really like to hear that.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure DeMeco said, I know Will Anderson and CJ said it. I bet you we're going to hear a lot of that. Keeping the main thing. And again, it's trite, it's old, it's nothing that they've created themselves, but I think that's going to be the message that they get. And I think with CJ Stroud, get caught up with it more than anybody else. Don't get caught up in all the hype. And it's clear that he's not.
What about the goals? I asked Will Anderson Jr. a little bit about this, or if the internal ideas of the team actually maybe matched up with the external ideas of the team. What are the Texans' 2024 goals according to the quarterback, C.J. Stroud?
No, I mean winning. That's the goal. You win, you move on. So that's the goal from the start to finish.
I mean,
let's get some more of that.
I don't think I've got a problem with the goal being winning, man. I can appreciate that.
Let's get us some more of that,
as it absolutely should be. And I think this is a team that absolutely can win, man. We're doing all this. It feels like hype. It feels like a little bit of propaganda at the moment, but we're not talking about the 2021 or 2022 Texans.
Yeah,
we're not even talking about last year's team where it was just, hey, you know what? I think they can.
Yeah.
They are not the little engine that could no more.
Yeah.
This is a front runner, and I think rightfully so. C.J. Stroud was also asked by, listen, Lopez, we know one of the big offseason stories, if not the biggest offseason story in acquisition for the Texans, is the trade that they made for Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud was asked today what he's learned about Stephon Diggs so far as a teammate.
Really just how hard he works, man. He's somebody who loves the game and doesn't cheat it, and that's why he's been successful. And, I think he'll continue that success. I'm blessed enough to hopefully be a part of that. And things that stuck out for me is just how personable he is, how relatable he is. He's really friendly and very vocal, so it's really nice to have him around.
Well, personable and relatable goes a little bit against the narrative, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And friendly, I should say.
And as I'm hearing that, I'm thinking to myself, Stephon Diggs is going to have his reputation and Probably some of it deserved. He said some things he wasn't real comfortable both in Minnesota and Buffalo. But as I'm listening to it, I'm like, this is also on C.J. Stroud. I mean, C.J. Stroud has to be able to make that connection with Stephon Diggs, has to be able to feed all these mouths and let, like he's impressed with Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs needs to be impressed with C.J. Stroud enough, and I'm not talking about his talent, like just as a guy that he can go play for and isn't going to turn on as much as anything.
So I felt like an underrated part of the whole or under-discussed part of that narrative with Stephon Diggs and how is he going to mesh, what the chemistry is going to be, is kind of speaking more to C.J. Stroud's leadership and more to DeMeco Ryans' leadership. I think Sean Pendergast actually probably put it best a couple of days ago. He said it like this: the Stephon Diggs trade is a bet on DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud as much as it is anything else. I thought that was a good way to put it by Sean, and I would agree with that.
That's what I'm saying.
I agree with that 100%.
And this isn't like, oh, you better do this. No, I'm saying the responsibility is as much as on C.J. Stroud as Stephon Diggs, because you just heard him say the game, loves the game. And that was true in Minnesota. That was true in Buffalo. We've seen it. We've seen it play out on the field with Stephon Diggs. That was all true there. But something kind of didn't all together go right at the end, and that's why he moved on from both those places. So there is something in Stephon Diggs that can be either alienated or turned off or whatever, and that's when it comes to C.J. Stroud to, make this work.
I think the trust with Stephon Diggs, to your point, what you're talking about, is going to come with C.J. Stroud's decision-making, which I think is pretty damn good, especially for somebody his age, but really for anybody.
Yeah.
And then the leadership aspect of it. How much can I respect you, both your game, which, again, checks the box, and you as a dude, as a guy, as somebody that I can rally behind.
Yeah.
And I think that C.J. Stroud is 100% that. That's why I think it's going to be different, especially in a one-year rental or trial, whatever you want to, however you want to characterize it or look at it exactly. It is just this one season, this first season. And to me, C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans feel like they are as equipped as anybody to handle a personality like this. And again, to C.J. Stroud's point, it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot to really have to deal with there.
It is just one season, but you better damn sure make it work. Where with that investment in bringing him in, all the expectations, it's on both of them.
This is something I was also really curious about. Something I was curious about to hear from C.J. Stroud. His master. C.J. Stroud was asked about his mastery of the Texans offense, led by offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick, and this is what he had to say.
I'm still young in the game. I'm still pretty new. It's only year 2 for me, so I have a lot to learn. I want to get better. I'm willing to get better, and I'm willing to be vulnerable about that. And I ask questions. I ask hard questions. And I want to know why I'm doing what I'm doing. And last year I got to see a lot of success from that. Also, some things that I need to get better at. So, it's a balance of not just shooting yourself in the foot, but also holding yourself accountable when you need to, while also raising yourself up and staying confident. So, that's kind of where I'm at now, most definitely.
So this might be definitely my favorite quote of the day. To hear, I feel like with C.J. Stroud, especially now, so much has been made of what he did as a rookie, and then the confidence that he's shown in the offseason. He is not shy about – you remember that list he had himself? Hey, last year, other than Patrick Mahomes and Lamar, I was the best. And some people, I think it was on the podcast when he said that. And some people were put off by it. Maybe some of the confidence rubs people the wrong way. Not us. not you or myself, or I think most of the Texans fans, because we are here with it. But you heard him there kind of humble himself and also actually use the term, hey, I'm willing to be vulnerable and also admit that I don't know what I don't know. And even though I had this good season as a rookie, for me to learn.
Well, that goes back to the first point that we made, we talked about here in this segment, and that is like C.J. Stroud, he has to not only make it work with Stephon Diggs, he has to show, and there is no indication that this isn't happening, that dedication, that humility like you talked about, to take the coaching, to be able to admit and understand how much more he has to go. It's what they're banking on, to be honest.
100%, man. I just CJ. God bless CJ Stroud as we go around the NFL. God bless. This is another thought too.
Yeah.
While we were out there, I thought about this.
Mm-hmm.
Something happens to CJ Stroud, we are bleeped.
Oh,
bleeped. No disrespect, Davis. No disrespect, Case.
Yeah.
And this is the case for most people in your starting quarterback at all levels. But, man, I saw a couple of ducks and a couple of moments where I was like, man, God bless.
Yeah.
One C.J. Stroud.
Admittedly, I was just being a smart aleck. But Davis Mills missed one by about 2 yards above a receiver on a little out. And I said, oh, hey, Davis Mills showed up. No, he's had his moments. I know. But I'm like, oh, hey. He's here.
Indeed. John Lopez, Brandon Scott, and Figgy Fig here on In the Loop. Coming up next, the internet is going nuts right here on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
Will
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
A lot of buzz, a lot of excitement around the Texans right now. Texans training camp. Got our first look at them today, live out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center. But there is one in our Texans press corps who, and you got to appreciate unbiased, just straight, non-biased, non-filtered opinions on the team. One DJ Bijani of ESPN, who was on the screen when we walked in here in the studio, is not picking your Houston Texans to win the AFC South for a second straight year. This is interesting to me because it takes a little bit of courage to say what you really believe, put your chest out there, and say what you think. This was Bijani show talking about who he thinks is going to win the division.
I haven't done my research. I think the Colts end up winning the division. One of my biggest things is
Mina can't even believe it.
The Texans schedule scares me.
DJ, wow, let it not be said that you were biased.
That's
what a shocking pick.
Yeah, I think the Colts end up winning. I like their schedule. I like the pieces that they have. I think AR is going to take, if he stays healthy, he's going to take, a massive. But I still think the Texans make the playoffs. I think get one of the wild card spots.
Don't try to clean it up now, man, at the end.
All right, man. So, Lopez.
Well, I think they win the wild card.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
Nah. Yeah, it's like, the wild card. That's like so patronizing, DJ.
The hell out of here.
Come on, man.
Nah. You following through.
Yeah. You following through. Exactly. Lopez.
Yeah.
Tell me why you agree with him.
What? I don't agree with him. What? I do not.
Part of the problem.
You the one that's been talking up the Colts on this program.
I said
you the one
they
every time we have an AFC South conversation, Lopez.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice how you got a lot of confidence, it seems. At least this is my impression. You got a lot of confidence in them folks in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Those Indianapolis Colts.
Well, you need to give up impressions.
You and DJ Bijani sound like y'all sipping from the same cup, dog.
You're full of red mud, as the kids used
See,
to
Lopez
say.
ain't from Houston. He ain't really from Houston.
You ain't down. You ain't 7-1-3.
You ain't one of us.
All right. Let's get this straight. I said the Texans are going to win the division. I think the Texans are going to make a run at least to the AFC Championship. We'll get that right out of the chute. But here's where it's interesting. I don't mind him saying that. I mean, because we've all said that about this team here and there over the years that we didn't necessarily agree with the prevailing opinion. So, it's no problem that he said it. The problem is I don't think his logic makes any sense. Yes, the schedule is tough. Yes, the Colts might have a slightly easier schedule, but there's only one team in this. The reason I'm picking the Texans is C.J. Stroud, just like everybody else. There's a bunch of reasons that you can pick them to go further, with the receivers, all the additions, everything we talk about. But, you can't sit there and tell me, okay, that's your opinion, but I disagree on the most important thing. There's only one team in this division that has that guy.
Yeah, I agree that the schedule is tough, but I disagree with the Texans' schedule being any tougher than the Colts. I think
it might be.
I think that all of their schedules to start the season are tough, and we did this segment earlier in the week where I feel like there is a chance that the teams around the AFC South, specifically the Colts and the Jaguars, could start off the season slowly. I think that's an opportunity for Texans.
Big time.
So, I would disagree on that front, but say this. All of them have pretty tough schedules to start. Who do I trust the most?
Yeah.
Who do I feel like is best equipped to withstand it?
The one with the quarterback.
I feel like it's the one with the quarterback. Yeah. Now, we're like this opinion from DJ is that I think it has been easy to overlook the Colts, to sleep on the Colts because of the result, because of what actually ended up happening with the Texans winning that game and then boat racing Cleveland in the playoff game, and we know how it all ends.
Yeah.
But I think it's easy to forget how thin the margins are, how close they were, they being the Colts, to winning that game, how close they were to being in the position to do exactly what the Texans did and to have done it without the quarterback that they're excited about. Maybe not as excited as Texans fans are about C.J. Stroud, but maybe a similar type of hope in him the way Texans fan had in Stroud last year. Like, I think that there is something to be said for Indianapolis, what they've brought back, okay, what they were able to do last year, and if Shane Steichen is able to figure it out with Anthony Richardson, they are definitely a team. The opener and then the Colts throughout the season, definitely something to watch for Texas.
Look, they are a team that had a quarterback for how many games? 4? 5? Whatever it was.
Richardson? Yeah, I think it was like 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
They had a running back that was all-world that didn't play most of the season. They had 2 starting cornerbacks that didn't play at all. This is why I say the Colts scare me. But they don't scare me to the point, because of what we're talking about here with the quarterback position, of picking them. I mean, no way.
No.
I mean, it's the Texans.
713-572-4610 is how you get in. I want to know from the loopholes. Let us know. Do the Colts scare you at all? Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being scary as bleep. Do the Colts, the Indianapolis Colts, scare you at all? As we check out the internet going nuts. Also, you know what's got the internet going nuts.
Yeah,
Lopez.
you're welcome.
Hey, nicely done.
You're welcome.
We talked to one Will Anderson Jr. earlier in the day, and he did not exactly rule out the possibility that not only could J.J. Watt be a mentor, but Texans legend J.J. Watt maybe a teammate?
Man, it would be crazy to have him back out here, man. But he does a really good job of sticking around and being around to get to know us, to see how we are. And I think it might be a possibility. I don't know.
I think it might be a possibility.
Could happen.
I don't know.
He said it could happen later.
It could happen.
Yeah, the internet's going nuts. He said he didn't know. We got to be fair. But there's also something else that he said there. Like, JJ, has been around.
Yeah.
Getting to know the guys.
JJ is tapped in.
Yes.
As the kids like to say, as the young people like to say. JJ is tapped in with this squad.
Yeah.
And it's not just,
it's not like hanging out here and there at events or something.
I don't feel like it's just on some alumni type stuff. Like a lot of the older guys that are tapped in.
Yeah.
But obviously they're not coming back to play or anything. They're much older guys.
Yeah.
But the way that they're tapped in and the way that J.J. Watt is tapped in, to me, are like two totally different things. I asked him about the difference in his offseason from being a rookie going in, now being the rookie of the year last year, and he had to say this.
Yeah, I mean, last year I really didn't have an offseason just because, the combine and everything like that. This year I was really fortunate to work with some great guys like Myles Garrett, and he taught me a lot about how to take care of my body. The people that he worked with, they helped me out a lot too. So it was really just finding that great balance between getting rest, taking care of my body, putting the right nutrition in my body, getting the right type of work in around my position. I think that's one thing that I learned is how can I implement workouts that help my position and what I do on the field.
And not just Myles Garrett, Lopez.
Yeah.
A key addition to the Texans, Daniil Hunter, one of their marquee signings. He also talked about, and you asked him about this, he also told us about Daniil Hunter's influence on this game right now.
Daniil Hunter's been a great help, man.
Yeah.
He loves working with us, man. This offseason, he's done a really good job of getting with us, man, and working our hands, working our moves, and all that type of stuff, and just talking about angles. He does a really good job of using his hands, and I think that's one thing that I've taken away from him, is just how useful he is with his hands and how he can change up his pass rush so much and get offensive linemen off guard.
Feel like a nerd, Lopez, because I'm going to be watching the hell out of Will Anderson's hands all year.
Yeah. And
what is Will Anderson doing with his hands? Pause.
No, but that's going to be that was one of the things they needed to work on. I mean, if you want to just get honest about it. But I keep going, like Myles Garrett. I mean, who else would you rather want to work with than Myles Garrett? And Myles Garrett, has kind of taken him under his wing because he sees maybe himself, but he sees something in Will Anderson. I mean, these things don't happen by accident. So that's huge.
A dude that plays on the team that, as I mentioned earlier in the segment, boat raced you, knocked you out of the playoffs, one of their best players, and arguably their most promising player at your position, like a guy that has a chance to win the award that you just won, Defensive Player of the Year, maybe won eventually. That's got to be like in his sights. You'd have to figure for Will Anderson Jr. I think it's interesting that Myles Garrett would invest time and energy in somebody. I know they don't directly compete, but the idea that he would invest time and energy with a guy that was on the team that just knocked him out.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool, at least from the Texans side.
I could be wrong on this. I think Myles Garrett at one point this offseason said that loss to the Texans is going to sting more than most have.
Yeah.
And yet he still is working with Will Anderson.
That is the internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Coming up next, the OGs passing thoughts, the inaugural passing thoughts at Texans training camp right here on Sports Radio 610.
1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
It is a tradition, the inaugural OG's passing thoughts from Texans Training Camp. And I'm going to lead you off here, actually.
Yeah.
Because the one I really want to get into and what I want to hear from you is your thoughts after you laid eyes on one Kenyon Green. Because I thought, Lopez, I thought at some point during training camp, maybe even today, maybe later in the week, maybe next week, I didn't know when, but I thought at some point I was going to have to sell you on one Kenyon Green. But I feel like once you laid eyes on him today, he might be selling himself. The one OG thought that I feel like is shared, not just with you and myself, but among all of us who are out there, was noticing the way Kenyon Green looks out there.
First thing that was my assignment. You know, like everybody, what does he look like? Does he look like he fits the role?
Update?
Update is coming. You may still need to sell me because we haven't seen him play yet.
Sure.
We haven't seen him line up. We don't know what it's going to be like when they go, the one-on-ones that I like to watch and all that stuff. But I will say this, that was the kind of the overarching passing thought I had there. And some of these are not related to necessarily what's on the field. In fact, a lot of them are not. It's just like you're out there, you're enjoying it, you're excited, and it's like, what's happening over at Texans camp? Well, let's share that with our listeners. So I'm watching. They're trickling out. And I'm looking for 76. That's his new number.
Yeah.
Looking for Kenyon Green. And I said, damn, is that Kenyon Green right there? He practically looked thin, man. I mean, like, he wasn't. He's a big dude, the right word. But that absolutely, Kenyon Green was one of the bigger ones.
Lean, because one of the words that I would just use to describe him in the past, like watching him the last couple of years, is doughy.
Yep.
He looks real doughy or young, like he hadn't fully grown into his body. It looked like he used the last year, and why wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But used the year off to his tremendous benefit, at least physically. We'll see how that translates on the field in his actual play, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But before we get to the rest of your passing thoughts, this would be my selling point. Let me just give this to you. My thought on Kenyon Green, and the reason why, listen, man, I went into last year optimistic about him before I realized that he wasn't right, that he wasn't healthy, and he wasn't going to be able to go. But this is easy to forget now, but I want to remind you and the audience of this. The last game of consequence that Kenyon Green played in, okay, and it's just a small sample size.
Yeah.
He's a rookie who struggled throughout most of what you saw as a rookie was not good. But the last game that he played in, the one that at the time we did not want them to win because we thought that they should get the number 1 overall pick.
That's right.
I still think they should have just gotten the number 1 overall pick and clearly just drafted C.J. Stroud. But that's neither here nor there. But in that game, the final game of the 2022 season against the Indianapolis Colts, this ain't no homework assignment. You don't have to go back and look.
I know where you're going with
Just take my word for it here. Because I'm telling you what I know. He played well necessarily that day. So when they played well, we didn't fixate on, did you see this guy play well and that guy play well? Like, we didn't care because it seemed ridiculous that they would play well in that moment. But as it relates to this conversation, Kenyon Green, the last time I saw him compete before his body got right, before he looked like what you're talking about the way we saw him today, he played well.
Yeah.
So I am cautiously optimistic. I ain't saying he's going to even win the job, but I am cautiously optimistic of what we might see from Kenyon Green in training.
No, I think that's fair. You still might have to tell me a little bit, but early impressions.
You're going to have to do the rest of the selling.
Early impressions are impressive. I didn't get to a couple of these earlier, and I meant to. One of the first things so the first drill after lining up and stretching and jogging and all that stuff was C.J. Stroud, some handoffs to the running backs, and then some passes to the running backs. Before they got started, this dude, this is important to him, and that's a question as much as anything. Like, this is really important to C.J. Stroud, isn't it? He did his personalized handshake with every back. Like he has a different handshake or what greeting or whatever with every back there. And I know it's important, like everybody has that, but like he made it a point to like, all right, let's go down the line here, and he did everyone.
Oh, CJ is a DAP master.
He is a DAP master.
CJ Stroud is a certified, bona fide DAP master.
Yes,
like
it was
he's
funny.
proven that. Like I knew that when I can't remember if it was the Texans themselves or the NFL, but they played that clip last year when the Texans were playing against Lopez over with the Arizona Cardinals, and CJ asked him, "Hey, Roy, do you remember our handshake?"
Yeah.
And neither one of them remembered it, of course. But he says, "Hey, I know it was fire, though. I know that."
I know.
That showed me how much pride CJ Stroud takes in, first of all, the DAP being dope, the DAP being fire, and the fact that he would have one with Roy Lopez, like a dude that didn't even make the team and it was on the other side of the ball.
Every back. And by the way, Figgy, it reminded me of, y'all seen that is it a GIF, a meme, whatever, of Obama doing different handshakes with the black dudes and the white dudes?
Yeah.
Like he was doing all
No, it's exactly like that. It's exactly like that. And the cool thing about CJ being a DAP master is that normally the DAP master is somebody that's low on the depth chart. Is normally somebody that
Just a
doesn't
regular
necessarily
role,
play all the time.
Yeah.
Like that's their role is as DAP master. It is a special thing when one of the leaders and one of the better players, the best player on the team, is a DAP master. That is taking on a lot of responsibility, and I don't think it should be overlooked.
And I didn't mention this one either. I don't know if I think it's cool. I don't know if it's acting a little like, you're old school or whatever. Did you notice Cade Stover catching balls? I know you did.
Yeah, of course.
Did you notice he wasn't wearing gloves?
I don't think I picked up on that.
He's the only one that did not have gloves on.
Huh.
What? I mean,
that's an astute observation because I did. Well, I mean, if there
maybe he's more comfortable. I don't know.
I put it to you this way: if there was a dude that I was going to predict, like out of let's call them the weapons, so running backs, tight ends, and wide receivers, if you were to ask me to pick the one guy that's not going to wear gloves out there, it would be Cade Stover, right? Like, doesn't he have that country
tough guy?
That country boy, tough guy. Probably got calluses on his hands. You know, like he would be the guy that I would predict would be the one to not wear gloves.
Yeah,
I did not notice that though.
Yeah, this is off the field, but I thought it was pretty dang cool, and it also ties in with my desire for the Texans to change their permanent home uniforms. The branding around the training facility, whether it's tents, by where the players are in the middle of the field, or the all the fencing and all that, they got that new H-Town logo everywhere. It's not just the Texans logo. It's always that new H-Town logo, which we love.
I feel like I need to lean more into it. Like I would say I like it more than I love it.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. But I need to lean more into it because I would agree with this for sure. You better get used to that.
Yeah.
Y'all better, however you feel about that H is about to be a prominent fixture and feature of the Texans going forward. Like Lopez just mentioned, it's prominent at Texans training camp. They're obviously going to have a whole helmet dedicated to it.
Yeah.
And, man, if you don't, if you're not used to it yet, you better get used to it.
I think you both would agree with me. That is by far probably, because I don't know, probably the biggest selling item right now, isn't it? The old H-Town logo stuff?
I would guess. I would guess so.
Gotta be, right?
I would guess so.
I actually knew, honestly, when we first saw the whole reveal thing or the sneak peek, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I knew that was going to be a big hit because it was just something new, something fresh. And I think I see a lot of people rocking the hats with the H and just the gear with the H.
Yeah. That's what I wear.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the H.
Yeah.
100% a fan of the H. I like it. What I like even more, though, what I'm the biggest fan of, and I think I was wearing this shirt the other day, is the new bull, the new colored bull.
Yeah.
So the bull that they've been had the whole time.
Yeah.
With the H-Town blue.
With the H-Town blue on it. Like, I didn't realize I was going to like that as much as I did.
Yeah.
But when I first laid eyes on it, when I first saw it at the reveal that night, I was like, oh, man, that's the design after my own heart. You can give me both of those over what we've had in the past, though.
Yeah.
Give me the new H and go ahead and color that bull H-Town blue. Those are things that you can get. As a matter of fact, I do have T-shirts of both.
Yeah.
The new H and that exact bull that I'm talking about. I love both of those.
It was pretty cool. I think that should be the permanent homes. If you haven't heard me say this, and then the regular home jerseys become the alternates. So I'm standing there. One of the things we always do, everybody always does, is kind of take roll, and that's all season long, not just at training camp. You know, who's here, who's rehabbing or doing some training because they're not quite ready yet for whatever. So I'm looking out there. I'm like, man, I think everybody's here. Everybody's active. Everybody's got their helmet on and going out there. And I just happened to kind of do like a little half turn to my right, and I see Laramie Tunsil on field number 1 or whatever by the bleachers throwing a medicine ball. 2 things on that.
That's still perfect attendance, though. He was there.
Yeah, no big deal.
He's there.
It's Laramie being a veteran and doing all that stuff, and he's earned it. But the second thing is, and our guy Aaron Raybold brought this up, apparently that was a 40-pound medicine ball he was throwing straight up in the air. Dude, he threw it like 15, 20 feet.
Listen, we were sitting right there.
He was throwing it way up there.
You've obviously seen him, so I'm not telling you anything that you don't know.
He's a large human being.
Laramie Tunsil looks like almost like a different species.
Yes.
Obviously because he's tall, but like, you know, you think of offensive linemen as being fat guys.
Yeah.
That is not a fat guy.
That is not a fat guy.
That's just a big old huge dude, man. Like he is like just different.
Yeah.
Built different. Completely different.
It was a 40-pound medicine ball.
Yeah.
At least 15.
We would have been struggling with that 40-pound medicine ball.
I know last year when I saw him in person, he kind of reminded me of Shaq. How Shaq, when people used to think Shaq was just fat, like a fat slob, but nah, man, Shaq, that was all muscle.
Yeah.
That was all muscle.
And a 40-pound medicine ball.
Yeah.
To one Laramie Tunsil.
I could throw a basketball that high?
That's what it was like.
But I'm not sure.
Why don't you take a 40-pound dumbbell and see how high you could throw it?
Yes.
That's what it looked like. Him with the 40-pound medicine ball
basketball
looked like us with a basketball. Like when I say us, just
because
any
it was
of us,
about that size.
Yeah, any of us regular folks, the strength that it would take to just throw up a basketball in the air, not a lot.
Hell, throw a sack of potatoes and see how high that could get.
About 5 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. I don't know.
Yeah,
something like that.
Feel good about Tunsil though.
And then one more here. We'll bring it a full circle because this is how we started the show, and this is something we should remember. This is something we should remember in October, December, January, February, anyone? This is something we should remember all year long.
I see what you tried to do.
This was something we should remember all year long. God loves the Houston Texans. God, the big fella, loves, or woman, loves the Houston Texans. We should not have been out there. We should have been cowering under a table, looking for a raincoat, dodging lightning. We got out there at 8:30, man, and it was Armageddon. It was apocalyptic, the stuff that was heading directly toward NRG. You want to sign? Anybody want to sign? It was coming directly toward NRG. We were planning to come back early, bag the show from out there and do it in studio, and all of a sudden, the clouds just parted.
Hey, look.
The clouds just made way. I'm telling you, Scott, they got every single damn rep in.
I can't be mad at you for giving credit for where credit is due to the utmost high. We can have church here if you want to, man. God, it was had us in His favor.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take that. Absolutely.
To the point they told us, hey, we're gonna practice inside. We're gonna practice in the bubble.
And then we get Will Anderson to come over there to come talk to us. And what's the first thing he says? Thanks for having us, or thanks for having me, and I'm blessed and highly favored.
Yeah.
Ron is here now. We can connect on this. Is there a blacker thing that Will Anderson could have said than I'm blessed and highly favored in that and in a non-threatening thing to just like, hey, blessed and highly. All of us knew what he meant. Like, hey, man, me too. God is good. What you supposed to say, Ron? God is good.
All the time.
And all the time?
That is good.
Hey, man, I was like, okay, let's go, Will. Let's do this, man. But to Lopez's point, it did feel like the Lord had His hand on us today, man, because we did not have to go inside and we did not have to punt on our in-person Will Anderson interview.
Yeah, man.
Loved it.
We were going to get killed. I was worried,
What
man.
you gonna say, man?
I was thinking about how to get to the car.
Say, when you're sitting in the AFC Championship game this year.
Yeah, I mean, remember that first day? Remember that first day?
Us ever since. Huh?
We should have taken notice then. Well, I'm taking notice.
It circled around us, huh?
Didn't
at
you
least
see?
y'all were covered over there.
Hey,
we were out there necking and
not for a while watching practice, but I would have bet
you could come roll over there where we was at.
That's
well,
true.
I couldn't see nothing. It's hard enough.
Oh, we could see
that thing with the whole team strolled across 20-yard line right there in front of us.
Yeah.
We can't see team. It's hard enough to see from there, much less where y'all were.
We got to get our binocular game up.
Yeah,
a lot of the writers have them, and I've had a couple, but I've misplaced them. Hate to admit that, but we got to get our binocular game up because I'm gonna say this: Lopez, look, Clint, Ron, the defense. I couldn't see them guys.
Yeah,
they had the defense on that far field, and that is a big part of the offseason or training camp story. I got to see them.
That's completely understandable. What's not understandable is in 2024, there's an empty field between you guys doing the show and the closest action.
Mm-hmm.
Like we got to find a way to stretch that thing across the field. We got to figure out a way to make that make sense. That ain't it.
You weren't enjoying Laramie?
Laramie throwing that 40-pound
over
medicine
here talking
ball?
logistics.
No, not at all. We can find a way to run them cords some way to get these boys.
Soccer?
I mean, if Pat McAfee can be in a situation where the players catch a ball and run onto his set, surely the old flagship can get a little tighter than. I mean, y'all were set.
To be fair, I think they switched the fields that they're on some days to the next. So they might be on there tomorrow.
Hey, we got some monsters in our engineering
This
department.
is true.
All we need is about a 30-minute notice. We pick that thing up, move it, baby.
Hey, but that's to my point though. The things that you can control, I don't know how much of that. Because look, all they got to do is tell us no. But you know what they can't tell me no?
Mm-hmm.
It's on them binoculars, baby. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm not gonna rely on these specs. I'm gonna zoom in because I want to see what's going on.
Good for you guys to get up in them in that.
I've done that
on the top floor. That thing. That's a good view. That's my favorite.
No, I've done that.
I
a few
love
times.
that view.
Yeah.
How about the fact that we got to hear from all the major players today? I love that they didn't BS with us today. Yeah. They gave us. Yeah. We got DeMeco. We started with Nick Caserio. We got DeMeco. We got C.J. Stroud. We got Will Anderson. Basically twice because he did the podium and did our show. I love that they did not BS with us.
Did Nico jump on when I walked out? He was standing there like he was waiting.
Nico was. Yeah.
Yep. Come on now, give us the real players, man. I appreciated that.
Yeah,
100%.
no doubt. That was big.
Absolutely, man. Look, I'm looking forward to y'all's show. I know y'all were out there. Texans training camp. The Texans season, the 2024 season, has officially begun, and I could not be more excited about it. I know that the drive could not be more excited about it because guess what? The drive. It's live.
The drive is live.
It is. The drive is live, and a good time was had as it is officially started. It has officially started. The season is here, the most anticipated season in Texans history, and Tyler Milner is hungover from head to toe. Woo! If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see. I would have hit it. I really would have, but I see the people on YouTube and Twitch, and you didn't got these damn sunglasses on, and I mean, you look like somebody in a rom-com that just had a hell of a night. That either his heart was broken or he got absolutely blitzed.
I am hungover.
Shirt from. I mean, it is. I mean,
my man's got a George Strait
Tyler.
shirt on, and he somehow left the bar with Weekend at Bernie's glasses. It is great.
Can I jump in here?
Absolutely.
I love that young man so much.
I'm hurting, J-Lo.
Kidding about this? When is it gonna get real and serious?
He's having a good time.
I think just let him hang, man.
Hey, we haven't reached intervention time yet.
I did it till I was 42, man. Come on, you got a few years left.
I mean, he made some interesting bets during the All-Star game and then just got lit up. But it's all right. It's all right. I mean, look at.
I'm hurting, boys.
The glasses are nice. But I couldn't hold it from you for first day of training camp.
Damn, I am pissing myself.
Tyler
about
celebrated like they won the Super Bowl already. Like they won the whole thing. Champagne.
Hey, he kicked 2024 off the right way.
Boy, man, I'm telling you, dude.
Hey, let's get this thing started the right way. T-Hell, that's good stuff, baby.
I mean, let's be real, though. T does not need a Super Bowl.
No,
he does not need a good excuse to have a good time.
Does he?
Not at all.
He does not need a football team that's above 500. No, he does not.
Never needed it.
Hell or high water, baby.
Fact.
Team, I can't even take you seriously.
It looked like you went. You chose that dark last night. Is what that looks like.
That dirty water.
That looks like he went Denzel over Tom Hanks last night. He chose that dark last night, man. Have yourself a eat at this show today, baby. Get you some orange juice. Get you some water, and it'll be good.
Hey,
when that boy walked in here, not a stitch of sun anywhere, not a stitch, not a stitch, and he walked into a dark studio, glasses on.
Took a little nap in my Uber ride up here.
In there looking like.
Hey, you better forget that orange juice. You better get you a supplement that gives you some of that vitamin D. You better get you an emergency.
I need some Rehydrate, some Gatorade.
Yeah. Fill yourself up. We get
electrolytes.
Look, I mean, hell, it's 2024. T. There's a bunch of folks out there that got these IVs. Can we get somebody to bring out? Roll Tyler one of them IVs up here, man. My man needs to recover, man.
By Dirty's Daily, he's gonna be shot out of a cannon.
Could you? I mean, how beautiful would it be if we looked through there and Tyler's kicked back on in that chair with an IV in his arm doing the show?
Hey, I'd take an IV right now. If you're out there and you want some business, hit me up on Twitter.
I'll take one too. I'm fresh, but I'll take one. I can always use a little pick me up.
My man got them Ray Charles glasses on, boy.
Where's my boy Royce Huffman? I know Big Huff. I know you're down the street here.
Oh, you got somebody.
Oh, right down the street. Hell, I didn't stop by there and have me one. He got one right down the street, my boy. Yeah.
Hey, my man Clint, you got some people with some names, baby. Oh, Royce Huffman.
Royce Huffman, baby. Man. One of Elkin's finest. Ain't no doubt about it, man. Came up playing ball. He's a quarterback in high school. He ended up being a punter at TCU. That's how good of an athlete he was. Baseball guy.
Royce Huffman, Darren Erstead, basically.
Yeah,
Darren Erstead. Wasn't he a punter at Tennessee?
I did not know that.
Darren Erstead. He was at somebody's a baseball player. One was at Tennessee or Nebraska. Somebody on the text line to help me out. I believe it was Erstad. Maybe it was Nebraska. He was a quarterback, but he was a punter, and he became a great outfielder for the Angels. By the way. So anyway, but good. Shout out to old Royce Huffman. That's a name. That's a name you got to say his first and last together.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. And you know it just
Royce Huffman.
Hey, and it just reeks of money too, don't it?
It does.
I mean, it's Thrive
good
Drip
old,
Spot.
Good old money.
Hey, Thrive Drip Spot. Like, hey, he could walk here. All joking aside, cross the highway right. He could walk here. Now, I don't advise it because there's traffic out there, and he ain't moving as well as he used to. But Royce could have you. He could have you a recovery IV. I say in about. He could have it here in 30 minutes.
Bro, if you're out there and you're listening.
Boy, he knows you need it. Just about what that sounded like.
Get up here, man. Get up to 19 over here in Weight Loss.
Bro, if you're listening.
Bro, if you're listening.
I'm hurting, boys.
That's all right, man. We'll see where you are by 4. All right, man. Training camp today. We listen, I will bottle up that weather every day if we could. Tyler, you could have wore your pants. It felt so good out there.
I'm mad at myself for missing this morning.
That's a great point. T, you could have wore your pants in all black. You could have showed up in all black with them Weekend at Bernie's glasses and been
Johnny
fine today.
Cash.
My nipples were getting so hard, and I wasn't alone, but I almost needed a pullover. Yeah, today I could.
One of them 550
to pullover because it was getting cold. Not cold, but there's a little breeze out there.
There had to be ice on the ground for me to spend $500 on a half zip. But I feel you. I'm not to poo-poo your point.
Just saying, I needed that thing, but I loved it. I would take that every day. And again, to me, and there's a lot of things we'll get into, a lot of sound that you hear as they sit on In the Loop. The heavy hitters came to the podium today. Nick and DeMeco and CJ and Will Anderson multiple times. Nico Collins. They came to the podium. But to me, Clint, overall. And I feel even stronger than I did in the other off-season programs, Clint. The entire vibe is like the overall noticeable thing that really jumps out to me. Like they feel and look like a team that it's like from last year. There's a clear difference on how they look this year, first day, how they carry themselves, how people are talking, how people are going. There is a comfort and a completely different feel and vibe to this team, Clint. And it is like the number one thing that is most noticeable that jumps out when you go watch them this feels like we're dealing with something we haven't seen any of the years of training camp since we've been doing.
Yeah, look, I think you're dealing with a player-led football team, which is exactly what DeMeco was hoping to get. I don't know that he thought he'd get it in 1 year, but you're dealing with a player-led football team. You're dealing with a bunch of professionals. You're dealing with without a doubt. He is the thermostat on definitely on the offensive side of the football. I think he is in the entire locker room. But you just look across the board, man. They've got a foundation, a core built. Let's say a foundation and a group built that are really good followers, and I mean that positively, respectfully, and admirably. And then you've got I would say 10 to 12, maybe even more, like really, really high level leaders. And this is a player led football team. It's just as simple as that. I mean, they set the temperature in the room. The coach doesn't have to do it. The expectations are through the roof. They are completely bought in. DeMeco Ryans is talking about, going back to square one with a team that just won 10 games last year and teaching the basics, teaching the fundamentals, teaching laying the groundwork in the offense and the defense, and not assuming that guys know something because they've been in the league a year, because they've been in the system a year. It's you're right. I mean, there is a real championship level, championship caliber vibe around this football team when they move.
Yeah, I listen, and the best that I can say, Clint, and it is a reminder to me of what I witnessed in Kansas City. Like that between 2018 when they made a run and kind of surprised to get to the AFC Championship game in Mahomes, that year to 2019 when they eventually won the Super Bowl. That year and this was a team that was winning, but they looked completely different just on the field from kind of like you said, the player-led thing with like Mahomes, and then Tyrann Mathieu, a new guy they brought in, like some of the new guys they got at that time. Like it felt different. I don't even want to say like workman-like, but it just felt like this is a more serious team. This is a team that has bigger goals and are trying to get it. It thoroughly reminded me of watching that kind of transformation. And I know for Texans fans, they hope that the outcome is the same. But that to me is the highest compliment I could give on what they view and what they look like. It is a real reminder of that.
Well, I think you got two things meeting each other, right? I mean, obviously you've got a bunch of dudes that know they belong. The coaches know they belong, that performed well last year in Will Anderson. Again, Nico Collins. Last year, think about all these guys coming in. At this point last year, C.J. Stroud was splitting time with Davis Mills, and they were talking about a competition. Will Anderson, we knew he was a great college player, didn't know exactly what he'd do at the pro level. Nico Collins had done absolutely nothing to garner any level of respect or confidence in him. Tank Dell was a great college player. Don't know how that's going to transition to the NFL. I mean, with the exception of maybe Dameon Pierce, and I think Jalen Petrie had a good year the year before. I mean, you had a couple of guys that had good years, but I mean, think about the difference. This year, you've got C. Dale, Will Anderson. Who am I leaving out? There's somebody on the defensive side. Yeah, Stingley. You got a bunch of guys that have
Petrie,
now. Well, Petrie's on the bench at the end of the year, but I'm talking about guys that you got playing. I'm thinking about guys that now there's no ifs, ands, or but. They just flat ass belong. And if you don't believe it, go look at the film, right? And then you bring a bunch of dudes in again in Azeez Al-Shaair. You bring in Daniil Hunter, you bring in Joe Mixon, you bring in Diggs, all these guys that
have that same mentality.
The same thing. You go from one or two guys that may have played well enough to garner a little bit of respect and look up to, if you will, to having like literally 10 or 12 dudes that are setting the temperature in the room ultimately. That is an absolute I mean, monster difference in how they prepare and what they look like. You're right, though. The vibe is championship caliber.
It's completely different. All right. We talked about some stories and some things that we were looking forward to see, and I think we agree because of the importance of the position, and this is probably a starting position. Kenyon Green, we talked about it a couple of days ago. We mentioned it yesterday. That was going to be, if not the number one thing, one of the top things that we were going to look at. And I mean, I can remember Clint as we were lining up against the chain, and they just walked out to stretch and for exercises. I saw a bunch of people. Anybody see 76? Where's 76 at? Where's 76? Like from the jump, and I got to say, Clint, he has continued, at least up to this point, every mark that he needs to hit, it appears that he has hit.
Well, I've got to pump the brakes a little bit.
See, yeah, Tyler, Clint is starting to get. Clint has walked over to me multiple times with football wood.
Yes,
just say that.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you, man. I got to pump the brakes a little bit on Kenyon Green.
It's real. It's real because there's not a smile or anything. It's he's straight faced.
Well, I got real heavy sweatpants on too. So if you're gonna lift that, it's got to be real. But
they gray, the gray sweatpants, man, they'll get you every time.
The gray ones,
yeah, man,
ladies' favorites.
Yeah, I've got to pump the brakes a little bit. I'm telling you, Tyler. I mean, hey, look, guys. I mean, I look down there, and I had forgotten that he changed numbers. This, honest to God,
you forgot he was 76?
Well, no, I knew he changed numbers, but I didn't know what he'd gone to. Right, so I look down there, and the first rep I see is the right side of the offensive line is on one side, the left side's on the other, and they're working like the whole double team, like double up to the second level. And so the guard is having to work hard to cut across the face of a defensive tackle, and then the tackles is helping and then bumping to the second level. And I look over there.
No pads, remember, Tyler.
I look over there, and I'm talking about phenomenal feet. I'm talking about knee drive. I'm talking about getting it, son. Getting it. And I look down at my
You don't
roster.
think he could have done that last year?
Not damn moving like that. Moving like that. No. And I'm like, damn. That's Kenyon Green. So I watch him. They do about 3-4 more reps. I'm telling you, he's moving. His feet are moving, and he is moving that 300+ body as good as anybody that was out there. The only one that wasn't out there working was Titus Howard. I mean, Laramie Tunsil, by the way. Titus Howard was out there.
Now, Laramie was working his ass off on that other field.
Yeah. Getting a little workout in over there.
Yeah, no pads.
But Titus Howard was out there getting after it. And I'm telling you right now, today, Kenyon Green's feet were as good as anybody. That drill, and then we turn around and they're doing a drill where they're holding the weighted bag, and they're pass setting to the right, and then when the coach calls, they're pass setting to the left. They're just flipping their feet. And they pick the pace up as they go, and about the second or third rep, Kenyon Green is getting it, son. I mean, it is as impressive as anybody out there, which is exactly what we talked about this a couple of days ago with Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green, if he's in shape the way that everybody says he is, and he appears to be.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, he's passed and today again, coming off of the break and the layoff, he's passed that one. He looked as good as he did in OTAs, if not better. He's continued to work.
But here's the deal, Ron, is if he is a number 15 overall talent that just didn't get it the first couple of years and needed to mature and needed to develop and needed to get some things together, and he's gotten those things together, right? If he is that guy, and I'm not trying to crown the guy and make him a Pro Bowler. I'm just, if he is that guy, 15 overall, now he's a pro and his body's right. Then body in a Texans uniform, not named Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil, should look better than him in drills. Nobody. He should look like one of the best in those drills.
He should at least look like Shaq Mason.
He should look better than Shaq Mason. I mean, it's a whole different body. It's a whole different animal. It's a whole different machine. The way he's built now, it should appear now. I'm not doubting Shaq Mason because I've seen some lower built fellas really just maul folks. I watched lower built Larry Allen maul folks to make people quit to the Hall of Fame, right? But it is as impressive as anybody out there, and it's just as impressive late in practice as it is early in practice. So I'm trying to pump the brakes a little bit and not gas up.
You walked
Kenyon
over
too much,
to me
but
multiple times. God, Kenyon Green, boy, I'm telling you, boy, he's starting to get me excited.
I'm telling you, man.
And by the way, when they ran team stuff, he was running with the ones.
Yeah.
By the way, he was running with the ones. Our guy Gus asked, what was the starting O-line with Tunzel out. That Blake Fisher over there on the left side with Kenyon Green, Juice, and then Shaq and
Titus.
They said Titus was going to start slow, but Titus was in there grabbing every rep. So was Quentin Quintariano. Why I want to call him Quentin Quintariano?
Well, I mean, there's a Quentin out there that's pretty famous, isn't he? The producer,
Tarantino. Yeah,
Tarantino.
Right. Yeah. Correct.
Is that his name, Quentin?
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino.
That's right.
Tremendous director.
That's what really throws us off. You got to get to that.
Quintariano or someone else. Tegan Quintariano. They were out there getting their reps too. But no, I that's what I was wondering. You have any issue with Kenyon immediately jumping out and being on that first team?
That's what the hell should happen.
Right off the bat.
Now look, that is
to me, if he's the best right now, and he looks
well. He earned it. He earned it. They didn't
think he has earned it.
Absolutely.
With just the offseason,
absolutely. We talked about it before, Ron, and you being a big fella, hell, I mean, it ain't what that dude done over the last 4 or 5 months.
You're gonna quit doing.
No, I'm dead ass serious. I mean, hell, I watched you. It took you a year to lose 120. I mean, that wasn't easy. You wasn't no tiptoeing through the tulips. That's hard, man. I mean, hell, I'm with utmost respect. That's a different animal. I mean, it's one thing for me to go out there and lose 20, or Tyler to go out there and lose 8. I don't know, 5 maybe.
I lost 40.
But I mean, that's a different animal, man. I mean, that's just and that is so. Yeah, I think he earned the opportunity to be the number one guy from jump. Now he's got to go out there and keep it. Now he's got to go out there and solidify it. Now he's got to go out there and impress and prove that he is the 15th overall pick and that he is the future at the interior offensive line position for the Texans.
Yep. Champ Slice on YouTube and Twitch said, "I'm bricked up watching Clinton run." All right. It's
not me. Thanks, dude.
Well, come on.
You're probably a little bit of a buzzkill today.
I probably look like a walking nightmare. That's
all right. Coming up, we'll talk about the most important position. There's something to talk about. It ain't just to talk about C.J. Stroud. To just talk about C.J. Stroud. There's some new developments with C.J. Stroud that we're seeing. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. If you're looking to sell your home, you got your eye on your dream home, man. Or
first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is here, fellas. Training camp has started. The quest for whatever goal it is, I would think Super Bowl for the Texans, is underway as they were out there, and we were able to see the whole gang out there, And I know for you, it's hard for you. Yes, I know you enjoy Kenyon Green, but it's hard for you to stray away from the quarterbacks. I know that's just where your heart is, and that's where your eyes go and what you watch. And I found it interesting, Tyler, we were out there, and Clint, which is hard to do, first day of training camp, you were impressed again by C.J. Stroud from the last time you saw him.
Yeah, look, I mean, when C.J. Stroud was at Ohio State and last year to start camp, I mean, we talked about it multiple times. I mean, when we first talked about C.J., it starts with his feet. It starts and ends with his feet. You know, a little bit of a slew-footed guy, drags his feet around, trained intently and intensely on his footwork and his movement stuff. And it's clear Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach, probably soon to be offensive coordinator here, that they gave the raise to him and Bobby Slowick. It's clear that Gerard Johnson has been on CJ about his feet, and they are grinding on the regular with his feet. I mean, you can, whether you think his feet are good or not, you can watch them practice and watch Gerard Johnson and his coaching of him. They are constantly focused on feet. In individual drills, in routes on air, they're constantly, whether they're talking about a certain kind of footwork, a certain kind of drop, or they're talking about just being more moving with a purpose and being more twitchy and more explosive in your movements. You can tell that is a huge emphasis. And C.J. Stroud right now is in such a far better place with his feet this year than he was that last year at this time. Which that's not. I mean, that's to be expected with a guy that's had the success and been coached.
But that was one of the spots where you said, "All right, if C.J. Stroud needs to have some improvement, that would probably be one of the number one spots."
Well, to me, that's where that would be the number one spot where it would be very obvious for all of us to see. Like, it's the way he moved. Nobody that watched C.J. Stroud at Ohio State or here doesn't look at him and go, yeah, Clint, when you say slew-footed, kind of dragging his feet, we all see it. He does it when he walks. He does it when he moves. He does it when he drops. When he transitions from his J's in the locker room to putting them cleats on, and they turn it up at practice, you can tell he's moving differently. And he's been coached, and he's created some really, really good habits. And the beautiful thing is, and I think Gerard Johnson is I always thought he was going to be a big part of what they're doing here with just the connection with CJ and the quarterback room being in line and in sync. But it's even bigger than I thought. We talked about it before, Ron. There's just not, even in the NFL world, the big-time college football world, there's not very many quality quarterback coaches when it comes to day in, day out, grinding the mechanics and like spotting something on a kid that's a really, really good player and going, okay, you're great. You're a good player. Hell, you won 10 games. You led the league, but this has to get better. And I'm going to stay on your ass about it until it does get better. And clearly Gerard Johnson's doing that with C.J. Stroud. I mean, he may not be talking with the tone that I'm talking with, but clearly he's doing that with C.J. Stroud because the footwork is a thing. The other thing that was very noticeable, I'm trying to find somebody that got the video, because, by the way, it was real easy to get video and stuff before, like the early stages of practice in the Culley years and in the Lovey years and in the first year with DeMeco. It was really easy.
Really about the 69.
I mean, today it was 3-4 people deep in the videoing period, and it was hard to get up there. But there's a certain they were probably 20, 30 yards from us, and CJ is, and it's the way that the quarterback position is coached today at all levels. Everything is about rotation. And it's over quarterback training arena. It's overcoached. Like it's just coached to a fault. And so you get a lot of these guys where they're so rotational, they're not transferring their rate, they're not stepping into throws, they're not finishing throws. And CJ was a product of that. And I think, again, Gerard Johnson noticed that and got the point across to CJ of what you're doing is not bad. It is a weapon in your it's a club in your golf bag, right? But you've got to now put your driver in your golf bag. You're uber talented. You can make all the throws without transferring your weight. But if you want to put a little bit extra on it, the perfect way to do it is get your body involved on certain throws when you need to, and then be able to pull back on the shorter throws, the quicker throws, basically be able to pull every club out of your bag and swing it. And it's clear. There was a view today where I'm watching, and there's no doubt about it, man. CJ is transferring. He's driving a wide side comeback, and he is transferring his weight and letting it eat. And it's just a beautiful thing.
But I'm
to
guessing
watch,
even the improvement of the feet will allow him to make some of those throws even some of those off platform if it becomes routine.
Well, what it does, Ron, to me, in my opinion, because what you got to do if you're C.J. Stroud, and you know, we all know this watching a lot of Pat Mahomes, right? The thing, and again, Pat gets away with it and has won Super Bowls, so that doesn't make it right. It just Pat is that good, right? But when you're that good of a player and you have that level of success, all of a sudden you get to a point where you are choosing to be off platform. You're choosing to throw the football off your back foot. You're choosing on, right? I'm just thankful, and I love the fact that C.J. Stroud, he could be that guy, but he's not. He is dialed into staying on top of his footwork, staying on top of his mechanics, and doing it the right way. And you commit to doing it the right way, and it turns into in a game, 10% of the time you're throwing off platform because you're constantly fighting to stay on platform instead of willingly going off platform, if that makes sense. So, I love what I'm seeing from C.J. Stroud. It's not huge changes because hell, he was unbelievably good before, but boy, some of those mechanical things they're fun to watch. They're fun to pinpoint, and it's the very small details of where he can improve, in my opinion.
I'm gonna put you right here on the spot.
Okay,
Tyler, this is something that Clint said right out on the field. My man Clint walked up to me after about 15 minutes of practice, maybe even 12. He said, Davis Mills is gone.
Done. You gonna change that, man, which is good for you because you can change the name on the back of that jersey.
He said,
I'm going to tell you something about that.
Like he said, gone.
Davis Mills will not be on this football team.
Damn,
you're making that claim right now at 2:34.
Say it with your chest.
7/18, July the 18th, 2024. Clint Stoerner saying Davis Mills will not be on this football team. This is a promo.
Davis Mills,
probably not.
Davis Mills will not be on this football team come cut date.
Will it be an honorable discharge?
Well, we don't get promos.
I don't know what that looks like, Tyler. I'm just telling you.
I mean, the general has served the best he can.
Tim Boyle did you in that short of.
I told the people of Houston when I went to Green Bay and watched the joint practice. Was it 2-3? Hell, it was more than that. That was Deshaun Watson. I mean, that was 4 years ago probably. Tim Boyle was backing up Aaron Rodgers that year, and I watched him for 3 or 4 days in Green Bay, and I said, this cat right here can sling it. I mean, he got a little something to him now, and. He's in Houston. I'm telling you, he's going to end up being the backup.
Like he's going to jump Davis and Case, and he's going to be.
Look, Case. After what we watched last year, the only reason Case played,
we found out Case was the backup.
Bro, this is hindsight. The only reason Case Keenum played last year is because they didn't have a lick of confidence in Davis Mills. The team or the coaching staff didn't have a lick of confidence. I mean, come on, man. I love Case. All due respect, man. You're Davis Mills. You're in the 3rd, 4th year in the damn league. You dwarf him in size, and they chose to go Case Keenum over you. I mean, you kidding me? There's no respect, no belief, no confidence in Davis Mills whatsoever. And I'm telling you, Tim Boyle can sling it. There's no hesitation. He's going to let it hang, and he's going to go out there and he's going to make plays. And it's a whole different animal than what Davis Mills is. I'm telling you, Davis Mills ain't going to be on this team. Case Keenum's going to be here, or they already would have let him go. Case is going to be here as a mentor, as an additional
coach.
A coach on the field and in the. All that backup. If they don't, I'm gonna tell you, it's a huge mistake if DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio don't find a backup quarterback that's better than Case Keenum's ass that they believe in and have confidence in. Shame on them.
And it's not Davis. Clearly, it isn't.
It is not. They showed us that. They told us that last year.
All right, coming up, the Astros big series. We'll let you know the latest of that as that kicks off tomorrow as we continue riding live right here on The Drive.
Come on.
Contact us before canceling your entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as people texting in. Damn, Case Keenum catching strays. Someone telling the truth about Davis Mills.
Case ain't catching strays. Case saw that coming from last year. It's been 6 months. He saw it coming. Case knows the game. Case knows what's going on.
Giving everything he's got. But everything he has in them throws.
It is what it is. There's no way. Case would not tell you that was an ideal situation last year for the Texans for him to have to play those games.
Yeah.
You cannot continue to go to make a run in the playoffs every week. Give yourself a chance to make a run in the playoffs year in, year out, and not have a backup quarterback that, yes, the quarterback play may drop off a little bit, but the offense can't change.
Yeah, and
much less have a guy that you decide to go with a third-string quarterback that
in a 17-game season, what we're looking at is backups generally. It's not sometimes. Backups, it's almost becoming more likely that a backup plays. And like last year, if you think about it, that miracle in Nashville occurred, but that was not a well-played football game from the quarterback position. Now, he made some plays, and they got it. But if they lose that game, they don't make the playoffs. And then we saw the next week against the Browns, and then it was rough.
Look, it's just, unless you've got a great run game, and unless you've got, and I don't remember who was in that game and who wasn't in that game. It was
Singletary.
No, I'm talking about from a receiver standpoint. I don't remember who all was just like dominant pieces across the board. You're not built to support a quarterback like Case Keenum being in there. Any kind of pass rush, any kind of push inside with his size, it becomes a problem. He just gets absolutely engulfed in the pocket. And there's the DBs are sitting shallow and they're sitting heavy because the arm's just not there to push the ball down the field anymore. And so if Case Keenum if Case Keenum is chose over the second string quarterback for this team, the second string quarterback, it has given the head coach and the offensive staff a reason to not believe in him. It's not because Case Keenum went out there and was like, just lighting it up at practice like, guys, I'm the guy. It's because they didn't believe in the second guy. It just is what it is. And I've liked Tim Boyle for 4 or 5 years now, and I just that whip, I got to believe there's a little bit more juice to Tim Boyle. I think it's his job.
No, it's a fair thing. Based off last year, it's a really a fair thing. All right, Astros, they get started back.
Come on.
All right, the break is over. They got one more day off to do whatever they need to do. And luckily for Framber Valdez and Ronel Blanco, but especially Framber Valdez, they can still go out and get loose tonight. Framber can go out and just get absolutely loose because the rotation that Captain Joe Espada has decided to roll and the biggest series of the year in Seattle against the Mariners, Clint. Friday, Hunter Brown will get the start. Framber Valdez will get the start on Saturday. So, Framber, you can have you a hell of a Thursday night if you like. And Ronel Blanco, who has been this team's best starter in the second half, he will get the ball on Sunday. So he'll have a full 7 days off. He could have gone any route he wanted to. Everybody would have been on full rest had he wanted to. I think it's a no-brainer, right, to have these three guys open up the series, and then Spencer Arrighetti and whatever they do after that is going to pick up to start the next series that they play after the Mariners. But you good with this order he decided to go with out the gates with Hunter Brown, Framber, and Ronel Blanco kicking off the series?
Yeah, look, you got a chance to take over the division. You got to, and the things that you can control, which are who starts the game on the bump, obviously, and then what the lineup looks like and who gets the most at bats and and who's leaned on, and when it's crunch time, which it is, versus the Mariners. Those are the two things that Joe Espada ultimately, before the game kicks or tips, that he can control. And so, hell yeah, Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco, throw the best three you got out there, and take this division over. Win the series, take the division over. I guess you don't take it over. I guess they'd be tied, wouldn't they? So yeah, look, you got to throw your best punch, no doubt, and that is Hunter. Though I like the Stroh's chances with that lineup right there.
I would have liked and thought. Let me sneak him, show some confidence and put some pressure on him. Framber, get us off right. Kick this thing off.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Kick this thing off. Get us off right, baby. I want to show some confidence in you. Kick this thing off right, Framber. You're the ace right now. If JV is hurt, you're the ace. You got the best stuff on the mound. Get this thing off right. Kick it off, Framber. I kind of would have liked to see that.
Yeah, I kind of like the way he did it. Kind of just looked at what happened the first half, and
well, hell, if he did the first half, Ronel Blanco should have started.
Should have been. He should be Friday, right? You got to believe that somewhere down the stretch. And
well, he got further, he was the last to pitch, so he pitched Sunday. So that's probably everybody at full rest and not doing it that way, but. I'm
just thankful that he didn't throw.
Well, yeah. I mean, if
I'm just thankful he didn't throw Arrighetti out there. For some reason.
That would have just been stupid, unless there's an injury. That would have just been dumb. Like, he's not serious. Well, stop, Clint. That was not an invitation for you to go in there and jump in.
You're right. You're fair.
I know you're on a roll. That would have just been silly. All right. That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on energy plans versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com. Hey, I'm not I hate lists, but they always suck me in, Clint. They always
pause.
I mean, they do. They suck me in. Pause, whatever they do. The lists do. The lists suck me in. This ESPN did they top 100, Clint. They did top 100 athletes.
Okay.
Of this quarter century, the last 25 years. So starting June.
Top athletes, all sports.
All sports. Starting January 1st, 2000. That's when it was. So, like Jordan's years of greatness were in the 90s. So he's not going to be on the list. So anybody that was an athlete starting January 1st, 2000. You think you can guess the top 5?
No.
You don't think you? How many? If you had to try to put together the top 5,
I can give you 3.
Let me see how close
that I'm pretty confident.
That you're pretty confident it's in there.
Kobe and LeBron are in it.
So you got Kobe and LeBron as in the top 5.
Kobe and LeBron are in the top 5. They got to be top 5. Tiger Woods has got to be in the top 5.
Okay, so Kobe, LeBron, Tiger.
Kobe, LeBron, Tiger, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, that's 4.
I don't know hockey. I don't know any of those. They're not in the top anyway. What is that? Football, baseball. Who in baseball could I go with?
Barry Bonds.
You got it. Who he's got
I'll
in his
Barry.
top 5?
I'll go Barry. That'd be my top 5.
It's the what now? The athletes
from
of what era?
January 1st, 2000 up to this time. It's being put out there.
2000 to now.
So you said Bonds. So
I go Bonds, Brady, Kobe, LeBron, and who was my other one?
You said Kobe, LeBron, Bonds, Brady,
Tiger.
Tiger Woods. Those would be my 5.
So you only had 3 of them.
Those would be my 5.
So
I got 3 of them?
You got 3. And you didn't get the number 1.
It's pretty good. Oh, I didn't?
Who'd you think number 1 was?
I would have thought LeBron probably. I would have thought.
LeBron's 4th.
Oh, wow. Then it had to be Tiger.
Number 1, Michael Phelps.
It's fair. Wow. I wasn't thinking Olympics.
Did you just turn your nose up at Michael?
No. Not like that. No, you don't think about Olympics.
28 times.
I would have thought that if you said Olympics, I'd have thought Simone Biles.
28-time Olympic medalist.
Yeah. No, that's a damn good one.
23-time gold medalist in the time frame.
One-time bong hitter.
Number 2, Serena Williams. I can't believe.
Oh man, Serena. Gosh dang it, man!
That's also a very good one. I should have thought of.
Would you have jumped Serena over LeBron? I think.
I'd have probably. No, I mean, look, LeBron and Brady.
Do you give more to single?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, or do you give more to team? Because team, you're dependent on.
Well, when it's just you, it's just you. You got.
I know, but you got more control. Like
right.
I bet you there are many times where LeBron or Brady or Mahomes wish it was them.
Well, you talk about Brady.
By the way, where do you think Mahomes was? Team.
Ooh, I wouldn't have thought top 20. I wouldn't have thought top 20. I'd have thought lower than that.
By the way, number 3, Messi. So you missed. You missed the top 3. Messi 3,
man.
LeBron 4, and 5 is Tom Brady.
Just shows you how our brains work.
Federer was 6. Simone Biles was 7. Tiger was 8. Wow. Usain Bolt was 9.
Bolt was on my mind.
And then Kobe was 10.
The only one I have a real problem with is, Tiger's way too far down on that list.
2000, though.
Right? Yeah.
No, he was great, but
right.
97, 98, 99 were years that, like Tiger's probably his.
If I'd have thought Olympics,
you want me to?
I'd have got Phelps if I'd have thought Olympics. I wasn't even thinking.
You want to piss? Brandon. You want to piss Clint off?
Yeah.
So Peyton Manning is 26th on the list. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers is?
Well, the way you're fingering that phone over.
I already know.
I'm gonna guess he's 90s.
He's 91.
When I came out of the darkness,
Asia Wilson is 90.
Who?
Asia Wilson, Las Vegas Aces. She's great.
I've watched 2 of her games this year. She's nasty.
She's nasty, but she's played like 3 years. The distance between Peyton Manning and Aaron Rodgers isn't that deep.
I agree.
Like for me, like that is like it's 4 MVPs. That is a short loop sliding in at 81.
I'm disappointed in myself.
Friend of the show.
I'm just Serena and Phelps.
Serena,
I mean, those are 2. I don't know.
Serena, especially, I believe that
really.
Shows how our brains work.
She should be on everybody's list. I wasn't.
We think football, basketball, baseball.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about other than Tiger. Obviously, I wasn't even thinking about like in the other individual sports being ranked so high. But yeah, there's ain't no doubt about it. Good gosh.
All right, Texans training camp. We'll let you hear from the quarterback C.J. Stroud and the head coach with updates. DeMeco Ryans as well. Update on the British Open, the Open Championship as well. And then we saw somebody who may be on the next 25-year list had a breakout game last night. All of that coming up next right here live.
These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, with the biggest stories of the day. It's the number one.
I see people texting in as we talked about that list. The disrespect to J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt at 58, Aaron Donald at number 20. Man. The distance between those two. I could say a little bit closer. I would personally, I was getting myself in trouble. I'd personally, the Super Bowl. No, obviously you can't control a lot of things with fairness or whatever. That probably gives him a little leg up. But
how many defensive players of the year did each win? JJ got 3, right?
JJ had 3.
I mean, Aaron
should have had an MVP.
Should have.
It's debatable. Yeah, in all seriousness,
Aaron got it.
Yeah.
One of Aaron's 4, number 91, by the way.
Which
number 91, by the way. An originator of the turd list, James Harden, sliding in at 67.
I love that.
Chris Paul, 83.
Which is not good enough.
8 spots over Aaron Rodgers. It's probably 2 or 3. I think maybe they have the same, or it's got to be in the same ballpark or comparable. Both great players. I mean, yeah, when you see 58-20, it does feel like a nice little distance. But
yeah, that's a big distance. But I do think playoffs and Super Bowl runs, I mean, have to
give you the edge
to some degree.
Yeah. Going to give you the edge.
But
who knows? Well, interesting. Yeah, you got some of those other sports, like the auto racer guys that are in there.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the Olympians.
Jimmy Johnson on there.
A guy named Lewis Hamilton. Some of you may probably know who this is. I had never heard of Lewis.
That open
He's
wheel
sliding in right behind Mahomes at 19. Didn't have him.
He might be an IndyCar driver.
Probably, he's a something. I just didn't have him.
He's really good, whatever.
He's really good. Really good. I didn't have him. All right, Texans training camp getting kicked off. Let's start with the head coach. Let's start with DeMeco Ryans as he gives updates on two of his big fellas, two of the tackles there for the Texans. One was in playing today, and Titus Howard, the other, and Tunzel wasn't. Here's the update from DeMeco Ryans.
It was good to see Titus back out today. He missed some time there with the surgery, so it's good to see him back healthy and having the opportunity to compete. And when it comes to Laramie, we have guys who will be on different schedules throughout camp, so there'll be guys you won't see out, but everybody's on track for the season opener, and that's what this is all about, right? Getting guys ready to go when we kick off our season opener.
And that's how it should be with a team like this and with a guy like Laramie Tunzel, who and he was getting work in. He was getting work in outside on that field. But didn't seem like Titus there was any kind of slow up or anything. He seemed like he was full go in all the drills today.
Yeah, he appeared to be full go, appeared to be in really good shape. And I like the fact that he's out there. We talked a little bit yesterday about maybe him cracking the door and allowing Fisher to get some run at right tackle. In reality, he hadn't played. Titus Howard hasn't played a ton of tackle. Played hardly any tackle in this particular system, and so I do think it's more important for Titus Howard to be out there maybe than we initially led on yesterday. Like it's not just about Fisher getting run or not getting run. It's about Titus Howard needing to be out there and needing to get the reps with CJ, get the reps with on the right side of Shaq instead of the left side of whoever the hell's playing center at tackle instead of guard. It's because it is obviously two different animals playing left guard versus right tackle, and so there's one could argue that Titus Howard needs that work as much as anybody because everybody else played their respective position last year. It was good to see Titus Howard out there. It was really good to see Kenyon Green looking good. It was good to see the young kid Blake Fisher getting a little bit of run at left tackle. We've talked about Scruggs as an interior offensive lineman. The jury's still out because he's so young, but I really like what he brings to the table. And Shaq Mason is as steady and as strong as anybody you're gonna get on that front. So the offensive line looked really good today for what you could tell day one of camp.
I found it interesting that it was Blake Fisher that was playing on the left side. If we go, with the ones up there, they kept Titus Howard on the right side, as you said, Shaq Mason, Scruggs, and we talked about Kenyon Green earlier. He was at left guard, and then they had Fisher over there as the left tackle playing with the ones over there. And I think they need to keep Titus Howard at right tackle no matter what happens. We saw, they had so many different people they tried over there. Hey, keep them at right tackle. There are pass rushers, big-time pass rushers, that line up over the right side, over right tackles, and just let him play that spot, that position, and go with the Fishers or the Charlie Hex, the guys that maybe you can get them right and ready right now while Laramie Tunzel is getting himself ready for the season. I kind of liked the thought of just keeping Titus over on the right side.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be interesting to see what they did if something were to happen. They probably would leave him there until it became a problem at left tackle because you're right. If there's a duck at tackle, it doesn't matter if it's on the right or left side, they're going to find him. The only thing is, obviously, is that the old dreaded quarterback's blind side, when you got a right-handed quarterback, your left tackle, there's a reason why your best tackle in Laramie Tunzel's over there. You want to protect that blind side as much as you can. If it became a problem, then I imagine Titus would shift. Otherwise, as I've said before, I don't like creating two problems out of one, moving guys around like that. So, hopefully we don't find out. But I've got I'm higher than most. I think on Titus Howard playing tackle, whether it's left or right. I think this guy's got a chance to set the league on fire at the tackle position. I mean, he's already paid like one of the top right tackles in the game. There's a chance with C.J. Stroud leading this show, with this offense being as explosive as we think it's going to be, there's a chance that the tackle comment of love if they start out hot here.
Yep. All right, C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, spoke, just kind of addressing things earlier, getting back ready and getting going here for training camp.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, a lot of hungry guys and guys who have played some great ball in their careers, and you know, just ready to win and ready to eat. So you know, it's very exciting. You know, we're just trying to build that chemistry and timing right now, and it's going pretty good so far.
It's clear, right? Even with all the additions of Steph Diggs and Donnell Hunter, veterans that they've added, Joe Mixon, it is clear whose team this is.
Yeah.
It is clear right out there that this is C.J. Stroud's team.
Yeah, I think that's one of two big differences between last year and this year. I think, you know, last year, again, at this point in time, C.J. Stroud was competing with, they were telling us C.J. Stroud was competing with Davis Mills for a starting job. C.J. even alluded to that today in his meeting with the press. It's just a different animal. I mean, this is definitely his team. As I said earlier, he is the thermostat in the room. He's the guy that's going to, if practice ain't going right, hey, let's start this thing over and get it right. He's the one that's going to hold guys accountable. He's the one that's going to set the tone and tempo of damn near every drill, at least on the offensive side of the ball. So, yeah, it's a different animal. Last year, hey, man, you're struggling with your feet. You're getting your feet wet because it's the first time you're in the league and you're having to compete with Davis Mills, and you really don't hell, it was week one, right? It was week one before he was actually declared the starter, before he knew if he was going to be the starter. So it's night and day this year versus last year. And to your point, I think the way to sum it all up is this is CJ's team.
And DeMeco's giving it. He says it. Like, we go as he go. That DeMeco is – it is clear that is –
there is zero hesitation from Nick or DeMeco Ryans in giving the keys to C.J. Stroud. I mean, what DeMeco said about him today, I was like, man, I mean, you got a lot of confidence. I hope this dude don't make a mistake. I hope C.J. Stroud don't check up and get in just a little bit of trouble somewhere along the way, because, I mean, DeMeco's out there talking about this guy does this right, that right, lives right, on off the field. Blah, he is just singing his praises.
What is shown, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, no question about it.
I know it, but I think I get the understanding of where your mind goes.
He's young,
and still got a little PTSD.
Well, yeah, man, he's young. He's going to live a little bit, man. And
somebody else was talked about like that.
Yeah, you're right. So it's just. I say that positively, though. I mean, for a head coach to give the keys to a young quarterback, for a head coach to sing the praises of any player, much less a second-year quarterback, the way DeMeco Ryans is, for that to be a former player on the defensive side of the football that is now that head coach that's singing those praises,
played a leadership position.
Yeah, man, that's pretty convincing, man.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, I'm surprised, Tyler. I don't know if you've been betting on this, but the British Open, the Open Championship, has started up today, and just give me some help. Scott, favorite, he is starting to be viewed the closest we've seen in terms of dominance over the field. The closest thing we've seen to Tiger since Tiger is Scottie Scheffler, with the amount of wins he's had and top 10, top 5 finishes. Where is Scottie at? And Tiger's in this, isn't he? Yeah, we've been seeing him. Where is Tiger in this thing? Is Tiger going to make the cut? Where do you have leaderboard wise? Right here on the U.S.
When you were talking to me about the leaderboard earlier, sir, I did not recognize that you wanted me to pull that up on
British Open. Let me.
I got you.
Last time I looked. It looked like
I thought you were just breaking my heart with the Tiger score.
Last time I looked, man, Tiger was +6 through 15.
Really?
Shane Lowry, the Irishman's leading
Shane
this
Lowry,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, -5.
-5.
Actually, a few folks at -5. Shane Lowry, some European with the last name Brown. Not sure who that is. Justin Thomas up there at -5, though.
Scottie Scheffler at -1, so he's tied for 11 through 18.
Let's go, Justin.
And he's lurking. He is lurking. Where's Tiger?
Been waiting
Tiger
on Thomas
Woods
to show up
+8. Just throw in the damn towel. Just throw it in. God, dog. Round 1 +8. Him and Ricky Fowler. Good God, Ricky. What has happened, Rick?
Tiger knows he ain't winning no purse. That's why he's charging them prices for his apparel.
I mean, Tiger's making O'Collin.
+8?
He's making O'Collin sound right, didn't he?
God.
What do you do?
Look, and then Eldridge.
Tiger's response?
This is Eldridge. I don't care what Tiger. I don't even want to hear Tiger's response. I really don't.
Oh, okay.
Not.
Well, I thought it was really good. Actually, I thought it was good. He basically just told Colin, he said, well, when you win one, you got an exemption till you're 60. So I can be the one to decide if I want to play. You can't do it.
Yeah, he big faced him.
You ain't lying. You're deciding it. You're certainly deciding.
Yeah, he's got to quit, Ron. I mean,
I've never agreed with you. Man. He's got to get on Charlie's bag.
He's got to get on Charlie's bag, man. That is an admirable departure. You don't have to hang it up completely. Look, John Daly and Lil John, they play in that father-son classic thing, and so Tiger can still swing his sticks
over that seniors tour. Is he ready for that? Is he old enough yet? Good God, man! +8. Like
it's
for
really
real.
sad, man.
Why? No, but why come back tomorrow? You know he's in pain. I mean, he's not making the cut.
Well, look, if we get to a spot with Tiger where he just starts calling it up just a day early because he knows he's making the cut.
I can't co-sign that.
I'm at the co-sign. I'm gonna ask you two right now. On a scale of 1 to 10, pain wise, I'm gonna tell you right now, my knee is at a 7.5. My left knee right now. Pain 1 to 10. Where do you think Tiger's knee is right now in terms of pain after he?
I just don't think he's good enough.
But where do you think the knee pain is? You don't think he's got much pain in the knee after walking this thing?
After a round, no, I don't think there's that much pain.
Shoot, I bet he's at
after 3 or 4 rounds, I'm sure there is.
I bet he's at a 7 or I bet he's at a 6 or a 7.
It's impossible to play at this level when you play sparingly.
Agreed, but I think his knee is hurting too. And to me, if you're at least a 6 or a 7, and you know that second round is going to move you up to an 8 or a 9, and you know he's taking stuff, come on, man. +8, you ain't got a chance.
This is a big weekend, man. I hadn't been paying much mind. Scotty Scheffler up there, Brooks Koepka is up there, Adam Scott's up there, Xander Schauffele's up there, Justin Rose, Justin Thomas.
Scotty's 4 off the lead. Let me see how quickly he slides himself back up there. He's dominating.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I know I was showing this to you last night, Clint. Even in a loss, Caitlin Clark sets a single game record. I told you, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
We was talking about a little money on Caitlin. Let me see what them points and assists.
Or assists you could have got them both.
She had 24 points and 19 assists in the loss yesterday. Clint, what she's doing, and to be honest, her and Angel as rookies, like this is like Angel broke Candace Parker's consecutive double-double record. Now she's broken this. She's broken another list. I think the first player to have a triple-double as a rookie is Caitlin Clark. These two are coming in and rolling already. And luckily, that was their last game. They got the All-Star game this weekend. Those two finally get a break. You just think about it. When their basketball season ended at Iowa,
it's unbelievable, man.
Like, hey, the Olympics is going to save them. It's actually probably a good thing that Caitlin didn't make the Olympic team. Angel, in that regard, they need a break.
Yeah,
but they have been absolutely amazing.
I'm in, man. I'm in. I mean, the further removed we get from all the bull jive about
when
Angel,
it gets back about the game.
When it gets back to about the game and about the players, I am all in, man. I enjoy the hell out of watching both of them play. Both of them deserve the basketball credit that they're getting, without a doubt. It's fun watches. It's when we're watching them live, they're fun follows. Just to follow them, as you said, all the records that they're breaking. I tell you what, though. I wasn't so bullish on Caitlin Clark being on the Olympic team, because I think there is an argument there. I mean, even though Christian Laettner and who was the Diana Taurasi, they were on Olympic teams before they really earned it, so to speak. But I could let that one go. Ron, I can't. Did you see that Caitlin Clark ain't in the 3-point contest?
Is she not? Because her or Sabrina, neither one of them.
Neither one of them.
Are they making that decision themselves?
I don't know.
I gotta believe Sabrina competed against Steph Curry.
But I got to believe that especially
I'd have forced them.
I got to believe Caitlin Clark would be. I'm in.
I just don't think they denied her. I don't think they denied her. I feel like those two made a decision, because that's what I want to see. I want to see those two go at it.
Tell me about it. A female dunk contest would be great.
I'd rather see them shoot than that. All right. Will Anderson had some major words from one of the additions, probably the addition that Tyler really likes, one of the additions to this defense. We'll let you hear that next.
All right, when I'm out and about town, man, several of the companies I tell you guys.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Will Anderson Jr., he spoke a couple of times, but I'm telling you, if you missed the interview with In the Loop, don't want to miss that. Get back. It was around 11 o'clock. He jumped on with In the Loop. I would advise you go check that one out. I've seen some people here on YouTube and Twitch talking about how good that interview was. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy did a great job with that, so go check that one out. But Clint, that man again, that Azeez Al-Shaair, that man again, they get to talking about him. They hit Will about a question about his importance, and Will Anderson, much like many of his teammates, much like his head coach DeMeco Ryans, had ultimate praise. This was Will Anderson about his new middle linebacker.
What we've been missing, man, he's that key piece in the middle of that defense, that he has that mentality to take over. He gets everybody lined up. He loves football. He works hard, man, and he cares about his teammates. Like, he makes sure we're all good. He always checks on us, man, and that's the type of people that we have to have on this team, and he sets the example every day by everything that he does in the building, from the time he gets here, from the time he leaves, and I can't say enough good things about him, man. I'm so happy he's here.
And they are all over this guy. He said that missing piece, the thing we didn't have. I mean, they had a veteran in Perryman. They had them, but the thing they didn't have last year, the missing piece. This is now beyond a talking point. It's just you get to everybody, they all light up and glow up like this about him.
Well, that's the interesting thing about him is I always go back to is he an upgrade over the way Cashman, white guy, by the way, the way he
that would be a great name.
Black Cashman.
Black Cashman.
That's what the whites used to do.
He was playing really, really well at the end, and Azeez Al-Shaair is obviously a better player, but you got to get the money involved, and okay, was it worth it or not? But then when you start hearing stuff like this about Azeez Al-Shaair and the being the alpha in the room of telling guys to shut up and get lined up and do this right, do that right, move. Just the alpha in the room. I don't know that I don't know that was within Blake Cashman's grasp for this football team. I don't know that it's in his grasp for any football team. I don't know that he has that maybe if he goes out and plays at a Pro Bowl level a couple years, maybe he gets there. But I don't know that was in his grasp or in his reach, if you will. If Azeez Al-Shaair is that guy, lead the league in tackles, but he's also a middle linebacker that is one of your main, if not your main communicator, that has a powerful voice, is a guy that is unbelievably disciplined and accountable off the field and on the field. In the locker room, he's a leader. Then all of a sudden, you've got – you may not have this in the player because this is obviously an all-time great, but you've got that from an intangible standpoint, Ray Lewis. A guy that, again, on that side of the football becomes the thermometer in keeping guys accountable, setting the tone, setting the tempo. If it's not right, he starts the drill over. If he's not right, he addresses the team when need be, the defense when need be. If that's the guy you're getting in Azeez Al-Shaair, plus a guy that can lead the league in tackles, yeah, that's a significant upgrade.
And we hear a lot of the intangible stuff when people seem to kind of go towards the gets us in place, things like that. I remember one of the first things Will said about him was he got on his ass about jumping off sides.
Yeah.
Right.
And the crazy thing with that was, if you remember correctly, he said he had to, Will said he got in his ass after jumping off sides, but it was because Will gets in his own head and beats himself up about jumping off sides. He said, forget about it. We need you clear-minded. We need you clear-headed in this next snap. Put your hand in the dirt. Let's go.
What the hell?
Yeah, right.
And then so a lot of the intangible stuff I get. I found it almost really shocking when I, compared to everything that we've been hearing here. And I'm going to be honest, Tyler said this yesterday, and Tyler, I'm right there with you. I don't know a ton about Aziz. I don't know a ton. Like, I've watched what I can watch. And, I don't have an all 22 of every one of his plays. Yeah. So you know what I get. I get all of his great plays. I get all of the things, and all the highlight stuff, all the stuff where he's driving and drilling people and hitting people and all of them at his best. But I found it really interesting, Clint, when they did, they're doing the top 10 with coaches, except about it yesterday with receivers. They did it with off-ball linebackers. And he was not anywhere on the list.
Top 10?
And not just top 10, Clint, but none of the honorable mentions or none of the others. Christian Harris wasn't on the honorable mentions or top 10, but he was in the others receiving votes.
Yeah.
Alshire wasn't even on that. And like you said, he was 5th in tackles last year, total tackles last year. Everybody else that's in front of him was, I believe, is on the list. I'm really surprised, and this coming from coaches, executives, and scouts, not just like, medium, that they didn't have him in the top 17, really top 20 when you talk about others receiving votes. It kind of made me pause a little bit about, well, wonder why coaches and scouts don't view him as one of those top guys. I mean, you talk about close to leading the league in tackles, you would think.
Yeah. I agree. But you got one year of tape, and it was with a bad football team.
Yeah.
So you that 1 year will push you into obviously being recognized and now being in DeMeco's system. We'll see what he can blossom into. I mean, it sure sounds like this guy's going to light the NFL on fire.
Yeah,
and you got to believe if he's that good of a player, DeMeco's going to bring it out in him. He brings it out in every linebacker that he coaches. So, I mean, every linebacker that he coaches plays really above their ceiling, if we're being honest.
Yeah, that's the other part. It was like when I was looking at that falling down, and I said, "Damn,
you're a big list guy today, man."
I really have been. This is when they come out. I really hate them, but they suck.
You just made the list. I don't mind. They're good. They're good conversation.
No, they could be
conversation pieces.
All right. In fact, I think I'm gonna create a list. I think I'm just in my mind. I thought I was gonna create a list. I think I'm gonna create me a list. All right. Coming up here on the other side. Speaking of Will Anderson and where he played football, I love when I'm hearing from Alabama football players against Nick Saban. This is becoming really interesting. More from SEC Media Days because old Sark had some comments about his quarterback situation, and I bet Clint thinks he's lying. If I would just have to guess, I bet Clint thinks he's lying. All of that coming up next, but before we do that, you've heard me say it this week, and I am so happy to be a part of this Steel South Loop Hyundai team. And
GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a lot going on as the Texans, and we know everybody is fired up and ready for what the Houston Texans are going to do this year, and ready and anxious about how this season is going to get going. A lot to get to there, and we will have that throughout the show for you. But SEC media days are happening as well. A lot going on as college football is about to get going too as well, Clint. And the Alabama football players, I am loving this. Nick Saban, I don't know why. I wondered how Nick was going to be when it's usually kind of tough to move over from being right in it as a player or a coach to then immediately having to go to the booth or go to the studio and not, just take up for your guys or whatever. Well, Nick Saban ain't got no problem doing it. Nick Saban, when they asked Nick who you got in the SEC championship game, he said Georgia and Texas.
Real quick.
Not Alabama.
Right.
Not Alabama. And I didn't for me, I was like, is this a tactic that he's trying to do to get to his guys? If you miss in the loop, that's what Will Anderson said earlier. Will Anderson said, he's just trying to get to him. He's just trying to get him, trying to keep him motivated. Or is this a deal of Nick? Nobody knows most of those kids as well as Nick does. And obviously it's going to be a new offense, but he knows a lot on that team. And maybe he knows how some of those kids are going to shift to this new offense.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Nick's saying, I know what I left. I know what I left, and they ain't on them two levels. I found it really interesting how, he was pretty matter of fact about the damn thing.
Yeah, it is interesting that he didn't lean into. It'd be very easy to lean into his squad because obviously everybody would believe it, and I do think it's going to.
You'd understand it, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting with Kalen DeBoer taking over for Nick Saban at Alabama. Just two completely different styles, obviously, and we'll see how year one goes. But yeah, I'm surprised that Nick Saban didn't pick his squad or his former squad. It is. I'm gonna tell you, it is entertaining. He talked about Texas, and we played the audio of him talking about Texas not owning this conference. He took out Texas,
but then
and Saban's always. I think he straddles that fence of being the straight-laced disciplinarian coach, old school coach with enough sense of humor to be entertaining.
That worked with Belichick forever.
Yes, that work. It's just entertaining. There's enough of a smirk and enough humor there for it to be entertaining. And I've enjoyed the hell out of his moves so far. It's hard to think that guy is now wearing a credential at SEC Media Days, but he is.
Yeah, there's no fault. He let it right out of the gate. I ain't just gonna be rolling Alabama.
Yeah,
that's not what it's gonna be. Including, I love some of the responses from his players as they're rolling through. When they talked about it, says when Alabama players at SEC Media Days learned that their former coach Nick Saban picked Georgia and Texas to play in the conference title game this season, they approached it in the only way they knew how, the way that Saban taught them. Something he taught me was not to pay attention to external factors. And since he works at the stadium now, since he works at the stadium now and not the facility, he's an external factor. Offensive lineman Tyler Booker told ESPN, so I'm not going to pay him no mind, he said. Don't listen to a guy who sits in his mother's basement and tweets all day. So I'm not going to listen to a guy who plays golf all day.
That's what he said. That old lineman said, Saban taught us to not – he always mother's basement all day, so I'm not going to listen to the guy that plays golf all day. It's great. It's great. It is interesting because when Saban's saying these things, I don't know what the scope of work is he's responsible for, but he is still employed by the University of Alabama.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Oh,
he is still employed by the University of Alabama to some degree. I don't know exactly what what it is, other than like a what do you call it? Like the face
advisor or something?
Well, no, it's not with I don't think it's with the football program. I think it's with the university and being like a. What word am I looking for? Like an ambassador. An ambassador for the University of Alabama. I think it was just a way they could keep paying him ultimately and keep him on board. Yep.
Yeah. How about that, boy? I'm telling you, them folks said, "Hey, man, shoot, we know what you're doing. We're going to do exactly what us taught us.
You taught us.
Don't listen to your silly ass. Don't listen to your silly ass." My man Sark said yesterday they're going to need both them quarterbacks this year.
Okay.
I told you, Clint.
Sark better toe that line.
He said they're going to need Quinn and Arch.
This is
now, they needed two quarterbacks last year.
Well, I mean, he ain't talking about if one of them gets hurt.
No, he's talking about
it doesn't seem. Maybe he is talking about it, but he's just. Here's the deal, man. If I'm Quinn Ewers, I'm pissed.
It came off as like we'll use them both.
Well, look, it's not about Manning. It's not about not liking competition. It's just simply. I mean, I'm just a firm believer in mission is to win ball games, and ultimately Texas they're in a spot to make a run at a national championship. There is nothing positive about saying that you are going to use multiple quarterbacks in the preseason. If it gets to a point where your quarterback's not playing well, then hell, it doesn't matter. His psyche doesn't matter. You do what you got to do, say what you got to say, and get whatever guy ready to play. But you've got a quarterback that damn near took you to a national championship game last year. You've got
not just like in the passenger seat.
Yeah, no. There ain't no doubt. I mean, he is a championship caliber quarterback, a guy that you committed to in a monster way when he decided to come back to Texas from Ohio State, and for some reason, you feel the need to not say, look, we got a starting quarterback. Our starting quarterback is Quinn Ewers. He took us to a college ball playoff last year when it was 4 teams. I mean, are you kidding me? This guy's a national championship caliber quarterback. Now, look, I'm not the highest on Quinn Ewers, but give the guy the respect. I mean, there's nothing. You don't gain anything other than in this era of football trying to keep the Manning family and the kid happy. I mean, you don't gain anything. You risk a lot. You don't gain anything by saying, "Oh, this, we're going to use multiple quarterbacks." When asked about your quarterback situation, I'll argue 10 out of 10 times that you're doing more damage to your standing arm behind your starting quarterback than you are good for your team when you're talking about we need multiple guys. The hell out of here.
Yeah,
I mean, look, you kidding
3,500 yards, 22 touchdowns, six picks.
Come on, man.
I got that. That's at least at the very least got. Hey, Quinn's our starting quarterback. That's our guy.
Yeah.
We love what we have with Arch, but that's our guy.
And look, if
it
Arch,
feels like it has to be because we want to keep Arch. And to me, I don't think you have to do it. Arch would have bounced by now if he understands the deal. I think right now, he would.
Absolutely.
I think Arch probably thinks these next 2 years are mine.
Absolutely.
Unless something happens.
Look, Arch Manning could have gone to all but.
Could have gone to A&M.
He could have gone to all but maybe 10 programs in America and been named the starter before he ever got there. You know what I mean? I mean, it's. Come on, man. That's the truth of the matter is that family and that kid understands. He could have gone
to both of his uncle's schools.
Yes.
In the SEC, yes. Tennessee, and Ole Miss, and been named the starter.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, like that to me, it's and I say that because I'm not a big Jackson Dart fan in Ole Miss, by the way, for all those rebels out there that think we're crazy. But nonetheless, he clearly is going to be patient and feels like when he gets his opportunity at Texas, they're going to be loaded and he's going to hit the ground firing and be a household name. Not that he already isn't, but be a household name by the time they get 5-6 games into the season when he gets his opportunity.
Yep. By the way, again, it's sold up. Someone just texted in. I don't know if you all knew Tiger is going to in line to miss his 3rd straight cut.
Is anybody surprised by that?
It's a damn shame.
His third.
I mean, nobody's surprised by that.
I mean, he's not making cuts. Because
the Tiger does change its stripes.
drinks.
That was clever. That was clever. Get you another drink. That was good.
No, don't.
Holy cow, man!
Thank you.
That needs to be the title of an article on Sports Radio 610 by a hungover weekend at Bernie's Tyler. Absolutely.
Don't egg him.
You know the little picture down. You know the little picture down there where it says who wrote the article. There's put your little picture with those glasses on. That'd be great.
That's the one where he's sitting in it, long with a glass.
I guess the Tiger does change his.
I thought that was pretty damn good.
I think it was great.
God, man, in a major, at least in a major.
That's all he plays.
That's all he's played, right?
We got to start calling him Eldrick.
Yeah, he's Eldrick. This is.
No, you got to
call him Charlie's dad.
Start calling him Caddy. All right.
Yeah, Charlie's dad.
I mean, he's be caddying for Charlie.
Kitten Woods.
Charlie's caddy.
I'm not 100% sure.
Old Cubby.
That he can get Charlie right now. If I were Colin Montgomery, I'd go out there and challenge him right now. Well, hell, let's go.
mean, Colin looked like he had 1 foot in the grave.
That's all right. I think you're struggling, though.
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
And that guy, this interview, this picture, talking about, he has to say, I didn't do a lot right in the first round. Just in this. God, man, throwing the damn towel. This is God, he looks 10 years older than he actually is. And the worst thing maybe in sports is when Tiger Woods finishes a round and he takes his hat off to shake everybody's head. And that hair, whatever it is that's underneath that hat over those previous 18 holes
that
he's been out there.
Yes.
It is one of the worst things in all of sports.
Right. I mean, and that's why I tell the fine folks about Houston all the time about advanced hair restoration. Don't take your hat off when you get done with a round of golf. Don't look in the mirror when you get ready to leave the house and look like Tiger, man. Advanced hair restoration.
Fix your wig, man.
That's right.
Man.
I mean, how does a guy like that with all that money, all that off time, not fix his damn hair?
Pride.
Or just peel it off. Just
Pride.
MJ that thing.
Yeah, pride. He just wants to cul-de-sac.
I mean, that can't be.
He knew he was going to get
at some point. This is beyond pride. Like I mean, when you're blatantly trying to hold on to something, everybody that lays eyes on you notices it. I mean, God, that's not pride. That's just foolishness, man. I mean, what are we doing?
That'd be if he did that. If he put a curl in there.
What if Tiger came back with a big curled up fro? I mean, that'd be great. Wouldn't it?
If Tiger came back from advanced hair and got an S curl. Tiger, and he took off his hat at the end of the round. He pulled out of his pocket.
I can see it.
It's a spray.
He'd get a deal.
What you got coming up?
He'd get us some street cred, wouldn't he? Oh, man.
No,
today, the Texans, they took the field for the first time in training camp. Man, the 2024 season is officially underway. Cleats in the dirt today. C.J. Stroud. I got to lay my eyes on C.J. Stroud out there for a good hour and a half. I'm going to let you know what I saw, as well as the biggest story in training camp this year, Kenyon Green. You're going to like what I got to tell you about Kenyon Green, y'all. Stay right there. We'll talk about that next. And I got a little football horny audio. All the guys talking today, you knew something was going to turn me on a bit. Got a little football horny audio clip of the day. We will talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, if you are ready to pull the trigger and build that dream home, if you're ready to build a custom
Payments required. See store for details.
KILT FM HD. To Houston, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Dirty's Daily with training camp rocking and rolling for them Houston Texans, baby. Them boys hit the field today. They were out there turning dirt, and it was a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing to watch, man. We got some great weather out there. We did. Light drizzle, overcast the whole day with a slight breeze. Literally, I'm wearing the same drawers that I had on out there, man. I didn't even sweat. It was absolutely beautiful. Ron, you got the same drawers you had on out there?
No, I showered.
You showered? Well, I actually worked out, showered, and put the same ones back on. How's that? Not the same ones that I worked out in.
Oh, so you worked out?
I came in. I took everything that I had. Right. Yeah, because I typically don't work out in the same drawers that I wear.
All right, good.
I was about to say,
these aren't my workout drawers. I mean,
I got you now. Okay, now, cool.
I got everything that I had on at the training camp. I got on right now. I changed everything for the workout.
But you wore
showered
got
and
it.
put it back on.
All right, now that
point is, I was able to put it back. Usually we leave practice and I can't put that shirt back on. The back of it's soaking wet. Them drawers are definitely wet, and them socks are typically
but you were able to do it.
Today I was able to do it. It was absolutely beautiful. We got you covered. Boots on the ground. You talk about boots on the ground. Everybody that worked at this damn station was out there today. The boots on the ground, eyes on the field.
Almost everybody.
I'm sorry. I mean, Tyler wasn't there. Figgy wasn't there. Santiago wasn't there.
Figgy was working.
All of the hosts were there, and we were obviously taking in the action. Nobody covers training camp like Sports Radio 610, top to bottom. So stay plugged in to us, no doubt about it. Whether you're doing it on the AM dial, the old school way, you're doing it on the FM dial, my way, which is 100.3 HD2.
Sounds good.
That's my go-to. Or you can stream on the Odyssey app. That way you can take us any and everywhere you go, to the office, when you're working out, in the ride, at the house, whatever it may be. AUDACY. Make sure that you download that app. Either way it goes, so you keep us handy. And then also the YouTube and Twitch crew that needs that video with that audio. We greatly appreciate you joining us any way in which you can. And you better believe that we're going to bring you the best of coverage for your Houston Texans, who are, as Ron mentioned a little earlier, there's just a championship caliber vibe.
Different feel, man.
The arrow's pointed up
around that building over there. We'll cover that a little bit later of what we mean, but just trust us at this point right now is that is really the deal over with the Houston Texans. I don't know how many games they're going to win. I don't know how they're going to deal with this damn first place. But at the end of the day, they didn't do what they were supposed to last year. They won 10 games with the second round of the playoffs. And this year, the expectations are going to be there from jump, and they're going to be much higher. But today, the number one thing that everybody wants to talk about with the Houston Texans is obvious, and rightfully so, C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud, there's a big difference between last year at this time and this year at this time for C.J. Stroud. You look at last year, it was the first time he was stepping on an NFL field. He was at least what they were telling us, he was competing with Davis Mills for a starting job. He wasn't getting the first team reps. It wasn't in any way, shape, or form his team at that point in time. At least they hadn't handed him the keys yet. He was in the approval process, but they hadn't handed him the keys yet. And so last year, the camp was totally different than it is this year. This year, this is C.J. Stroud's football team.
Absolutely.
There is no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
I mean, he is. I like that. That's well done. He is
really put emphasis on it.
Yeah, he is without a doubt the leader of this football team. And I'm not talking about just the offense. I'm talking about the football team. He's clearly the starter, getting all the starter reps. And I think coming into this year, for him, Ron, there's only a couple of things that he can really improve on, right? Like drastically improve on, and it's one of them, and I think this is the biggest one is having more C.J. Stroud spoke of that and even said as much of having more command of this offense and ultimately depending less on the offensive coordinator and him being able to adjust things to the line of scrimmage and him being able to know what call's coming in before it comes in, him being able to identify what defenses are doing before they ever do it, which he's already pretty good at. But clearly he can get better there. That's just a youth issue. And then secondly, the one thing I'm going to point out that I felt like I saw today, Ron, was mechanically and technically there are some things that C.J. Stroud has to improve on as well as stay on top of. And I think one big difference between last year and this year is the command of the locker room and the team that we just talked about. But the one that I think is noticeable from a football perspective is last year C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick even said as much during training camp that C.J. Stroud his feet had to get better. They had to constantly work on his feet. The footwork wasn't there. He had to get better. They had to grind on that. I'm gonna tell you, man, it's still a work in progress, but his feet right now are significantly better than they were to start last season. Obviously,
but I mean,
they're significantly better than when he ended the season.
Well, what can that mean with how good he played last year?
Yeah, I mean,
what could that mean if they are significantly better?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it's going to result in anything more impressive than what he can repeat that, much less improve upon it. But what it can do is allow him to go out there and play a similar fashion ball, to go out there and be able to navigate the pocket better, be able to throw the football better on time, and it's just part of the game where he can significantly improve. Look, when the protection's there and CJ's comfortable, he's as good as anybody in the league. All the footwork stuff for the most part is going to come into play when the pocket breaks down and he's got to move and he's got to navigate the pocket, he's got to navigate pressures kind of deal. He can get better at that. Everybody can. He can get better at that. And they have clearly worked on that big time. Gerard Johnson, I knew he was a big part of – we talk a lot about the relationship with C.J. Stroud and yada, 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 and that's important. Don't get me wrong. We talk a lot about Gerard Johnson probably going to be – he's got to be the betting favorite of taking over for Bobby Slowick when he does move on as the offensive coordinator. But I just think right now where we sit, the Gerard Johnson is a huge part of what's going on with this organization simply because of the way he's handling C.J. Stroud. There is a true grinder's mentality with Gerard Johnson and C.J. Stroud, and they have every reason under the sun to not be that way. They went out and kicked ass last year from a quarterback play perspective. They could really just chill and do what they've always done, and it's clear Gerard Johnson is not going to let that happen. They are going to grind through the footwork. The other thing, technically and mechanically, Stroud said as much, by the way. I should have pulled this piece of audio, Tyler, but I didn't. He just kind of, when somebody asked him today about kind of like where he can get better, he said, well, you know, we want to drive the football, and I'm paraphrasing a bit. We want to drive the football down the field more, be more aggressive offensively. And I look at some of the mechanical stuff that I saw today. Last year, C.J. Stroud was and whether it was 1-on-1, 7-on-7, team, practice, or game, it didn't matter. C.J. Stroud is one of those quarterbacks that has been coached since he was very little to rotate and not shift your weight, and not step into your throws. It's more about rotate. And you get with a trainer that's never done it, they're coaching out of a textbook. It's not coaching from feel. There's actually a push to rotate in the action. And I will forever hang my hat on that. And C.J. Stroud was a guy that was a big-time rotational guy. Unbelievable arm talent. Wasn't a major deal. But when you're talking about driving, let's say, the wide side comeback, transferring your weight is big time. And we were watching C.J. Stroud today, and it is clear he is transferring his weight. He's stepping into those throws. And I I tip my cap to Gerard Johnson for staying on top of a quarterback that's played as well as anybody we know, and that's big.
I know you said that was because we talked about it going into the season. After the season ended, during the offseason, we talked about, hey, man, this season you've seen from a rookie, and then even higher praise you've given that you've not seen somebody other than Tom Brady be able to kind of have such success on knowing exactly where the ball goes of that nature. And I know the big thing you said, the one thing that really jumps out physically that he can improve upon is the footwork, is that part of the game. So specifically, I could tell that's something you would be looking at, and that he's been able to get better. Because I mean, as you said, man, you have a season like you had last year. Now you got to try to figure out and find out, what are the things that can take you to the next level. And I would imagine that if this becomes routine, this becomes second nature, this is something that can really help him, like you said, outside the pocket on certain throws that he can get more behind with his footwork. If it just becomes a natural thing and something that's second nature when he's getting outside the pocket.
Yeah, look, I mean, I just think a lot of emphasis last year because it was so young. He was so young, and the offensive line the protection wasn't always great. You don't know what receivers are out there.
Get it right out.
Just get it out. Make the right decision. Let's schematically create a situation where somebody's going to be open quick, and C.J. Stroud was really, really, really good at that. So the emphasis on what they're going to do offensively changes a bit, and it's good to see. It's one thing to hear that, but it's another thing when you watch the quarterback and clearly what they're working mechanically and technically shows you that they're working those things specifically. So C.J. Stroud today was obviously the sniper that he always is. It's unbelievable. The arm talent is it's not arm talent, but the ability to throw the football accurately is as elite as anybody in this elite world, and so that's always there. But to see him grinding on those mechanics and techniques is always big time. All right, football horny clip of the day.
Oh,
right?
You got one already.
Well, one thing we don't. This always turns me on, right? Like one thing that we haven't talked about yet because there's so many different topics to hit on. Is the fact that there's a lot of young players that were drafted this year that are either going to at this point in time are in a starting role or they're pushing a starter. You look at Kamari Lassiter at the corner. Once again, he's a starting outside corner opposite Derek Stingley Jr. right now. You look at Kalen Bullock, the second rounder, third rounder out of USC. He made a big-time play today, probably the one time that everybody said, ooh, kind of sat back in their seat today. Kalen Bullock's the guy that's going to at least push Jimmy Ward for his job. There's just several guys out there that could end up contributing, if not starting, on this defense in particular, even potentially on the offensive side of the football. We'll see what Cade Stover does. We'll see what the running back does. And what I like about it is the messaging from this team. This is what turns me on. There's nothing that would stick in my craw from Bill O'Brien more. He drafted a guy in the first round. Rookies don't know what rookies don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough to play in this league. I absolutely hated that mentality and setting that precedence. I appreciate the opposite. DeMeco Ryans is clearly the opposite. Here he is talking about his rookies. Before we get to that boner.
Yeah, for our rookies, I tell them, we're not waiting on you. It's time to go. Like, we drafted everyone for a reason. Like, you're here for a reason, so show up and let's see why you are here. It's no wait and see 2 years down the line. It's like, what are you doing for us right now? We want our rookies to know and understand the urgency of them to contribute right now. It's not a later thing. It's a right now thing, and they understand that message.
There's that urgency word again from your head coach. I absolutely love it. And it sounded like he was describing Kenyon Green there, by the way, for a little bit. Well, no more of those guys. We need guys that understand that we ain't waiting on you. This train waits for nobody. We drafted you because you're ready to play football.
How can you help us right now? How can
you help us right now? And like I said, you got what looks to be a front runner as the number 2 corner on this team with Kamari Lassiter, and you got a guy that's pushing Jimmy Ward at a safety, or Jimmy Ward and whoever else, and pushing the group of safeties at the safety position in Kalen Bullock. That's where we're at. They're signing free agents that are win now free agents, and they're drafting guys that are play now guys, and that's where the Texans are.
See that line that you sit there, them pushing. I think that's the part that really jumps is maybe if you play for a coach like a Bill O'Brien, and we would say probably overvalues veteran players in terms of how he treats rookies. This is a dude here who knows, hey, man, everybody knows anybody has a chance to play. Everybody knows that they're going to be pushed. Jeff Okudah and Henderson didn't think they were just coming in. They just had a job. They knew they would get pushed. Like you said, Jimmy Ward, they would get pushed. So you're getting guys that are veterans that are going hard and playing at a certain rate because they know this cat is serious. They will play whoever it is that is the best guy on the field.
Absolutely.
And you're starting to get real competition and guys really bringing it because who knows who may start. Coming up as the Astros, we now know who is going to start for them the next 3 games as this huge, most important series of the year starts tomorrow. And we got to discuss the absolute biggest question there for the Astros in the second half. That coming up next.
All right, H-Town, what's good, baby? I got to tell you a little bit about Mo Karam Law, man. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, or if you ever are injured in an accident, you got to know this. You have the right to hold the negligent party accountable. Don't think otherwise. And you got the right to the compensation that you deserve, the money that you deserve.
Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans Training Camp, live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think the number one question, Astros second half. When y'all think Kyle Tucker gonna make it back? What kind of catch you think he's playing right now? I think he's running
with conviction.
I hope he's flat.
Running
shaggy,
or throwing.
Running with conviction.
I hope he's hitting his rehab with conviction.
Just do you think he has run down the first base line?
No.
You don't think he's You don't think he's run down the first base line? You don't think we're that far in the progression?
No, I don't think that's part of his rehab, but no, I don't.
I think you don't think he's got to do that? I think he's got to be running the bases.
No, he's not running bases. They're going to, before they do that, he's going to start on the foul line, and he's going to run however far they want him, probably the distance or maybe a little bit further than the bases, and he's going to stop and come back. He's not going to be literally on the bases running like, hey, leg me out a double, big fella.
Hold on. Well, they did that to Altuve. Altuve had a leg injury once. He was running doubles. He was rounding and running the bases.
Maybe they will. I don't know.
Do you think he's run the foul pole? That's what I'm saying. So you don't think we've reached that part?
No, if he was out there in that sprinter stance, running, we'd be
able to see it by now.
We would damn sure been told about it. I mean, Joe can't hold that in.
Well, Joe ain't had to talk though.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Joe gonna talk tomorrow. Is Joe gonna be able?
That looked like me, Tiger. Damn, man. You ought to see that. You ought to see what we just saw, man. That Tiger, that was it.
No, Tyler, you don't need to see that, dog. That was a 4-foot putt.
Oh no,
it was straighter than an arrow, and he just pushed it to the right past the hole. Didn't even lip.
I mean, with pace, like
damn, Eldridge.
That man. Anyway, what is it? Was it July 18th? I mean, he is in this lineup before the month of August gets here, right? Surely he's in the lineup before.
No.
You think at least another 12, 13 days?
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm just hoping it's in August at some point.
Maybe that's what we should do, is to just really push back the expectations and just hope to be surprised. Hey man, I remember Altuve came back early from like that broken hand. Surely we'll get a report tomorrow, Tyler, and it will be that he has run on the field. Gotta be. It has got to be that he is.
I sure as hell hope so, bro.
Because the only thing it's been is on the treadmill. We have got to get a report that he has run on the field.
Am I dumb for thinking it's like harder on your body on a treadmill than like running out on the field or something? Am I off on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not on the ground or grass or whatever.
What I need to know.
Controlled surface.
Yes. Well, the treadmill runs for you. The tough part about running is putting your foot down and pull it with no assistance. When you run on a treadmill, you put your foot down and that belt runs your foot up underneath your leg, so it's less strain on your hamstrings.
A little Stoerner sports science. I like that.
There you go, bub. There you go.
Please, man, let that man.
I mean, his shin must have just been destroyed.
It must have exploded.
Oh, fragments everywhere.
He's gonna play in July. He's gonna play in July.
I don't think he plays. I'll bet you on that.
20?
I'll bet you $20 that you shake.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Hey, he just shook my bar hand, my soap hand. That's the one up there in that shower. It wasn't even a bar soap. It was just the kind that's on the wall. I squirted it in my hand.
Yeah, God, man.
Both armpits, the crack, all
you
of it.
You didn't even warn me. Have you been trying to goat me all day?
That's worth $20 even if I lose. You just shook.
Man.
It wasn't even a bar soap, man. It was just little squirt.
Oh, I know. You probably
liquid
went
soap
all in there and got
liquid soap in the palm to the crack to the back to the armpits to everything.
You don't take one of those small towels that they have available up there?
I don't use.
They got a small
towels,
towel up there available for you.
I don't know.
Deshaun towels.
I don't.
Yes, or one called face towels. Before
they're washcloths
or washcloths.
But
we call them face towels.
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
A face or a hand towel is one hanging by the sink.
Yeah, but they have those. They got those up there.
It don't matter what kind of towel you're talking about. I don't use it.
You don't grab those two? I grab them both.
No.
But we showered in the same place today. You just bypassed the small one.
Yep, I grabbed them big boys. I grabbed
the big boy too.
I grabbed two big boys.
I grabbed one big boy to put the soap on and clean myself.
No.
As you've just gone south the border.
You just go right there, bing, bing. You pull that little thing towards you, kind of like the scratch and catch. You pull that thing towards you, get that liquid soap in your hand, and just go to lathering up, man.
By the way,
you just shook my hand.
I know, and I'm waiting to wash them. I'm going hand sanitizers and all. By the way, I forgot we didn't get a chance to get into this yesterday. How y'all feel about them All-Star jerseys?
Disgusting, and not the good kind.
They were
awful.
I hated them.
Was there not a theme? Was that not some kind of theme?
I'm guessing it was.
Well, it was a theme. It was a terrible
Surely
one.
It was. They've got to stop. Oh. They've got to just let everybody wear their jerseys.
Yes.
That's the best it looks.
I agree.
That is the
better than
the
that
best
crap.
It looks. And then especially when you get to people trying to get creative and going over the top and trying to do that's when it's bad. Just let them all wear their regular ass uniforms and their regular hats, and we can go.
I thought,
and it looks wonderful when they do that.
I thought one of the cool things they did, I don't remember if they still do it or not, but was they just put the star on their hat.
Yeah,
to be the All-Star.
Seen that? Yeah.
That would be money. Put a star on the jersey. Put a star on the hat. Anywhere there's a logo or the name of the team, put a star on it.
Where's Doug? Where's Dougie Fresh? Let Doug get in there. Doug of the Texans, let him get in there and give him
check out the uniform guy.
I just want to know who is out there who just said, "Oh man, this is killing them right here, guys. This right here
is the way to go right here.
This cream right here we got. This is it. All right, Clint Stoerner, after anywhere from 11 to 15 minutes, made a claim and a statement about one player that has been talked about with this franchise of the Texans for years. It took him 11 to 15 minutes to come up with the fact that it's over. It's over. You don't want to miss that coming up next.
All right, is your chronic?
6% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Strong on the hand sanitizer, moved over to the good soap in the bathroom. Maybe a tad aggressive with the hand sanitizer. It's hard to get it to go away, but eventually.
Did you really do that?
I saw it. He did.
No, he didn't. His wrists are still ashy.
No,
that's why they're ashy.
Yeah, that's dry.
No, they wouldn't be dry by now.
They were. I watched.
Hand sanitizer dries you out, man.
They wouldn't.
Then I went and washed my hands.
They ain't had time
drying them out.
to dry out like that.
He had so much sanitizer on his hands, Clint. It looked like.
What'd you do? You went to go to the bathroom together?
No, he walked in my booth, a-hole.
What are we doing here?
Yeah,
hey, guys, calm down, man.
You know what? You know what?
Real cute.
You know
real,
what?
You two are
you
real
and your
cute.
nasty ass hands.
Together.
You know what? Okay.
I mean, y'all real cute, huh?
Jesus. Wow.
I mean,
that escalated.
Stay out all night, come in looking like Weekend at Bernie's, and y'all go potty together. That's cute. That's real cute.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, sir.
Holler that.
Yeah, Clint just came at me real hard. What the hell, bro?
All right, a-hole. There ain't nothing wrong with my hands, man. Y'all got to be kidding me. Y'all worried about it. Y'all literally worried about the what's on a man's hands as he's handling soap.
The dirtiest parts of our body.
As he's handling soap. I mean, what are we doing here?
All right, well, come on, a-hole.
I mean, I was just going to the bathroom together.
You go in the bathroom. You two go potty together. I mean, come on,
that
man.
line, did y'all go to the bathroom together, sit Tyler over the edge?
Well, both of y'all
did y'all go to the
disappeared.
bathroom together? No, he came into my booth, a-hole.
Were y'all gossiping too?
You know what? Screw you, Clint. You know what? You're nasty ass.
Were y'all gossiping too?
I'm just on edge today, man. That you can't be jacking with me like that. I'll come at you like a spider monkey.
Man, I just didn't see. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. Yeah, man. Good hand sanitizer.
I didn't even know he had hand sanitizer in there.
Spitting into that. You know what? I've had about enough of you. You know what he came in my booth, you a-hole.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
I mean, it did, Ron. God, it did. Wow. Oh, that was good. Man, I didn't know I needed that one.
I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I mean, quickly. It really did, Ron. All right.
Y'all pray for me out there, down here with these two sensitive guys.
I pray for you every day, man.
Thanks, Bub. I need it.
If I just use sensitive anyway.
This guy's sensitive about my hands. This guy's sensitive about my tone.
I just wanted to get mine clean.
There ain't nothing wrong. I mean, you imagine a man using something. They're bathing, man.
I know.
You be worried about shaking hands with people that don't bathe.
I'm just telling you, I think you went through that quickly.
Went through what quickly?
That bathing quickly. You dug it up. There might be some remnants on inside your fingernails.
No, I do scrub.
You keep yours a little long.
I do
not with
scrub.
a washcloth.
I don't want to know anymore.
Not with a loofah.
I do scrub.
I did mean to tell y'all. I dried my crack today so roughly, I guess, that I feel like I did not check.
Oh my God!
I mean, it was. What? I meant to tell y'all earlier. It was weird, man. I was drying off, and I ran that thing through my crack, and it felt like something ripped.
What were you doing? How hard were you? Clearly. You didn't just rub it.
No, I mean,
you came through and went with aggression or something.
I mean, I guess I caught something.
Jesus, I know football's back and it gets you going, but God, calm down.
I don't know what it was, man, but
crack a little longer.
You hear that? As aggressive as you are cleaning in that area, you need to have another apparatus.
It stung.
I bet you draw blood sometimes. You get in there.
I thought today I did. God. I thought today I did. I on that white towel, I thought, boy, that'd be a terrible deal.
I mean, it wasn't like a hemorrhoid or something?
No, I don't think I've ever had a hemorrhoid.
Worse. Really?
Haven't? Oh,
I don't think I've ever had one.
More than I care to admit.
I mean, if I have had one, I didn't know it.
Probably had. Jeff Garcia, what was his number? 5? I probably had about 5 of those.
I've had a lot more than that.
Jeff Garcia's. Have you?
I used to have bad stomach problems before I got on this medicine.
Are we talking like
Tyler's got the medical
running back
history.
numbers or
Tyler's got the medical history of a 70-year-old.
It's true. And the right knee of a 90-year-old.
I mean, this guy's I mean, everything.
Thank you for making fun of my tough medical history, bro.
I
Appreciate it.
I really didn't mean.
You want to make fun of the time I had a seizure next? Go ahead.
I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
I just was caught off guard.
How did you go from hemorrhoid to seizure?
I mean,
it's just lengthy. That's all.
You're telling me.
How many medications do you take a day?
I have one of them pill boxes things.
Oh, God, you really do. Oh, this is serious.
I fill it up every Sunday night, Monday through Sunday. And I probably take about 8 or 9 pills every morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Mom will be 74 this year. She's got about 3 she takes. So Tyler's got her doubled up, tripled up.
Had some problems, man.
Telling you.
And he. I hope you remember to take them this morning.
He ain't here for a long time. He's here for a good time.
Yeah.
I had a few Advil in with him.
If you'd have forgot your meds this morning after that'd have been double trouble.
I took 12 this morning because there was some Advil in that one.
That's 12. Just take 3.
Pills for breakfast.
Oh, man, that's a bunch of pills right there. 9. I honest to God, I thought you was gonna say 4 or 5. I did not. I mean that.
I think it's 8 exactly.
Like what Clint said. Really, I mean that's real. I wonder how many 60, 70 to 80-year-old people who are taking 9.
Important thing is I'm healthy.
Praying for you, man.
Thank you.
Are you trying to get off of any of them, or are you just accepting?
I've actually gotten off a few. I used to actually take like double digits, like after the seizure and stuff. But I don't have to take some of that medicine no more.
He's gotten off a few. All right. Let me pull the train back on the tracks. Here, we're at 2-a-days. I mean, 2-a-days. We're at camp, and Clint walks right up. Tyler, Davis Mills is done.
Damn.
Actually, this is exactly what he said. Hey, Davis Mills is done, cuz it is over. He said Tim Boyle is gonna take his job, and I said, I said, damn, we only been a practice. All we had done was see them do was stretches, maybe individual, and then they were running over to the other side of the field to just another quarterback drill, and Clint was, it's over, straight faced. It's done.
The general is gone.
He's been through.
Let me get this first off before you go through it. Is it something that you saw of Davis Mills or what he did, or was it just you were that impressed with Tim Boyle? Like, was Davis that bad?
Well,
today?
look, there's layers to this, right? I mean, I saw Tim. I've always been high on Tim Boyle as a backup. Like, I like his mechanics, techniques. I love the way he throws the football. It's natural. He's got a hose, relatively speaking. And I saw him drop back and throw a ball to his left, and it was just smooth, carefree, and he just let that thing rip. And it wasn't like he was thinking as he was dropping, and it wasn't like he was he was guiding the football when he threw it. All those things, I think, when Davis Mills throws the football, we're right back to that with Davis Mills. And I just saw Tim Boyle rip one, and it just put me in a spot. That's what you want your backup quarterback to do. Folks, if everybody listening, like, if you could.
But you were high on Davis as a potential backup last year.
Yeah, look, I did. I was high on. Like, I thought Davis would. That's where he would land, is as a backup in this league. Then when I watched the Texans decide that Case Keenum was a better option when C.J. Stroud went down last year, clearly with Davis Mills,
that was the kicker.
Right, clearly with Davis Mills, there is an inability to any level to be an alpha, a leader, a good communicator. There's clearly an issue with him not being able to get out of his own way as it pertains to just going out there and playing, and whatever results happen, whatever happened. There's a timidness with his game that he just has never grown out of. I think a lot of young quarterbacks have it, and then ultimately they grow out of it at some degree. There's just a timidness with his game that just isn't.
And I'm guessing that's probably why they were like, man, we better go with Case Keenum, because we just I guess we trust we trust him.
Yeah, look, I think he's a guy that can make all the throws. I think mentally, I think he is a high-level processor. I think he knows what's going on with offenses and defenses. I just don't think he trusts himself and his ability. I don't think he trusts his eyes. I just don't. And I've seen enough of it now to have lost faith in it, even at the backup spot. And not me the ball and let me go make plays. And he is a talented dude. He's not a dude that's 72 years old like Case and can't physically play the game at that level anymore. And I saw that today. I thought back to last year when the team chose Case Keenum, who clearly safeties and corners are going to sit on everything because he can't threaten the ball down the field. He's small, so the any kind of pass rush or any kind of push in the pocket is going to engulf him. And they knew that going into it. It ain't like that was a surprise. They knew it going into it. They see him every day. And
he showed it even in the game they won.
But they didn't do it just one game and go, whoa, Case ain't got it. They stuck with him for 2 games.
Yeah, that Cleveland one was tough.
They stuck with
but the Tennessee one was tough. I mean, he threw a god-awful pick six that almost cost him the game.
Yes.
And
if they would have had another quarterback.
Dalton Schultz saved him on an interception.
Yes. If they'd have had another quarterback on this roster, Ron, that they were confident could go in there, get you out of the huddle, not turn the ball over, make the plays that are there to be made, they would have went to that guy in that second game. And they don't have it. So they clearly, and they know the quarterbacks more intimately than any of us, they clearly have lost all confidence in Davis Mills, and I just happened to see Tim Boyle let one rip today, and he reminded me of how much I liked him physically and how he throws the football, and I just Case ain't going nowhere, CJ ain't going nowhere, and you watch Davis, it's still the overthinking stuff that's always been a problem with Davis, and it's not getting any better. I think
nobody will come at Nick about the. Let's go around the horn real quick. Tyler, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10, his ass is absolutely 100% gone, and 1 like, oh no, he's 100% will be here. On a scale of 1 to 10, him, Davis Mills still remaining on this football team.
I think I'm at like a 4.
So you think I think
he'll be here.
A chance to be here. I would say I'm at a 7. That one, there's almost a thought you might as well turn your stuff in now if you could if they weren't going to play you over Case, if they didn't trust you, if they had you as the backup all season long and they said
you were getting first team reps over CJ Stroud in camp.
You're in a competition. You're in a competition they were trying to sell us on, and then you didn't get. So I'm at about a 7. Because I could still see that they do like him or somewhat. So
there's just
where are you at? You at a 10?
I'm at a 10. You'll
be shocked if he is here.
Ron, there's not. Yes, absolutely. There's been zero improvement. Like I expected, like last year. I know we talked about it, the competition, and I could see it being a real competition and his experience and all that. As we watch that unfold, like there's been no improvement. It's the same guy that was young, inexperienced in college that was trying to play at the NFL level in a dysfunctional organization, and I blame a lot of it on that. And then all of a sudden now you're in as good an organization you're going to find. So now there's nothing to blame it on. There's the waters are not muddy anymore. It's a Davis Mills issue, not a supporting cast, a coach, a play caller issue. It's clearly a Davis Mills issue.
Yeah. Someone texted in Davis Mills needs to be the starting quarterback of the Houston Roughnecks.
There you go. Tim Kelly will take him somewhere. Where's Tim? Tim still coach?
Where Tim is. Tim ain't in Tennessee. No, he lost that job in Tennessee. Oh, I'm going to hunt down where Tim Kelly is. That's a good thought. Where's Tim at? All right, coming up, we'll let you hear from Nick Caserio as he also spoke today. You don't want to miss that. We'll get you ready for the Astros if they put out information, not just about this series coming up at the Mariners, but also about next year. All of that coming up as we continue riding live right here on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to take a minute, as I always do every day. I tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, y'all. I'm telling you, man, you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. If you're not drinking cold Coors Light, let me hit you with a little something. I mean, you're missing an opportunity to drink the beer, to wrap your hand around the beer that's
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Thank you guys for bringing us a first-class sports show to the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty, well, I'm the big deal.
The big deal.
Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Money Bags. You got any money on anything tonight? Or is this 2 straight days off?
Another night off.
So you're not doing nothing with this Open championship? You didn't put any money on this?
Mm-mm.
Do you bet golf?
Yeah. I like some of the props they put out, like this guy to finish in the top 10 or, the lowest score in this round to be this. Yeah, every once in a while, I'll place a few bets, but not the Open, not this time.
That's good, man. I like that. You've taken 2 days off. It must have been killing him. He's got 2 days off. Tomorrow I am scared, Clint, to think about the amount of bets that Tyler is going to put forth.
Oh, it'll be a full slate.
Tomorrow and the rest of the way.
Make Spillane crap himself.
Baseball start.
You need the Astros to sweep in a big way because I know you're fixing to get carried away.
Oh, he's going to bet. He's going to bet not just tomorrow. He's going to bet the overall in the series. He's going to bet.
If the odds are good, that is one bet I always lock in is win the series.
I know you do.
These Astros win more than they don't outside the beginning of this year. But
outside the beginning of this year, yeah, you've been rolling through. So. Good for you. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes, and it has been a big day in terms with the Texans as this season is officially started. Full team, all there, most everybody on the field working. There were no pads today, but they still got good work done out there. But training camp has officially started, and this season and this quest to have the best year that this organization has ever had. As I was talking to John McClain, the general out there today, he said, trying to get to the AFC Championship game in this city for the first time since 1970. But no, it's a big start, and the first person that we heard from before anybody got on the field, before anybody talked today, and the heavy hitters talked today, was Nick Caserio. And Nick Caserio spoke about the new expectations now for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, I think anything that's really discussed outside of the building doesn't really have any relevance to us. So, I think that's honestly all for y'all to have fun with. And for the guys at 610 to talk about on the radio, we're not going to spend any time on things that really, quite frankly, don't matter. Our expectations are for the players is to come in, have a good attitude, put a good foundation in place, be a great teammate, be resilient, because we're going to face some things as a team, we're going to face some things individually, and put the best version of yourself on the field each day. So, the results will take care of themselves. So what's said outside of the building, it has no impact on anything that we do. Talking never won games, expectations never won games. Good football and good execution win football games. So ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. So the rest of it, honestly, it's a big waste of time for us to spend time on things that don't matter or that we don't control. We're going to focus on the controllables, focus on the things that we can do on a day-to-day basis, focus all of us on being the best versions of ourselves. What can we do to help the team? And as a player, what can you do to be a great teammate and just maximize your performance and put yourself in a position so you have an opportunity to be competitive on the field on Sunday. So that's where our focus is on a day-to-day basis.
There's Nick doing exactly what he planned and wanted to do. Clint, he was asked about the expectations. His thoughts are about the expectations headed to the
Look, I think he feels really good about them. I think he feels good about this football team. I think he feels good about their chances in every game that they take the field. I think there's probably a little bit of nervousness there because I think he if anybody understands last year's schedule was extremely weak, relatively speaking, to what they're going to be up against this year. And as I've said a million times, I think Nick understands this. DeMeco, it's not difficult to be a 500 football team, or let's say now that they're playing 17 games, it is not difficult to win 9 football games. If you do things, which the Texans did last year under DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, if you just do things in a winning way, and you bring in the right players and develop guys and have play callers that are weapons on the sideline and all those things in between, then you're going to win 8-9 games every year. And I think Nick understands that getting there is fairly simple. I think it's fairly predictable if you're in his shoes. This next step that they're going to have to take to, 11, 12 wins, and I'm including playoffs, 11, 12 wins and potentially an AFC championship and into a Super Bowl, that's a different animal. So I think there's probably a little bit of nervousness about where they're at relative to the schedule and the big boys in the NFL. But I think he's comfortable and confident in what they're doing.
I would think he operated, and they operated in the offseason, Clint, as if they had expectations like they did when he was in New England.
Yep.
Right, like he could say it's all for us. Thanks for the shout out, Nick, to 6'10". I like that in you, in front of everybody. You could say all that stuff, but your expectation was the way you went out this offseason. You went out, you not just the guys you got, the guys you were trying to get.
Yep.
You were trying to get. What's my man in Philly now? Saquon Barkley. You were trying to get Armstead. You were trying to get other guys. We heard your name in the boat with a bunch of guys that you weren't able to get. Not to mention the dudes that you actually did get. So it seems like they have let's go win it all type expectations. So it should be that way. And when you find out who you have at quarterback, you ought to go after that.
Look,
they found him out.
I agree with you. I think the expectations are high, but I do believe that like what Nick saw last year, what DeMeco saw last year, the players don't know no better. But what those guys saw last year, they've got to look at that and be like, damn, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. You know what I mean? Let's not jack these expectations up so high to where we don't have a chance. So, look, I think they're in a really good spot, man, and as an organization, and Nick definitely has the expectations to go out.
Yeah, you bring on Stephon Diggs when you already got them two and without no high expectations.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
5 o'clock fire.
A couple of things with the Astros as they get ready for the second half. And Tyler gets ready for the second half coming up tomorrow. The schedule for next year has come out. Clinton, they will open up the season at home again against the New York Mets. They open up the season with a 6-game homestand. I believe didn't they do that? It was a 7-game homestand this year. They opened up with the Yankees, and I forgot who it was they played after that. But they'll open up against the Mets this year, 6-game homestand with the Mets and the Giants. So guys out there, season ticket holders, people thinking about it, there you go. They got the schedule completely out, and you can get ready for the Mets to kick things off. But more importantly, they have made the decision. Captain Joe has made the decision in who their starters are going to be coming up this weekend in this big series, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow. But Hunter Brown will start tomorrow, Framber Valdez and Ronel Blanco. And this will be big because, Clint, the absolute strength of the Seattle Mariners is their pitching staff, and they're going to have all of their top horses going in this series as well, including their all-star George Kirby. He's going to pitch in this series. They're going to have their top guys along with it. And these three guys who have been, especially Hunter Brown and Blanco all season, Brown here in the last month plus, who've been need these three guys to come to play because Seattle generally pitches well.
Well, look, I think all three of these guys are capable of pitching at an all-star level and have recently pitched at an all-star level and are pitching some of their best ball of late. So I mean, look, I like the Astros' chances given how hot this team's been down the stretch, and as they've been wrapped up the first half versus a Mariners team that I don't recall exactly what they did the last week, but they obviously
they lost 3 or 4 to the Rangers.
Well, there you go. They allowed the Astros to make up 9 of 10 games, a 10-game deficit rather quickly. So I like the Astros' chances here, man. They're playing well, they're swinging it well, they're pitching well. And so I like their chances here, and I love the fact that they're rolling out. I don't know what else they would do. I mean, they'd be a fool not to roll out their best three in this Mariners series. Astros with a chance to potentially leave this first series of the second half with a lead in the division. I mean, it's crazy to think that. But that's where we're at.
It's crazy. Framber Valdez, and he's the one. I said those other guys. Framber has kind of been up and down, but boy, you look at Framber's his numbers. I mean, it's so disappointing on what he can do. Like,
it's not ideal.
He's up and down, and he's almost thrown 100 innings. He's 8-5, 3.66 ERA right now. but it feels like you're not getting. It does feel like you're just not getting anywhere close to what you think he can get. Yeah. But
I'm talking about this before, Ron. With him, if he's going to be your number 2 or number 3 starter, cool. Everybody's comfortable with that with Framber. But the problem is that we all, I think most of Astros fans expect him and have expected him over a couple of years now to pitch like an ace. And at the end of the day, an ace
is consistent.
Seems to be more consistent, seems to be able to right the ship, seems to have a little steadier head on their shoulders when things go south. So it's not that the dude's not, can't absolutely deal. I mean, look, there's no doubt about it that that there's a chance he can throw a no-hitter every time he goes out there. But at the end of the day, it's that the ace bar is ultimately what I think Framber Valdez is measured on. And unfortunately, there's been some inconsistencies where you wonder if he can be that guy.
He can be that guy. So big series. We'll talk more about coming up tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the British Open is, or for those that are the golf fans, the Open Championship has gotten underway today. And the leaderboard, in talking about in terms of players, named players, should be fun if this can continue. Justin Thomas is up there, a major champion. Justin Rose up there. Brooks Koepka and Scotty Scheffler are both 4 off the pace. Adam Scott's 4 off the pace as well. So it could be fun. Jordan Spieth is even right now over 79.
And as bad as that sounds, if you see this 4-foot putt he missed, you're gonna know it's time for Tiger. It's time.
Damn it, Eldrick!
I ain't never seen Tiger miss a putt like that.
That putt was
maybe it was the angle we were watching it. They had it on TV. Ron, maybe. No. It was. It looked like one of us.
It looked like, and it was so. And the reason why it looked like it was hit so firmly, but off the plane.
It was firmly, and it, bro. The line was on a 4-foot putt. He missed. He missed about half a ball out of the hole, and it was a straight putt. I mean, that's how bad his line, I bet, was 4 inches off. On a straight putt that was 4 or 5 foot. Like, it was just.
I mean, it was like, when you say one of us, that's me. My pace control is out of
Ron,
this. Awful.
That looked like one of us that approached that putt and stood over that putt like, hell, I got this straight, man. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put this in the back of the cup. This is easy right here, and then we just leave that old face open and push it right. That was an amateur putt without.
And I want to see what it looked like coming back up. They didn't show that. I want to because
if he'd have missed that, if he'd have missed that when they showed that.
God, he looked like. I'm just saying he looked like he hit that pretty far past. Is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, we're at a place that somebody needs to have a. I don't know who that person. Like, I mean, he needs to have a dream, and Earl needs to show up in that dream to let him know. I mean, he needs. It's like that putt. I'll be as honest as I can here. That putt was like watching Joe Biden walk up those steps yesterday. In which, like, at that point, it was like, I think the same person that may need to have a conversation with Tiger may need to have a conversation with Joe. It was just like, geez,
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Man, like it may be time to to make a move, because it's like and listen, you know me, I have tried to hold on to the Tiger Woods thing for a long time. This is about to be the third. It's not about to be. This is going to be the third straight cut he missed. If he plays tomorrow, what do you think he finishes? You think he's got a run in him?
If it ain't 10 under, he's going to miss the cut.
Oh, he's going to miss. Oh, he's going 10.
I mean, that's the thing. He don't have 10 under in his bag.
No.
Tyler, what do you think the cut's going to be tomorrow in the Open? I mean, I know it's hard.
Do we know what the leader's at?
5.
5.
And this is a huge field. Like, this is the biggest field I think I read the other day. There's 156, I think, golfers playing. It's a huge field.
Yeah. I mean, probably a low plus number, right?
I would think so. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I think
plus 2 or 3 or something.
And he's at -8. I mean, I'm sorry, he's at +8 right now. Is that where he's at?
Yep.
So he's got to go. He's got to go 6.
It's either one of the two. Like, one, hey, Tiger, really commit yourself and play competitive golf, like more than 4 times a year, or like be done. Slide. Wait till your time to get to that Champions Tour. Go over there and play with John Daly, and like you said, get on the bag for Charlie.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's running out there buying that Sunday red.
No. He could sell it on the Seniors Tour. Hell, he's probably got a chance to play 4 rounds on that tour. He's out here getting you 2, and he's out. And many of those he is leaving earlier because he's injured. God, no, man, that's a rough watch. That's a rough watch. All right, we've got to do this. We've got to talk about what we told you. We told you going into camp, the number one story that's on our mind, the number one thing to watch, and we'll discuss Kenyon Green coming up next.
All right, Verlo mattress. Sleep better, live better. I firmly believe in it, and if you need a new mattress, you're crazy if you don't check out Verlo mattress. It's pretty simple, man. Comfort to comfort, dollar to dollar, Verlo wins every single time, and I say that with no hesitation, y'all. It is convincing. Verlo's custom fit process is unmatched in the mattress world. I've been
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line. Someone texted in and said, I love these. I love these right here, Tyler. And Clint, because I think they think you know. Ron doesn't know anything.
Now, why you bring me into it?
I'm just saying, because I think, well, they didn't bring you into it, so I assume that they think that you do know.
You actually do know a lot about golf, right?
Ron doesn't know anything about golf. Good Lord. Okay, good. All right. I'd like for you to capitalize Lord, please, will you? Just as a side note to the texture.
That's a holy name, sir.
I said, what don't I know? Where am I off on?
Yeah, explain yourself.
First of all, the leader of the tournament. Well, as I was going through to name the top names, I didn't think that Daniel Brown leading it was one of the top names. I just wanted to get. I really wanted to work myself to Scotty Scheffler, Justin Thomas,
the ones people know. Yeah.
So good. I'm glad you're a fan of Dan Brown. The reason behind what Tiger is doing and why he's out there, he has spoken on it dozens of times. He is trying to win, but knows he can't. He's doing it for the fans. We'll never ride a cart. We'll never play the senior tour. Okay. I would like for you to find the place where he has said he knows he can't win.
I mean, I've heard
him
the opposite
every single turn, like delusional about it.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I don't listen to every bit of audio that's out there.
I don't either. And listen, I don't. I definitely have. I'm out here, and I know I'm sucking, but I'm out here for you, the fans.
Doing it for the fans, baby.
That don't even sound like Tiger. And I have been a Tiger fan for years, since he came on the scene. I'm talking U.S. amateurs. That ain't even nothing. That ain't Tiger like.
He wouldn't even shape his mouth to say that. Even though we all know it's true.
He will come out here to get his ass kicked, but do it for you, the fan. No, that ain't Tiger. Tiger delusionally believes he can win these tournaments, which is what's made him Tiger to begin with. All right, sorry, Daniel Brown's leading the tournament. Clint, we talked about the Kenyon Green. I'll just transition. We talked about Kenyon Green being the top story during training camp this offseason. We wanted to see him. And I'm going to tell you what, Tyler, 076, which is Kenyon Green now, got away from 5'9", 076. Again, if we look at first time seeing him at OTAs, then seeing him at mandatory minicamp and watching him move out there, and now seeing him here, at every single turn, Clint, he has passed the test, and not passed the test just by passing it, but passing it with flying colors. He has blown it out the water and looked, oh, wow, not just, oh, he looks good, but, oh, wow. He looks moving really well. Like, he has done it at every single turn from when we first saw him at OTAs, when we first saw him at mandatory minicamp. Now the thought was, all right, as it felt like DeMeco, one of the people he was maybe talking to was him when he talked about, hey, get serious during this time off they had. And he came back, and 076 looked good. He has passed every single test with flying colors thus far. And I know for you he's about to get to you a little strong here. You're gonna have to calm it down a bit, man.
Yes, I agree.
You got to at least let him hit first.
I agree with you.
At least let him in pass.
I agree. I've got to pull back a bit. I've got to chill out a bit on this Kenyon Green thing, man. I mean I'm just high on him right now. I've been really, really, really down for 2 years on Kenyon Green. I feel like I've been honest, been critical, been negative, justifiably so.
You want it to work too.
Well, hell yeah, I do. I'd like to see the Texans be able to run the football and have a strong presence inside on the offensive line with two great tackles. I'd love to see that. Yeah. But I just every step of the way when you look at the body comp change that he's done over the last several months, when you look at just how he's walking on the field and off the field, when you look at, I looked down there today, Ron, and I'll be honest with you, straight up, I was in my mind, I knew he had changed numbers because you kept talking about it. You mentioned it multiple times. Sure what number he had changed to, and they were on the far end of the field. I had a great view. It was pretty ways away, but I had a great view of what they were doing. And the first rep I see, 76, is the guard. They've got a tackle. I don't know who the tackle was in the game with him. It wasn't a game. It was a drill. It was just the left side of the offensive line going. Anyway, they were getting on a defensive tackle, and then they were passing the defensive tackle off to a linebacker, right? So whoever, either the tackle or the guard, would take over the defensive tackle, and the other one would climb to the second level of the defense. And the first rep I see is 76, and I'm like, damn, who is that? I mean, that dude is moving. That's impressive. Like, he's cross-facing a defensive. Now, it's a drill. It's a guy standing there with a damn bag, so take it for what it's worth. But I'm just like, damn, that guy looks athletic. Them feet look quick. I mean, who is that? And then I look down at my roster, and I'm like, hell, that's Kenyon Green. So I start watching him, and sure enough, I mean, he is as fleet-footed as anybody that's working down there from a distance working that drill. And so I go back to watching Diggs and Tank Dell and yada, yada, yada. And then I look down there, and they're doing the heavy bag drill where the O-line, he's holding a big heavy bag. The one ain't much bigger than his chest, but it's heavy. And he's got it extended. It's like they're pass protecting. Boom, to the right, and then the coach is giving them a verbal command, and they switch like their pass protection to the left, and they're working their slides, it looks like. And I'm like, damn, that's fleet. I mean, that is natural. That change of direction is twitchy. That change.
He is sucking you right.
Yes, he is. He is. I mean, it's.
Not?
I saw him take a knee one time in practice, and it was because he was. Every other time I looked up, he was busting ass. I've got to pump the brakes.
But it didn't feel like he was taking a knee like before. You're like, oh, he's about to pass.
Before he's taking a knee to suck oxygen.
He looked like he was taking a knee the same way that the D-line was taking a knee on the other side.
No.
Not sucking wind.
No, it didn't look like he was. It didn't look like he was out there thinking about that knee the final two plays.
He wasn't out there thinking about how he's going to get through practice. He was out there taking a knee, grabbing a little water, talking to another offensive lineman about what appeared to be football stuff. I don't know, but it appeared to be football stuff. But yeah, I got to pump the brakes a little bit. I mean, he is. I mean, they ain't even put pads on, and I'm damn near convinced that he's going to have a hell of a year. So yeah, I've got to settle down a little bit. But I look, as you know, this time of year, I always trust my eyes, man. And I'm telling you, it goes. Here's what I'm confident in right now with Kenyon Green. It goes well beyond just, hey, this guy's changed his body comp. This guy's moving really well, man. Like, which is maybe it's a byproduct of changing your body comp.
And now you're starting to get to a point where it's hard to see that not show itself when he gets pads on.
It's hard to see that not render some level of production, like positive production, successful production. Like, it's hard to think that guy that was drafted 15 overall that's moving like that all of a sudden goes out there and is the same player that we saw that couldn't even compete the last 2 years. It's hard to believe, man. I just feel like the dude is primed to have a really good season, and he is, every time I see him, it's more convincing. We'll see what it looks like in pads.
Someone said, are you sure you weren't watching Kendrick Green?
I am positive.
100%.
In fact, I saw Kendrick Green today walk by. Those are two different humans.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're talking about when you talk about just if those two dudes got it together, got their heads on it, you're talking about a completely different body, completely different ability.
Look, Kendrick Green walks by you and you go, I mean, I see where the Pittsburgh Steelers, if things weren't working out at guard, I see where they would have put him at like a goal line fullback. There's a lack of size there. And then when Kenyon Green walks by, you're like, ain't a lack of nothing. That God given anyway. There ain't a lack of. When he walks by, it's like, yep, that's what.
And he shaped it.
Yes, and now he's got it all. Now he's got it all buttoned up. It looks like. I mean, he's just a guy that from I mean, he was born to be an interior offensive lineman. That's it. And Kendrick Green is lucky to hang on and not be a fullback guard. I mean, a goal line fullback.
No, he was a fullback.
I'm not saying that negative. I'm just saying from a looks. I mean, that's just it's a different animal when we're talking about Kenyon Green.
Yeah. All right, coming up, I think the greatest compliment early on day one, the Houston Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Super Center.
sauce. That smoky, wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Back to 100% yet, Tyler?
Feeling pretty good, man.
Feeling pretty good?
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
That 6 o'clock sniff coming around, you feel that start to turn?
Oh, yeah. Time to run it back.
Someone texted in how many times over under 4.5 do you think Tyler has dozed off? He has not dozed off once.
It's not usually a symptom for me when I'm hungover, honestly.
Just more pain.
Yes.
Not by 2 o'clock, I hope. I mean, he slept in, ladies and gentlemen, and he had a breakfast that he ain't had in a while.
A DoorDash McDonald's.
What was the order? McGriddle?
Bacon McGriddle meal with a Dr. Pepper's, 1 hash brown in there.
You didn't add a second hash brown?
No, and I sometimes do because they're so good, but no.
My heyday is I would have to. I would go sausage.
See, I've never been a big breakfast sausage guy.
And let's record from this, but it would go. Let me get a sausage biscuit with cheese, McMuffin with cheese, any of them.
Yeah.
Griddle with cheese. I go sausage. And the meal and an extra hash brown. And the first hash brown would be used as another piece to the sandwich.
Oh, that's innovative.
And I would hope that they would get it crisp. And I would put that hash brown in the sandwich, and then the other one was my side hash brown.
I got to do that now. I mean, you were doing that before Whataburger came out with their ultimate breakfast sandwich thing with that in there.
Probably been better if I just maybe broke it in half and then not just had to get the second one. But
I did McDonald's breakfast for the first time in years.
That was me this morning.
Good.
Last weekend. It's ridiculously good.
So good.
You can get sucked right in, can't you?
I mean, I literally had a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, I think it was.
Oh.
Actually, I started with the steak. Have you had the steak?
A steak burrito?
No, the steak. Now they're serving this
steak
egg, and
bagel.
cheese.
On the bagel?
Well, you can put it on any of them. The
I
bagel,
didn't know this.
you can put it on the bagel, the McMuffin, or
I've seen it.
I need to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right, but it pales in comparison to the basic, sausage, egg, and cheese.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's no. I mean, it's just because then I ate that one, and then I commenced eating the sausage, egg, and cheese too. Ate half of that when I realized, what am I doing?
Well,
you didn't just get to finish it?
No, I put it down.
If the Drive family, I was this morning.
If you're gonna start, just finish.
I DoorDashed this McDonald's meal for breakfast. I ate that meal in my bed, and I went back to sleep until about 11:30.
Good for you. I thought he was going to say I ate it, got up, and got another one.
No, I crashed back out.
That's all right.
Oh, man.
Good for you.
But I'm back.
Back, baby! One more thing with Kenyon Green. Y'all all right with him day one immediately being with the starting unit? You're all right with that day one with everything that Kenyon Green has been, where – yes, they shut him down last season for injury, but I'm sorry, you can't convince me also some of that was due to, hey man, let's just get a reset.
Yeah.
Let's start him over and let's try to give him a chance to really get his mind and body right. Are you all right with him getting it day one with all he's been through?
Absolutely, I am. One, there ain't nobody else in the middle to give it to at left guard, to be honest with you, that took the right from him. But I'll be honest with you, man. We've talked about it multiple times. The fact that he's changed his entire body over again. This wasn't in 2 weeks. I mean, this is hard work, dedication, accountability, nutrition, working out over an extended period of time, several months. I'm talking 8 or 9 months. The fact that he did that. Obviously, his ceiling is so much higher than any other guard you have in the building that I have no problem. I think he earned it is where I'm going with it. I think the commitment over the last 8 to 9 months, he earned the opportunity to be the left guard for this football team from jump, and it be his job to lose. I'm A-okay with it, man.
Yeah, I listen, I think the big point of who else would you put there? Kendrick Green? Who else would you put there? Patterson? Probably want him to just maybe get those center reps. Those are guys he could use there. So I get it. And for me, it's just because they just haven't really – there's not a lot of competition to put it there to put him up against.
Right.
So
nobody – if somebody had even played there for an extended period of time and played well, like I would say, even if Juice Scruggs was not a center and he was going to be a guard, then we could talk about, well, Juice Scruggs, he played all right. He filled a void. He's young. He's getting better. He deserves to be the left guard, given what Kenyon Green has done. But he moved to center. He's starting at center. So there's really no reason to not give Kenyon Green one last, hey, man, you earned it. This is your spot. Take it and run with it. Let's see what you do. There's no reason not to. And quite frankly, I think he earned it.
All right. Well, I don't know about that. He's taking the steps. He's get there. We'll see when he gets on pads. Then he'll really earn it there. But Kenyon Green already right there as it looks like the starter. The starter coming up behind us. Texans All Access Camp Talk. As I know the fellas will get going as the first day of camp, and they were excited and jacked and ready to go today. They'll talk to John McClain. Talk with him yesterday or today earlier for a few minutes, just watching camp together. So John McClain, the general, he'll be on Texans All Access. And then after that, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. Sean Bijani was out there enjoying it, and they'll bring you everything you need to know as well about everything, about Texans, about Astros, and everything. So stay tuned as 16 continues rolling through live and local till 11 o'clock tonight. So stay with us. All right, C.J. Stroud, like we said, the heavy hitters came and spoke today, and you could hear all of them right here on Sports Radio 610 as Will Anderson spoke and C.J. Stroud spoke and Nick Caserio spoke, DeMeco Ryans spoke. C.J. Stroud, this was his thoughts about the feeling he is getting about this team entering training camp.
Yeah, I think for me right now, just the message is keep the main thing the main thing. We want to, of course, we have not only a lot of expectations, we have a lot of big goals on this team, and I mean that's how it should be. The person who always doubts himself probably will never make it to that point. So you got to have confidence and have a goal and a plan and execute that plan. So that's what we're doing, and really. But you have to just execute that and make sure that we're taking every day to get better.
And when I hear that, and then when I see what we've watched and what we watched today, and I think to me the number one notable thing overall, and we've talked about Kenyon Green and how he looked, we've talked about many aspects of what we've watched today. But to me the most notable thing is what he's talking about, the vibe and the feeling is completely different than anything we have seen entering a Texan season during training camp, Clinton. We've said this is the most anticipated season. Well, they are acting like this is a championship type of season. That's what they look like. The way they're carrying themselves, the way they are approaching things. Everybody's talking. The veterans. Everybody. They feel different. They have a different feel. And this clearly feels like a team that has big goals. That's how they're acting.
Yeah, look, the vibe is completely different. There's a championship caliber vibe out there, and it's because yes, they've had a little success, but ultimately, you've got probably 12 different guys that are leading this team. It's a player-led football team, which is what all coaches desire to have. Is a core group of leaders on your team that can ultimately be the thermostat of the room, that can make this team go one direction or the that has the locker room. The coach doesn't have to constantly stay on guys about nutrition and being on time and yada, yada, yada. You got a real championship caliber vibe around the Houston Texans, and I think it's real. Look, you brought in win-now type of players with Daniil Hunter and Azeez Al-Shaair and the Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs and DeMeco Autry. And I mean, you made win-now moves to bring in great players that are big-time leaders. And your young dudes that you drafted last year and handed the keys of the organization to, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, are big-time leaders. And so it should be no surprise that this is a legit championship caliber vibe around this team.
And the thing that kept coming to mind as I was sitting there at practice, and I kind of had this feel a little bit during mandatory minicamp where a lot of guys were there, Clint. And for me, I was there every day covering the current NFL dynasty we have, the start of it.
Mm-hmm.
And this reminds me a lot of the team of the Chiefs in 2018 that came off losing in the AFC Championship game to Brady and the Patriots going into that next year. Just the way that camp was, the way they carried themselves. But it felt like it became Mahomes' team. They made some move, added some different voices and guys in there. It just, Kelsey, all of it just looked and felt how this feels. Yeah. They feel a lot like the way the Chiefs did between 18 and 19, where they lost in the playoffs, and then obviously the next year they won a Super Bowl to kick things off with it. But it reminds me a lot of how that team started to move.
Yeah.
They moved different, and I give them a lot of credit. That's a big thing to kind of move towards that.
Well, like you talk, like you're clearly talking about a well-coached football team with them and a well-coached football team here, and then the next step, like great coaching and talented players can take you to a certain extent, and then all of a sudden when the players, instead of buying in, they just flat-ass believe because they've seen it. Right now, all of a sudden, like I said, it's a player-led football team, and they're taking ownership instead of buying in, and it's a much more powerful combination. And I hope what you saw in Kansas City is what we end up seeing here in Houston this year.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing their thing. We'll have it for you tomorrow. Training camp day 2. We'll be out there having a look at this Texans team and get you ready for this huge second half as the Astros will be in Seattle, back on the mound and back on the diamond for the biggest series of the year thus far. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And then Area 45 with Bijani, Creighton, and Byron's in the building. They will hold it down after Texans All Access. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby. You didn't get these damn sunglasses on, and I mean, you look like somebody in a rom-com that just had a hell of a night, that either his heart was broken or he got absolutely blitzed.
I am hungover.
He's having a good time.
I think, just let him hang, man.
Hey, we haven't reached intervention time yet. Like they won the Super Bowl already. Like they won the whole thing. Champagne.
Hey, he kicked 2024 off the right way.
Just one look at you.
Your home for Texans training camp is Sports Radio 610. From the start of camp through the Hall of Fame game, don't miss live reaction to Texans practice and